Lady Insho, though a widow in her early 30s, was known for her impeccable reputation and strict adherence to propriety. Could there be something hidden behind this noble household? Song Yaoyao asked what was going on, and Guagua began to explain that Lady Insho, named Shu Ran, was the legitimate daughter of the Shu family, imperial merchants of the Tianfeng kingdom. The Shu family's business empire stretched across 3 kingdoms. They were immensely wealthy. Shu's father, the current head of the Shu household, had purchased a minor 7th rank title, a mere honorary position with no real duties. Beyond Shu's father, no other member of the Shu family held an official post. Regretting this, Shu's father wished for his legitimate daughter Shu Ran to marry into a prestigious household so that the Shu family might forge ties with the capital's nobility. For this very reason, when Shu Ran reached the age for marriage discussions, her father turned away many suitors who came seeking her hand, until Lord Insho Chu Linfeng arrived in person to ask for her hand in marriage. Shu's father did not refuse outright. He sent his people to quietly investigate the Hoen's manor. The title had fallen into decline by Chu Linfeng's generation. The manor held no real power, and the estate coffers were nearly empty. Having no money or connections was no matter. The Shu family had more than enough wealth. Shu's father also learned that Chu Linfeng's quarters were impeccably clean, with not even a single concubine, and so he agreed to the match. Song Yaoyao wondered whether the father had asked Shu Ran for her opinion. Guagua explained that he had, and that Shu Ran had even secretly slipped out to glimpse Chu Linfeng in person, and upon seeing his handsome and dashing appearance had agreed to the match. Song Yaoyao remarked that in this ancient setting the father had done remarkably well by considering the daughter's feelings. Guagua continued that Shu Ran was married to Chu Linfeng with a grand bridal procession stretching 10 miles. On the very day Shu Ran entered the Hoen's manor, Madame Chu eagerly handed over the household management authority to her new daughter-in-law. When Shu Ran opened the account books, she was utterly shocked by what she found. Shu's father and Shu Ran had anticipated that the Hoen's manor might be poor and had mentally prepared themselves to fill the gap. Yet neither of them had imagined the gap would be quite so enormous. The Hoen's manor's books showed not a single tael of silver in the accounts. The servants' monthly wages had been unpaid for 5 months now. The estate had fallen so low that its only meal was thin porridge. The betrothal gifts the Shu family had received were cobbled together from borrowed items, and even the silver for the wedding ceremony had been borrowed. Of course, the Shu family did not need such gifts and had returned them all at the grand wedding. Now it seemed those items needed to be returned at once. Having long prepared for this very task, Shu Ran did not hesitate. She went ahead and settled every outstanding debt in one stroke. Such sums were but a drop in the ocean for Shu Ran. Seeing her settle every debt, both Chu Linfeng and Madame Chu finally breathed a long sigh of relief. The video displayed the long accounts of debt at the Hoen's manor and the scenes of Shu Ran settling them. Song Yaoyao exclaimed in exasperation that Chu Linfeng had found himself an ATM in both his wife and his manor. Apart from his handsome face, she couldn't see anything worthy about Chu Linfeng. A man who relied on a woman to keep house had no shame at all. And as for Shu Ran, though a merchant's daughter, she was still a well-bred young lady, rich, beautiful, possessed of both fortune and looks. Why on earth would she have set her sights on such a worthless creature? Wherein Chu Linfeng's whole body was anything worth her devotion. These two were truly a case of one willing to strike and one willing to be struck. Utterly speechless, Guagua tried to comfort her host. "Don't be angry, listen to me slowly. Shu Ran will rise to greatness later." Song Yaoyao replied impatiently, "Then speak quickly, or I'll be driven to death by these two." Guagua explained that when Shu Ran had first married into the manor, Chu Linfeng had treated her quite well. Half a year later, when Shu Ran became pregnant, Chu Linfeng used the excuse of her pregnancy to refrain from staying in her quarters any longer. Even after Shu Ran gave birth, Chu Linfeng visited her chambers only once a month on the 15th. Later, Chu Linfeng received an assignment requiring him to travel far away on official business. He would not return for half a year. Though reluctant, Shu Ran helped Chu Linfeng pack the belongings he would need for the journey. Half a year later, Chu Linfeng contracted a grave illness and was carried back home with little time left. Song Yaoyao blurted in disbelief. He was leaving the story already. That immoral thing had heaven itself turned against him. Half a year ago he'd looked as lively as ever. How could he suddenly be on his deathbed? How could this have happened so suddenly? Guagua urged her to keep listening. Shu Ran felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed, as she had been married less than 2 years and was already to become a widow. How was she to live the days ahead? Shu Ran summoned several physicians, all of whom said that Chu Linfeng had little time left and urged her to prepare for his passing. Throughout those days, Shu Ran wept each day, yet before her mother-in-law and Chu Linfeng, she had to force a smile. The screen showed Chu Linfeng's pallid face, the very picture of a man with one foot in the grave. Guagua went on one night deep into the small hours. Shu Ran still worried about Chu Linfeng and went to check on him. What she overheard then was a secret of earth-shattering magnitude. It was a conversation between Madame Chu and Chu Linfeng. Chu Linfeng was in fact not ill at all. He had merely taken a special medicine pill that made a person look as though at death's door. Even a physician could not detect the difference. Chu Linfeng and Madame Chu had the entire plan arranged. In a few days, Chu Linfeng would take another pill, this time a fake death pill, to feign passing. As long as he took the antidote, within 7 days, he would wake up again. From that point on, the entire manor would rely on Shu Ran alone to keep it afloat. Shu Ran also learned that during her pregnancy, Chu Linfeng had already taken 3 concubines, all housed outside, 2 of whom were already with child. Chu Linfeng feared that if Shu Ran discovered his taking of concubines, she would make a fuss and demand a divorce. How then could he continue relying on her silver to live comfortably? Driven by this concern, Chu Linfeng chose the path of feigning death to slip away so he could go live together with his 3 concubines outside the manor. Madame Chu agreed that each month she would secretly send Chu Linfeng 2,000 taels in silver drafts for him and the 3 concubines to live on. When the 3 concubines gave birth, should any be boys, Madame Chu would invoke the family's thin line of heirs, declare the children adopted as righteous sons, and record them all under Shu Ran's name as the legitimate mother, so that Shu Ran would have to use her own silver to raise these illegitimate sons to adulthood. When the children grew up to marrying age, Shu Ran would have to pay each of them a separate betrothal gift as well. After all, the Shu family lacked nothing in terms of money. The screen showed Chu Linfeng and Madame Chu in conversation, both gesticulating with eager excitement, completely unaware that Shu Ran stood silently at the doorway. Song Yaoyao exclaimed that the Chu family's calculation was flawless. Chu Linfeng had pushed onto Shu Ran every duty of filial piety and child-rearing, the perfect scapegoat. The entire Ho En's manor survived on Shu Ran's dowry, silver meant to support even the concubines kept by the legitimate husband himself. She had never in her life seen such shamelessness. Shu Ran did not even know how she made her way back. She returned home and sat alone in her room the entire night. She felt like nothing more than a walking purse. This family had never once regarded her as one of their own. Since they had schemed against her so ruthlessly, they could not blame her for what was to come. The footage of Shu Ran sitting motionless all night played on. The viewers watching felt deep sympathy and heartache for her. A woman being treated as nothing but a money bag by her husband's family, schemed against to such a degree, who would not feel outraged? Some viewers thought of their own bitter experiences and felt a chill of sadness welling up inside. Song Yaoyao, is Shu Ran finally going to fight back? Guagua. From that day onward, Shu Ran had people closely watch Madame Chu and Chu Linfeng, especially Madame Chu. The antidote to the false death drug was in Madame Chu's hands. Shu Ran wanted to see what this mother and son would do next so she could respond at the first opportunity. Song Yaoyao, Shu Ran is finally not a lovesick fool. I was about to have a heart attack before. So what happened next? Guagua. 5 days later, Chu Linfeng took the false death drug and his entire body fell silent. Madame Chu pretended to be heartbroken beyond words, but Shu Ran could outact her. She wept more pitifully than anyone and even fainted several times. Everyone was moved, saying Shu Ran's devotion to the Marquis was enough to move heaven and earth. Shu Ran in the video wept uncontrollably, yet amid her crying, she pounded furiously at Chu Linfeng's chest, wailing through her tears, "My lord, how could you leave us a widow and our children behind? My lord, open your eyes and see. How are we, the old and the women and children left behind, supposed to live on?" Whoa! Then she drove another few punches into Chu Linfeng's chest. Still unsatisfied, while weeping, Shu Ran began to scratch and claw at Chu Linfeng. On his pallid skin, a multitude of scratch marks instantly appeared. Those deep scratch marks looked agonizing. Madame Chu stepped forward to stop her, and Shu Ran seized the chance to shove her, saying, "Mother, please let me look at my husband a little longer. I beg you, mother." After Shu Ran said this, Madame Chu could say nothing more to stop her and let her continue to pummel and claw at Chu Linfeng. Watching this, Song Yaoyao burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it. This Shu Ran is truly a master actress. Striking from the shadows. Madame Chu cannot stop her. The moment she intervenes, it would mean preventing Shu Ran from seeing her husband one last time. She is utterly helpless, choked with frustration. Chu Linfeng himself, currently in his false death state, cannot perceive anything from the outside world. The audience watching this also burst out laughing. None of them expected Shu Ran to pull such a stunt. This Marquis's wife is truly a woman of remarkable cunning. It was only when Shu Ran had tired herself out from the beating that she finally stopped. Shu Ran dragged herself up weakly and began to prepare Chu Linfeng's funeral rites. The coffin had to be kept for 7 days before it could be committed to the earth. During those 7 days, Shu Ran had people watching Madame Chu and Chu Linfeng closely. From that conversation, Shu Ran knew the antidote had to be administered within 7 days for the person to revive, or else they would truly die. These past few days, the coffin had been guarded around the clock, and Madame Chu had never found a chance to administer the antidote to Chu Linfeng. By the 7th day, Madame Chu grew desperate. It was the very last day. Just before the coffin was to be sealed, Madame Chu used an excuse. She wished to look upon her son one last time, and persuaded the guards to go eat something first, since they would soon need their strength to carry the coffin. In short, Madame Chu sought every possible pretext to send them away. The guards, hearing her words, were even moved by Madame Chu's generosity, thinking she let them eat their fill before doing such heavy work. The video showed Madame Chu's anxious and restless state over these past days. She truly was searching every moment for a chance to administer the antidote to her son, yet no suitable opportunity had arisen. Song Yaoyao Guagua, this is the critical moment. Don't keep us in suspense, hurry and tell us. Guagua, all right. Once those men had left, Madame Chu looked left and right to ensure that apart from a few of her trusted confidants, no one else was present. She swiftly produced the antidote and fed it into Chu Linfeng's mouth. Chu Linfeng had said that once the antidote was administered, he would wake within a moment. While waiting for Chu Linfeng to awaken, Madame Chu had a body she had long prepared brought in by her servants. They only had to wait for Chu Linfeng to wake, then place that body into the coffin. At this point, Song Yaoyao could not help clicking her tongue in amazement. Tisk, Madame Chu really prepared everything thoroughly. She even had a body prepared. Guagua, the body's appearance is also different from Chu Linfeng's. When the coffin is sealed, won't the deception be discovered? Guagua, the face had been made up with cosmetics, and Madame Chu had long since slipped money to the coffin sealers. Even if they noticed anything, they would not speak of it. Song Yaoyao, that's a thorough preparation. Guagua, indeed. Everything is ready, only the east wind remains. Yet this east wind refuses to wake. Song Yaoyao grew agitated. What's going on? Didn't you say the antidote would wake him in a moment? It's been half a day already. Why hasn't he woken yet? In the video, Madame Chu stared unblinkingly at Chu Linfeng. From her gaze alone, one could see that she had reached the absolute peak of tension. The audience too stared at the screen without blinking. Guagua, in truth, there never was any false death drug in this world. It was all a lie. Let me put it this way for you. What Chu Linfeng swallowed was a genuine lethal poison. After taking this poison, Chu Linfeng died on the spot. Only after ingesting this poison did the entire body appear as if merely asleep, looking as though there were not the slightest sign of poisoning. This kind of poison has no antidote. Song Yaoyao grew even more agitated. Did the scheme backfire? Did she kill herself by playing too clever? She brought it all upon herself. As time ticked away bit by bit, Madame Chu in the video reached the absolute peak of panic. By the time the coffin guards returned, Chu Linfeng still had not woken. At the same time, Shu Ran arrived with the clan patriarch and clan elders along with the coffin sealers. The hour had come. It was time to seal the coffin. Madame Chu blocked the front of the coffin, forbidding anyone from sealing it. Everyone present noticed another body lying on the ground and exchanged uneasy glances. They had no idea where that other body had come from. But right now they had no time to question it. All they wanted was to seal the coffin and bury the dead. Shu Ran in the video wore a haggard look supported by others as she urged, "Mother, I know you cannot bear to part with Linfeng, but the dead deserve respect, and the auspicious hour has come. Let us seal the coffin swiftly. Mother, please step aside. Do not delay the auspicious hour." Madame Chu blocked the front of the coffin and would not budge. The clan patriarch and elders began to rebuke her, demanding she move aside at once. Madame Chu would listen to no one. She clung to the coffin with all her might and would not let go. Seeing Chu Mu in this state, everyone assumed she had lost her only son. The clan chief ordered people to forcibly pull her away. At this point, Chu Mu had to confess everything. The clan chief and elders immediately began to rebuke her. Despite the rebuke, they quickly summoned a physician to examine why Chu Linfeng still hadn't woken up. Shu Ran appeared devastated and betrayed by her mother-in-law and husband, looking as if she might faint at any moment. Pitiful indeed. The physician arrived and was speechless. In his years of practice, this was the first time he'd been asked to diagnose a corpse. He could only think that the wealthy had strange customs. The physician kept his thoughts to himself. After examining, he told everyone that Chu Linfeng had died of poisoning 7 days prior. Chu Mu held her son's body, unable to believe he was truly dead. She fainted from shock. When Chu Mu woke again, Chu Linfeng had already been buried. The clan chief and elders, deeming the matter shameful, forbade anyone from discussing or spreading it. Watching the scenes in the video, everyone felt conflicted. Chu Linfeng had truly brought about his own demise. Song Yaoyao, truly those who don't court death won't die. Guagua, Chu Linfeng literally played himself to death. Knows when no die. Song Yaoyao, oh my Guagua, you're showing off your foreign language skills now. Guagua, host, I'm a cultured system. The crowd couldn't understand what Guagua meant, but from their conversation it was clear it was a language, though they didn't know which countries. They had never heard it before. Song Yaoyao, don't get cocky. I'm not in the mood to bicker with you now. Tell me the follow-up quickly. Guagua, all right. After Chu Mu woke and learned that Chu Linfeng was truly dead and already buried, she fainted again. This time, after fainting, she suffered a stroke that left her paralyzed with a crooked mouth and drooping eyes, unable to speak. Song Yaoyao, now the entire En's Marquis mansion is under Shu Ran's control. She's finally come out on top. Although by her son's generation the title would drop to a viscount, if she raised the child well, it could be promoted again later. Guagua, Shu Ran didn't expect Chu Mu to end up like this. On the 7th day after Chu Linfeng took the poison, Shu Ran's spy reported that Chu Mu, with several trusted aides, was carrying a corpse to the mourning hall. Shu Ran knew they planned to swap the body. She hurriedly brought the clan chief and elders. She intended to catch them in the act, demanding why they were faking his death. Why pretend to be dead? Shu Ran never expected Chu Linfeng to be truly dead. The fake death pill was a real poison with no antidote. Truly, karma works in mysterious ways. Heaven spares no one. Song Yaoyao, by the way, what about Chu Linfeng's concubines? Didn't they come looking? Guagua, those 3 women were no pushovers. They were waiting in the villa for Chu Linfeng to fake his death and then whisk them away to a life of luxury. But instead they received news of his death. With Chu Linfeng dead, what would they do? Without anyone to provide for them, how would they survive? After a discussion, they decided to confront the family. In the video, the 3 women showed up at the Marquis mansion, 2 of them heavily pregnant. All 3 claimed to be Chu Linfeng's concubines. Shu Ran remained calm, asking if they were registered with the authorities. The 3 fell silent. In this dynasty, concubines were officially registered. Without registration, they were merely mistresses, even lower than maids, mere playthings. Shu Ran asked if they had proof they were his mistresses. They had none. Back then, Chu Linfeng had hidden them, well, to keep Shu Ran unaware, so no one knew of their existence. Now, with Shu Ran's question, they couldn't produce any evidence. So Shu Ran called them frauds, asking whose children they were really carrying. She accused them of trying to extort the mansion, knowing the Marquis was dead and could not be questioned. They were merely attempting a scam. Shu Ran had the steward throw them out. The women tried to linger, but Shu Ran threatened to report them to the authorities, silencing them. Song Yaoyao, after dealing with those 3, Shu Ran could finally have some peace. Guagua, yes. From then on, Shu Ran focused on raising her child until now. Some advised her to remarry, but she refused. Song Yaoyao, She has the whole mansion under her control. Being alone is great. Why need a man? Men only slow a woman down. Besides, what if she married another scumbag? Guagua, that's true. The gossip over everyone still felt a bit unsatisfied. Mostly because it was so satisfying that Chu Linfeng had offed himself. Such a scumbag. Even heaven couldn't stand him and took him away. Just then the sound of crackling firecrackers came from outside. Someone said, "The groom has brought the bride back." Song Yaoyao craned her neck to look. After the firecrackers, dust rose. As the sound died down, and Lei and Princess Yoping, both in bright red wedding robes, walked in slowly. A large red silk flower was held at both ends by Lei and Princess Yuping. At that moment, Guagua's voice rang out again. "Host, I've received the latest gossip about Princess Yuping. Want to hear it?" Song Yaoyao, yes. Guagua, the Prince Xian and his consort, fearing that Princess Yuping would be bullied after marrying into the Nguagong mansion, specially sent 10 top-tier shadow guards, 15 experienced matrons, and 20 carefully trained maids. The 15 matrons had clear duties, some for childbirth, some for postpartum care, and some for child-rearing. Also, the 20 maids were martial maids, all highly skilled in martial arts. Song Yaoyao. While the Prince Xian and his consort really dote on Princess Yuping, they've thought of everything for her. Bringing over 40 people into the husband's family. Did the Nguagong mansion have any objections? Guagua. Normally it's not allowed to bring so many when marrying a daughter out, but since it's the Prince Xian, the Duke of and doesn't dare say a word and pretends not to know. Song Yaoyao, and Lei married Princess Yuping, he'd better take good care of her. If she suffers the slightest grievance, Prince Xian and his consort will surely come knocking. It's clear they're the type to fiercely protect their own. Guagua said, indeed, these two are extraordinarily protective of their own. Everyone agreed with Song Yaoyao and Guagua's words. A Prince Xian and his wife were notorious in the capital for their fierce protectiveness. If even a dog in their estate was bullied, both would send people to seek justice. As they spoke, the newlyweds had already completed their heaven and earth bows, and noble Lady Yuping was escorted back to the bridal chamber. Song Yaoyao sighed. Finally, the banquet can begin. Others used such gatherings as opportunities to build connections. Only young Master Song was truly here to partake in the feast. The wedding banquet was exquisite. 28 dishes, each one delicious, making this outing well worthwhile. As soon as they returned to the estate, Guagua's voice came. Host, I am about to level up again and won't be able to contact you temporarily. Song Yaoyao asked puzzledly. For the first 10+ years there were no upgrades at all. Why has there been a succession of upgrades recently? Guagua, do you know the reason? Guagua, this Guagua does not know either. What Song Yaoyao and Guagua did not know was that this upgrade occurred because they had previously contributed a medicine prescription for treating the plague, saving the lives of tens of thousands of commoners, and gathering substantial merit power, which led to Guagua's upgrade. Song Yaoyao. Oh, so you don't know either. It's fine if you don't know. Anyway, upgrading is a good thing. By the way, during your absence, if I encounter danger, can the system still protect me? Guagua. Although the system is in a dormant state, it can still protect the host when danger arises. I rest assured about that. Song Yaoyao, then I am relieved. Guagua, hurry up and level up. I'm really looking forward to the upgraded Guagua. Guagua. Alright then, I will go level up. Song Yaoyao. No further sound from Guagua came as Song Yaoyao knew that Guagua had fallen into a deep slumber and she couldn't converse with it for some time. Song Yaoyao had grown accustomed to Guagua's companionship, so suddenly being without it for a while felt very odd. Mother Song and Song Qingling had also overheard the conversation between Song Yaoyao and Guagua. For the following period, aside from attending court, Song Yaoyao returned home only to sleep. Afraid she would become stifled, Mother Song decided the whole family would go on a lake outing. A lake outing, how wonderful. Since coming to this world, Song Yaoyao had never been on a lake outing. Imagining the scene of clear waves rippling and enjoying the boat ride felt incredibly poetic and picturesque. Mother Song asked Song Qingyu to invite his fiancée, Ji Minyue, to join the lake outing another day. On the day of the lake outing, Song Qingyu first went to pick up Ji Minyue. When the elder brother returned, Song Yaoyao saw that Ji Minyue's elder brother Ji Zhiheng and her youngest sister Ji Linlang had come along as well. The three siblings were full brothers and sisters, all born to Lady Ji. Ji Zhiheng, in both appearance and talent, did not lag behind elder brother Song Qingyu. The two were known as the twin wonders of the capital. Ji Linlang was a lively, cheerful, and very cute little girl. As for elder sister-in-law Ji Mingyue, she was extremely beautiful with skin as fair and lustrous as jade, delicate brows, and red lips, upturned eye corners, and a naturally noble aura emanating from her. Ji Mingyue stood beside elder brother Song Qingyu, a perfect match, he with talent and she with beauty. With food provisions prepared in advance, the group set off for their destination. Ji Linlang was about the same age as Song Yaoyao with a lively personality. She kept observing Song Yaoyao and followed her around. The child was overly enthusiastic. Besides following Song Yaoyao, she eventually linked arms with Song Yaoyao, repeatedly calling her Yaoyao. This left Song Yaoyao bewildered. Thinking it over, she had only met Ji Linlang 3 times, including this occasion. The child was far too familiar too quickly. Never mind, as she was a bit too enthusiastic, but ultimately not disagreeable. Ji Linlang had heard from elders at home that Song Yaoyao was extraordinary, but when it came to specifics, everyone was hesitant and refused to say. Today, Ji Linlang shamelessly followed her elder sister out, wanting to observe closely and see what was different about Song Yaoyao. She followed for half a day, but didn't notice any difference. Little did Ji Linlang know these days Gua Gua was absent, otherwise she would definitely have discovered Song Yaoyao's point of difference. Ji Linlang insisted on sharing a carriage with Song Yaoyao. Having no choice, finally 4 people sat in their carriage: Song Yaoyao, Song Qingling, Ji Mingyue, and Ji Linlang. With some distance left to the destination, the carriage rocking back and forth was boring, so Song Yaoyao suggested playing do diju. Song Yaoyao had previously taught this card game in the estate. Song Qingling knew how to play, but the Ji sisters were hearing of it for the first time. After teaching the Ji sisters, the 4 began to play. Initially, the Ji sisters would lose, later Song Yaoyao was the one losing. After losing once more, a paper mustache was stuck on Song Yaoyao's face again. She scratched her head in annoyance. Truly, the apprentice surpasses the master. The ancients certainly did not deceive me. Embarrassing, too embarrassing. Just as Song Yaoyao was about to find an excuse to stop playing, the carriage came to a halt. The coachman said, "Madam, young master, young miss, we have arrived." Just when she wanted to stop, a convenient excuse appeared. Song Yaoyao tossed the playing cards onto the table and said, "We've arrived. This time I'll spare you. Next time I will surely defeat you utterly." She would never lose her spirit, even if she lost the game. Momentum was absolutely crucial. After saying this, Song Yaoyao lifted the curtain and jumped off the carriage first. The remaining 3 looked at each other in bewilderment and suddenly burst into laughter. As Song Qingyu stepped off the carriage, he saw Song Yaoyao with her face covered in paper mustaches. Song Yaoyao was also pulling off the mustaches on her face. She had been pulling for a while, some had dried, and tugging them made her face hurt terribly. Song Yaoyao grimaced in pain. It hurt unbearably. She realized she needed a wet compress to remove them properly. Song Qingyu thought of the same and quickly instructed a maidservant to bring some water. As soon as Lady Song stepped off the carriage, she saw Song Yaoyao's face full of paper strips, and anger welled up within her. Having gone out to play once, they couldn't even stay peaceful on the road. This was causing mischief again. But seeing Song Yaoyao grimacing in pain, she immediately felt sympathy. Song Qingling and the other 2 had already removed the mustaches inside the carriage before coming out. Ji Zhiheng, seeing Song Yaoyao like this, wanted to laugh, but dared not, fearing that his laughter might wound the young lady's dignity. Song Yaoyao brushed the mustaches off her face with her hand and noticed Ji Zhiheng's trembling shoulders. Song Yaoyao said crossly, "If you want to laugh, just laugh, don't hold it in and get sick." Ji Zhiheng looked up and saw the young lady puffing out her cheeks, glaring indignantly at him. Ji Zhiheng waved his hand, forcefully suppressing the smile at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Young Miss Yaoyao is overthinking. I was not laughing." Song Yaoyao said nothing, merely glaring at him with an expression that plainly screamed, "I can't believe I fell for that." The maid finally arrived. After much trouble, the last of the beard was removed from Song Yaoyao's face. In some places, the skin had been rubbed raw and red. Song Yaoyao made a mental note of this grievance. Next time, she would absolutely get revenge, making their faces just as covered in facial hair, if not more so than hers had been that day. Song Qingyu and Ji Zhiheng went to rent a boat. Everyone else waited where they were. Indeed, there were quite a number of people today coming to enjoy a boat ride on the lake. Half a zhong later, Song Qingyu and Ji Zhiheng returned. Afterward, Song Qingyu led everyone aboard a painted boat. The painted boat glided across the lake's surface, serene and elegant, the ripples it parted at the prow spreading gently to both sides like crushed silk. Lush green weeping willows grew thickly along the lakeshore. Their slender branches lightly brushed the water each sway, leaving behind fleeting yet graceful trails upon the lake's surface. In the middle of the lake, a flock of ducks floated leisurely. Their silhouettes were reflected in the water, complementing the blue sky and white clouds above in a delightful harmony. Distant mountains emerged and vanished through the mist, resembling a delicate inkwash landscape painting that drew one irresistibly into its tranquil yet mysterious embrace. Song Yaoyao stood at the edge of the painted boat, gazing at such breathtaking scenery, feeling a sense of peace she had never known before. Just then, in the distance, a boat slowly approached. At its prow sat a woman clad in white, a flute in hand, playing a melodious tune that seemed to blend seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. Such magnificent scenery immersed everyone in wonder. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but recall a song from her modern life, Rain and Miss Sing of Yaoyao. She softly began to sing. The wind moves the clouds, but the sky stays still. The water pushes the boat, but the shore won't yield. Though lotus roots are severed, their threads remain intact. Though mountains rise high and waters run far, affection never departs. Rain falls endlessly, feelings linger endlessly. Everyone was hearing Song Yaoyao sing a song with such earnestness for the very first time. It was a melody they had never heard before. Its graceful tune paired with Song Yaoyao's voice carried an indescribable charm. Previously, listening to Song Yaoyao sing was nothing but torture, simply demonic sounds haunting the ears. But this time was different. The song she sang could indeed be so beautiful. It meant her past singing was deliberately awful. This child had rebellion written all over her. Song Yaoyao's gentility lasted no more than 3 seconds. She leaned over the side of the painted boat and began to retch. Biao Tao hurried over to pat her back. Her face was ashen, her stomach churning with discomfort. Song Yaoyao never expected she would suffer from seasickness. She had only wanted to act the lady for once, and look how quickly she had been undone. So humiliating, utterly humiliating. After vomiting everything out, all that remained was sour bile. Lady Song, watching from nearby, asked with concern, "Yaoyao, are you all right?" Song Yaoyao, as wilted as an eggplant struck by frost, shook her head weakly. "Mother, I'm fine. It's just seasickness. I'll go rest inside. You don't need to worry about me. Enjoy yourselves." Lady Song nodded. Song Yaoyao was helped into the painted boat and lay face down on a table. Lifting her head weakly, she glanced around. On their boat, she was the only one seasick. Everyone else was perfectly fine. Song Yaoyao felt utterly wronged. After all, this was hardly a chance outing, and this had to happen. She gave the heavens the finger. "You cursed heaven, are you doing this on purpose? Playing with me? Such breathtaking scenery, and you make me seasick. You're doing this deliberately. Cursed heaven, I hate you." Song Yaoyao's resentment reached its peak. Aside from Biao Tao and Lady Song inside the boat, everyone else was at the prow. Watching Song Yaoyao's unhappy expression, Lady Song said, "No one in our family ever gets seasick. We never thought you would. Come a few more times, and you'll be fine." Song Yaoyao nodded. In her past life, although she had never ridden a boat, she had never been carsick. How could she suddenly get seasick in this life? She couldn't figure it out. Lady Song asked again, "Shall we dock and return directly to the mansion?" Song Yaoyao waved her hand. "No need. This painted boat cost a pretty penny to rent for a whole day. We can't leave after barely having started, or that silver would be thrown to the wind." Lady Song looked at Song Yaoyao speechlessly. How could her youngest daughter be so obsessed with money, even at a time like this? "Lady Song, since you don't wish to return, then rest well." Song Yaoyao nodded. "Mother, you needn't stay with me. Go play at the prow." Lady Song nodded and exited. Song Yaoyao said to Biao Tao, "Biao Tao, we rarely get to go out like this. Go play too. There's no need for you to stay." Biao Tao quickly refused. "Miss, I'll stay here with you." Biao Tao was only 2 years older than Song Yaoyao and was at an age that loved to have fun. Song Yaoyao continued, "I'm fine. I'll just stay here and not go anywhere. I want to rest for a while. Go play." "Miss, are you truly okay alone?" Song Yaoyao, too uncomfortable to speak, simply nodded and waved her hand at Biao Tao, signaling her to leave. Biao Tao departed, glancing back every few steps. Listless Song Yaoyao closed her eyes and in a daze drifted off to sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, Song Yaoyao was awakened by heart-wrenching cries. What had happened? Although still uncomfortable, Song Yaoyao felt much better than before. She stepped outside. Several boats had gathered around a pavilion bearing the inscription, Lake Heart Pavilion. The crying came from within. Song Yaoyao could only see a crowd surrounding it and could not discern what had occurred. Song Yaoyao asked curiously, "Mother, what happened?" "Lady Song, Yaoyao, you're awake." I woke up upon hearing the cries." "Mother, what happened?" "It said a child fell into the lake and was just rescued, but the child has no breath." Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao immediately said, "Mother, quickly have our boat pull closer. I might be able to save that child." Song Yaoyao knew medicine, and from her inner thoughts, Lady Song already knew this. Lady Song quickly ordered the boatmen to bring their painted boat closer to Lake Heart Pavilion. They had already been very close to Lake Heart Pavilion, so the boat soon drew alongside. Once the boat was steady, Song Yaoyao immediately went over. Song Yaoyao loudly declared, "Everyone make way. Perhaps I can save this child." How long had the child been underwater? Song Yaoyao had no idea. Whether she could save the child was uncertain. She couldn't guarantee it either. Hearing this, everyone immediately made way. But upon seeing that the speaker was merely a girl of 12 or 13, they eyed Song Yaoyao with scrutiny. The weeping woman on the ground immediately lifted her head and looked at Song Yaoyao. "Young miss, can you truly save my child?" "I will do my best." Song Yaoyao did not elaborate further. At this moment, time equaled life, and she had no time for explanations. The drowning child was a little boy of 5 or 6 lying on the ground. Song Yaoyao immediately walked over and knelt down. Placing her palm on the child's chest, she pressed down vertically with her arms. Song Yaoyao repeated the motion, but the child showed no response. She prepared to give the child mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Seeing Song Yaoyao pinch the child's nose and ready to breathe mouth-to-mouth, Song Qingyu grabbed her arm and said, "You give instructions, I'll do it." The child's mother said, "You tell me and I'll do it." Although the customs of Tianfeng Kingdom were liberal, if Song Yaoyao performed mouth-to-mouth in public, even on a child, her reputation would be ruined. Song Qingyu couldn't let his sister bear such a reputation, so it was better for him to do it. Unexpectedly, the child's mother then said she would do it, which was perfect. Song Yaoyao explained the method, and the child's mother followed it. After blowing air, the child still didn't respond. Song Yaoyao continued chest compressions, and after 30 compressions had the mother blow air again. Time passed, yet the child remained unresponsive. Tears fell from the mother's eyes one by one, and the surrounding people whispered that the child might be beyond saving. But Song Yaoyao didn't give up. She repeated the actions, and even though the mother was crying, she still followed Song Yaoyao's instructions to blow air when told. After several more cycles, the child spat out a mouthful of water, then several more, and finally burst into loud cries. The mother wept with joy, clutching the child tightly. Song Yaoyao comforted her. "It's all right, but you should have the boat dock soon and take the child to a medical clinic for a checkup." The lady hurriedly expressed her gratitude and asked, "May I know your name, benefactor? I will bring my son to your door to thank you properly another day." Song Yaoyao waved her hand. "It was nothing, no need for thanks. Take the child to the clinic now." The lady nodded and carried the child toward a painted boat. Only then did Song Yaoyao slowly stand up. Her legs had gone numb from kneeling, and her arms were sore. She hadn't done this in a long time, and this body's stamina wasn't up to it. Seeing Song Yaoyao remain kneeling, Lady Song asked, "Yaoyao, what's wrong?" "Mother, my legs are numb. Oh, I can't stand up." Hearing this, Bitao quickly went over and helped her young lady up. Song Yaoyao's legs were numb, her arms ached, and because of seasickness her stomach was upset. In short, she felt uncomfortable all over. Lady Song was about to lead everyone away when someone stopped them. An elderly man stepped forward with clasped hands and said, "Young lady, please wait." Song Yaoyao slowly turned sideways and asked, "What is it?" The speaker was an old man with graying hair. He bowed again and said, "Young lady, I am a mansion physician. I came out with my master to enjoy the lake today. I happened to hear about the child drowning and came over. Although the child wasn't from our household, I wanted to save him. But when I examined him, he had no breath at all. Yet through your treatment, the child came back to life. It's truly miraculous. May I ask what kind of life-saving method was that just now? I am ignorant and have never heard of or seen anything like it before. Could you enlighten me? If it's inconvenient, then pretend I said nothing. Song Yaoyao understood. In ancient times, any craft had its lineage, and people wouldn't easily teach their skills to an outsider. Medicine was no exception. As a modern person, Song Yaoyao didn't have such a mindset of keeping secrets. Looking at the old physician's nervous expression, she nodded and said, "No problem. Pressing on the chest of a drowning person is called cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Pinching the nose and blowing mouth to mouth is called artificial respiration. This CPR." Then Song Yaoyao explained in detail and gave a demonstration. Many onlookers remained listening attentively to her explanation. Finally, Song Yaoyao said, "It's important to note that CPR is only an emergency measure and cannot guarantee 100% revival of a drowning person. Today, this child was rescued shortly after falling into the water. If someone has been underwater too long, the emergency methods I described won't save them. During CPR, you must remain calm and perform it as quickly and effectively as possible. But the most important thing is to keep an eye on the children. Everyone can learn these emergency techniques." The old physician bowed to Song Yaoyao again. "Young lady, you are truly generous to teach such life-saving methods to us. If you ever need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. My name is Zhao Ming'an, the mansion physician of the Shizhong Mansion." The crowd also bowed to Song Yaoyao, praising her for selflessly teaching others such a life-saving method. Song Yaoyao said she felt unwell and excused herself. Lady Song then led everyone away from the lakeside pavilion. As it was getting late, she decided to return directly to the mansion. After returning home, Song Yaoyao collapsed onto her bed and slept for 2 full days before feeling alive again. She never expected her seasickness to be so severe. A few days later, as Song Yaoyao was reading storybooks in her room, Bitao entered and said, "Miss, the lady asks you to come to the front hall. There are guests." Song Yaoyao asked curiously, "Bitao, do you know who has come?" "It seems to be the family of the little boy you saved on the day of the lake outing." Song Yaoyao understood and had Bitao help her freshen up. When she arrived at the front hall, she saw an old woman, the little boy, and his mother. Upon seeing Song Yaoyao, the three quickly rose to bow. Song Yaoyao waved her hand. "No need for formalities, please sit." The old woman spoke first. "Thanks to your timely rescue, young lady, our Qian family has had only one male heir for generations. My son has only Xiaobao as his only son. We dare not imagine what would have happened that day. It was nothing, no need to thank me." The old woman then had the child kneel and kowtow to Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao quickly pulled the little boy up. "There's really no need for thanks. But in the future, you must keep a closer eye on the child. He's so young, it's best not to take him boating again and keep him away from the water's edge as much as possible." They then chatted, and during the conversation, Song Yaoyao learned they were a merchant family surnamed Qian, the wealthiest in the capital, owning countless manors and shops. This time they brought 3 chests of gifts, 5,000 taels of silver notes, and a manor at the outskirts of the capital. Song Yaoyao declined, but the old lady insisted, "Young Master Song, please accept it so we can feel at ease. These things are nothing compared to our little treasure's life." In the end, only after Madame Song's permission did Song Yaoyao accept the gifts. As they left, they said, "From now on, if young Master Song ever needs anything from the Qian family, just ask." Song Yaoyao blinked, as she actually did have something to discuss with them. Song Yaoyao whispered to the old lady, "Madam, I do have something to ask of you. I will visit your residence tomorrow." Seeing her manner, the shrewd old lady realized that young Master Song didn't want Madame Song to know. The old lady nodded. As soon as they left, Song Yaoyao stuffed the banknotes and the deed to the manor into her clothes and bolted away. By the time Madame Song reacted, Song Yaoyao was already out of sight. Back in her room, Song Yaoyao bolted the door and hid the banknotes and deed securely. Only then did she leisurely open the door again. After opening the door, she peered into the courtyard and saw that her mother hadn't chased after her. What a relief! She was a clever little fox, quick-witted, swift-handed, and even faster on her feet. The 5,000 taels and the suburban manor were all hers now. The next day, Song Yaoyao bought some gifts and brought ingredients for hot pot and went with Bi Tao to the Qian residence. The old lady of the Qian family had already sent the steward to wait at the gate. As soon as Song Yaoyao arrived, the steward led them in. The Qian residence, being the wealthiest in the capital, was truly grand. Seeing Song Yaoyao, the old lady and her daughter-in-law rose together to pay respects. Song Yaoyao waved her hand. No need for formalities. After tea and refreshments, Song Yaoyao cleared her throat and said, "Madam, I came today to discuss a partnership." The old lady perked up and asked, "Oh, what kind of partnership?" "It's about a delicacy called hot pot." "What is hot pot?" It was hard to explain, so Song Yaoyao said, "It's not easy to describe. Since it's not yet mealtime, could I borrow your kitchen? I'll make hot pot for everyone to taste." The old lady nodded and said to the senior maid beside her, "Wong, take young Master Song to the kitchen. Young Master Song can ask you for anything she needs." Song Yaoyao pointed to the things she had brought and said, "I've brought everything." The old lady nodded. "Good." Wong led Song Yaoyao and Bi Tao to the kitchen. There they immediately got busy. Bi Tao prepared the seasoning, a task she had done many times in the mansion. Song Yaoyao prepped the ingredients. As the seasoning simmered, the aroma wafted throughout the kitchen and even into the surrounding courtyards. The servants of the Qian residence sniffed the air and stretched their necks toward the kitchen, murmuring among themselves, "Who is that who came today? What are they cooking? It smells amazing. Is she a new cook? I don't know. I've been a cook for decades, but I've never smelled anything this fragrant." Half an hour later, the hot pot was finally ready. Considering the elderly and children in the house, Song Yaoyao and the others made a yin-yang pot. When the pot was placed on the table, everyone stared at it in bewilderment. There was a strangely shaped pot in the center, unlike anything they had ever seen. Moreover, the meat and vegetables on the table were all raw. How were they supposed to eat? They guessed the pot must have been brought by Song Yaoyao. Noticing their confusion, Song Yaoyao explained and demonstrated. She prepared the dipping sauce, picked up a slice of raw meat with her chopsticks, swished it in the boiling pot, then dipped it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. Unable to resist the enticing aroma of the hot pot, everyone followed Song Yaoyao's example. The first bite made their eyes light up instantly. Then no one spoke. They simply quickened their chopstick movements. That meal was exceptionally satisfying for all. After the meal, the old lady asked, "The hot pot is indeed excellent, delicious, and novel. How would young Master Song like to cooperate?" Song Yaoyao said without hesitation, "I provide the recipe. You handle everything else and I won't interfere. I'll just take a monthly cut of the profits." The old lady thought for a moment and said, "Very well, we'll do as you suggest. Let's split the profits 50-50, how about that?" Song Yaoyao waved her hand, 30-70, with you taking 70 and me 30. Surprised that she asked for only 30%, the old lady quickly said, "No, let's go 50-50. By this time, the old lady had thoroughly investigated Song Yaoyao's background. Song Yaoyao, 12 years old, was the only female official allowed to attend morning court in the Tianfeng Kingdom. Though only a 6th-rank official, her father was a 4th-rank high official, and her maternal grandfather's family commanded heavy troops guarding the frontier. The emperor was especially lenient and fond of her. Young Master Song could walk sideways in the capital. The old lady's earlier 50-50 offer had been a test to gauge her attitude. Having lost her husband in her youth, the old lady had single-handedly supported the Qian family and raised her son. Once he grew up, she handed the family business over to him and became the matriarch. Recently, her son had gone to another region to negotiate business and had not yet returned. A few days ago, her only grandson nearly drowned. The old lady had been terrified, but fortunately it turned out to be a false alarm. After the child fully recovered, the old lady learned the identity of the rescuer. She quickly prepared gifts and took her daughter-in-law and little grandson to express gratitude. Today she received an unexpected bonus. For a merchant family like theirs, establishing a connection with an official was certainly beneficial, not harmful. Though they had backers, having an extra safeguard was even better. Her 50-50 proposal was also meant to test young Master Song's bottom line. She never expected the young lady to offer a 30-70 split, asking for only 30%, something the old lady never anticipated. 30% was too little, that simply wouldn't do. In the end, after discussion, they each conceded and settled on a 60-40 split, with Song Yaoyao taking 40%. After everything was agreed upon, the contract was written and sealed with fingerprints, and the partnership was concluded. Song Yaoyao handed the pre-prepared recipe to the old lady. With that done, Song Yaoyao took Bi Tao and left. Everything she had brought, including the copper hot pot, remained at the Qian residence. After leaving the Qian residence, Song Yaoyao was in an exceptionally good mood. Without having to worry about a thing, she would receive dividends every month. Truly wonderful. Previously, Song Yaoyao had planned to find a partner to do business with. Today, the collaboration agreement was finally settled. How could that not make her happy? Just thinking about becoming wealthy soon filled her heart with delight. In the past, every time she managed to save some private money, she had to engage in a battle of wits with her mother, and Song Yaoyao found it exhausting. From now on, with this additional income, such struggles over private funds would no longer occur. Song Yaoyao hummed a tune. Today is a good day, all wishes can come true, tomorrow will be another good day. Just as she returned to the mansion, Guagua's voice echoed in her mind, "Host, I'm back." Song Yaoyao said happily, "Guagua, you're back. I missed you so much." "Guagua, really?" Song Yaoyao nodded vigorously, pointing at herself. "Yes, yes, yes. Every pore in my body is thinking of you." "Guagua, host, is that a cheesy pickup line? We can never be together, so just give up. Cross-species relationships are impossible." Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes dramatically. "I was just saying that. Who would fall for a string of data?" But to avoid discouraging the little one, Song Yaoyao quickly interrupted the silly system's chatter and asked Guagua, "Tell me, what new functions do you have after this upgrade?" Guagua, "First, after this upgrade, our gossip range has expanded from 30 meters to 100 meters. Anything within 100 meters, people or events, we can easily get the scoop on." Song Yaoyao, "That's great. What else?" Guagua, "Take a look at this." Before Song Yaoyao could react, a gun appeared on the table. Song Yaoyao gasped, walked over, and picked up the handgun, examining it closely. It was a Desert Eagle. This upgrade actually produced a handgun. "Guagua, you're amazing." "But Guagua, a gun without bullets won't do." "Guagua, host, let me explain slowly. This handgun is soul-bound to you alone. No one else can use it. Even if they get their hands on it, they can't fire a single bullet. It's completely unusable for anyone else. Furthermore, as long as you focus your mind, the gun will automatically return to your hand. This gun doesn't require loading bullets. No matter how much you shoot, it always has ammunition. Also, currently it's a Desert Eagle, but it can transform according to your will. It can become the Eagle Eye, a 98K, or a sniper rifle, or a heavy machine gun." As Guagua spoke, the gun in Song Yaoyao's hand transformed into a sniper rifle, then into an automatic rifle. Watching the transformations, the smile on Song Yaoyao's face grew wider and wider. "Song Yaoyao, Guagua, I love you to bits." "Guagua, host, I've told you. We can never be together." Song Yaoyao. She was in too good a mood to bicker with Guagua. She fiddled with the gun for a full quarter of an hour before stopping. She continued, "Guagua, are there any other surprises from this upgrade?" "Guagua, host, didn't you mention earlier that you had nowhere to hide your silver notes? This upgrade has unlocked a space." Hearing this, Song Yaoyao's hand holding the gun paused for a moment. Then she said excitedly, "What did you say? A space? Really? Other transmigrators get a space the moment they arrive, but I had to wait a full 12 years. Finally, a space appears. Heaven still loves me. Guagua, tell me about the space." "Guagua, host, you can enter the space and see for yourself." Song Yaoyao, "How do I enter the space?" Guagua, host, just silently recite, "Enter space," in your mind, and you'll be in. To leave, do the same. Silently recite, "Exit space," and you'll be out. Song Yaoyao bolted the door, silently recited, "Enter space," and she and the gun vanished from where she stood. Now Song Yaoyao was inside the space, a modern villa with 3 floors. There was a kitchen, a storage room, bedrooms, a bathroom, and a rear garden full of blooming flowers. Most importantly, the 3rd floor housed a sterile operating room, a medicine preparation room, a laboratory. The entire 3rd floor was dedicated to medical facilities. Was this a sign that she was destined to run a medical practice? Well, it could come in handy in times of need. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, why is the 3rd floor all medical related? Are you trying to make me a divine healer in this ancient world? Guagua, host, you can use these things if you want or leave them untouched. They don't affect anything. By the way, everything in the space is infinitely replenishable. For instance, the medicines in the preparation room automatically restock after use. Same with the items in the fridge. That includes toiletries, skincare, and makeup products. All of them. Song Yaoyao, that's fantastic. She looked around, and then walked over to the double-door refrigerator, casually opening it. Inside were all sorts of beverages, ice cream, popsicles, and fresh fruits. Mangoes, longans, lychees, shine muscat, grapes, durian. Dozens of fruit varieties. Song Yaoyao's mouth watered just looking at them. How long had it been since she'd tasted such things? She eagerly took out a tub of ice cream and dug in. One spoonful, the familiar flavor, the icy sensation, sent a jolt straight to her soul. Tears of joy welled up in Song Yaoyao's eyes. Just then Bai Tao's voice came from outside. Miss. Song Yaoyao scooped another generous spoonful into her mouth, then sealed the lid, marked it, and put it back in the fridge, saving it for later. She silently recited exit space and reappeared in her bedroom. She opened the door to find Bai Tao standing at the threshold holding a tray. Miss, the madam sent you some sweet soup. Put it on the table. Bai Tao set down the sweet soup and glanced around the room. It was broad daylight and the miss had bolted the door. What had she been doing? Though puzzled, Bai Tao didn't ask. After Bai Tao left, Song Yaoyao immediately stashed all her hidden silver notes and land deeds into her space. Only then did she sit down at the table, took out the half-eaten ice cream from the space, and continued enjoying it. Oh, my people, who would understand? After 12 long years, finally tasting something so long missed, the thrill was beyond words. After finishing the ice cream, she drank the sweet soup, and then climbed into bed. These delicious treats cannot be taken out for the family to enjoy now. It will have to wait for another opportunity. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao had already picked up a bunch of shine muscat grapes and started eating without anyone noticing. The next day, as soon as the morning court session began, Guagua's voice rang out. Host, why is there a fake person among us in the court? Someone dares to impersonate an imperial official. What audacity! The emperor and all the court ministers hadn't heard Guagua's voice for many days. As soon as court convened today, Guagua served up quite the scandal, leaving everyone utterly stunned. After Guagua's explanation, everyone understood what it meant to be an imposter. Who is the imposter? Is there a fake among them? Everyone immediately grew wary, eyeing those around them. Song Yaoyao was also startled by Guagua's sudden voice. Guagua, you gave me such a fright. An imposter? Who? Guagua, apart from a lowly official like myself, everyone else here holds a fourth-rank position or higher. Who would dare impersonate a court minister? Guagua, host, when have I ever told lies? By the way, before my upgrade, there was no imposter in court. I've only been asleep for a few days, and how did the emperor allow someone to become a fourth-rank official? Upon hearing Guagua's words, everyone understood who the imposter was. Aside from the newly promoted official Mu, all the other officials had been present in court this whole time. So the imposter must be official Mu. Without thinking, everyone instinctively drew away from him. When the emperor waved his hand, all understood his meaning. Having experienced Master Sikongsu's incident, everyone was well accustomed to this gesture from the emperor. Several military and civil officials immediately shifted positions surrounding official Mu. Official Mu wore a thoroughly bewildered expression, unaware of what was happening. How had the civil and military officials changed positions? Clearly, official Mu could not read Song Yaoyao's thoughts. Song Yaoyao also realized whom Guagua was referring to. She continued to ask, Guagua, are you talking about official Mu? How could he be an imposter? Above Song Yaoyao's head, the screen already displayed the image of Mu Qingyang. Guagua, official Mu's original name, was Mu Qingyang, who topped the imperial examinations. His scholarly achievements were outstanding, and as a scholar from a farming family, he was highly favored by the emperor's intention to elevate such talents. After topping the imperial examinations, Mu Qingyang was appointed as a fifth-rank prefect in a provincial region. This is common knowledge. Song Yaoyao, then what don't we know? Guagua, the person before you is not Mu Qingyang at all. Song Yaoyao, what? He isn't Mu Qingyang, then who is he? Guagua, this person's name is Wang Zhifang. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, tell me quickly what exactly happened. How did Wang Zhifang become Mu Qingyang? What precisely transpired? Guagua, Mu Qingyang's ancestors were all farmers. From childhood, Mu Qingyang was remarkably intelligent, retaining everything he learned after just one exposure. When he reached school age, he informed his family of his desire to pursue studies. After much deliberation, his family relented. Upon entering the academy, Mu Qingyang relied on his intelligence and capability to advance through the examinations until he achieved the rank of Shiotsai. To pursue higher examination levels, one needed to travel to the capital. Gathering funds from every available source, his family compiled enough traveling expenses, and Mu Qingyang set forth on his journey. The video showed scenes from Mu Qingyang's daily life and studies. Gua Gua continued, the incident occurred along the way to the capital for the examinations. One day during a heavy downpour, Mu Qingyang took shelter in a dilapidated temple. At that moment, a carriage halted at the temple entrance, and a young nobleman entered with several attendants. This was Wang Zhifang. Wang Zhifang was clearly a young master from a wealthy family, and Mu Qingyang initially sought to avoid him. However, Wang Zhifang warmly greeted him, and as the saying goes, one cannot scowl at a friendly face, so Mu Qingyang returned the greeting. Thus they became acquainted. Learning that they hailed from the same hometown, and were both scholars journeying to the capital to take the imperial examinations, their bond grew closer. Since they shared the same destination, Wang Zhifang invited Mu Qingyang to travel with them. Mu Qingyang originally intended to decline, but after Wang Zhifang's persistent invitations, he ultimately agreed. And so the two arrived in the capital together. The video showed scenes of Wang Zhifang and Mu Qingyang traveling side by side to the capital. Song Yaoyao, and then Gua Gua. Upon reaching the capital, all inns were fully occupied, leaving Mu Qingyang without lodging. Wang Zhifang's family owned a residence in the capital, and upon learning of Mu Qingyang's predicament, he invited him to stay at their home once more. With no alternative but to accept, Mu Qingyang ultimately agreed. Thereafter they studied together and attended banquets in the capital, and their friendship deepened. Through successive examinations, Mu Qingyang was ultimately selected by the emperor as the top scholar. Wang Zhifang, by contrast, failed to pass. Mu Qingyang repeatedly encouraged Wang Zhifang, urging him not to give up and to try again in a few years. The video showed Mu Qingyang accompanying and comforting Wang Zhifang throughout. All present couldn't help but marvel at their friendship. Yet the matter was undoubtedly far more complicated. Gua Gua's subsequent words delivered a dramatic reversal. When Wang Zhifang learned of Mu Qingyang's success in the imperial examinations, his mindset shifted completely. He had always looked down upon the poor, and his dealings with Mu Qingyang stemmed from the belief that those who could afford to travel to the capital for examinations were men of genuine talent and learning. By cultivating this connection, he might benefit from it in the future. However, he could never have imagined that such a poor wretch would emerge as the top scholar while he himself failed. How could that wretch deserve such honor? Whenever Mu Qingyang offered words of comfort, Wang Zhifang perceived them as mockery disguised as consolation. Song Yaoyao. From the very beginning, Wang Zhifang never regarded Mu Qingyang as a true friend, but only saw him as someone to exploit. Gua Gua. Indeed, Wang Zhifang harbored ill intentions from the start. The emperor intended to elevate scholars from farming backgrounds, appointing Mu Qingyang as a prefect and granting him 2 months' leave. He could first return to his hometown with orders to assume his post after 2 months. Mu Qingyang prepared to visit his family and bid farewell to Wang Zhifang. Wang Zhifang claimed he too would return home to study diligently and retake the examinations in a few years. They could journey back together. Without hesitation, Mu Qingyang agreed. On that trip home, Wang Zhifang seized the opportunity when Mu Qingyang was unaware and pushed him into the water. Mu Qingyang drowned thus. Wang Zhifang took his household registration and appointment documents, thereby assuming Mu Qingyang's identity forevermore. Wang Zhifang had plotted Mu Qingyang's murder long in advance. He had already spent 100,000 taels of silver to craft a human skin mask modeled after Mu Qingyang's visage. This type of human skin mask was as thin as cicada wings. Once adhered to the face, it required a special solution to remove it. Otherwise, even touching his face with one's hands would reveal no abnormality. This person was thoroughly prepared. He had harbored murderous intentions against Mu Qingyang from the start. Their figures were similar, so naturally no one would notice. Mu Qingyang vanished without a trace. Was his family not searching for him? Wang Gua. After Wang Zhi replaced Mu Qingyang, he sent people to keep watch over Mu Qingyang's family. Mu Qingyang had been gone for 2 years with no news. His family borrowed from every relative and scraped together enough money for the journey to the capital to search for him. It was Mu Qingyang's eldest and second brothers who set out to find him. Little did they know, as soon as the two left the town, they were murdered by men sent by Wang Ji. After that, the Mu family never sent anyone else to search. With 3 sons already, 2 missing and presumed dead, they could not bear to lose any more children. Moreover, they were already buried in debt from funding Mu Qingyang's education. They had borrowed even more money to send the 2 brothers on their journey. The debts they already owed would take a lifetime to repay. They dared not borrow any more. After Wang Ji replaced Mu Qingyang, the Wang family publicly announced that Wang Ji had fallen ill and passed away in the capital. Over the years, the Wang family had used Wang Ji's influence to bully and oppress the locals, seizing land and committing every manner of atrocity. The Wang family had become the most feared tyrants in the region. Song Yaoyao, it seems the Wang family was fully aware of everything Wang Ji had done. Wang Guo indeed. After Wang Ji killed Mu Qingyang, he returned to the Wang residence. When his father learned of it, he was initially startled, but then reasoned that the matter had reached this point, and there was no going back. They had to follow Wang Ji's plan. Perhaps with Wang Ji's advancement, the Wang family could rise even higher. So Father Wang publicly announced Wang Ji's death. The video showed Wang Ji and his father conspiring in the study. Their conversation entirely focused on how to leverage Wang Ji's current official position to elevate the Wang family further. The emperor's expression grew increasingly dark. The ministers below, witnessing the emperor's grim face, trembled with fear. They had to carefully deliberate over court affairs while secretly watching the video. Song Yaoyao, this Father Wang, is truly a merchant to the core. Even in moments of crisis, his only thought was maximizing profit. This whole family are vile people. Wang Guo continued. After Wang Ji took office, he engaged in corruption and bribery. The common people and officials suffered unspeakably. Some officials drafted memorials to expose Wang Ji's crimes to the emperor. But as soon as the memorials were sent out, they were intercepted by Wang Ji's men. Shortly after, those officials who had written the memorials met with unfortunate accidents. Everyone knew who was behind it, yet no one had evidence. From then on, no official dared to risk submitting another memorial. The video showed Wang Ji directing his subordinates to keep tabs on various officials, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. The prefect had long been bought by Wang Ji. Song Yaoyao, a 5th-rank prefect. What enormous audacity. From the video, it appeared Wang Ji was cultivating a group of henchmen to handle his killings, arson, and other unspeakable deeds. Wang Guo indeed. This group consisted of notoriously vicious individuals, several of whom were wanted criminals by both the imperial court and the martial world. When these men were at their wits' end, Wang Ji took them in. They struck a deal. They would handle Wang Ji's dirty work, and in return Wang Ji would protect them from both the martial world and the imperial authorities. For each life they took, Wang Ji paid them a certain sum. Every official watching shifted uncomfortably, edging further away from Wang Ji. Song Yaoyao was consumed with rage, struggling to form coherent words. Wang Ji is simply an utter scoundrel. Pausing, Song Yaoyao continued. How can the emperor be so senile as to not investigate? How did someone like this end up in the imperial court? If he takes a dislike to anyone, he could start slaughtering indiscriminately. Wouldn't all the court officials suffer? Song Yaoyao's remark about the emperor being senile caused everyone to cautiously glance up at the throne. Since his accession, the emperor had never been addressed so disrespectfully. The ministers genuinely feared the emperor would erupt. Yet the emperor's expression remained unchanged. The officials, however, grew even more terrified. This was clearly the calm before the storm. The emperor must be holding back a devastating blow. Vice Minister Song's forehead broke into a fine sheen of cold sweat. This reckless girl has lost her mind. Insulting the emperor today. Completely unaware of the officials' unease, Song Yaoyao continued, venting to Wang Guo. They say a supposedly honest prefect can accumulate 100,000 silver taels in 3 years. Wang Ji must have grown enormously wealthy, and the Wang family would be no different. Wang Guo. Over his years as prefect, Wang Ji indeed amassed a considerable fortune, approximately 500,000 or 600,000 taels. The Wang family, through extortion of the locals and bribes from regional gentry, has hoarded well over 1,000,000 taels. Song Yaoyao gasped. Wow, that much silver. The national treasury only had 300,000 taels before. They're wealthier than the state itself. The emperor must confiscate their property and replenish the treasury with their ill-gotten gains. Wang Guo continued, "You just called the emperor senile. I don't think he has reached the point of being unable to distinguish right from wrong or of blindly believing slander. At least regarding General Pei, the emperor did not act on hearsay alone and continues to seek evidence." Upon hearing this, Song Yaoyao grew puzzled. There is no General Pei in the court. Could he be a general guarding the border? Wang Guo, what exactly is going on? I haven't heard a single word about General Pei. Please tell me everything. Wang Guo, do you know why Wang Ji was promoted? Song Yaoyao, I only heard he earned merit by reporting someone for treason, which is how the emperor granted him a fourth-rank official position. As for the specifics, the emperor never discussed it in court, so I don't know. Could Wang Ji's promotion be connected to the General Pei you mentioned? As Wang Guo and Song Yaoyao conversed, an image of General Pei appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. Wang Guo, exactly. It was because Wang Ji exposed General Pei that he received his promotion. Let me tell you the full story, beginning with General Pei. General Pei is 45 years old, named Pei Jingtian, from a family that has served in the military for generations. After the old General Pei retired, Pei Jingtian succeeded his father's position as the new General Pei, continuing to guard the frontier. The region General Pei guarded was not far from Wang Ji's jurisdiction. By all accounts, one was a third-rank military officer reporting directly to the emperor, while the other was a fifth-rank civil servant under the prefect's authority. The two should have had no reason to intersect. Yet in reality, these two individuals did cross paths. Hearing this, everyone held their breath, desperate to know what had transpired between them. His Majesty listened intently, his ears perked up. General Pei had been accused of treason, and although a dragon robe had been found in his residence in the capital, His Majesty simply refused to believe it. His Majesty and General Pei had known each other since their youth, training together and spending years side by side. His Majesty knew General Pei's character well. Even if a dragon robe had been uncovered, he would not believe the man would plot rebellion. Although His Majesty ordered General Pei to be escorted back to the capital and his entire family thrown into the Imperial dungeons, he did not issue a decree for the extermination of 9 generations. During this period, His Majesty had been searching for evidence to clear General Pei of the false accusations. Suspecting Wang Jifeng of foul play, he promoted him to a capital official of the 4th rank, since only officials of that rank or above were granted audience with the throne. His Majesty did this in order to draw this man onto the court stage to see whether Lord Shaosong and Guo Guo would discuss the scandals surrounding Wang Jifeng. Previously, Guo Guo had gone offline for an update, and His Majesty had not heard his voice, fearing he might have wronged Wang Jifeng. Little did he know Guo Guo's absence was merely an update. As soon as Guo Guo returned, such a massive scandal erupted. Enraged, His Majesty clenched his fists, released them, then clenched them again. Wang Jifeng was nothing short of a venomous serpent. Guo Guo's voice rang out once more. Wang Jifeng has committed countless evils, and most officials had already succumbed under his threats. Yet a few individuals holding their breath secretly reported Wang Jifeng's misdeeds to the local magistrate. Unbeknownst to them, the magistrate had long been bribed by Wang Jifeng and immediately informed him of the informants. Upon learning of this, Wang Jifeng struck against those who had filed complaints. Slowly, everyone came to understand that Wang Jifeng and the magistrate were conspirators, and from then on no one dared to complain again. With no officials willing to stand up, Wang Jifeng grew ever more brazen, and the common people's suffering only deepened. Driven to despair, the people remembered the nearby border region, where it was said the general held the common folk dear. Clutching at their last sliver of hope, they prepared to band together and seek justice from General Pei. The video showed the unbearable hardships endured by the people, bullying, rape, land seized by force. Not content with his usurious interest loans, Wang Jifeng had secretly imposed an additional 10% tax upon the commoners' attacks that ultimately flowed straight into the pockets of Wang Jifeng and the magistrate. Veins bulged on His Majesty's hands. Wang Jifeng had truly audacious gall. Every crime he had committed, every sin he had amassed, tearing him and the Wang family apart 1,000-fold, would still scarcely suffice to quell His Majesty's wrath. Song Yaoyao, Wang Jifeng, and the Wang family are utterly despicable. General Pei must do right by the people. Guagua. Wang Zhifeng had been keeping eyes on the regional officials all along. He never once gave the common people a second thought. With no watchers placed upon the peasants, he inadvertently handed them an opportunity. By the time Wang Zhifeng realized the commoners were going to file complaints, it was already too late, for those peasants had already met with General Pei. Initially, only a handful of villagers came forward to complain. General Pei felt these were local matters and declined to interfere. But as more and more petitioners arrived, General Pei could no longer disregard them. The video showed the villagers joining together to seek justice, kneeling outside the military camp and prostrating themselves repeatedly. It also showed scenes of General Pei questioning the people about their plight. Song Yaoyao, and then Guagua. After understanding the situation, General Pei, unwilling to rely on one-sided accounts, dispatched investigators to examine the local magistrate and prefect. This inquiry uncovered no small amount of wrongdoing. During this time, Wang Zhifeng had attempted to bribe General Pei, but the general flatly refused to see him. Once General Pei had clarified every detail, he submitted a memorial reporting everything that had occurred in the region to His Majesty. The moment Wang Zhifeng learned that the commoners had gone to General Pei to file complaints, he had posted watchers outside the military camp. As soon as General Pei's memorial was sent out, Wang Zhifeng's men intercepted it. Upon receiving the memorial, Wang Zhifeng read through its contents, detailing his own misdeeds over the years and how the magistrate had conspired with him in their schemes. After finishing the memorial, Wang Zhifeng took it directly to the magistrate. Upon reading it, the magistrate concluded that General Pei was a dangerous threat, and the two plotted to eliminate him. The video showed General Pei dispatching investigators to look into the matters. Then the scene shifted to the magistrate and Wang Zhifeng scheming in secret to do away with General Pei. Song Yaoyao. These two are shamelessly audacious, daring to plot against a third-rank official. They deserve to die. Guagua. These two are capable of any atrocity to preserve their own skins. After deliberation, they decided to resort to their old tactic, assassination. They dispatched numerous operatives, but this time they had miscalculated. General Pei was already a master of martial arts, and those around him were equally formidable. The men sent by Wang Zhifeng failed to assassinate anyone, and instead lost many of their own. Thus, after several assassination attempts, all ended in failure. Nearly half of their operatives had been eliminated. Clearly, the assassination approach would not work. After further discussion, the magistrate and Wang Zhifeng decided to abandon the attempt and adopt a different method, using others as weapons to accomplish their ends. Song Yaoyao. These scoundrels will never rest until General Pei is dead. Guagua. Indeed, both men are thoroughly wicked. They sent messengers racing non-stop to the capital, instructing them to conceal a dragon robe within the Pei residence. Wang Zhifeng then submitted a memorial claiming he had discovered that General Pei harbored disloyal ambitions and intended to rebel. Their plan was to use His Majesty's own hand to exterminate the entire Pei family. And indeed, the emperor did order a search of the Pei residence where the dragon robe was discovered. General Pei was also escorted to the capital, and everyone in the Pei household within the city was thrown into the Imperial dungeons. Song Yaoyao. General Pei was framed and imprisoned after all. This is infuriating. And did His Majesty believe it? Guagua. Although the dragon robe was found, His Majesty simply could not believe General Pei would commit treason. His Majesty and General Pei had known each other since their youth. When the emperor was still a prince, he had spent time with General Pei, training together daily, and understood his character intimately. Even with seemingly irrefutable evidence, the emperor refused to believe it. He merely detained the man and issued no further decrees. His Majesty had secretly visited General Pei, who adamantly denied any involvement in treason, and informed the emperor about Wang Zhifeng and the magistrate. During this period, the emperor had dispatched investigators outward, but every place Wang Zhifeng had previously occupied was already under the control of Wang Zhifeng and the magistrate's people. They had taken the families of those officials hostage, as well as the families of common people, threatening that anyone who dared speak out would never see their loved ones again. Therefore, the investigators sent by His Majesty found nothing at all. This was precisely what had been troubling His Majesty's mind throughout this period. Song Yaoyao. This Wang Zhifeng is utterly lawless and insane. I wish I could go up there and kick him a few times. He's nothing but a scoundrel, a piece of trash. By the way, if we expose that Wang Zhifang is a murderer who stole someone else's identity, can we get him and the Wang family sentenced to death? As long as we catch him, we can put him on the rack, cover his face with wet paper, pull out his fingernails, and even subject him to castration. He'll confess everything under such torture. Guagua, exactly. Under severe torture, he'll surely confess. We absolutely cannot show mercy to scum like him. Host, I'm with you on this one. Song Yaoyao continued to ask, the key to exposing his identity is to peel off the human skin mask on his face. Guagua, do you know where Wang Zhifang hides the potion used to remove the mask? Guagua, this human skin mask must be removed once every 7 days to let the skin underneath breathe, otherwise the skin will fester and rot. That's why Wang Zhifang carries that potion with him wherever he goes. Right now the potion is hidden in his study. There's a scroll painting hanging on the wall, and behind it is a secret compartment where the potion is stored. As Guagua's words faded, a room appeared in the video. This was evidently Wang Zhifang's study. Wang Zhifang was seen uncovering a landscape painting on the wall, revealing a hidden compartment behind it. He opened it, revealing a bottle of liquid inside, the potion for the human skin mask. Wang Zhifang picked up the potion, dripped a few drops onto a handkerchief, and gently wiped his face with it. After a moment, a layer of skin wrinkled up on his face. Wang Zhifang carefully peeled off that layer of skin, revealing a very pale, utterly unremarkable face beneath. Song Yaoyao, Wang Zhifang's real skin, having been deprived of sunlight for so long and unable to breathe, is even paler than a corpse 3 days dead. If he went out at night with a long tongue sticking out of his mouth, he could pass for the black and white impermanence himself. What do you think? This guy might have some kind of skin disease? It's absolutely terrifying. Guagua, Wang Zhifang's skin is indeed ghastly, but he certainly doesn't have any skin disease. That face of his really does look like a dead man's mug, though. Everyone stared at Wang Zhifang's true appearance, equally startled. In previous videos, when they had seen his real face, it was from before he stole the identity. Though plain, it was still a normal-looking face. But now the skin on that face was completely devoid of color, wrinkled and shriveled, as if it had been soaked in water for far too long. When Magistrate Song said Wang Zhifang's skin was even paler than a corpse, it was no exaggeration at all. Wang Zhifang truly went to extreme lengths to steal someone else's identity. Most people couldn't be so ruthless to themselves. Song Yaoyao, I need to tell my father about Wang Zhifang right away so he can report it to the emperor. If we wait any longer, who knows what else Wang Zhifang might do. Will he target General Pei again? This man is a walking danger. We cannot let Wang Zhifang, the Wang family, or that prefect off the hook. None of them are any good. The number of people who have died at Wang Zhifang's hands is countless. We'd be doing the people a great service. I also hope the emperor will clear General Pei's name soon and release his family. And he should properly compensate the family of the real Mu Qingyang. Speaking of the real Mu Qingyang and his family, they've suffered so much. Sigh, all of this is Wang Zhifang's doing. Guagua, Wang Zhifang has too much blood on his hands. His crimes are too numerous to record. Song Yaoyao thought of another question and continued to ask Guagua. Guagua, do you know where the prefect and Wang Zhifang are holding the families of those officials and commoners captive? Guagua, that prefect has a private villa. The lotus pond in the back garden has dried up and the captives are being held beneath it. There's a pavilion beside the lotus pond. Turn the round table inside it 5 times to the left and then 3 times to the right, and an opening will appear in the pavilion's floor. That opening is the entrance to the lotus pond. As Guagua's words ended, several masked men in black appeared in the video. Carrying food and water, they turned the round table, and an opening indeed appeared in the ground. They descended into it, and the entrance closed behind them. They were delivering provisions to the captives. Having learned all she needed to know, Song Yaoyao fell silent. The emperor and his ministers were still discussing state affairs. After some time, Song Yaoyao happened to look up and noticed that the civil and military officials had switched positions. Puzzled, she asked, Guagua, why have the civil and military officials switched places again today? Aren't court positions supposed to be arranged by rank? Why do they keep switching every couple of days? Look, those 2 military officers are standing in the civil officials' line. Since when did standing arrangements become so casual? Guagua, do you know the reason? Guagua, even I don't know the reason for this one, host. Host, it's just a matter of standing positions. No matter how they stand, it doesn't affect us. Why worry about it so much? The others were nervous, wondering if Song Yaoyao might notice something suspicious. Unexpectedly, Guagua had already smoothed things over for them. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yaoyao, true enough. The emperor comes up with a new whim every day. Who knows what's gotten into him? Today he has the military officials standing with the civil ones. Tomorrow he might just have the civil officials stand with the military. But hey, he's the emperor, right? As long as the emperor is happy. Everyone silently gave Song Yaoyao a thumbs-up. Magistrate Song, you're truly bold. That's already the second time you've insulted the emperor today. Vice Minister Song's back was already drenched in cold sweat, and upon hearing this, he trembled in sheer terror. That damned girl. First she insulted the Prince of Six, and now she's insulting the emperor himself twice in a single morning. Vice Minister Song raised his head and cautiously glanced at the emperor, who remained seated there unmoving, his expression utterly unchanged. The emperor, for his part, was quite pleased at the moment. Over this period he had dispatched several teams to investigate General Pei's case, and all of them had returned claiming they found nothing. It turned out that those officials and commoners had been threatened and dared not speak the truth. Now that the hostage's hiding place was known, everything else would be easy to handle. General Pei would soon be exonerated. With that thought, the emperor chose to ignore Song Yaoyao's complaints. After all, those were just her inner thoughts. She hadn't actually spoken them aloud. Even if he wanted to punish her, he couldn't. He couldn't very well say, I can hear your inner thoughts, and I know you've been cursing me in your mind. How could he possibly say something like that? Of course the answer was no. Since he couldn't punish her, he'd just pretend he hadn't heard anything. Just then, everyone heard Song Yaoyao's inner voice. Guagua, what time is it? Why is the court session still ongoing? I feel like today's court session has been going on for quite a while. Guagua, the court session has already lasted 3 hours. Song Yaoyao, what? It's been an hour and a half in the ancient time keeping. No wonder my legs are about to go numb from standing. The crowd was still puzzled about how long 3 hours was when they heard Song Yaoyao's subsequent words. So the young Lord Song meant that 1 hour equals half a shurchen and 2 hours equals 1 shurchen. So this was the modern way of telling time. They understood now. The court discussion had also come to an end, and Eunuch Wang's pleasant voice rang out. If there are matters to report, present them. If not, court is dismissed. We have no matters to report. Court is dismissed. Every time it was time to leave the court, Song Yaoyao felt that Eunuch Wang's high-pitched voice sounded particularly pleasant. Finally, work was over. Song Yaoyao handed the record book to Lord Jiang and then hurried toward Minister Song. Minister Song's back was completely drenched in sweat. He still stood there dazed, feeling as though he had just walked the edge of life and death, unable to calm his racing heart. Song Yaoyao looked at her father, who stood motionless, and asked, Father, what's wrong? Why are you standing here? Aren't you returning to the residence? Minister Song said nothing, but glared fiercely at Song Yaoyao. She felt bewildered. She hadn't done anything, so why was her father glaring at her? Seeing her father's grim expression, Song Yaoyao leaned closer and whispered, Father, have you done something guilty and dare not go home? Before Minister Song could speak, Song Yaoyao stroked her chin, looking thoughtful, and continued, Father, did mother find out about your hidden stash of private money? Or did you go to the toilet without paper and just used your hand? Song Yaoyao. Minister Song called out her full name. Father rarely called her that. Calling her full name meant he was truly angry. Song Yaoyao looked up and saw her father's ashen face. Without a second thought, Song Yaoyao picked up her official robe and quickly walked away. Was her father going to hit her? With so many people around, if he hit her here, how could she ever show her face again? Didn't she have any dignity? One word, run. Run first, talk later. Since the palace didn't allow reckless running, Song Yaoyao could only hasten away swiftly. Her father's face was so frightening just now. She was only joking, but he got angry. Hurry, hurry, don't let father catch up. Everyone saw that the usually lazy young Lord Song was moving quickly today. They all turned back and saw Minister Song following behind with a dark expression. Everyone looked at Minister Song with sympathy. Today Song Yaoyao had scolded the emperor, so Minister Song must have been scared to death. Who wouldn't have a sour expression with such a troublesome daughter? Moreover, it was especially frustrating, and he couldn't even voice that frustration. This Minister Song would sooner or later be suffocated with anger by the young Lord Song. With that thought, they felt even more sympathetic toward him. After leaving the palace gate, Song Yaoyao dashed to her family's carriage, climbed in, and obediently sat in the corner. Shortly after, Minister Song also boarded the carriage, and seeing Song Yaoyao in the corner, he raised his hand. But then he saw Song Yaoyao's big watery eyes looking at him innocently, and his raised hand just couldn't come down. Minister Song sighed and lowered his hand. He said to the coachman outside, "Return to the residence." "Yes." The carriage began to move slowly. Song Yaoyao observed her father's expression. At the moment, he had his eyes closed, unwilling to look at this troublesome daughter. Seeing that her father ignored her, she began to think about what she had done to anger him. She had said something about her father's private stash being discovered by her mother, and asked if he had used his hand when he forgot to bring toilet paper. That was all. Nothing else. Was it truly like the saying, "A man's heart is as unfathomable as the bottom of the sea"? Who knew why her father got angry? It was simply inscrutable. Could it be that her father was having his male period? Or was he going through a midlife crisis? Song Yaoyao's thoughts drifted further and further away. If Minister Song knew what she was thinking, he would surely fly into a rage again. Knowing that her father was unhappy today, Song Yaoyao wisely kept quiet and sat obediently in the corner. The carriage jolted all the way back to the residence. Song Yaoyao cautiously greeted her father, then quickly jumped off the carriage and ran back to her own courtyard. Song Yaoyao remembered that she needed to have Guagua organize all the information about Wang Zhifeng and the evidence, then print it out. After printing, she used the same method as before. She tossed the paper ball at the door of her father's study, then hid herself. Only after seeing her father pick up the paper ball did she leave. Minister Song looked at the paper ball, sighed, and comforted himself. Yaoyao is still a very sensible child. She said she would present the evidence to him, and now she had indeed delivered it. If only his little daughter could be a bit more steady. With that thought, Minister Song sighed again. Although the matters written on the paper were already known to the emperor, he still decided to make another trip to the palace and hand the evidence over to His Majesty. In the palace, Minister Song knelt on the ground, trembling as he said, "Your Majesty, please forgive my daughter this once. She didn't mean to scold you." The emperor waved his hand. "Rise. The young Lord Song has exposed Wang Zhifeng's crimes this time, and also cleared General Pei of the treason charges. Her merit is not small. Merit and fault offset each other. I will let it go. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is wise." With the emperor's words, Minister Song's heart finally settled. Little did Minister Song know that this was only the beginning. Song Yaoyao would have many more opportunities to scold people in the future. Meanwhile, the emperor had already issued an order to arrest the prefect and deployed troops to rescue the hostages. Wang Zhifeng was also arrested. His mansion was surrounded, and they were only waiting for the medicine to remove the human skin mask to be sent to the palace. At the same time, the order to confiscate the Wang family's property was already on its way. That night, not long after Song Yaoyao had fallen asleep, Guagua's voice rang out, "Host, there are assassins. These people are all coming for you." Song Yaoyao was instantly wide awake, cursing, "I'm just a nobody. Did I dig up someone's ancestral grave? Why do they keep targeting a rookie like me? They send one batch of assassins after another. This is utterly ridiculous, more absurd than absurd." Song Yaoyao walked out. The shadow guards sent by the emperor and her father's men were already engaged in combat with the assassins. Disturbing Song Yaoyao's sleep meant she would be late rising for court the next day, and this entire commotion would ensure she wouldn't wake on time again. Song Yaoyao was beyond furious. Nobody was aware yet that Song Yaoyao's system possessed a protective mechanism, nor did anyone know of that gun of hers. They were desperately shielding her, keeping the assassins at bay. The assassins sent this time numbered over 200, far more than the previous wave. They were determined not to leave until she was dead. Already many of Song Yaoyao's side had been wounded in the fray. Song Yaoyao's mind shifted, and a submachine gun materialized in her hand. She shouted, "Clear out." The Imperial guards dispatched by the emperor and the men under Song Yanlang had already spotted the unfamiliar object appearing in her grip. Though they could not identify what the object was, an inexplicable trust welled up within them. They simply knew to believe in young Master Song. Recalling last time's experience, they assumed she had prepared another potent poison. The moment they heard her voice, they scattered without hesitation. Once her own people had taken cover, Song Yaoyao revealed a cruel smile. "Grandsons, today you shall learn exactly who your auntie is." As she spoke, Song Yaoyao unleashed a relentless barrage upon the black-clad figures charging toward her. The submachine gun roared with a fierce rattling sound, and every assassin in its path fell collapsing to the ground lifeless. All present watched in stunned silence as the impossible unfolded before their eyes. They had expected poison, but none came. Everyone gazed unblinkingly at the object in Song Yaoyao's hand. What manner of hidden weapon was this? They had never seen anything like it. After the frontline assassins were struck down, the remaining attackers recoiled in unison. Even with so many fallen, the assassins showed no intention of abandoning their mission. If they sought her life, Song Yaoyao would certainly not spare them. Terror washed over the attackers as they stared at the object in Song Yaoyao's hand. What was it? It was far too devastating. The assassins dispatched this time were all top tier in martial prowess, yet they could not evade the unseen weapon. At this rate, they would all perish here. Their retreat accelerated frantically. In barely a moment's time, Song Yaoyao had already eliminated half of the assassins. Even so, they still refused to withdraw. The assassins, untouched by the gunfire, relied on their lightness skill, scattering onto rooftops and perching upon tree branches, believing that increasing their distance would remove them from the weapon's range. But they had miscalculated profoundly. The submachine gun in Song Yaoyao's hand possessed exceptional accuracy and lethal power within 50 meters. Beyond that range, its effectiveness did indeed diminish. Yet this was no concern to Song Yaoyao whatsoever. The assassin's hiding positions had already exceeded 50 meters. With a shift of her spiritual intent, the firearm in her hand transformed into a different model. This new weapon had an effective range of 150 meters. Song Yaoyao raised it and opened fire upon those concealed on rooftops and in trees. Which hidden weapon could fire across such distances? And why had the object in young Miss Song's hand suddenly changed? Could their target possibly perform sleight of hand? How else could she have swapped her weapons so instantaneously? Before they could fathom the answer, their lives were extinguished. The assassins attempted to return fire with their own hidden weapons, but the distance was too great. Even channeling their internal energy, their projectiles could never reach Song Yaoyao. Moreover, even if their weapons had reached her, the system's protective barrier stood between them. No attack could penetrate it. Any projectile striking the barrier would simply rebound along its original path. Song Yinlang and his men watched Song Yaoyao's every move with jaws agape. Though they stood close by, they saw with perfect clarity as the firearm in her hand seamlessly transformed into another. Their movements were synchronized as they rubbed their eyes repeatedly, convinced they were seeing things. Yet what they saw remained unchanged. The weapon was still not the same as before. This was beyond comprehension. Not even the most fantastical tale could describe such events. Their eyes stayed fixed on the firearm in Song Yaoyao's hand, their expressions shifting from shock to disbelief, and finally, to numb resignation. As each assassin fell, the survivors finally resolved to retreat. But Song Yaoyao would hardly let them go so easily. The firearm in her hand shifted once more, transforming into a flash grenade. Song Yaoyao bellowed, "Close your eyes." Upon hearing her voice, Song Yinlang and the others instantly shut their eyes. She fired immediately, and the entire courtyard erupted in blinding daylight. The assassins across from her were scorched by the intense light, unable to open their eyes. Some had already been blinded. A few lucky killers, having heard Song Yaoyao's warning, closed their eyes in time. When they finally dared to open their eyes again, they found their companions clutching their faces, weeping and wailing in agony. Terror gripped them utterly. They had seen nothing after closing their eyes. Yet their comrades were already reduced to this state. The horror was unbearable. They turned to flee, but the firearm in Song Yaoyao's hand shifted back into a submachine gun, and she swept her fire across them. Another large group of assassins fell. Aside from one or two wounded assassins who managed to escape, every other killer lay dead. The Imperial guards moved to pursue the fleeing survivors, but Song Yaoyao halted them. "Leave one or two alive so they can return and report to their master. Let them know what happened here. Otherwise, they will simply send more assassins endlessly. It serves no purpose and is thoroughly vexing." Song Yinlang approached, looking at Song Yaoyao with concern. Yaoyao, are you unharmed? Father, I am fine. How about you all? We are unharmed as well. Song Yaoyao noticed that some had been wounded in the battle, people who had been protecting her. Without hesitation, she produced the medicine she had prepared earlier and distributed it to them. Song Yinlang had not asked a single question about the firearm throughout the entire encounter, and Song Yaoyao made no mention of it either. Slinging the gun onto her back, she declared, "Clean up the battlefield." Everyone was well acquainted with this task. They had done it once before. They immediately set to work. The Imperial guards stationed by the Emperor cast frequent hesitant glances at the firearm on Song Yaoyao's back. Noticing their stares, Song Yaoyao understood what they were thinking and explained plainly, "You cannot use this object. Only I can wield it. Even if you look, it will avail you nothing. Cease your scheming and focus on your work." Song Yaoyao turned her thoughts inward to confide in Guagua. "Guagua, do you think they are coveting my gun? They cannot use it. Even if they held it in their hands, they could not fire a single bullet. This weapon is bound to my soul, and only I can wield it. I said that merely to shut them up. Whether they believe me or not is their concern. I told them the truth after all. Host, you have displayed the power of modern weaponry before these ancient people today. The impact must have been enormous. Have you prepared an explanation for them? Whether they believe me is their concern. I told them the truth after all. Host, you have displayed the power of modern weaponry before these ancient people today. The impact must have been enormous. Have you prepared an explanation for them? Song Yaoyao, haven't decided yet. Guagua, what if I say I once saved someone, and this was given to me as a token of gratitude? Guagua said speechlessly, Host, no one is a fool. Do you think anyone would believe that? Song Yaoyao, then how should I explain it? Should I tell them this is a weapon from thousands of years later, that it can change shape at my will? Or tell them this is the reward you gave me after your upgrade, Guagua? None of that would work. So I won't explain for now. As long as they don't ask, I'll pretend I know nothing. If they press me, I'll make something up on the spot. After all, there's always a way when the cart reaches the mountain. Song Shilang looked at the slightly frantic Song Yaoyao and asked nothing. The shadow guards had already learned from Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts that the object was a weapon from thousands of years later, a reward given to Lord Song by Guagua after its upgrade. That thing was called a gun, and it could change according to Lord Song's will. It was soul-bound to her, so even if others got it, they couldn't use it. The shadow guards would report all this to the Emperor. The rest was not their concern. Soon the battlefield was cleaned up, and they handed over the confiscated silver and banknotes to Song Yaoyao. In addition, they had captured quite a few swords and blades. The weapons used by the assassins were of excellent quality. Song Yaoyao took out the corpse-dissolving powder and gave it to them. Then in front of everyone, Song Yaoyao began to count the banknotes. This time the total gain was 40,000 taels. These assassins were indeed quite wealthy. Song Yaoyao divided the banknotes into 4 shares, each of 10,000 taels. 1 share for Song Shilang and his men, 1 for the Emperor's shadow guards, 1 for herself, and the last for the Emperor. Since the shadow guards were about to return to the palace to report, she asked them to bring the banknotes to the Emperor. After distributing the money, Song Yaoyao returned to her room. Back in her room, Song Yaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout the whole time, no one had asked about the gun. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, why do you think none of them asked about the gun? Even my father didn't ask. Guagua, Host, do you actually wish they had interrogated you? Song Yaoyao, I'm not a masochist. Why would I like being interrogated? Guagua, exactly. If they don't ask, isn't that what you want? As for why they didn't ask, why bother worrying about it? As long as they don't ask you, isn't that enough? Song Yaoyao, I'm just puzzled. Why didn't my father ask either? Guagua, who knows what your father thinks? Stop worrying. Go wash up and sleep. You still have the morning court tomorrow. Song Yaoyao started complaining again. Why on earth does the Emperor have to hold court at 3 a.m.? It's so annoying. Couldn't they discuss state affairs at 6 or 7 in the morning? Must it be so early? Guagua, ancient people believe that the earlier the court session, the more diligent the Emperor appeared. Alright, stop complaining. It won't do any good. You still have to get up early tomorrow. Just wash and go to bed. Song Yaoyao reluctantly entered her space to take a bath. Meanwhile, the shadow guard went to see the Emperor with 10,000 taels of banknotes. Holding the banknotes and listening to the guards report, the Emperor's expression froze. The Emperor asked again, Is what you said true? The shadow guard knelt and said, Absolutely true. We all saw it clearly. With so many of us, it's impossible we were all mistaken. Indeed, I never imagined that a weapon from thousands of years later could be so powerful. It's truly beyond imagination. The shadow guard continued, "We originally wanted to borrow the gun for a look, but..." Then he told the emperor everything about the gun. The emperor's expression was unreadable. After a long pause, he said, "If the opportunity arises, I would like to see it too. You may leave now. Protect Lord Song well." Yes. Everyone knew that with such a weapon, Song Yaoyao didn't need protection, but the emperor still ordered the guards to protect her. Holding the banknotes, the emperor couldn't help but laugh. Ha! As long as Lord Song had no intention of rebellion, she would definitely be a great asset to their Tianfeng nation. "Lord Song, what other surprises will you bring me?" The next day, Song Yaoyao indeed couldn't get up. She was dragged out of bed by Bai Tao. During court that day, Song Yaoyao was completely out of sorts. One word: sleepy. She secretly yawned countless times. Guagua Ho, stay alert. If you misremember something, you might lose your head. Song Yaoyao, damn assassins. They made me sleep so late last night, and now I can't wake up. I'm just a nobody, I haven't offended anyone. I wonder who spent so much silver to hire over 200 assassins to kill me. They really think highly of me. Everyone saw today's Song Yaoyao looking listless and sleep-deprived. Hearing her inner thoughts, everyone was startled. Over 200 assassins. Their first reaction was, how did Lord Song manage to escape unscathed? Who could be so ruthless, so determined to kill Lord Song? That person must have a guilty conscience, afraid that Lord Song would expose something, so they struck first. Guagua, I know who it is. Hearing this, Song Yaoyao sat up with a jolt, suddenly wide awake, and asked Guagua who. Which bastard dares to lay a hand on this Grandma Song? I curse him to have children without assholes, to be infertile, yet with descendants everywhere. Song Yaoyao cursed him 1,000 times. Everyone pricked up their ears, wondering who had made such a grand move to kill Lord Song. But this Lord Song really had a foul mouth. She had been cursing for a long while without repeating a single phrase. They had never known there were so many ways to curse someone. Lord Song, what a talent. Guagua, the person is Kai Mingquan, the left Sanchi Changsher of the third rank. As Guagua's voice faded, an image of Kai Mingquan appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. No one had expected that the usually gentle and refined Kai Mingquan would make a move against Lord Song, sending out over 200 assassins in one go. What had Kai Mingquan done that required him to eliminate Lord Song at all costs? Song Yaoyao never imagined the mastermind would be Kai Mingquan. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, I never expected the mastermind to be Kai Mingquan. He always looks so cheerful, but he's so vicious. Besides, when did I ever offend him? I have no memory of it at all. Guagua, some people are simply born with incompatible energies. I suppose he just takes a disliking to you. Song Yaoyao exploded upon hearing this. That old wrinkled vegetable is shameless enough to think he can kill someone simply because he doesn't like them. Song Yaoyao ranted for a long time until everyone grew numb from listening, and only then did she stop. Guagua, what juicy scandal is there about this old relic? Do tell. The crowd had been waiting precisely for this moment. They were just as eager to know. Guagua, this story begins with Kai Mingguang's mother. As Guagua's words fell, an image of Kai Mingguang's mother appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Song Yaoyao urged, how has this become entangled with Kai Mingguang's mother? Hurry, and tell me what exactly is going on. Guagua's voice rang out slowly. Kai Mingguang's mother is called Ren Linglong, but that is not her true name. Her real name is Qi Beijing. Upon hearing this name, Song Yaoyao's expression changed. Qi, isn't that the royal surname of the neighboring Yaoyang kingdom? Could she be of the Yaoyang royal family? The crowd was equally startled by that surname. Their thoughts mirrored Song Yaoyao's. Guagua, Qi Beijing is the cousin of Yaoyang's current emperor. She is the legitimate youngest daughter of Lord Han of Yaoyang. Hearing this, astonishment washed over everyone's faces. How did a royal princess of Yaoyang come to Tianfeng and marry a Tianfeng minister? What on earth was the matter? Song Yaoyao, since she is a legitimate princess, why would she come to our Tianfeng? Guagua, host, you should know that there are 4 kingdoms on this continent. To the east lies Yaoyang, to the south is our Tianfeng, to the west Tianchuan, and to the north Longyuan. The 4 kingdoms are roughly equal in power. Our Tianfeng shares a border with Yaoyang, and due to certain disputes they frequently wage war. The video displayed the geographical locations of the four kingdoms along with scenes of warfare. Song Yaoyao, and then Gua because Tianfeng and Yaoyang were evenly matched, neither side gained the upper hand. Yaoyang devised a plan. They would send someone to infiltrate Tianfeng and create internal discord to undermine our nation. The plan was formulated, but to determine how to execute it, they developed several strategies. After much deliberation, they ultimately chose the most time-honored and effective method, the beauty trap. This would be a long and arduous mission. In the end, they selected Qi Beijing. The video showed scenes of the Yaoyang Emperor and Lord Han discussing how to penetrate Tianfeng's interior. Upon witnessing this, everyone's expressions darkened. The Emperor's face turned an ominously deep shade of black. By this point, the Emperor understood everything. Qi Beijing was a spy sent by Yaoyang. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor ordered several military and civil officials to shift positions surrounding Cai Mingguang. Cai Mingguang knew he was finished. Cai Mingguang possessed martial arts skills and prepared to resist fiercely, but several generals pinned him down with great force. The commotion was too great. Everyone turned to watch the scene unfolding in the hall. Song Yaoyao was also startled by the noise of the struggle. Looking up at what lay before her, she asked, "Why is Cai Mingguang being pinned to the ground by those generals? What have I missed?" Gua, do you know?" Gua was equally puzzled. "I have no idea about this either." Cai Mingguang heard the conversation of these two masterminds and was so enraged that he spat blood on the spot. He wanted to curse them, but his acupoints had been struck. He could neither move nor speak. He deeply regretted sending too few assassins and failing to eliminate Song Yaoyao that plague directly. He regretted it so. Cai Mingguang glared at Song Yaoyao with unbearable resentment, wishing she would be torn apart limb by limb. The Emperor, "Take him away." "Yes." A squadron of Imperial guards stepped forward and dragged Cai Mingguang away. Watching Cai Mingguang's hateful glare, Song Yaoyao felt utterly bewildered. Gua, when I saw Cai Mingguang being dragged away, he was glaring at me with such venom. I thought he wanted to flay me alive. It was terrifying. What on earth did I do to make him hate me so? I thought long and hard, but could not recall ever offending him. Gua, who knows what's wrong with him? He's like a lunatic. Song Yaoyao, exactly, absolutely mad. Let's just ignore him. Gua, continue your story. Gua went on, "All right. Let me tell you more about Qi Beijing." Qi Beijing was the beloved youngest daughter of Lord Han of Yaoyang, raised in luxury and pampered from childhood. She herself possessed a stunning beauty that could topple cities. Qi Beijing had always lived in seclusion within the inner chambers, rarely appearing before others. When she did venture out, she wore a bamboo hat. Aside from a few close confidants, no one knew her true appearance. When Qi Beijing learned of her father's and the Emperor's plan, she voluntarily offered to undertake the mission herself. She felt that as a royal princess, having enjoyed years of privileged life, it was time she contributed to her royal house. At that time, Qi Beijing was merely 14 years old. Lord Han was utterly unwilling to let his daughter undertake such a task, but Qi Beijing persisted. In the end, due to Qi Beijing's persistence, Lord Han relented. The video showed a delicate young woman coquettishly pleading with a middle-aged man. It was plainly young Qi Beijing, and that middle-aged man was Lord Han of Yaoyang, her father. Song Yaoyao sneered. This Qi Beijing truly is willing to throw herself away for her country. Gua continued. At that time, guarding the border between Tianfeng and Yaoyang was Cai Yan, Cai Mingguang's father. The video displayed an image of Cai Yan. Cai Yan wore iron armor, appearing majestic and formidable with a resolute and piercing gaze. Song Yaoyao, so they chose Cai Yan and had Qi Beijing assume the alias Ren Linglong to make her move directly against him. Gua precisely. Qi Beijing infiltrated the border region and after residing there for half a year, learned Cai Yan's routines. Cai Yan would leave the military camp on the first day of every month. To gain proximity to Cai Yan, Qi Beijing enacted a scheme of self-mutilation, ordering her subordinates to beat her nearly to death before abandoning her on the path Cai Yan invariably traveled. Sure enough, upon seeing the dying woman, Cai Yan had her sent to a medical facility and assigned someone to care for her. After giving these orders, he departed immediately. In this way, Qi Beijing feigned amnesia and insisted on repaying his life-saving grace by marrying Cai Yan. At first, Cai Yan refused, but through their interactions he discovered that Qi Beijing was dignified, beautiful, gentle, and graceful. Kai Yin was 27 at the time, while Qi Bijing was merely 16. A rugged man who had never encountered such a gentle and lovely woman, he fell completely under her spell and fell in love with her. The two were wed. A year after their marriage, they welcomed their eldest son Kai Mingguang. 2 years later came their second son Kai Jihu, and another year passed before their third son Kai Zihu was born. In the video were the tender moments between Kai Yin and Qi Bijuan. Song Yaoyao asked with a hint of reluctance, "So Kai Yin and Qi Bijuan simply got married like that?" Guagua replied him. Song Yaoyao sighed, "What a pity that a great general was ruined by a spy." But then again, Kai Yin was nearly 30 and had never seen such schemes. Alas! Guagua, please continue. Guagua said, before Qi Bijuan bore 3 sons, she was cautious for fear that Kai Yin would notice anything amiss. During that period, she did nothing suspicious. When the youngest son Kai Zikuan turned 1, Kai Yin was ambushed. Qi Bijuan shielded him from an arrow, nearly losing her life. From then on, Kai Yin trusted Qi Bijuan completely. Feeling the time was ripe, she began to move slowly. Later, during a battle between Kai Yin and the state of Yaoyao, intelligence leaked, leading to the defeat of the Tianfeng kingdom. That battle suffered heavy losses. In the video, the battle was brutal, with heavy casualties among the Tianfeng troops. Everyone still vividly remembered that battle, and witnessing soldiers fall one by one, their eyes reddened. The emperor gripped the armrest tightly, watching his soldiers perish one after another, his heart torn with grief. Song Yaoyao watched the tragic scenes and sighed. Guagua, didn't Kai Yin ever think Qi Bijuan's appearance was too coincidental? Didn't he have an investigation afterwards? And in that assassination, how was Qi Bijuan so conveniently able to shield him from the arrow? Did he never suspect anything? Alas! With that scourge Qi Bijuan by his side, defeat was already inevitable. Guagua said, when Qi Bijuan first appeared, Kai Yin did send men to investigate, but they found nothing. The assassination was indeed orchestrated by Qi Bijuan herself. Kai Yin also investigated afterward, but found nothing. As for that battle, Kai Yin suspected a spy among his inner circle, but he never imagined that the spy was his own lawful wife. Before Kai Yin could uncover the spy, the emperor, due to the defeat, assigned other generals to take over his post. Kai Yin was escorted back to the capital. The emperor, mindful of Kai Yin's past military achievements, did not cast him and his family into the dungeon, but kept him in the capital as a general without real power. Kai Yin remained fixated on the spy issue, reporting it to the emperor and requesting an investigation. He also secretly pursued his own inquiries. In the video, Qi Bijuan brought the 3 children and followed Kai Yin back to the capital of Tianfeng. Song Yaoyao frowned at the sight of Qi Bijuan. Guagua, when Qi Bijuan returned with Kai Yin, did she never fear the emperor's wrath? Would they be beheaded? In the video, Qi Bijuan appeared terrified in public, but when alone she showed no sign of fearing execution. Did she assume the emperor would not kill them? Guagua said, the emperor is a wise ruler. Besides, victory and defeat are common affairs for soldiers. Although that battle caused heavy losses, it could not erase Kai Yin's past merits. Punishing him would also dishearten the military officers. No matter how one looked at it, Qi Bijuan was certain the emperor would not punish Kai Yin or his family. Indeed, the emperor did not punish him, only stripped him of his authority. After a pause, Guagua continued, once Qi Bijuan reached the capital, it played right into her hands. She contacted the hidden network of the state of Yaoyao in the capital and began a lengthy campaign of bribery, seduction, and division. 3 years passed like this. One day, when Qi Bijuan went out to meet her subordinates, Kai Yin discovered her and secretly followed. Upon overhearing their conversation, Kai Yin realized that the spy he had hunted for years was none other than his own wife. He could not accept the truth. Dazed and heartbroken, he tried to leave, but in his distraction he knocked against something, making a noise that alerted Qi Bijuan and her men. Kai Yin was captured on the spot. Qi Bijuan looked at him with eyes devoid of any former affection, only coldness, and ordered his immediate execution. Kai Yin stared at her in disbelief, never imagining she could be so ruthless as to kill him. In that disbelief, he lost his life. Everyone watched Kai Yin's brutal death in the video, also in disbelief. Such an iron-willed general who did not die on the battlefield perished instead amidst such schemes and deceit. Wait, In reality, wasn't Kai Yan still alive and well? But the video claimed he was murdered. Then who was the one still living? Song Yaoyao said, "They say one day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection. I never expected Chi Bijuan to be so heartless, even laying a merciless hand on Kai Yan. But that's odd. I heard that Kai Yan was still alive and well. Since the video shows him dead, who is the living one?" Guagua said, "That is what I am about to tell you. Kai Yan's death disrupted their plans, so they had to find someone to impersonate him. Chi Bijuan chose a subordinate whose build was similar to Kai Yan's. That night, they staged an assassination, wounding the subordinate and disfiguring his face. And so that disfigured subordinate has been living under Kai Yan's identity ever since." Song Yaoyao asked, "Did Kai Mingkuan and the others know that their father had been killed by their mother?" Guagua said no. With the real Kai Yan dead and the fake one being their own, Chi Bijuan acted without restraint. Chi Bijuan and the fake Kai Yan began brainwashing their 3 sons, telling them how terrible the current emperor was and that both parents were people of Yaoyao secretly planted in Tianfeng. They told the 3 sons that they were royalty of Yaoyao, bearing the blood of the Yaoyao Imperial family. They also told them how wonderful Yaoyao was and to always remember they belonged to Yaoyao. Through such daily indoctrination, the 3 sons gradually came to accept that they were citizens of Yaoyao. From then on, the 3 sons were wholeheartedly devoted to Yaoyao. In the video, Chi Bijuan was shown brainwashing her 3 sons. That woman was truly exasperating. Every single day, without fail, she would summon her 3 sons and indoctrinate them for an hour or 2. The crowd did not yet understand the meaning of brainwashing, but from the context they could infer it roughly. Brainwashing meant instilling ideas. Song Yaoyao watched with an exasperated shake of her head. "Oh my, this is truly a rare sight. The extent to which this mother brainwashes her son every day is more terrifying than any cult." Guagua, Chi Bijuan's brainwashing has been remarkably successful. When her 3 sons grew up, they assisted Chi Bijuan in serving the Night Yang Kingdom. Let me now explain what each of these 3 sons did. The eldest son, Kai Mingkuan, entered officialdom through the imperial examinations and rose to the position of left regular attendant of the secretariat, a 3rd-rank post. The second son, Kai Jikuan, also chose the path of the imperial examinations. He had already achieved the status of shortstory and was preparing to sit for the exams next year. The youngest son, Kai Zikuan, had been drawn to commerce since childhood. He managed all of Chi Bijuan's business ventures, as well as the clandestine operations of the Night Yang Kingdom secret banks. In essence, Kai Zikuan served as the financial backbone for both his mother and the shadowy enterprise. All the wealth he accumulated beyond ordinary living expenses was funneled into bribing and co-opting officials of the Tianfeng Kingdom. His enterprises spanned restaurants, brothels, gambling houses, and the Tianyuan horse farm. Speaking of the Tianyuan horse farm, the nobles and aristocratic families in the capital would be quite familiar with it. Yet the mere mention of that place filled Tongzi with particular fury. "Song Yaoyao, I've heard of the Tianyuan horse farm. They say it's a place where nobles, aristocratic families, and the wealthy squander their fortunes." The video displayed scenes from the Tianyuan horse farm. Not only were there fine steeds of various breeds on display, but come evening the atmosphere grew all the more extravagant with toasting and drinking beauty surrounding beauty. Song Yaoyao looked at the video in astonishment and asked, "Guagua, why are there so many beautiful women in this horse farm? I thought it was merely a place for buying and selling horses." Guagua. Within the Tianyuan horse farm, one could trade horses, place bets on races, and compete in equestrian events. After wearying oneself during the day, the evenings were filled with singing and dancing performances. There were guest rooms where one could rest directly. As for these women, I need say no more. You should understand. One could say it offered comprehensive service for pleasure, dining, and entertainment. Song Yaoyao, I understand. It's truly decadent. No wonder they call it a gold-destroying den. Several individuals appearing in the video were recognized by all the ministers present. These were the notorious playboys of the capital. Upon seeing their prodigal sons appear on screen, the fathers of these men were so terrified they nearly fell to their knees. Guagua, let me tell you gradually about the matters concerning this Tianyuan horse farm. Let us first discuss the origins of the Tianyuan horse farm. This vast expanse of land, which became the Tianyuan horse farm, was originally farmland belonging to peasants, but it was forcibly seized from them by Kai Zikuan. At first, Kai Zikuan had attempted to requisition this land at dirt-low prices. The meager compensation offered for renting the land was nowhere near enough for a family to survive on. Land had always been the very foundation of peasants' livelihoods. To lose it meant facing certain death. The peasants naturally refused to lease their land at such insultingly low prices, so a standoff ensued between Kai Zikuan and the farming community, dragging on for months. When impatience overtook him, Kai Zikuan dispatched agents from the Night Yang Kingdom's Shadow Syndicate to murder those peasants. Song Yaoyao was utterly stunned. That horse farm is enormous. The land it occupies is vast. Didn't they have to kill a great many people? Guagua. At first they only killed those who led the resistance. But later, fearing exposure, they resolved to eliminate all evidence, systematically murdering every single peasant on that tract of land. With the bodies buried, Kai Zikuan distributed silver to bribe the relevant authorities, and the matter was quietly swept under the rug. Let me put it this way, those peasants were long dead, yet the official records still listed them as living with the land remaining registered under their names. Each year when taxes came due, it was Kai Zikuan who paid the levies in those deceased farmers' names. The video showed scenes of commoners being slaughtered. After killing them, they simply dug large pits and buried the bodies. Those people's lands and homes all fell into Kai Zikuan's possession. He had his men demolish the houses and constructed the horse farm upon that soil. No one could have imagined that the Tianyuan horse farm was built in such a manner. It was far too gruesome. Veins bulged on the emperor's forehead as he clenched his fists with white-knuckled intensity. Song Yaoyao gazed at the scenes in the video, seething with indignation. This was sheer lawlessness, a blatant disregard for human life. Song Yaoyao, Kai Zikuan is utterly insane, treating human lives as though they were worthless. With him acting thus, did no one hold him accountable? Guagua, regarding the deeds Kai Zikuan committed, those who knew were bought off, while those who didn't know sensed that something sinister was afoot. But adopting an attitude of indifferent detachment, none of them raised a voice of inquiry. As long as the land's taxes were remitted on schedule and the emperor remained unaware, that was all that mattered. Why would anyone meddle in affairs that weren't theirs? Upon hearing these words, the emperor's eyes reddened with fury, yet he tightly suppressed his wrath. Hundreds of lives had been lost, taken by Kai Zikuan's cruelty, yet not a single report reached the throne. It was only until now that the emperor learned the truth. The ministers, observing the emperor's countenance, fell silent as crickets in winter. The Tianyuan horse farm had existed for 5 or 6 years. All of them had heard rumors of it. They had previously heard that the area was once peasant farmland. Though they had questioned why it had become a horse farm, a moment's reflection told them the matter was far from straightforward. Adopting a philosophy of avoiding trouble rather than inviting it, they had chosen not to inquire further. Today, having learned the full account and witnessing the emperor's dark expression, they understood his rage had reached its breaking point. The emperor would surely exact retribution when the time came. Song Yaoyao let out a mocking laugh. What exemplary subjects of the Tianfeng kingdom! Guagua continued, the reason Kai Zikuan established this horse farm was to clothe his true designs, namely subverting, sowing discord and fracturing, from behind the respectable facade of equestrian trade. Didn't I previously tell you about the businesses conducted at the Tianyuan horse farm? Beyond trading, racing, and betting on horses, they also trained courtesans. When certain officials visited the Tianyuan horse farm, Kai Zikuan would dispatch his managers to forge alliances with them. According to each official's preferences, they would select suitable courtesans and deliver them to the officials' residences as concubines. Their aim was to monitor these officials' movements and simultaneously corrupt and divide them. This was the so-called fracture strategy they had initially mentioned. Song Yaoyao, my head is spinning. This is far too intricate. Such a roundabout scheme of division and corruption. Who could have devised such a thing? Guagua. In truth, the logic is not difficult to grasp. Their objective was to control every move these officials made. As the saying goes, the whispers from a pillow are the most pernicious winds. Once these courtesans gained their favor, anything could transpire, such as favoring a concubine over the lawful wife, or the concubine seizing control of the household. Thus conflict would arise between the principal wife and the concubine. When the wife returned to her natal family to lodge complaints, tensions would brew between that family and the official. This is merely one example from within the inner quarters. There were also officials already corrupted by the horse farm who would whisper slander and sow discord among other officials. That list grows long. Watching the video, countless instances of incitement, division, and corruption were laid bare. All present saw the scene unfold on screen, and their faces turned pale. So this was the true purpose of the Tianyuan horse farm. The Yeong Kingdom had truly orchestrated a grand scheme. The screen displayed the faces of numerous officials, some of whom stood right there in the imperial court at that very moment. They had never imagined the Tianyuan horse farm could be this devious. Whether or not they themselves had been corrupted, they were finished. The emperor's fury had reached its peak, and the Yeong Kingdom deserved every word of condemnation. Song Yaoyao grew increasingly furious as she watched the video, her voice rising with indignation. This is absolutely infuriating. The more I watch, the angrier I become. That damned Yeong Kingdom dares to conspire against our Tianfeng Kingdom in such a manner. No, this cannot continue. We must not allow these traitors to further sabotage our nation. I must report this to the emperor without delay. Let us respond in kind. Let us execute the same strategy against their own kingdom, sowing discord and undermining their court officials from within. Guagua compile all the evidence and the details about that secret establishment, then deliver everything to the emperor immediately. Guagua understood, host. Afterwards, Song Yaoyao's inner voice fell silent. Everyone had learned what they needed to know, and the court session soon concluded. As soon as the session ended, Song Yaoyao hurried toward Vice Minister Song. While she and those unable to hear her thoughts prepared to leave the hall, the rest remained frozen in place, including Vice Minister Song himself. Seeing so many others hesitate, the officials who couldn't hear her thoughts dared not move either. Song Yaoyao asked in confusion, "Father, why is everyone standing still?" Vice Minister Song struggled to find words, but the emperor spoke first. "Vice Minister Song, this subject awaits your command. You shall escort young Master Song home first." "Yes, your majesty." Though puzzled by the stillness around them, Song Yaoyao kept her questions to herself and departed the hall alongside her father. Once Song Yaoyao had exited, the emperor seized a memorial from his desk and hurled it toward his ministers. "You are truly my finest officials. All who have visited the Tianyuan horse farm, step forward now. Should you fail to come forward now, and the truth is later uncovered, do not blame me for abandoning the bonds between ruler and subject." The ministers exchanged glances, and some stepped forward. Ignoring them, the emperor issued several orders at once, commanding the imperial guards to surround the Kai residence and arrest Qi Bijuan, the impostor Kai Yin, and the Kai family's two other brothers. The name of the Yeong Kingdom's secret establishment appeared clearly on the screen. It was a renowned brothel in the capital. Now that the location was known, the emperor immediately dispatched troops to the brothel. After giving his orders, he turned to the officials who had stepped forward and discovered that half of those present had visited the Tianyuan horse farm. The emperor took several deep breaths before asking, "Among you, do any keep concubines gifted by the Tianyuan horse farm? Step forward." A third of the officials then stepped forward. Counting them, the emperor found there were 8. These were all high-ranking officials of 4th rank or above, 8 of them already compromised. The emperor waved his hand, and the 8 were dragged away. Song Yaoyao remained unaware of these events. Upon returning to her courtyard, her first action was to have Guagua print out the evidence. After printing, she delivered the documents to Vice Minister Song through their usual channel, then proceeded to the dining hall. Once satisfied, she wished to wander the streets. Due to last night's assassination attempt, Vice Minister Song objected first, followed quickly by Madame Song, who forbade her from going out. Her parents' concern for her safety she understood, and since she couldn't leave, she decided to return to her room and sleep. She had slept poorly the night before and risen early that morning, nearly falling asleep during the court session. But Guagua's explosive revelations had instantly chased away her drowsiness. Her desire to stroll the streets was partly an excuse to retrieve items from her spatial dimension for her family. She had been eating from it daily while her family received nothing, and this weighed on her conscience. If she couldn't go out, she would simply wait for another opportunity to bring items from her space. With that thought, Song Yaoyao returned to her room and fell into sleep. Such comfortable days of eating well and sleeping soundly. Not that she was fattening herself up like a pig. What a pleasant existence it was. Song Yaoyao drifted off to sleep quickly. After an indeterminate span of time, Bai Tao came to rouse her. "Miss, please wake. The household has received visitors. Word is General Pei has arrived today." Half asleep, Song Yaoyao caught the mention of General Pei and instantly became alert. General Pei? Which General Pei? As Bai Tao helped her dress, she explained, "The one imprisoned in the heavenly prison several days ago. Rumor has it the emperor has cleared his name. He was framed and has been released." Song Yaoyao mused. Released so quickly. Good that his honor is restored. But why must I join them in the main hall? She acknowledged that the evidence had been given to her father and their gratitude was understandable. Yet she wondered why her presence was required. Had she revealed anything? Not once had she let it be known that the evidence originated from her own hand. Though puzzled, Song Yaoyao hastily refreshed herself and dressed. Upon reaching the main hall, she spotted General Pei accompanied by two women. She recognized the general from the video, but these two women were strangers. One appeared to be in her 30s while the other was a young woman roughly Song Yaoyao's age. All three rose as Song Yaoyao entered. She stepped forward to pay her respects, but General Pei quickly helped her up, saying, "Young Master Song, no need for such formalities. Let me introduce you. This is my wife, and this is my youngest daughter Pei. You two are likely close in years, so I've brought her to meet you today." Song Yaoyao offered another bow. "Greetings, Madam Pei, Miss Pei." The madam smiled warmly. "Young Master Song, please do not trouble yourself with such courtesy." She was their family's savior. Without young Master Song, they would have faced ruin this time. Pei studied Song Yaoyao intently. Her family claimed this girl had saved them all, but she saw nothing extraordinary about her. Just a face with a nose, two eyes, and a mouth. What ability could this girl possibly possess to save her family? Earlier she had pressed her parents for details, but they only repeated that the emperor had spoken of it, leaving the specifics unspoken. Since His Majesty has already spoken, it must be the truth. Therefore, the moment they were released, they hurried over to express their gratitude. Song Yaoyao felt uncomfortable under Pei's fixed gaze and said, "Guagua, what's wrong with Pei? Why does she keep staring at me? Even with my thick skin, being stared at like this makes me feel embarrassed." General Pei, Madam Pei, and Pei all widened their eyes in astonishment. The voice that had just echoed in their ears clearly belonged to young Master Song, yet all three had witnessed him without moving his lips. Could they have been hearing things? While the three were still puzzled, another voice rang out. "Host, you can get embarrassed just from being stared at. Isn't your thick skin already thicker than a city wall?" Song Yaoyao, "Guagua, it's your thick skin that's thicker than a city wall. The kind that cannonballs can't even knock down. Guagua tch. Can't be bothered talking to you." Song Yaoyao touched her face and laughed foolishly. Seeing this, Guagua immediately knew what she was thinking. "Host, don't tell me you're so full of yourself that you think that wretched girl Pei has been captivated by your beauty." Song Yaoyao, "Isn't that right? Guagua, shouldn't you have some self-awareness?" Song Yaoyao, "Guagua, can you die if you don't insult me for a day?" Guagua, "I wouldn't die, but watching you be so narcissistic, I feel like even a hairdryer couldn't blow as much as you do." Song Yaoyao, "Guagua, you trashy system, you've even hogged all the spring shoots on the mountain." Guagua, humph. Song Yaoyao, humph. Vice Minister Song and Madam Song were speechless. These two had argued again today. This happened every now and then, and they would make up soon enough. General Pei, Madam Pei, and Pei all looked at Song Yaoyao in astonishment. They confirmed that those were Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts just now. They could actually hear young Master Song's inner thoughts. That was too incredible. Who was that person conversing with young Master Song just now? Still puzzled, they heard that voice again. "Host, want to hear some gossip?" Song Yaoyao, "Yes." Everyone was speechless. They had just argued, and within moments they were already making up again. Guagua, General Pei's legitimate daughter Pei Yining, is facing a life-threatening danger. Upon hearing this, General Pei and the others' faces changed, but they remained silent, wanting to see what young Master Song and his companion would say next. Hearing this, Song Yaoyao was also startled. General Pei had barely cleared his name, and now something else might happen. She quickly asked, "Guagua, what's going on exactly?" Guagua Pei Yining married Kong Yuqing, the legitimate eldest son of the Marquis of Chongping. As Guagua finished speaking, an image of Pei Yining and Kong Yuqing appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. General Pei and the others watched this scene in astonishment. Guagua continued, Kong Yuqing has a cousin named Fong Shishir. Her parents passed away when she was young, and she was brought to the Marquis Mansion. Fong Shishir grew up in the Marquis Mansion and had been Kong Yuqing's childhood sweetheart. Both had feelings for each other, but Kong Yuqing's parents wanted him to marry a woman from an equally prominent family who could assist him. Although Fong Shishir was gentle, generous, and dignified, she could not help Kong Yuqing. Madame Marquis, though aware of their mutual affection, strongly opposed the match. Kong Yuqing had resisted his family, but the Marquis of Chongping threatened that if he insisted on marrying Fong Shishir, he would not pass the title to him. After all, the Marquis of Chongping had several capable illegitimate sons. Madame Kong, upon hearing this, grew anxious and warned Kong Yuqing that if he continued his affair with Fong Shishir, she would immediately marry her off to another family. Kong Yuqing, hearing these words, relented. Thus Madame Kong sent Fong Shishir to a country estate and hired several older women to keep her under surveillance. The video showed scenes of Kong Yuqing's resistance against his family. General Pei and the others watched in shock. They had no idea their son-in-law had such a past before marriage. They were still uncertain whether what Song Yaoyao said was true or false. Song Yaoyao, what happened next? Guagua Kong Yuqing had to accept his family's arrangements. Finally, Madame Kong chose Pei Yining, the legitimate daughter of General Pei's family. Since General Pei was often away, elder Madame Pei thought Kong Yuqing was a good match and agreed to the marriage. Only after the wedding was Fong Shishir released by Madame Kong, but she was not brought into the mansion. Instead, she was placed in a separate courtyard of the Marquis Mansion. And so Kong Yuqing shuttled between his family home and the separate courtyard. In the video, Kong Yuqing went to the separate courtyard every day to meet with Fong Shishir. Song Yaoyao, damn, this Kong Yuqing really keeps the red flag flying at home, while colorful flags flutter outside. This Marquis Mansion clearly knew about Kong Yuqing and Fong Shishir's affair, yet still insisted Kong Yuqing marry someone else. Wasn't this just harming people? Kong Yuqing and Fong Shishir should have been kept together so they wouldn't harm anyone else. Given how attached these two were, anyone who tried to come between them would surely come to a bad end. Guagua, exactly. Some time ago, General Pei was falsely accused of rebellion, and the entire general's mansion was thrown into the heavenly prison. Pei Yining had never been favored by Kong Yuqing anyway, and with the general's mansion in trouble, she had lost her backing. Kong Yuqing did not want Fong Shishir to be a concubine. He wanted her to be his principal wife. Thus he began plotting. After discussing with Fong Shishir, they prepared to eliminate Pei Yining. Pei Yining was now 9 months pregnant, and the time of delivery was drawing near. They planned to orchestrate an accident that would kill both mother and child. The video showed scenes of Kong Yuqing and Fong Shishir discussing how to eliminate Pei Yining. They were planning that once the day of delivery arrived, they would bribe the midwife and figure out how to harm Pei Yining. Hearing this, everyone present felt their hair stand on end. It was simply too vicious. Song Yaoyao, this adulterous couple is truly shameless. Fong Shishir should be dragged out and drowned in a pig cage, and that adulterer Kong Yuqing should be castrated, so we can see how he dares to act without his tools. Guagua, exactly. Scum men and worthless women should be locked away together. Never let them harm anyone else again. By the way, the midwife has already entered the mansion. Kong Yuqing has already bribed the midwife, giving her 300 taels of silver notes hidden in the midwife's shoes. Song Yaoyao sneered, how generous. Normally childbirth costs only 10 taels of silver, and with tips from the family, about 30 taels at most. To eliminate his legitimate wife, he handed over 300 taels without hesitation. Truly a substantial investment. I must remind General Pei and the others about this matter. I cannot allow that scummy couple to harm Pei Yining's life. Guagua. Yes, General Pei is a loyal and virtuous man. We cannot let them suffer the grief of burying their child. We must definitely remind them. General Pei and Madame Pei could no longer remain composed. Regardless of whether the matter was true, they dared not risk their daughter's life. General Pei and Madame Pei prepared to take their leave. Once back, they would thoroughly investigate whether the midwife seen in the video actually existed within the Marquis Manor. If such a person truly existed, what Junior Mandarin Song had said was most likely true. As Madame Pei was about to depart, Song Yaoyao called out to her, "Madame Pei, please hold a moment." Madame Pei paused in her steps. Song Yaoyao approached and said, "I hear that eldest Miss Pei is about to give birth. You should pay close attention to her condition and perhaps send a trusted matron to serve her." Madame Pei nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Junior Mandarin Song. We shall attend to it." Song Yaoyao could only offer such a veiled reminder. After General Pei and his wife had departed, Madame Song opened the trunk to inspect the gifts they had brought. Many were items from the frontier regions, uncommon in the capital. Song Yaoyao had truly never seen such things before. She selected a few items she liked and then left. For the past several days, apart from attending court alongside her father, Song Yaoyao had been confined to the mansion, forbidden from going anywhere. It was utterly boring. That day, Ji Zhiheng arrived at the residence with Ji Minyue and Ji Linlong, inviting them to a tea house to listen to storytelling. Upon hearing they had come, Song Yaoyao instantly brightened. Today, her eldest brother Song Qingyu was also off duty, making it perfect for them to venture out together. She had not been outdoors in many days and was growing desperate with pent-up energy. Song Yaoyao hurriedly instructed Bitao to help her comb and dress. Once properly prepared, she made her way to the front hall. Madame Song and Song Qingyu were already present in the front hall. As everyone exchanged greetings upon Song Yaoyao's arrival, Ji Linlang strode over and immediately linked arms with her. Last time during the lake excursion, Ji Linlang had followed close behind her, and today she was at it again. Song Yaoyao attempted to withdraw her arm. Sensing the resistance, Ji Linlang asked, "Yaoyao, do you dislike me?" Well, it was not that Song Yaoyao disliked Ji Linlang. Rather, she simply could not tolerate someone clinging to her arm, constantly following her everywhere, like in Siamese twin. It was suffocating. Song Yaoyao offered an awkward smile and replied, "No, it's just that I am not accustomed to having someone always hold my arm." Ji Linlang patted Song Yaoyao's arm and said in a reassuring tone, "It's all right. You will grow used to it." As she spoke, she made no intention of letting go. If anything, she tightened her grip. Ji Minyue, witnessing her younger sister's behavior, quickly stepped forward and peeled Ji Linlong's fingers loose. Only then was Song Yaoyao's arm finally freed. Ji Minyue explained, "Sister Yaoyao, since you rescued that drowning child during our last lake outing, Linlang has held you in the highest regard. She speaks of your bravery to everyone she meets at home. For the past several days, she has been longing to come find you. Seeing you today, she naturally grew more enthusiastic. I hope you will not take offense, Sister Yaoyao." Song Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively. She would not hold a grudge against a child. "It's nothing at all." Just then Song Qingling also arrived. With everyone present, they could finally set out. It was said that the Jingtai studio had recently hired a new storyteller whose performances were spectacular, drawing full houses every day. Before arriving, Ji Zhiheng had already reserved seats at the studio. Their carriage rolled along its bumpy journey toward the destination. Not long into their ride, the carriage came to a sudden halt. So soon have they arrived. Song Yaoyao lifted the carriage curtain and saw the sixth prince blocking their path. "Guagua, why is this idiot here? What does he want with our carriage?" Guagua replied, "His Majesty has driven away his own wife and now has no one to torment. He wanders about aimlessly. Who knows what he intends to do by blocking us? I only hope this fellow does not lose his mind," thought Song Yaoyao. Hearing Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts, the sixth prince, Chen Yixiao, who was already distressed over losing his princess consort, felt as though their words were daggers driven into his heart. He had known Junior Mandarin Song held no fondness for him, but he never imagined it would be this bitter. Song Yaoyao thought to herself, "Do you not know what wretched deeds you yourself have committed? How could I possibly esteem a scoundrel like you?" Upon learning from inquiries that Song Qingyu and the others were headed to the tea house, the sixth prince remarked, "I have heard the Jingtai studio has a new storyteller. If I have the time today, this prince would also like to pay a visit." Song Qingyu never expected the sixth prince to wish to accompany them. With the words already spoken, there was no turning back. He could only agree to journey to the tea house together. Their party continued onward. Suddenly the sound of Swana pipes and wailing echoed from nearby. Whose funeral procession was this? Encountering such matters, the living always yielded way to the dead. The sixth prince instructed them to pull aside immediately and let the coffin pass first. Song Yaoyao parted the carriage curtain slightly and peered out. The coffin was remarkably wide, spacious enough to lay two bodies side by side. As Song Yaoyao studied the coffin, Guagua transmitted an urgent voice, "Host. Host, there is a man and a woman inside that coffin. The man is already dead, but the woman still lives. However, due to lack of oxygen, she is on the verge of death." Song Yaoyao's expression turned grave. "What? Live human sacrifice? The Tianfeng Kingdom strictly forbids such practice. How dare they?" Guagua urged, "Host, stop dwelling on this. If you do not act quickly to save that woman, she will suffocate." Song Yaoyao thought, "But I do not even know whose funeral this is. How am I to intervene?" Guagua responded, "Have you forgotten that among our party there is the sixth prince, a perfect tool? You can make use of him." Song Yaoyao realized, "Right, we have that sixth prince fool around. Indeed, one should not waste such an opportunity. Wait here. I shall go find that tool person." The sixth prince and the others, distracted by the loud swan of music, had not heard Song Yaoyao's thoughts at all. They saw her descend from the carriage and approach them. Song Qingyu hastily rebuked, "Yaoyao, return to the carriage at once and wait. Once they pass, we shall be free to continue." Song Yaoyao glanced at her eldest brother. Instead of retreating, she declared, "Brother, I have important matters to discuss with the sixth prince." Song Qingyu asked suspiciously, "Yaoyao, what do you need from the sixth prince?" "Brother, I shall explain when I see him." Since Song Yaoyao had spoken thus, Song Qingyu could only escort her before the sixth prince. "Your Highness, my younger sister has urgent business with you." The sixth prince regarded Song Yaoyao and asked, "Junior Mandarin Song, what do you require of this prince?" "Your Highness, within that coffin lies a man and a woman. The man is already deceased, yet the woman inside still breathes." The sixth prince's face turned exceedingly grim upon hearing this. The emperor had explicitly forbidden live burial, so this was an act of sheer audacity. The sixth prince guessed that this matter must have been revealed to Song Yaoyao by Guagua, but he did not press further, for any more delay would render the woman in the coffin beyond saving. The sixth prince directly ordered some of his men to block the funeral procession, while others were sent to report to the authorities. Since the timing of the funeral and burial had been meticulously chosen, everyone's face turned pale when their path was obstructed. A man stepped out from the funeral crowd and rebuked, "Who are you people? What do you mean by blocking our way? This is the funeral of the son of the minister of the Imperial Secretariat. If you delay the burial time, can you bear the consequences?" The sixth prince's men brandished their swords, and only then did those people dare not speak another word. The minister of the Imperial Secretariat recognized the sixth prince, and his heart skipped a beat. Could the sixth prince have discovered something? With a troubled heart, the minister stepped out of the procession, bowed to the sixth prince, and said, "Your Highness, my son was frail from birth and sadly passed away. Today is his funeral procession. Please, Your Highness, grant us this courtesy." After speaking, the minister bowed again. The sixth prince ignored him and ordered the coffin bearers to set down the coffin. An elderly woman with graying hair suddenly blocked the sixth prince's path, weeping loudly. "Your Highness, you cannot bully us just because you are a prince. Don't you know? Once a coffin leaves the house, it must not touch the ground midway. It must be carried continuously until it is placed in the grave. By making them set it down halfway, do you wish to prevent my grandson from resting in peace? Even if you are a prince, you cannot break the rules." With that, the old woman burst into tears. The sixth prince remained silent, his expression turning even more somber. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, is it true that a funeral coffin cannot touch the ground before reaching the grave? Guagua, there is indeed such a saying. There are several interpretations for why the funeral coffin cannot touch the ground. One says that if it does, it means the deceased still yearns for the mortal world, and their soul will linger at the spot where it touched rather than go to its proper resting place, posing a threat to the living. Another interpretation is that if the coffin touches the ground midway, it means the coffin has already touched soil, and that spot should be where the deceased is buried. A third says that during the procession, the coffin must not touch the ground. Only at the burial site may it be set down, lest the soul mistake the first place of contact for its eternal rest, filling that place with malevolent energy and potentially bringing calamity to the world. Song Yaoyao, I never knew there were so many beliefs. That old woman refused to let the coffin touch the ground, and the sixth prince only had a few attendants with him. too few to force them to set it down. The old woman kept wailing, "Your Highness, you cannot oppress us just because you are of royal blood. We are merely holding a funeral, doing nothing wrong. You cannot delay my grandson's burial time." Her cries attracted a crowd of onlookers. Song Yaoyao, the old woman, is trying to pressure the sixth prince with public opinion. What a scheming mind. Guagua, this old woman, is no simple character. Indeed, the crowd began pointing at the sixth prince, urging him to step aside, saying that the dead deserve utmost respect, and he should not delay the burial. His expression darkened further, yet he still refused to yield. Seeing more people taking her side, the old woman wailed even more fervently. The sixth prince felt that this old woman was more formidable than any cunning old fox at court. The old woman was also terrified inside, fearing that the sixth prince had discovered their use of live burial. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, even the sixth prince, a royal, cannot handle this, and is being ridiculed. If we were to step forward and stop them, we'd be torn to shreds. Guagua. As the old woman and the sixth prince remained deadlocked, Yang Jian, the prefect of the capital, arrived with his soldiers. After exchanging greetings, Magistrate Yang looked at the standoff and asked, "Your Highness, why have you summoned me with troops?" The sixth prince did not hide anything and said directly, "Have that coffin opened. They have performed a live burial. The woman inside is still alive." The crowd erupted at this news. What? Live burial? The Tianfeng kingdom had forbidden live burial. If this is true, then by supporting the old woman, they had been complicit in wrongdoing. More onlookers gathered, all eager to see if the woman in the coffin was indeed alive. Magistrate Yang's expression changed too. "Your Highness, are you certain?" "Yes, order them to open the coffin at once, or the woman will suffocate." "Yes." The old woman and the minister knew it was over. The old woman tried to put up a fuss, but was immediately subdued by the soldiers. The minister, the old woman, and their family members all burst into tears. Magistrate Yang ignored their wails and without delay ordered his soldiers to force the coffin down and pry it open. Inside, the man's face already bore cadaveric spots, confirming he had been dead for several days. They noticed many scratch marks on the inside of the coffin lid, indicating that the woman had been alive when sealed inside. They quickly checked the woman's breath. She was still faintly breathing, and immediately sent her to a medical clinic. The crowd was astounded. Indeed, this was a live burial. Magistrate Yang ordered the coffin to be resealed and taken to the grave for burial. Then he had the minister and his family taken to the capital prefecture. The sixth prince, along with Song Yaoyao and her companions, also went to the prefecture. Once there, the court was immediately convened. Magistrate Yang slammed the gavel and declared, "Minister, do you know your crime? Our emperor is benevolent and has forbidden live burial. You are a fifth-rank official. How could you break the law knowingly? This is a deliberate offense deserving of a heavier punishment." From the moment the coffin was opened and the truth exposed, the minister had been panic-stricken. But during the journey to the burial, he had calmed down and concocted a story. The minister said calmly, "Your Honor, when the woman was delivered to us, we were certain she was dead. Who knew she was in a state of suspended animation? We had no idea she would wake up after the coffin was sealed. This is not our fault." After speaking, he even wore a look of grievance. Those who did not know might truly believe he had suffered a great injustice. Guagua host, he's lying. When the woman was brought over, she was indeed in a state of feigned death. However, when they were about to seal the coffin, the woman had already awakened and begged them to spare her. The Minister of Rights ignored the woman's pleas, forcibly ordering his men to stuff her into the coffin and nail down the lid. The woman, already injured, couldn't resist and was thus forcibly sealed inside. Prince Six, Lord Yang, and the others all heard Guagua's words. The prefect of Jingzhou, a third-rank official, attended the morning court daily. He had already witnessed many of Song Yaoyao's exposes, and every one of them had proven to be true. Since Guagua had spoken, it was clear that the Minister of Rights had knowingly violated the law, using a living person for burial. At that moment, on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head, images appeared of the Minister of Rights ordering his men to stuff the woman into the coffin. Everyone watched the scenes with indignation. Song Yaoyao gritted her teeth and said, "This is blatant murder. Arrest those coffin sealers shown in the video and interrogate them strictly. They'll surely confess everything." By the way, the woman from the coffin was sent to the clinic. When she wakes up, everything will become clear. Does the Minister of Rights think he can fool everyone with such lies? It's pure fantasy. Next, Lord Yang ordered the coffin sealers to be brought into the hall. These coffin sealers had only acted for money. Although the minister had given them hush money, they still needed to live to spend it. They were just ordinary commoners. How could they defy the authorities? Even before the interrogation, they spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. They confessed how they had discovered the woman still alive and how the Minister of Rights had ordered them to force her into the coffin and seal it. Things went surprisingly smoothly. Lord Yang had them sign their confessions. Just then, the woman rescued from the coffin was carried into the hall. As soon as the woman entered the hall, she tried to kneel. Lord Yang excused her from the gesture, had a chair brought for her, and asked her to speak while seated. After sitting down, the woman recounted, "When I woke up, I found myself inside a coffin. Seeing a dead body lying beside me, I was terrified. The coffin had not yet been sealed, so I climbed up desperate to get out. But because I was weak, I tried several times and failed. My movements caused a commotion, and I was discovered. I begged them desperately to let me go. Then a middle-aged man came looking at me coldly, ignoring my pleas. He ordered his men to force me back into the coffin and nail the lid shut. I thought I was doomed this time, but unexpectedly, I was saved by the lords." After saying this, she tried to kneel and kowtow again. When the woman arrived, the soldiers who had escorted her to the clinic had already given a brief account of the matter. Although they didn't know how Prince Six had learned that she was sealed alive in the coffin, it was indeed they who had saved her. Now destitute, she could only express gratitude by kowtowing. Lord Yang quickly had someone help her up. After she was seated again, he continued, "Miss, what is your name? Where do you live?" Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes filled with sorrow, her lips pressed into a thin line, and she remained silent. After a long while, the woman still didn't speak. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, what's wrong with her? Why won't she speak? Guagua let out a human-like sigh and said, "Alas, this woman is also pitiful." Host, let me tell you slowly. This woman, named Jiang Mengli, is the legitimate daughter of a 7th-rank official named Jiang Jingshuan, born of his first wife. Jiang Jingxian and his wife were childhood sweethearts, deeply in love. As Guagua's words faded, images of Lady Jiang and Jiang Jingxian in their youth appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful, and they looked perfectly matched together. Song Yaoyao, wow. A perfect match indeed. What happened next? Guagua, they were from families of equal status. When they reached marriageable age, their elders arranged their union, and they wed. After marriage, they were deeply devoted. Not long after, Lady Jiang discovered she was pregnant, and both were overjoyed. Everyone thought they would live happily ever after, but unfortunately, Lady Jiang suffered a difficult labor when giving birth. In the video, Lady Jiang looked at Jiang Jingxian with pleading eyes, begging him to save their child. Despite her pleas, he refused her request. But Lady Jiang insisted on saving the child, and with her last breath, she gave birth. That child was Jiang Mengli, a name her mother gave her. They thought mother and child would be safe once the baby was born. Unexpectedly, Lady Jiang suffered a massive hemorrhage and passed away. Jiang Jingxian held Lady Jiang's corpse and sat in a daze for days. Song Yaoyao sighed, two lovers separated forever by death. How lamentable. Guagua, after Lady Jiang's death, Jiang Jingxian blamed everything on Jiang Mengli. He felt that if not for giving birth to her, his wife wouldn't have lost her life. It was all Jiang Mengli's fault. She was a jinx, a broomstar. She caused her mother's death the moment she was born. Thus, the newborn Jiang Mengli was branded with the reputation of being a jinx who killed her mother. So Jiang Jingxian had two elderly maids who had served Lady Jiang take the infant Jiang Mengli to the most run-down and secluded courtyard in the mansion. In the video, Jiang Jingshuan, after handling his wife's funeral, seemed to have become a different person. He looked at the swaddled Jiang Mengli with disgust and hatred. That gaze was not that of a father looking at his daughter. It was the look of an enemy. Song Yaoyao cursed through gritted teeth, "This is truly outrageous." Eccentrics appear every year, but this year there are especially many. This Jiang Jingxian is the VIP of eccentrics. I've never seen such an extreme specimen. How can he blame a baby? Why doesn't he blame himself for making Lady Jiang pregnant? If he hadn't, she wouldn't have suffered childbirth and wouldn't have died. A man who can't control his own desires and shifts all blame onto a baby. Only a coward would evade responsibility like that. Shameless. I spit on such a scumbag. He doesn't deserve Lady Zhang's love, nor does he deserve to be a father. He's even more despicable than Prince 6. The ultimate scum. I spit. The sixth prince remarked, even lying down one gets hit by stray bullets. Why drag oneself into this when scolding others? Guagua said, Host, stay calm, don't get agitated. Song Yaoyao was genuinely furious. It's truly rare to see such a shameless man. I can hardly contain myself. I wish I could wield my 100-meter blade and cut down that fool. Guagua said, Host, calm down first. Song Yaoyao said, even as an onlooker I feel indignant, let alone Jiang Mengli herself. Alright, don't console me. Continue the story. I want to see just how despicable Jiang Jingxian can be. After listening for so long, Jiang Mengli was certain she was not hallucinating. When she looked up, she saw the screen above Song Yaoyao's head and was utterly stunned. Could that voice just now be connected to the young woman before her? She suppressed her astonishment and observed Song Yaoyao carefully. After watching for a long while, Jiang Mengli never saw the young woman's lips move, nor did anyone else in the hall speak. Could it be a voice from the heart? This was too fantastical. At that moment, Jiang Jingxian arrived in the hall. After such an incident, Magistrate Yang had sent someone to notify Jiang Jingxian immediately. After paying his respects, Jiang Jingxian said, Your Honor, Your Highness, my daughter is wayward and unruly. Now that she has caused a great calamity, it is entirely her own doing and has nothing to do with the Jiang household. Let this wicked girl bear all responsibility. Whether she is to be killed or tortured, I shall not utter a single word of objection. Hearing this, Song Yaoyao could no longer suppress her fury and cursed, What is wrong with this man? Without even knowing what happened, he shifts all blame onto his own daughter. A man like this doesn't deserve children. He should be left without descendants. I've never seen anyone so eager to see their own child die. It's like cutting your butt with a small knife, an eye-opener. He's simply a scumbag extraordinaire. Song Yaoyao cursed for quite a while. Guagua did not reveal any gossip this time, so no screen appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. Jiang Jingxian looked up and saw that no one had opened their mouths. Though he did not know where that voice came from, he still knitted his brows. Where did those vulgar words come from? Truly a disgrace to decency. If Song Yaoyao knew Jiang Jingxuan's thoughts, she would have pointed at his nose and cursed him directly. Hearing her father's heartless words, Jiang Mengli's face remained expressionless. Over the years in the household, she had grown accustomed to it. Whenever anything happened, her father never asked why, but would scold her relentlessly. Even if the culprits were maids or servants, it was always her fault. Only she was punished with beatings while the maids and servants went unscathed. As time passed, Jiang Mengli came to understand that as long as others claimed it was her fault, her father would unhesitatingly believe it was indeed her fault. No matter how the maids and servants bullied Jiang Mengli or how her father's other children hit and scolded her, she could only endure silently. She often wondered if her mother had not risked her life to give birth to her and had not died, would everything have been different? Everyone present was also taken aback that Jiang Jingxuan, upon entering, shifted all the blame onto his own daughter, just as Lady Song had said. This man was indeed the epitome of scum. Magistrate Yang looked at Jiang Jingxian with changed eyes. He had never seen such a person before. His tone turned cold. Jiang Jingxuan, do you know what happened? You walk in and immediately place all the blame on your own daughter. Jiang Jingxian immediately sensed the sarcasm in those words. Could things not be as he imagined? He said, Your subordinate truly does not know what happened. Magistrate Yang's voice grew even colder. You know nothing, yet in public you pour dirty water on your own daughter. Have you considered her situation? How is she supposed to face others in the future? Jiang Jingxuan's lips twitched a few times, but in the end he said nothing. Seeing Jiang Jingxian like this, Song Yaoyao despised him even more. Coward. Jiang Jingxian is just a coward who bullies those at home. The more she looked at that man below, the angrier she became. Magistrate Yang recounted to Jiang Jingxian what had happened to Jiang Mengli. Jiang Jingxian was utterly shocked. Jiang Mengli had almost been buried alive with the dead. How could such a thing happen? Even though he disliked this daughter, he had never wished for her death. Seeing Jiang Jingxian looking deeply stricken, Song Yaoyao felt a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Jingxian asked hoarsely, Mengli, how could you have been nearly buried alive? Jiang Mengli said nothing. Everyone present looked at him with contempt. What a ridiculous question to ask. Song Yaoyao sneered coldly. What a question. Being buried alive must be the result of a plot. Does it even need asking? Would Jiang Mengli have volunteered to be buried with a corpse? Guagua's voice also sounded. Host, I know who framed Jiang Mengli. Song Yaoyao asked who. Guagua said the one who framed Jiang Mengli is her stepmother Madame Wen. At that moment, an image of Madame Wen appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Song Yaoyao said with a mocking expression, wasn't Jiang Jingxian deeply devoted to his first wife? Then why did he take a second wife? Men's words are the devil's lies. If you believe a man's talk of deep love, pigs might fly. Look at Jiang Jingxian. Isn't he a perfect example? He says he loves his first wife dearly, yet he quickly marries another woman. While men need relief, how could they do without women? A man's love and physical desire are two different things. He says he loves you, but his body can be entwined with another woman. Truly hypocritical. Hearing Song Yaoyao's words, everyone present felt a sting of embarrassment. Except for the unmarried ones, the men all had not only wives, but also several concubines. They too often professed love, yet they frequently visited other women's chambers. After hearing this, Jiang Jingshuan's face turned especially pale. He truly loved his first wife dearly. No one could ever take her place in his heart. Yet after her death, he had indeed married a second wife, taken 2 concubines, and fathered several children. Was he truly so hypocritical and despicable? Song Yaoyao said. Guagua continue. Guagua said after Madame Jiang passed away, Jiang Jingxian drowned his sorrows in wine every day. The old Madame Jiang feared that if this continued, her son would be ruined, so she wanted him to move on quickly. Thus, when Jiang Jingxian was drunk, old Madame Jiang arranged for her niece to be with him. The video showed scenes of Jiang Jingxian drowning his sorrows day after day. When sober, he would paint in his study, painting portraits of his late wife. Song Yaoyao's focus, however, was on Guagua. If a man is truly drunk, his body is absolutely incapable of consummating with another person. If he could consummate, it means that man was not drunk. This also implies that the man, unable to resist loneliness, half-willingly gave in to someone else. Utterly hypocritical. Upon hearing this, everyone thought it made sense. A truly intoxicated person would be completely unconscious, unable to perform such acts. With Song Yaoyao's remarks, Jiang Jingshuan's face turned even paler. In everyone's eyes, this was a sign of guilt. They were all too tired to watch Jiang Jingshuan's performance of a devoted lover. Guagua, indeed, host is correct. From a medical perspective, if a person is truly drunk, it is absolutely impossible to perform such acts. This only proves that the man was not drunk at all. Song Yaoyao couldn't be bothered to look at Jiang Jingxian and said, Guagua continue. Guagua, thus Jiang Jingxian married Wen Shi as his second wife. Soon after, Wen Shi became pregnant and gave birth to Jiang Fian, followed by a son, Jiang Xinyan. Later, he took several concubines and fathered numerous illegitimate children. When Wen Shi first entered the household, despite knowing Jiang Jingshuan's cold treatment of Jiang Mengli, she was still cautious toward this daughter left by the first wife. She feared that Jiang Jingxian might one day recall his first wife and thus remember this daughter. It wasn't until Wen Shi became pregnant that she revealed her true nature. She began to cut Jiang Mengli's food, clothing, and daily allowances. The daughter of an official family ate worse than the servants. Jiang Mengli often had leftover scraps. Her clothes were those discarded by the illegitimate children. In the video, Jiang Mengli's life was utterly miserable. Sometimes even leftovers were unavailable, leaving her hungry, and when the hunger became unbearable, she could only drink water to fill her stomach. Guagua continued. Everyone in the mansion knew that the eldest daughter lived worse than a servant. Under Wen Shi's pillow talk, Jiang Jingxian turned a blind eye, failing to see that his eldest daughter was skin and bones frail enough to be toppled by a gust of wind. He even called her unruly and troublesome. Wen Shi's children would frequently lead others to beat and scold Jiang Mengli. At first, Jiang Mengli would complain, but Wen Shi's daughter would turn the tables and accuse Jiang Mengli of being the one to slander first. Wen Shi on the surface pretended to calm Jiang Jingxian down, saying the child was still young and could be taught slowly, but in reality, she was subtly poisoning his mind against Jiang Mengli. By saying so, didn't Wen Shi confirm that Jiang Mengli was lying and slandering first. As expected, Jiang Jingxian flew into a rage upon hearing this, and severely punished Jiang Mengli, beating her so badly that she couldn't leave her bed for 3 months. Eventually, whenever anything went wrong in the mansion, they would pin the blame on Jiang Mengli. They knew that even if a maid or servant made a mistake, they could just shift the blame onto Jiang Mengli, and Jiang Jingxian would punish her without asking for the truth. Thus, the maids and servants escaped blame. In this way, Jiang Mengli became the scapegoat and punching bag for the entire household. The video was filled with scenes of Jiang Mengli being framed one after another, chilling to the bone. Jiang Jingxian showed no mercy toward this daughter. Jiang Mengli had no wounds on her face, but there wasn't a single patch of unblemished skin on her body. Jiang Jingxuan's eyes turned red at this point. He hadn't expected the truth to be like this. Song Yaoyao, why are your eyes red? As if you've suffered some great injustice. You damn scumbag. If the original wife, Lady Jiang, knew that the child she risked her life to give birth to was harmed like this by her husband and others, she'd probably spin in her grave. Guagua, even after harming Jiang Mengli so badly, the people of the Jiang mansion were still not satisfied and had no intention of letting her go. A few days ago, when Shi heard that the son of the minister of the Imperial Library had died, and they were arranging a ghost marriage for their deceased son. When Shi became intrigued, she took the initiative to contact the wife of the minister of the Imperial Library and gave them Jiang Mengli's birth date and time. Thus, when Shi betrothed Jiang Mengli to a dead man. In the video, when Shi ordered people to smother Jiang Mengli with a pillow until she fell into a death-like trance, and then they immediately sent her to the minister's mansion. After all, Jiang Mengli was an insignificant person. If she died, she died. If Jiang Jingxian ever asked, they would say that Jiang Mengli had eloped with some wild man. They had already planned their escape route. Song Yaoyao, when Shi committed murder. By the way, Jiang Mengli had already suffered so much, why wouldn't when Shi let her go? Guagua, there are 2 reasons. One is to curry favor with the minister's household to pave the way for her own children. The other reason is, of course, the dowry left by Jiang Mengli's mother. When Lady Jiang married, her family had provided a considerable dowry of estates, shops, and silver notes. After Lady Jiang's death, when Wen Shi entered the household, all these fell into Wen Shi's hands. She claimed to be keeping them safe for Jiang Mengli, who was too young. When Jiang Mengli grew up and reached the age of marriage, if she were to wed, these items would have to be returned. Wen Shi was unwilling to part with them. Wen Shi wanted to completely seize that dowry, so she devised this scheme. Song Yaoyao, ignorant woman. According to the laws of the Tianfeng dynasty, a woman's dowry belongs to her alone, and her husband's family has no right to use it. Her children inherit it. If a woman has no offspring, the dowry must be returned to her maternal family. That is to say, even if Jiang Mengli died, her mother's dowry would still have to be returned to Jiang Mengli's maternal grandparents' family. How dare a second wife claim other people's property? Guagua, indeed quite ignorant. Jiang Mengli's maternal family had always believed that with that dowry their granddaughter would have a better life in the Jiang household, never imagining it would become her death warrant. Speaking of which, I just recalled something. Song Yaoyao, what is it? Guagua, it's about live burial. The minister's family doted on their son exceptionally. After his death, not only did they arrange a ghost marriage, but they also used 20 live people as burial sacrifices. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, Guagua, do you mean that in addition to Jiang Mengli, they also used 20 live people for burial? Guagua, yes. They bought 20 living people, 10 males and 10 females, all aged 12 or 13. While still alive, they were forcibly fed mercury. After their deaths, their bodies remained as they were in life, showing no signs of death. Song Yaoyao, and those 20. In the funeral procession, why didn't I see them? Guagua, some of those paper effigies were actually them. The minister's family, fearing discovery of their use of live burial, disguised the 20 as paper figures and mixed them among the paper effigies. In the video, the Minister of Rites ordered his men to pour mercury into the bodies and apply makeup to the 20 victims. Finally, they were dressed in paper garments. The scheme was flawless. Had Guagua not revealed it, no one would have noticed. Song Yaoyao fumed. This Minister of Rites is utterly audacious, having taken so many lives. Guagua said, the Minister of Rites' mother, the old lady from today, planned to send people tonight to dispose of all the paper effigies so that no one would ever discover their deeds. After all, Jiang Mengli was not truly dead. Even if they were sentenced, they would not face capital punishment. But if the 20 corpses were discovered, their entire household would be doomed to annihilation. Upon hearing this, Magistrate Yang had already ordered the constables to head to the graveyard. For now, they had to deal with Jiang Mengli's case first. Just then, Jiang Mengli's maternal grandfather arrived and knelt down immediately. He had sent gifts to the Jiang mansion every few months, hoping his granddaughter would live well. Each time, the Jiang family refused to let him see her, always claiming the child was thriving. They had no reason to doubt it, believing that even a tiger would not eat its own cub, so Jiang Jingxian would never harm his own daughter. Yet today they heard that their granddaughter had nearly been buried alive as a sacrifice, and he rushed straight to the yamen. Seeing Jiang Mengli's emaciated frame, the old man understood everything. His granddaughter had been living miserably in the Jiang household. The old man knelt and kowtowed, repeatedly begging to take Jiang Mengli back to his own residence, fearing she would otherwise die in the Jiang mansion. Jiang Jingxian immediately refused. "Father-in-law, Mengli is my daughter." The old man scolded, "Your daughter? Look at how thin she has become. At this rate, she will die at your hands sooner or later." "Father-in-law, I swear such incidents will never happen again." "Bah, you already killed my daughter, and now you torment my granddaughter. You cannot keep wreaking havoc on our family." "Father-in-law, I didn't. Get lost." Everyone knew that if Jiang Mengli returned to the Jiang mansion, she would likely be killed eventually. Magistrate Yang asked, "Jiang Mengli, do you wish to go to your maternal grandfather's home?" Jiang Mengli answered without hesitation, "Yes, Your Honor, this humble girl is willing to live with my grandfather." "Very well, I hereby decree that you shall live with your maternal grandfather henceforth. Your mother's dowry and the earnings accumulated over the years shall be calculated and taken with you." "Thank you, Your Honor." Jiang Mengli and her grandfather were overjoyed. But Jiang Jingxian said, utterly dejected, "Your Honor, you cannot do this." Magistrate Yang, increasingly disdainful of Jiang Jingxuan, retorted, "Humph. This matter is decided, and you have no right to object. Must Jiang Mengli die in your household before you relent?" Hearing these words, Jiang Jingxian fell silent. Magistrate Yang continued to the constables, "Go at once and arrest Jiang Jingxuan's second wife and her attendants." "Yes, sir." A squad of constables immediately departed on the order. Half an hour later, they brought back Lady Wen, her children, and her servants. Initially, the constables intended only to arrest Lady Wen and her servants, but her son and daughter blocked them, preventing her arrest, so they had to bring the children along as well. Lady Wen knelt in the hall, and upon seeing Jiang Mengli nearby, cursed inwardly, "This wretched girl is stubbornly resilient. Why wasn't she smothered with a pillow? The Minister of Rights is a fool too. If the girl didn't die, why not kill her again? How did she escape and make a scene at the capital's yamen?" Lady Wen's eyes darted around, scheming for an escape. Song Yaoyao grew angry at the sight. "Guagua, look at that venomous woman's expression. She's definitely plotting something sinister. She's surely thinking of how to exonerate herself." Guagua remarked, "That woman has a sharp, mean look. It's simply ill-omened." Song Yaoyao asked curiously, "Guagua, since when did you learn palmistry?" Guagua replied, "I haven't, but isn't that how villains are described in the storybooks?" Song Yaoyao said, "Oh." Lady Wen, Jiang Fian, and Jiang Xinyan kept crying that they were innocent. Jiang Fian and Jiang Xinyan occasionally cried out, "Father," hoping Jiang Jingxian would speak up for Lady Wen. But Jiang Jingxuan, recalling the video he had just seen showing how the trio had mistreated and beaten Jiang Mengli, found himself unable to utter a word of plea. Jiang Jingxian stood there in a dazed silence. Seeing their father unresponsive, Jiang Fian and Jiang Xinyan began crying out again, protesting their innocence. Magistrate Yang observed the kneeling woman, and seeing her restless eyes, knew she would not confess her crimes readily. Unhurried, he ordered the servants of Lady Wen to be brought forward. These servants had never faced such an ordeal. As bond servants, if convicted of plotting against their master, they and their entire families would be executed immediately. They did not fear death, but their children could not die with them. Clenching their teeth, they lowered their heads and avoided looking at Lady Wen. Under Lady Wen's intimidating gaze, they confessed everything in front of Jiang Jingxuan. Lady Wen was gentle and considerate, treating Jiang Mengli, the daughter of the first wife, with great kindness. But away from his sight, she would beat and berate Jiang Mengli without mercy. Jiang Mengli often went hungry and cold and was forced to wash everyone's clothes, including the servants. If not washed clean, she would be denied food and beaten. Lady, when seeking to ally with the Minister of Rights and eliminate Jiang Mengli, to seize the first wife's dowry completely, ordered the servants to smother the young lady with a pillow. Fortunately, the young lady was blessed with luck and survived. The servants, especially the two matrons close to Lady Wen, knew even more and spilled every detail. Lady Wen tried to interrupt and threatened them to keep quiet. But the servants reasoned clearly. At this point, they had nothing left to lose. After the servants had confessed and affixed their signatures, they were led away. Magistrate Yang looked at Lady Wen and asked, "Lady Wen, do you have anything to say?" Realizing she was doomed, Lady Wen pleaded only to spare her children. "Your Honor, all these deeds were committed by me alone, and my son and daughter are innocent. I beseech you to investigate thoroughly." It was true that Jiang Fian and Jiang Xinyan often bullied Jiang Mengli, but they had no part in the smothering or the sacrificial burial plot. Magistrate Yang nodded. "I know. Since you have confessed, affix your signature to the confession." After the verdict was sealed, Lord Yang sentenced the Wen family to exile 3,000 li away. Next came the turn of the Minister of Rights household. Lord Yang had long since ordered all members of the minister's household to be apprehended. Just then, those sent to the graveyard returned, bringing back 20 paper effigies. Guagua host their back. Those 20 paper effigies represented the 20 people who were buried alive with the dead. Song Yaoyao. Lord Yang ordered the Yamen runners to strip the paper clothes off the effigies and wipe away the makeup on their faces. Now everyone could see clearly. These were 20 real people. Their faces remained exactly as they were in life, lifelike and vivid. This was truly a difficult case for Lord Yang to adjudicate. Since the emperor had issued the decree banning live burial, 20 years had passed without anyone daring to defy the law. Today was the first time such a case had occurred. Lord Yang lacked the authority to decide on his own. He had to report the matter to the emperor and let His Majesty determine the outcome. Lord Yang ordered the members of the Minister of Rights household to be detained, then withdrew from the court session, intending to go to the palace. As for the rest, it was beyond what Song Yaoyao and the others could handle, so they left the Jingzhou prefecture. Unexpectedly, the moment they stepped out, Jiang Mengli and her maternal grandfather blocked their path. Without a word, the two knelt down and kowtowed once again. Having listened for so long in the courtroom, Jiang Mengli had come to realize that the reason she had been discovered nailed inside the coffin was most likely because that Guagua had told Song Yaoyao about the live burial. Jiang Mengli was genuinely grateful to this group of people. Had Guagua not told Song Yaoyao about the live burial, had the sixth prince not intervened, she, Jiang Mengli, would surely have died today. This debt of gratitude she, Jiang Mengli, would remember, and in the future she would repay it 100-fold. As for those who had wronged her, she would retaliate against every single one of them in time. Jiang Mengli and her grandfather were helped up by Song Yaoyao and the others. After expressing their gratitude once more, the two took their leave. Ji Linlang blinked her big eyes and asked, "It's already been over an hour. Are we still going to the tea house?" Song Xingyu looked up at the sky and said, "There's still plenty of time. You all decide." Ji Zhiheng also chimed in, "You all decide. I'm fine with anything." Ji Linlang was the first to speak up. "I want to go to the tea house. Having just experienced the live burial incident, if we go back to the mansion now, I'll have to stay alone in my own courtyard, and I'm a little scared. I want to go somewhere crowded right now." Song Yaoyao felt that since the young girl was frightened and there was still time, they could go to the tea house. So she said, I agree. We can go to the tea house." Ji Minyue and Song Qingling exchanged a glance and also agreed to go to the tea house. Having reached a consensus, their carriage set off toward the tea house. Song Yaoyao turned her head and saw that the sixth prince's carriage had followed them again. She rolled her eyes dramatically and began to complain, "Guagua, it looks like this sixth prince is still going to follow us to the tea house. Are princes really this idle? Don't they have government affairs to attend to every day? Guagua, who knows? If he wants to follow, let him. It doesn't affect us anyway." Song Yaoyao, "True. I'm just curious. Why does this person keep following us? Guagua probably bored out of his mind." Song Yaoyao, "Guagua, you're learning bad things. You're even swearing now." Guagua said with complete confidence, "One takes on the color of one's company. I learned all this from my host." Song Yaoyao refused to take the blame. I never said that. I'm a gentle and beautiful fairy. When have I ever said such vulgar things? Don't slander me. Guagua, you never said those exact words, but haven't you said plenty of similar things? Song Yaoyao thought about it. She really had said similar things before, so it was her who had led the system astray. She absolutely couldn't admit to that. Song Yaoyao, I never said anything like that. Don't spread rumors. Guagua, want me to refresh your memory. Last time, and the time before that. Song Yaoyao covered her ears and muttered, can't hear, can't hear. It's all nonsense. Can't hear, can't hear. It's all nonsense. Song Qingling and Ji Mingyue, listening to the exchange between Song Yaoyao and Guagua, blushed deeply. Ji Linlong, looking bewildered, quietly asked Ji Mingyue, big sister, balls hurt. Why would balls hurt? Ji Linling wanted to keep asking, but Ji Mingyue clamped a hand over her mouth. Ji Linlong, big sister MMPH. Ji Mingyue leaned close to Ji Linlang and whispered, a young lady like you shouldn't ask about such things. Ji Linlang finally pried Ji Mingyue's hand away and said, if you won't tell me, I'll go ask mother. Ji Mingyue said with gleeful schadenfreude, if you dare ask mother, she'll definitely discipline you with the family rules. Ji Linlang thought for a moment. Then I'll ask Nanny when I go back tonight. Suit yourself. And so the carriage swayed all the way to Jingmazai. Before they even entered the main hall, they could hear cheers of acclaim from the doorway. What a lively scene. Song Yaoyao loved this kind of excitement the most. Song Yaoyao urged everyone eagerly to hurry inside. Seeing Song Yaoyao's eager demeanor, everyone quickened their pace as they walked inside. Though they said nothing, they too secretly enjoyed such lively occasions. Upon entering the main hall, Song Yaoyao looked around. Every seat was taken. A waiter led them to their pre-booked spot. After bringing fruit pastries and tea, the waiter withdrew. Song Yaoyao wanted to see what was so different about this new storyteller. After listening for a while, she said to Guagua, the story script hasn't changed, but the storyteller's style is different. This storyteller seems to be skilled in vocal mimicry. He uses different voices for different characters. Young men, young women, old ladies, old gentlemen, little boys, little girls, all voiced differently. This style of storytelling is indeed quite novel for this era. The only drawback is that the story script is too outdated. Hearing Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts, everyone else noticed this as well. They all agreed with Song Yaoyao. Guagua, indeed. The story script is way too outdated. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, if the story were changed to something like The CEO Falls in Love with Me, a love that transcends death, Strange Tales, Journey to the West, or even Cultivation Themes Business, would definitely be better. None of them understood what Song Yaoyao was talking about. They had never heard of such things. Guagua, host, you make a valid point. If the story were replaced with those genres you mentioned, everyone would definitely like it more. Song Yaoyao, hom. Guagua, how about when we get back, I write a story script too and earn some extra money? Guagua, sure. Song Yaoyao, I've been listening for quite a while now. I've lost interest in the storytelling. Guagua, host, since you don't want to listen to stories anymore, let's enjoy some gossip instead. See those women at the table next to yours. Song Yaoyao cast a glance at the neighboring table where 6 women of extraordinary beauty were seated. She mused, what juicy gossip might they harbor? Tell me quickly. Guagua said, these women are truly remarkable. Song Yaoyao asked, what's the matter? The women at the next table were indeed attractive, but Song Yaoyao could discern nothing extraordinary about them. Song Qingyu and his companions found the storyteller's tales too cliched and had lost interest, but upon hearing Song Yaoyao mention gossip, they perked up their ears with excitement and began to listen intently. Guagua said, host, allow me to first elucidate the identities of these women. I shall introduce them one by one from left to right. The woman in rose-colored dress is Zhang Xiangxiang, a concubine's daughter of the 6th-rank officer of the Ministry of Personnel. The one in yellow dress is Lu Sujia, a concubine's daughter of the 6th-rank officer of the Ministry of Rights. The one in blue-white dress is Wei Yunjiao, a concubine's daughter of the 6th-rank talisman keeper. The one in white dress is Su Huiwei, a concubine's daughter of the 7th-rank recorder of the Imperial Secretariat. The one in pink dress is Cheng Huaya, a concubine's daughter of the 7th-rank court gentleman. The one in purple dress is Shui Yushu, a concubine's daughter of the 7th-rank cloud cavalry commander. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, wow, all concubine daughters gathered together. And then, Guagua replied, Let me recount the tale of another protagonist. There is a scholar in the city named Wu Yinghong. As the words fell, an image of a frail scholar materialized above Song Yaoyao's head. The man, though not handsome, possessed a rather refined and delicate countenance. In the main hall, where patrons were engrossed in the storyteller's performance, many suddenly perceived a colossal screen manifest in the air, displaying the likeness of a man. Some, upon beholding the screen, immediately recognized that Lord Song had arrived. Casting their gaze downward, they indeed spotted him. Besides Lord Song, the sixth prince was also present. Yet even his august presence could not deter them from savoring the gossip. They promptly summoned the innkeeper, proffering additional silver to exchange seats so they might sit closer to Lord Song and relish the gossip more fully. Others, witnessing the screen for the first time, marveled at the figure, pondering how a person could be ensconced within the screen. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao noticed that several tables around her had been occupied by new faces, all of them familiar. She nodded at them in acknowledgement. Song Yaoyao dismissed it as ordinary tea-house patronage, paying no heed to the seat changes. She thought, 1 man and 6 women. Isn't that thrilling? These days even skinny dogs possess such allure. Guagua hastened to elaborate. The crowd was utterly perplexed by the term skinny dog, but the subsequent words clarified its meaning. Guagua said, "Host, you know what? This Wu Yinghong is the epitome of a skinny dog, appearing frail and delicate. However, this skinny dog harbors no small ambition. Let me first recount his background. Wu Yinghong is a scholar raised by his widowed mother through washing and mending garments. Later, as he matured, he earned a few coppers by selling calligraphy and paintings and composing letters for others to supplement the family income. He was indeed learned, and in his earlier days Wu Yinghong was fairly honest. The video depicted scenes of Wu Yinghong and his mother depending on each other through the years, living a life of hardship and austerity. Guagua continued, on one occasion, while Wu Yinghong was peddling his wares by the roadside, he observed a lecherous ruffian molesting a woman. Unable to bear the sight, Wu Yinghong seized a stone, crept stealthily, and struck the ruffian forcefully on the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Wu Yinghong then fled with the molested woman, who turned out to be Zhang Xiangxiang, the concubine daughter of the Ministry of Personnel officer. That day Zhang Xiangxiang had secretly slipped out of the mansion with her maid. While the maid went to purchase snacks, she waited and unexpectedly encountered such a predicament. Fortunately, Wu Yinghong appeared and rescued her. Song Yaoyao interjected, "A hero saving a beauty. How trite." Guagua replied, "Indeed it is cliché, but such are the facts." Zhang Xiangxiang was overwhelmed with gratitude toward Wu Yinghong. Her concubine mother, favored in the household, had amassed considerable wealth over the years. Upon learning of her daughter's ordeal, she dispatched a servant to deliver a 100-tael silver note to Wu Yinghong as recompense. Wu Yinghong never anticipated that the woman he saved was an official's daughter, nor did he expect such a windfall. With this sum, his previously straitened circumstances transformed into a life of ease and plenty. Besides the silver, Zhang Xiangxiang frequently visited him, bearing an assortment of delicacies. Wu Yinghong was exceptionally talented, and Zhang Xiangxiang admired him deeply. Their affection for each other escalated swiftly, yet neither dared to breach the unspoken barrier between them. The video showcased scenes of Zhang Xiangxiang expressing gratitude to Wu Yinghong. Every visit she came laden with an abundance of pastries, pork, chicken, duck, and fish, countless provisions. Song Yaoyao inquired, "So these two harbor mutual affection. What connection does that have with the other 5 women?" Guagua responded, "Host, be patient and let me elaborate." Everyone assumed that Zhang Xiangxiang and Wu Yinghong uniting would be a tale of romantic bliss. However, fate had a different trajectory in store. To maintain an image of diligence and self-reliance before Zhang Xiangxiang, Wu Yinghong continued to tend his stall daily. One day he espied Cheng Huaya alighting from a carriage. Cheng Huaya possessed a visage of breathtaking beauty, causing Wu Yinghong's heart to thump violently. Subsequently, Wu Yinghong made inquiries and discovered that Cheng Huaya was likewise an official's daughter, albeit her father held only a 7th-rank position, yet still an official. A destitute scholar like himself could never bridge the chasm to forge an acquaintance with her. He obsessively contemplated Cheng Huaya, her image haunting his mind whenever he shut his eyes. Song Yaoyao remarked, "He's coveting what's in the pot while eating from his bowl." A despicable scoundrel. And then, Guagua replied. After pondering for days, Wu Yinghong finally devised a scheme. Wasn't Zhang Xiangxiang also an official's daughter, and yet she fell for him? He could replicate the method he employed to meet Zhang Xiangxiang to ensnare Cheng Huaya. That initial rescue of Zhang Xiangxiang was indeed fortuitous. But this time he hired 2 ruffians planning to have them accost Cheng Huaya and her maid when they were alone in the streets. At their moment of utmost despair, Wu Yinghong would appear to execute a heroic rescue, thus becoming Cheng Huaya's savior. They would naturally become acquainted. The video depicted Wu Yinghong bargaining with the 2 ruffians. The onlookers witnessing this sordid transaction were revolted, wondering how such malevolent and shameless individuals could exist in the world. How could such a person be deemed worthy of the title scholar? Guagua is expected. A few days later, Wu Yinghong saved Cheng Huaya, and the 2 got to know each other that way. Cheng Huaya's maternal grandparents were merchants, so she was not short of money. This time she handed Wu Yinghong 300 taels of silver directly. Cheng Huaya also held a very favorable impression of Wu Yinghong. She felt that although Wu Yinghong was only a shortstory at present, with his intelligence and talent, he would rise to prominence sooner or later. Meanwhile, Wu Yinghong held the 300-tael banknote, as if he had opened the door to an entirely new world. The method of heroically rescuing a beauty could both win the favor of a lovely woman and effortlessly yield so much silver. Truly a stroke of fortune that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. From then on, Wu Yinghong shuttled daily between Zhang Xiangxiang and Cheng Huaya. In the video, Wu Yinghong leisurely maneuvered between the 2 women with ease. Mother Wu was also aware of these 2 noble daughters and felt even more proud that her son had the ability to easily manage both women. My own son truly has capability and cunning. Watching Wu Yinghong and Mother Wu's smug expressions made Song Yaoyao feel deeply nauseated. A man, moreover a scholar, earning silver through such means. Truly shameless. And Mother Wu herself, a woman, how could she take such pride in her son's accomplishments? What an audacious mother and son pair. Guagua, those 2 are indeed shameless. Host, please do not be angered. They will face retribution for their deeds. Let me continue. Wu Yinghong shuttled between the 2 noble daughters, each day his ambitions growing ever bolder. He was no longer satisfied with merely 2 women, afterward he began scouting for new targets. Thus Wu Yinghong employed the same heroic rescue ploy to meet Lu Sujiao Wei Yunjiao, Su Huiwei, and Shui Yushu. The video depicted the process of Wu Yinghong saving Lu Sujiao Wei Yunjiao, Su Huiwei, and Shui Yushu through his heroic rescue methods. Song Yaoyao simply could not bear watching further and cursed, absolutely revolting. Guagua, he is like an ancient era playboy. With so many women under his charm, he loses nothing regardless of whom he eventually marries. They are all daughters of officials. Relying on his father-in-laws, he would never lack food or drink and could enjoy years of ease. Guagua host Wu Yinghong desires all 6. These 6 women each possessed distinct personalities. Their contributions to Wu Yinghong also differed considerably. Wu Yinghong was also assessing which woman could offer him the greatest advantage so he could marry her as his principal wife, while the other 5 became his concubines. Song Yaoyao Pa. What audacity does a destitute, penniless scholar have to expect 6 noble daughters to marry him, 5 of them as concubines? Absolutely delusional. Does he not examine his own nature and determine whether he deserves such things? Not a shred of self-awareness. Guagua Wu Yinghong also knew that was merely his fantasy. Given his circumstances, marrying even one of the noble daughters would be an extraordinary stroke of fortune for his family. Yet he did not wish to abandon any of the 6 women. At least not at present, for he could obtain much of what he desired from these 6 women. So he meticulously scheduled his meetings with the 6 women to prevent them from encountering one another. In the video, Wu Yinghong met Zhang Xiangxiang in the morning, Lu Sujiao at noon, and Wei Yunjiao in the afternoon. The following day he met Su Huiwei in the morning, Cheng Huaya at noon, and Shui Yushu in the afternoon. Everyone watched with astonishment at Wu Yinghong's elaborate maneuvers, finishing with one woman and immediately relocating to meet another. How remarkably busy he was. Song Yaoyao tsk tisk. This Wu Yinghong is truly remarkable. An absolute master of time management. Does he not fear the day his schemes unravel? Everyone nodded in agreement. Did Wu Yinghong not fear that these 6 women would discover each other's existence and force him to face the consequences? Thus half a year passed. During these 6 months, Wu Yinghong received considerable gifts from these 6 women, including the silver they sent him. While spending time with them, Wu Yinghong would occasionally hint that his family was in poverty, that he needed to purchase brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, but lacked silver. All 6 women would gift him varying amounts of silver. Wu Yinghong grew even more convinced that shuttling between the 6 women was entirely justified. He considered himself a romantic scholar from those popular novels. Song Yaoyao Pa. A romantic scholar. Does he deserve such a title? He is nothing but a wretched rogue who deceives women's affections. Everyone indeed. Elder Song speaks truly. Wu Yinghong is a complete scoundrel. Song Yaoyao continued to ask Gua for such a despicable wretch, and his deeds weren't any of the 6 women aware. Gua, they did discover. Host, did you not notice those 6 women sitting together? Song Yaoyao became instantly excited and exclaimed, wow, he has finally been exposed. Gua, tell me quickly, what exactly happened? Everyone was equally anxious to learn how Wu Yinghong's scheme unraveled. All awaited Gua's next words. Wu Yinghong maintained relationships with those 6 women for half a year in this manner. Half a year later, on one day after concluding his meeting with Zhang Xiangxiang and seeing her off, Wu Yinghong hurried to visit Lu Sujia. However, once Zhang Xiangxiang boarded the carriage, she suddenly remembered she had forgotten to tell Wu Yinghong something, so she turned back to inform him. Zhang Xiangxiang spotted Wu Yinghong departing in a rush and assumed something urgent had occurred at his residence, so she followed him. This led Zhang Xiangxiang to witness Wu Yinghong meeting privately with Lu Sujia. Wrath consumed Zhang Xiangxiang, yet she refrained from confronting them publicly, deciding instead to seek trouble with Lu Sujia in private. Unexpectedly, after Wu Yinghong and Lu Sujia parted, he hastily departed once more. Zhang Xiangxiang abandoned pursuit of Lu Sujia and followed Wu Yinghong again, and thus she spotted Wei Yunjiao. Over the following days, Zhang Xiangxiang trailed Wu Yinghong and ultimately confirmed he was simultaneously involved with all 6 women. Zhang Xiangxiang realized the 6 women were completely unaware of each other's existence. What did Wu Yinghong consider those 6 women to be? The video showed Zhang Xiangxiang tailing Wu Yinghong. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yinghong's wicked deeds were finally being uncovered. They were eager to know what came next and how these 6 women would handle this matter. Song Yaoyao Gua, hurry up and continue. Gua, thus Zhang Xiangxiang learned the identities of the other 5 women and gathered all 6 together. Upon learning that they had all been rescued from harassers by the suddenly appearing Wu Yinghong, nothing remained unclear. It was all calculation, all conspiracy. In the video, 6 women recounted the tale of how they came to know Wu Yinghong. They understood that their rescue was no coincidence. Every step had been meticulously orchestrated by Wu Yinghong in advance. Even if Zhang Xiangxiang had truly been saved by Wu Yinghong, everyone believed it was all part of a scheme. How dare a destitute scholar have the audacity to scheme against them, the daughters of noble officials? Truly reckless and courting death. Gua, today the 6 of them gathered precisely to discuss how to teach this scumbag a lesson. Song Yaoyao, and have they come to a conclusion? Gua, they have. They decided to lure Wu Yinghong to a secluded spot, knock him unconscious, and have someone deprive him of his manhood. Then they planned to sell him off to a male brothel. Song Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she said, wow, how thrilling. As the saying goes, never provoke a woman. Wu Yinghong is in for a world of trouble. Then Song Yaoyao began to sing, sand that I cannot hold I scatter to the wind, of food that's not to my taste I still poke, and prod the road beneath my feet. I dig it all up, those who don't love me bury them all. Hearing this song, the others found it anything but amusing. Instead, an involuntary shiver ran down their spines. Women are terrifying. And Little Lady's song is even more terrifying. Gua, host, stop singing. Those 6 women are about to leave and deal with that scumbag Wu Yinghong. Do you want to go watch the show? How could she miss a good show about punishing a scumbag? Song Yaoyao exclaimed excitedly, let's go. Song Yaoyao turned to Song Qingyu and the others and said, brother, the storybooks here are too cliché. I don't want to stay here any longer. Let's go for a stroll on the streets instead. Everyone knew exactly what Song Yaoyao intended to do, yet they pretended to be utterly oblivious and agreed. All right. The patrons at the tables near Song Yaoyao, seeing that Lady Song and her group had paid and left, quickly settled their own bills and followed. Song Yaoyao and her companions trailed unhurriedly behind the 6 women. Just then a servant approached the 6 women, whispered a few words to Zhang Xiangxiang's maid, and then departed. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, what did that servant say? Guagua, host, that servant is the one Zhang Xiangxiang sent to keep tabs on Wu Yinghong. He just came back to report on Wu Yinghong's situation. Wu Yinghong has already been subdued and captured. They are just waiting for the 6 of them to arrive and decide his fate. Song Yaoyao, wow, they already caught him. That was fast. Then let's hurry and catch up. The 6 women headed towards the eastern part of the city. Using the excuse that the eastern part of the city had more snack shops, and she wanted to browse there, Song Yaoyao and her group followed along. The 6 women arrived at a courtyard and entered. Song Yaoyao and her companions dared not get too close. Stopping at a distance of 100 meters, the perfect range for catching gossip, they paused and pretended to browse in a pastry shop. Song Yaoyao urged impatiently, Guagua, quickly show me what's happening inside that courtyard. Guagua, right away, host. In the displayed scene, the 6 women were seen walking to the door of the woodshed in the courtyard. The door was opened, revealing a man lying inside, none other than Wu Yinghong. Clearly Wu Yinghong was unconscious. His eyes were blindfolded with black cloth, a gag stuffed in his mouth, his hands and feet bound behind his back. He was filthy and utterly disheveled, a picture of utter misery. The 6 women entered. Zhang Xiangxiang walked up to Wu Yinghong, nudged him with her foot, then planted her sole firmly upon his face. The other 5 women also stepped forward and began to kick and punch Wu Yinghong relentlessly. Even so, the man on the ground remained unconscious. Clearly Wu Yinghong had been drugged. Only after the 6 women had exhausted themselves did they finally stop. Only then did the anger in their hearts subside somewhat. They left the woodshed and the door was closed behind them. Shui Yushu addressed the 2 men waiting outside. Make it clean. Don't let him die. Understood. Song Yaoyao had no idea what these 2 men were about to do. Just then the video feed went black. Song Yaoyao asked anxiously, Guagua, what are those 2 men going to do inside the woodshed? Just at the crucial moment, and your video fails me. It's black now. I can't see anything. I'm dying of curiosity. Guagua, the upcoming scene is too bloody and graphic to be shown on screen, hence the blackout. However, I can narrate it for you, host. Song Yaoyao felt helpless, but was extremely eager to know what was going to happen next. So she said, then hurry up and tell me. Guagua, those 2 men who just entered the woodshed are butchers. Song Yaoyao, those 6 women aren't planning to kill Wu Yinghong, are they? Guagua, didn't Shui Yushu just say so? They don't want Wu Yinghong dead, so his life is not in danger. Just then Su Huiwei's voice rang out from the screen, toss his damn thing to the wild dogs. Yes. The 2 butchers acknowledged and departed with the reward money. Not long after leaving the courtyard, the 2 butchers spotted a few stray dogs and threw Wu Yinghong's prized possession in their direction. The scent of blood spread as the wild dogs charged forward. Song Yaoyao. Everyone. The scene was too gruesome to bear. In the video, Wei Yunjiao asked, what should we do next? Lu Sujia, following the plan, will send him to the pleasure house at nightfall. Cheng Huaya. I'll have people shadowing him the entire way. Rest assured, once Wu Yinghong crosses that threshold, he'll never see the light of day again. Su Huiwei, what about that old witch Wu's mother? How do we handle her? Zhang Xiangxiang, that old crone is no better than Wu Yinghong himself. Everything she lives for is Wu Yinghong. When he goes missing, she'll be utterly devastated. We needn't lay a finger ourselves. Let's simply wait and watch her come to ruin. The remaining 5 women all agreed with Zhang Xiangxiang's words. It was still early evening, and sending Wu Yinghong to the pleasure house would have to wait until dark. The 6 women then departed from the courtyard. Song Yaoyao looked up at the sky and saw it was indeed still early. With the rest of the plan already known, there was no need to linger, so she too decided to leave. After wandering for so long, Song Yaoyao felt quite hungry. She tugged at Song Qingyu's sleeve and said, Big brother, I'm starving. Let's find somewhere to eat first. Song Qingyu glanced at the others, who all nodded and finally replied, very well. The moment Song Yaoyao and the others had left, a group of elaborately dressed individuals emerged from a nearby cooked meat shop. These were the very people from the tea house who had switched seats, hoping to follow Song Yaoyao and gawk at the drama up close. It wasn't that they didn't want to tail Song Yaoyao to the pastry shop. It was just that the sixth prince was among them. They didn't dare openly follow to the pastry shop for their spectacle, so they settled for the adjacent cooked meat shop instead. Having loitered at the cooked meat shop for so long, it would have been improper to leave empty-handed, so everyone purchased some delicacies. This delighted the shop owner beyond measure, who knew his humble shop was so renowned, drawing such a distinguished crowd. Judging by their attire, these customers were clearly wealthy nobles. Could his business finally be on the rise? The shopkeeper fantasized about days overflowing with customers and mountains of silver flowing into his hands. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao and her companions made their way toward a renowned restaurant in the Eastern District. Hardly had they walked for long when they encountered a wedding procession. Song Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she watched the wedding party. She was craving a banquet feast. She pouted at Song Qingyu beside her and said, "Big brother, I want to attend a wedding feast." Pointing at the wedding procession, she added, "I want to eat at their mansion's banquet." Song Qingyu surveyed the wedding party and replied, "We don't even know them. How could we possibly crash their celebration? Besides, one must bring gifts to such occasions. We haven't prepared anything. Can we really show up empty-handed?" Having said this, Song Qingyu reached out to grab Song Yaoyao by the collar and drag her away. Sensing this, Song Yaoyao clung to a tree by the roadside with all four limbs, refusing to let go. Suppressing his anger, Song Qingyu coaxed her. "Yaoyao will go to a restaurant shortly. You can order as many dishes as you like. Will that suffice?" Song Yaoyao pursed her lips and mumbled under her breath, "Restaurant food is nothing compared to a wedding feast. I want the banquet. We didn't bring gifts, no matter, we can buy some now. And we don't need to know them. Isn't the sixth prince here? As long as he reveals his identity, who in the capital would dare turn us away?" Everyone, so you'd already planned this all along. The sixth prince, I guess I'm nothing but a useful tool. Though Song Yaoyao spoke softly, everyone present heard her clearly. Song Qingyu hurriedly apologized to the sixth prince. Song Yaoyao thought to herself, this sixth prince is only good for this much. Why apologize at all? Guagua remarked, "Host, you certainly know how to pick your useful assets. Today's wedding may be a merchant's family, but they're one of the prominent wealthy families in the Eastern District. The banquet will surely be lavish." Song Yaoyao beamed. "Really? That's wonderful. My discernment never fails. I'm having that banquet today." Afterwards, Song Yaoyao clung to the tree even tighter. Finally, the sixth prince declared, "If young Lord Song wishes to attend a banquet, then we shall attend a banquet." At these words from the sixth prince, Song Qingyu shot Song Yaoyao a withering glare and quickly dispatched someone to purchase gifts. Once the gifts were acquired, the group set off toward the wealthy merchant's residence. At the mansion gate, upon learning that the visitors included the sixth prince and a group of noble young masters and ladies, the head steward was immediately informed. The wealthy merchant's name was Wang Fuguwei, and he traded in silk and grain. When Master Wang's head steward arrived, he prepared to kowtow, but was stopped by the sixth prince's attendants. They wished to keep a low profile and enjoy the banquet incognito. The steward explained, "Your Highness, please follow me. Our master has gone to welcome the bride and will return shortly. Your Grace's visit honors our household beyond measure." Truly a seasoned steward with a silver tongue. Song Yaoyao and her companions were seated at the most prestigious table. Soon a servant announced that more officials had arrived. The steward was bewildered. What was happening today? Officials typically looked down upon merchants like them. Why were they arriving in waves? Though puzzled, he still made his way to the mansion entrance. Song Yaoyao, however, was unaware that the gossiping crowd from the cooked meat shop had followed them to the wedding banquet. These people were relentlessly devoted to their entertainment. On the table, fruits and pastries were laid out. Song Qingling leaned over and said, "Yaoyao, have some pastries first to stave off hunger." Song Yaoyao nodded. "All right, big sister. I'll have just one piece. I'm saving my stomach for the banquet." Soon after, the wedding procession returned. The groom, none other than Master Wang, was a man in his 40s. The bride's face was hidden beneath a red veil. After the couple completed their ceremonial bows, just as they were about to escort the bride to the bridal chamber, a teenager of about 15 or 16 burst in, followed by a man in his 40s. The young girl cried out loudly, "Halt!" Upon seeing the newcomer, the groom's face paled. He barked, "Who told you to come here? Go back." The girl sneered, "Father, today you've taken yourself a new mother. I simply had to come and see for myself, don't you think?" My dear stepmother Lu Qingqing. Just then Su Huiwei's voice rang out from the screen, toss his damn thing to the wild dogs. Yes. The two butchers acknowledged and departed with the reward money. Not long after leaving the courtyard, the two butchers spotted a few stray dogs and threw Wu Yinghong's prized possession in their direction. The scent of blood spread as the wild dogs charged forward. Song Yaoyao and the onlookers were left speechless. The scene was too gruesome to bear. In the video, Wei Yunjiao asked, "What should we do next?" Lu Sujiao replied, "Following the plan, we'll send him to the pleasure house at nightfall." Cheng Huaya added, "I'll have people shadowing him the entire way. Rest assured, once Wu Yinghong crosses that threshold, he'll never see the light of day again." Su Huiwei then asked, "What about that old witch Wu's mother? How do we handle her?" Zhang Xiangxiang scoffed, "That old crone is no better than Wu Yinghong himself. Everything she lives for is Wu Yinghong. When he goes missing, she'll be utterly devastated. We needn't lay a finger ourselves. Let's simply wait and watch her come to ruin." The remaining 5 women all agreed with Zhang Xiangxiang's assessment. It was still early evening, and sending Wu Yinghong to the pleasure house would have to wait until dark. The 6 women then departed from the courtyard. Song Yaoyao looked up at the sky and saw it was indeed still early. With the rest of the plan already known, there was no need to linger, so she too decided to leave. After wandering for so long, Song Yaoyao felt quite hungry. She tugged at Song Qingyu's sleeve and said, "Big brother, I'm starving. Let's find somewhere to eat first." Song Qingyu glanced at the others, who all nodded and finally replied, "Very well." The moment Song Yaoyao and her companions had left, a group of elaborately dressed individuals emerged from a nearby cooked meat shop. These were the very people from the tea house who had switched seats, hoping to follow Song Yaoyao and gawk at the drama up close. The groom reprimanded again. "Xiaoxi, can you show some sense? Your Qingqing and I have already exchanged wedding vows. From now on, Qingqing will be your stepmother. You must respect her." Upon hearing this, the young woman named Xiaoxi grew even angrier and retorted, "Wang Fugui, you have no shame at all. As my father, you'd conspire with my closest bosom friend Lu Qingqing, driving my mother to her death. It has only been a month since my mother passed away, and you have already taken Lu Qingqing into our home." Xiaoxi turned and grabbed hold of a middle-aged man who had just entered behind her. "Lu Qingqing, didn't you love seducing the father of your best friend? Look clearly. Do you see the man standing beside me? That is none other than your own father, old Master Lu. Well then, I shall seduce your father as well, and drive your mother to her death too. Once she's gone, I'll wed your father immediately and become your stepmother." Song Yaoyao's hand trembled, and the pastry she held dropped onto the table with a soft thud. Her mouth hung wide open as the pastry fell from between her lips. Song Yaoyao quickly wiped her mouth. Good heavens! Could this world really be this unhinged? Was it her Song Yaoyao who had failed to keep pace with the times? Before she could recover, the girl called Xiao. She yanked off Lu Qingqing's red bridal veil, a mocking smile curling her lips. "Lu Qingqing, go on then. Call me mother, and let me hear it." Lu Qingqing was so frightened that she immediately ducked behind Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui shielded Lu Qingqing with one arm and pointed at Wang Sisi with the other. "Wang Sisi, where are your manners? Where has your mother taught you to behave like this?" Upon hearing Wang Fugui bring up her mother again, Wang Sisi's anger reached its peak. Yet on her face not a hint of fury showed. Instead, she broke into a smile and said, "Wang Fugui, once I have thoroughly infuriated that screeching cat at the Lu residence, I shall wed old Master Lu without delay. Wang Fugui, when the time comes, you will address me as your mother-in-law." Hearing these words, Song Yaoyao couldn't help but swallow hard. This girl was truly fearless. Wang Fugui was rendered speechless by rage and raised his hand, threatening to strike Wang Sisi. Just then, old Master Lu stepped forward and pulled Wang Sisi behind him. Glaring at Wang Fugui, he demanded, "Wang Fugui, are you really daring to lay hands on someone? Who gave you the audacity to strike your future mother-in-law?" Song Yaoyao thought, good lord, this old Master Lu is something else. Isn't making things chaotic enough already? "Old Master," Wang Sisi tugged at his arm, "you must punish Lu Qingqing for her unfilial behavior and teach Wang Gui a lesson too, for daring to lay hands on his future mother-in-law." Old Master Lu turned his head, patted Wang Sisi's hand gently, and said in an unusually tender voice, "Don't worry, Xiaoxi. Just watch me." Wang Sisi coquettishly replied, I always knew you were the best, old master. Old Master Lu turned around and glared viciously at Lu Qingqing and Wang Fuguei, you two disobedient wretches who know not respect or hierarchy. Wang Fuguei's eyes bloodshot, he roared at Old Master Lu. I object to Shaoxi marrying you. Wang Sisi peeked out from behind and said, son-in-law, you'd better accept reality. I too once objected when you and my bosom friend Lu Qingqing wanted to be together. Yet you disregarded all conventions and persisted anyway. Wang Fuguei sputtered defensively. Wang Sisi, Old Master Lu is old enough to be your father. Wang Sisi rolled her eyes so dramatically it was almost comical. Wang Fuguei, you could also be Lu Qingqing's father. Yet you were still together, weren't you? This is classic double standards. You allow yourself certain freedoms, but deny others the same. I remember saying those very words back then. How did Lu Qingqing and you respond? Oh right. You two said age was nothing but a number. What mattered was true love between two hearts. Lu Qingqing also claimed that older men know how to cherish their partners. I couldn't agree more. Look at how much Old Master Lu dotes on me. Wang Fuguei and Lu Qingqing were left utterly speechless by Wang Sisi's relentless barrage. In the end, Wang Fuguei managed to choke out only one sentence, regardless. I will not consent to this wedding. Wang Sisi sneered. Wang Fuguei, as a mere son-in-law, you dare meddle in everything, from heaven to earth, and now even into your own mother-in-law's affairs. Your disapproval means nothing. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I intend to marry Old Master Lu no matter what. I will become your mother-in-law. Once that shrew at the Lu residence dies, I shall marry him immediately. Lu Qingqing, no longer cowed, stepped out from behind Wang Fuguei and shouted, my mother will never die. Wang Sisi backhanded Lu Qingqing twice, without hesitation. What are you barking about, you ungrateful wretch? Lu Qingqing, your thick skin is truly remarkable. My hand actually hurts from slapping you. Old Master Lu hurried forward, took Wang Sisi's hand in both of his, and blew gently on it. Next time let me deal with that unfilial girl. See how your hand has been hurt. Promise me you won't do that again. It pains me to see you suffering. Wang Sisi smiled sweetly. Old Master, you are so kind. I'll listen to whatever you say. I won't do it next time. Wang Fuguei once again shielded Lu Qingqing, took a deep breath, and pleaded, Shaoxi, I know you resent us, but you need not sacrifice your entire life to take revenge on us. Wang Sisi raised her head, looked at Wang Fuguei, and smiled. Lu Qingqing, Wang Fuguei. Yes, I hate you both. But when have I ever said I am sacrificing my life for revenge? I genuinely adore Old Master Lu. He treats me with endless care and devotion, holding me as if I were the most precious thing in the world. I feel truly happy. Now I finally understand what Lu Qingqing meant back then. Older men know how to cherish their partners. By now everyone had listened long enough to piece together most of the story. Song Yaoyao glanced around at the crowd. Their mouths were all hanging open in shock. Song Yaoyao had never expected that merely attending a meal would lead to uncovering such a spectacular scandal. Over by the four of them, the argument continued. In the end, the girl named Wang Sisi delivered several more slaps to Lu Qingqing before leading Old Master Lu away. Wang Fuguei's face darkened to an ugly shade. Lu Qingqing was once again covered by the red veil and escorted to the bridal chamber by Wang Fuguei. Moments later, Wang Fuguei emerged. The first thing Wang Fuguei did upon coming out was rush to their table and kneel to offer his apologies. Wang Fuguei never imagined that the Crown Prince Lu and so many distinguished officials would grace his wedding today. What a thoroughly humiliating spectacle. The Crown Prince waved his hand and said, We happened to pass through this area. Upon hearing of your joyous celebration, we came in to share in the good fortune. Wang Fuguei, your highness and honored lords and ladies, your presence truly honors our humble residence. After offering his toast, Wang Fuguei moved on to other tables. Now the banquet could officially begin. Song Yaoyao ate while whispering to Guagua, today's events are utterly outrageous. They've completely shattered my worldview. Guagua, alas. Host, don't be fooled by Wang Sisi's aggressive demeanor today. She is the true victim here. As Guagua's voice trailed off, everyone knew a juicy revelation was coming. Everyone perked up their ears waiting for Guagua to explain. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, what's going on? Tell me now. Guagua, then I'll start from the beginning. The Wang and Lu families are both renowned merchant houses in the east of the city. As merchant households, though the Wang and Lu families dealt in different trades, both belonged to the same guild. The guild frequently held events, and it was through these that Wang Fuguwei and Patriarch Lu came to know each other. Now about these two men, Wang Fuguwei and Patriarch Lu. As Guagua narrated, the screen above Song Yaoyao's head split in two. One side displayed the image of Wang Fuguwei, the other that of Patriarch Lu. Guagua continued, both Wang Fuguwei and Patriarch Lu married merchant daughters. Wang Fuguwei wed Lady Wang. Though it was a marriage of convenience, she was dignified and graceful, and the couple lived in mutual respect after their wedding. Later they had a daughter, that was Wang Cici. As for Patriarch Lu, named Lu Changxing, he took Lady Lu as his wife. She was far less attractive and never won his favor. But for the sake of the family business, Lu Changxing had no choice. He could only marry into the Lu family through an arranged union. After Lady Lu's maiden family went bankrupt and fell into decline, Lu Changxing grew even more disdainful toward her and their daughter Lu Qingqing. In the video, scenes of Wang Cici and Lu Qingqing's lives from childhood to adulthood appeared. One doted upon, the other neglected. Lu Qingqing in the video was truly pitiable. Song Yaoyao, though Lu Qingqing seems miserable, now given what we saw at the wedding banquet, I feel things are not that simple. Guagua, indeed it's not that simple. I'll go on. The guild occasionally held banquets inviting these patriarchs to bring their wives and children. Thus at one such banquet, Wang Cici encountered Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing was being bullied by several children who taunted her for being dark and skinny, as if she had been adopted, pushing and shoving her around. Lu Qingqing was knocked to the ground. It was Wang Cici who stepped in and rescued her. After a pause, Guagua continued, in this way Wang Cici and Lu Qingqing became good friends. Upon learning that Lu Qingqing was mistreated at home, Wang Cici felt deep sympathy for her. Later, Wang Cici often invited Lu Qingqing to visit their residence. When Lady Wang learned of Lu Qingqing's plight in her own household, she would prepare plenty of delicious food for her every time she came, and even let her take some home when she left. In the video, Lady Wang and Wang Cici treated Lu Qingqing with great kindness, offering her the best treats. Wang Cici would even secretly slip her own saved private silver to Lu Qingqing, hoping she and her mother might fare better in their household. At times, Wang Cici would give Lu Qingqing a dozen or so taels of silver. Other times, she would slip her 100 taels or more. Wang Cici genuinely regarded Lu Qingqing as a true friend. Song Yaoyao, a friend like Wang Cici is truly rare. And then, Guagua, but Lu Qingqing didn't see it that way. She thought Wang Cici was showing off her favored status at home by giving her delicious food. The kinder Lady Wang and Wang Cici were to her, the more Lu Qingqing saw it not as kindness, but as humiliation. Song Yaoyao, my goodness. Is this Lu Qingqing out of her mind? Someone treats her well, and she calls it showing off. Humiliation. Song Yaoyao would love such showing off and humiliation. Is there anyone who will humiliate me too? I don't mind. Go ahead and humiliate me to your heart's content. The crowd, we don't mind either. Humiliate us as much as you like. Guagua continued, host your dreaming. Song Yaoyao, can I even dream? Guagua, sure, keep on daydreaming. Not wanting to bicker with Guagua, Song Yaoyao ended that topic and went on. Lu Qingqing on one hand felt Wang Cici was humiliating her, yet on the other hand, she accepted the silver without any qualms. This Lu Qingqing is nothing but a hypocrite. And then, Guagua, later Lu Qingqing met Wang Fuguwei. His doting on Wang Cici made Lu Qingqing both envious and jealous. She yearned for such fatherly love. Lu Qingqing felt, why was Wang Cici so blessed, having everything she wanted, cherished since childhood, with such a wonderful father? Why had she, Lu Qingqing, lived so miserably and humbly from birth? Why must she rely on Wang Cici's charity to survive? The more Lu Qingqing thought, the angrier she became, the more she felt heaven was unjust. Lu Qingqing wanted to destroy everything Wang Cici possessed. At that time, Lu Qingqing was only 13. In the video, the young Lu Qingqing, unaware of what schemes she was brewing, revealed a sinister smile that sent chills down one's spine. Song Yaoyao, this Lu Qingqing is a total ingrate. She was helped all along, yet out of jealousy, she wants to ruin her benefactor. This is a real-life version of the farmer and the snake. Guagua, yes. Ever since she conceived the idea of destroying Wang Sisi, Lu Qingqing kept pondering how to ruin everything Wang Sisi had. A woman's happiness in the inner quarters depends on how her husband treats her. If Wang Sisi lost Wang Fugui's favor, wouldn't she become destitute? Having figured this out, Lu Qingqing planned to get close to Wang Fugui. In the video, Lu Qingqing kept appearing before Wang Fugui. After 2 years of deliberate encounters, Wang Fugui had long noticed her. After coming of age, Lu Qingqing did not take after Lady Lu in looks. She was exceptionally beautiful. One was eager to seduce, the other willing to accept. Thus Wang Fugui and Lu Qingqing ended up in an illicit affair. Song Yaoyao, so they just got together without proper matchmaking. I'm at a loss for words. And then, Guagua later, by the time Lady Wang and Wang Sisi found out, Lu Qingqing claimed she was already Wang Fugui's woman and was pregnant with his child. Lady Wang never imagined that the little girl she had cared for would one day bite the hand that fed her. Lady Wang had always had a weak heart, as she couldn't take the shock and passed away on the spot. Wang Sisi was even more bewildered. How could her best friend have become her father's woman? Wang Sisi was deeply devastated. Moreover, no sooner had Lady Wang passed away than Wang Fugui hastily held a wedding to make Lu Qingqing his second wife. After much deliberation, Wang Sisi came up with the scheme to seduce Patriarch Lu. If anyone made her life miserable, then no one would get to live in peace. And that led to the scene we saw at the beginning. Song Yaoyao, does Lady Lu know about Lu Qingqing's actions? Guagua, she knows. Lady Lu is also an ungrateful wretch. She envies Lady Wang for marrying well and living a happy life after marriage. As for the help Lady Wang and Wang Sisi had given over the years, Lady Lu felt it was nothing but showing off. When Lady Wang was angered to death by Lu Qingqing, Lady Lu thought it was because Lady Wang was petty and deserved it. Which man doesn't have multiple wives and concubines? However, when Lady Lu learned that Wang Sisi had gotten together with old Master Lu, she was also furious. She kept cursing Wang Sisi for being shameless. Song Yaoyao, like mother, like daughter. Lady Lu is just as shameless as Lu Qingqing. If Lady Lu thinks it's normal for men to have multiple wives, then why is she angry about Wang Sisi being with old Master Lu? But then again, was it worth ruining her own life just for revenge? Guagua, as a woman, Wang Sisi could only think of such a way to get revenge. However, Lu Qingqing does treat Wang Sisi well. Song Yaoyao, alas, I don't know what to say. But after today's scene, Wang Sisi has completely torn off the masks of Lu Qingqing and Wang Fugui. Those two have lost face big time. Guagua, almost everyone from the Merchant Association showed up today. Lu Qingqing, Wang Fugui, Wang Sisi, and Lu Qingqing have all become notorious. Judging by today's situation, there will be more trouble ahead. Song Yaoyao, we are not Wang Sisi, so we can't feel the betrayal and despair she experienced. As for her choices, we shouldn't judge whether they were right or wrong. Guagua, indeed, let's just enjoy the feast. After that, Song Yaoyao's inner voice fell silent. The crowd, having learned the whole story, sympathized deeply with Wang Sisi. Betrayed by her best friend and suffering the loss of her mother. What kind of despair was that? They couldn't fathom it. If they were in Wang Sisi's shoes, they might have gone even crazier. No one spoke again, they all focused on the meal. After the feast, they said goodbye to Wang Fugui and prepared to leave. Wang Fugui escorted them to the door. When Song Yaoyao looked up, she saw familiar faces in the distance. Weren't those the people who had been sitting next to them in the tea house? They came to freeload too. Indeed, like her, they all loved a good feast. Those people also noticed Song Yaoyao looking their way and quickly hid their embarrassment, nodding at her as a greeting. The sixth prince and his companions followed Song Yaoyao's gaze and saw that group of gossipy spectators. Everyone understood that these people had followed Song Yaoyao to watch the drama. Among the crowd, only Song Yaoyao thought they were there to freeload like her. The caught spectators had no choice but to walk over to the sixth prince and pay their respects. The sixth prince nodded, said nothing, and left. What did the sixth prince mean? The spectators were baffled and felt even more awkward. Song Yaoyao and her group left soon after. It was getting late, so they returned to the mansion. Song Yaoyao went to her boudoir, kicked off her shoes, and flopped onto the bed. Today was truly exhausting. After eating and drinking her fill, she decided to sleep first. She slept until the middle of the night, when Bai Tao came to wake her for the morning court session. The atmosphere at today's morning court was unusually oppressive. Just standing there, Song Yaoyao sensed something was wrong. She called out to Guagua, Guagua, are you there? Guagua, I'm here, host. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, have you noticed? The mood at court today is very off. Guagua, yes, I've noticed. Song Yaoyao, has something happened that I don't know about? Guagua, I know about this. The salt our Tianfeng kingdom consumes is all purchased from Tianxian kingdom. Yesterday, the emperor received news from Tianxian that the price of salt for our kingdom would increase by 30%. The price was already high, and a 30% increase is simply outrageous. By the way, Tianxian kingdom earns its money by selling salt to the other 3 kingdoms. Song Yaoyao, I remember there are many types of salt: sea salt, well salt, lake salt, mineral salt. Guagua, doesn't our Tianfeng kingdom produce its own salt? When everyone heard Song Yaoyao and Guagua talking about salt, they tensed up immediately. The emperor was so nervous that his palms were sweating, and he tightly gripped the armrest of his dragon throne. Yesterday, upon hearing about the salt price increase, the emperor and his ministers had spent the entire afternoon in the Imperial study discussing countermeasures without reaching any conclusion. They had forgotten about little Lord Song. Hopefully they would hear the answer they wanted. Guagua, our Tianfeng kingdom does have lake salt, but that salt is bitter and astringent, completely unprocessed and inedible. That's why we are forced to buy from Tianxian kingdom. Actually, Tianchuan salt isn't that great either. It's not refined salt, but it tastes better than the unprocessed one. At least it's edible. Song Yaoyao, we have lake salt. That's wonderful. Others may not know how to process it, but that's nothing for me. I studied for so many years in my past life. This is child's play. I dare say that the salt I process will be many times better than the salt bought from Tianxian. Hearing Song Yaoyao's confident words, the emperor and his ministers finally relaxed. They hadn't expected the problem they debated for so long to be solved so easily. Little Lord Song was truly a treasure. After court, Song Yaoyao returned to the mansion and headed straight for the kitchen. Song Shirlang pretended to know nothing and asked, Yaoyao, what's the rush? Father, I noticed that salt prices have risen again recently, so I want to do some research of my own. How will you research? Father, just watch. The kitchen had the lake salt that Guagua had mentioned, usually used for pickling vegetables. Song Yaoyao shooed everyone out of the kitchen, leaving only herself and Song Shirlang. She had her father help, and the 2 of them got to work. A few hours later, snow white salt was produced. Song Shirlang excitedly pinched a little and put it in his mouth. There wasn't a trace of bitterness. This salt was whiter than the tribute salt used in the palace, and its taste was even purer. This time, Song Yaoyao made 10 jin of refined salt. Song Shirlang took half and was about to go to the palace to see the emperor. Song Yaoyao quickly stopped him. Father, wait. Let me write down the method, and you can hand it to the emperor together. All right. A quarter of an hour later, Song Shirlang entered the palace with the method for making refined salt written by Song Yaoyao and the refined salt they had produced. After Vice Minister Song left, Song Yaoyao finally sensed something was amiss. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, don't you think it's strange that Father didn't ask me a single question? He didn't even inquire how I learned all these things. And yet he kept insisting on the side. How come I feel it's so strange? Guagua, isn't it better that he didn't ask? Host, are you bored out of your mind? You're overthinking all this nonsense. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, you're the one who's bored out of your mind. Song Yaoyao and Guagua started arguing again. Once they were bickering, Song Yaoyao's attention shifted, and she had already forgotten about those suspicious details. The next morning at court, the atmosphere was indeed much better. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, the mood in court today is much improved. Guagua, host, you presented the method for refining salt. The emperor should reward you for this. Song Yaoyao, really? I have no particular hobbies. I only have a fondness for gold and silver. If the emperor grants me some precious metals, that would be perfect. Guagua, host, have you never thought about getting promoted? Song Yaoyao, not at all. I don't want a promotion. I don't even want to keep this position. Being an official is exhausting. Waking up so early every day for court is killing me. I'm just a child and already living like a weary office worker. It's suffocating. Guagua, haven't you heard it said that the higher the rank, the greater the burden? I have no desire to become some great minister and shoulder all that weight myself. The emperor should skip promoting someone as incompetent as me. If he wants to waste someone, let him waste my father instead. My father is young and strong. He can handle more work. As the saying goes, better another's loss than mine. Guagua, Host, be careful your father doesn't hear this, or he'll punish you. Song Yaoyao, don't worry, my father will never know. Even if he did find out, my father wouldn't punish me. All my life he's been all talk and no action. Every time he threatens to discipline me, he never actually raises a finger. The others listening to young Master Song's complaints couldn't believe anyone would despise officialdom so much. But then again, young Master Song is still a child at an age when she should be playing. Asking her to rise in the middle of the night alongside them old fogies is truly a hardship for her. Yesterday, when the Emperor saw the snow-white salt, he rose from his seat in excitement. After tasting it, His Majesty felt that the refined salt produced by young Master Song was incomparably superior to the salt from Tianxian Kingdom. Henceforth, their Tianfeng Kingdom would never again be at the mercy of Tianxian Kingdom over salt. With such excellent refined salt, once they began production, they could even sell it to other nations. The Emperor had already sent people overnight to begin production. He had been pondering how to reward young Master Song, never expecting to hear her inner thoughts today. Adding the cement formula and the method for treating the epidemic that young Master Song had provided previously. All of these contributions combined, he decided to reward her comprehensively on this occasion. Since young Master Song despises officialdom, so there would be no promotion for her. Instead, she would be generously rewarded with gold, silver, and precious gems. As for Vice Minister Song, the Emperor had already decided to enfeoff him as Marquis of Yongning. The Imperial edict would be sent to Vice Minister Song's residence. Shortly after returning home following court, the edict arrived, delivered by eunuch Wang from the Emperor's entourage. Vice Minister Song received the edict with both hands as Song Yaoyao pushed forward eagerly. Father, you've become a Marquis already. Father, you're now both Vice Minister of Revenue and Marquis of Yongning. Song Yaoyao wasn't concerned about her father's title. What excited her was the Emperor's special reward meant for her. It delighted her beyond measure. The edict specified that the items designated as rewards were entirely at Song Yaoyao's disposal. She understood this to mean they belonged to her. Her mother had no say in the matter. This was wonderful. The Emperor was truly an exceptionally kind man. Little did the Emperor know those words alone earned him a good person card from Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao had the items carried to her courtyard. After closing the door, she went through and selected several pieces to send to her parents, brother, and sisters. She gave each family member 2 gold ingots, keeping the rest for herself. Song Yaoyao stored the remaining items in her spatial dimension, then dispatched Bida to deliver the allocated shares to her parents, brother, and sisters. Song Yaoyao reclined on her bed with her legs crossed, humming a tune. So many rewards today had put her in excellent spirits. Suddenly, she remembered the fruits in her spatial dimension and considered taking some out. To produce the fruits under legitimate pretenses, Song Yaoyao made a deliberate trip outside and returned with an assortment of produce. Standing before Madame Song, Song Yaoyao looked at her mother apprehensively and asked Guagua, "Guagua, if I claim these fruits were purchased from the marketplace, do you think Mother will believe it? But these fruits are far too fresh. I'm rather concerned." "Guagua, I think she'll probably believe it." "Song Yaoyao, what do you mean probably? You're giving me such a terrible plan when you're unsure it'll work. I must have lost my mind to fall for your nonsense." "Sigh. It's so difficult to bring out the fresh fruits from my spatial dimension for my family to enjoy." "Guagua, host, in this era a spatial dimension is known as the universe within a sleeve. It's something that only appears in fictional tales. This is your trump card, and you must never reveal it to anyone." "Song Yaoyao, don't worry. I'm not foolish. I wouldn't tell anyone." Madame Song finally learned that her daughter possessed such a mystical artifact like the universe within a sleeve, and these fruits came from within it. Yaoyao had racked her brain to ensure her family could enjoy these fresh fruits. Madame Song watched her little daughter's nervous demeanor and smiled. Yaoyao is quite fortunate to have purchased such fresh fruits. Afterwards, I'll send some to your eldest brother and eldest sister's courtyards. Song Yaoyao heard Madame Song's words and finally breathed a sigh of relief, agreeing, "Very well." This time Song Yaoyao brought out sunshine, rose, grapes, mangoes, dragon fruit, and lychees. Since she couldn't explain having too many different fruits, she chose these to present first. She would find opportunities later to bring out other fruits. "Guagua, host, look, your mother believes you now." "Song Yaoyao, that really scared me. As long as this trick works, I'll use it again, next time, to bring out other fruits." Gua Gua mm. That evening, when Vice Minister Song returned home, Madame Song told him about Yaoyao's universe within a sleeve. Vice Minister Song was stunned for a long time. Already unbelievable enough was the fact that they could hear their young daughter's inner thoughts. He never expected she also possessed such a treasure as the universe within a sleeve. Last time the Emperor summoned him to the Imperial study, he mentioned that the little girl was a blessing. It seems the Emperor was right after all. Yaoyao is not only their family's fortune, but also the blessing of Tianfeng Kingdom. Days passed in the blink of an eye. One day Song Yaoyao received an invitation. The invitation came from the Qian family. Which Qian family? Of course it was the Qian family who had partnered with Song Yaoyao to open the hot pot restaurant. The invitation stated that the hot pot restaurant would open its doors in a few days and requested Song Yaoyao's presence at the grand opening. This was her own business, of course, she had to attend. On that day Song Yaoyao did not invite anyone else, but brought Bitao along. That day Song Yaoyao met the eldest son of Madame Qian, Lord Qian, whose name was Qian Liming. Lord Qian was a refined gentleman, at least on the surface. No one would associate him with being a merchant. Lord Qian had only recently returned from out of town, and as soon as he arrived he heard about how little Lord Song had saved his son, and about the partnership to open a hot pot restaurant with his family. Lord Qian had already tasted hot pot in his own residence, and the flavor was indeed excellent. Lord Qian was also delighted to see Song Yaoyao, and greeted her. Just as Lord Qian was about to lead Song Yaoyao inside, he heard someone calling out, "Little Lord Song, Little Lord Song." Who was that? After finally having no followers tagging along, she came out for a quiet meal with Bitao, and now who else had she run into? Song Yaoyao did not want to deal with it, and pretended not to have heard, continuing straight inside. But the effeminate voice behind her grew louder and louder. "Little Lord Song, Little Lord Song, please wait." Everyone around turned to look at Song Yaoyao. Lord Qian could not hold back and reminded her, "Little Lord Song, it seems someone is calling you." Song Yaoyao did not even lift her head and walked straight ahead. "You're mistaken." Song Yaoyao continued walking but was overtaken and blocked from proceeding. Before Song Yaoyao could speak, the person in front of her placed one hand on their hip and pointed at her saying, "Little Lord Song, were you doing that on purpose? Deliberately pretending not to hear us calling you?" Song Yaoyao looked clearly at the person in front of her. Was this not Su Yu, that sissy grandson of the Grand Tutor? Looking again, beside Su Yu stood Qin Yuyu, and beside Qin Yuyu was another woman who was unfamiliar. Qin Yuyu was no longer the emaciated figure Song Yaoyao had seen in the videos a few months prior. Several months had passed, and although Qin Yuyu was still quite thin, she was no longer skeletal. Her face had gained some flesh and her skin had noticeably whitened. Qin Yuyu's transformation was quite remarkable. Song Yaoyao glanced at Su Yu again. This person was truly familiar from the start. If Song Yaoyao recalled correctly, this was only their second meeting, wasn't it? They were truly not close at all. Song Yaoyao was curious. Last time things had ended so unpleasantly. What did this person want now? Seeing her alone, without any companions today, was he looking for trouble? Seeing Song Yaoyao's confusion, Qin Yuyu stepped forward to pay her respects, and said, "Little Lord Song, we mean no harm. Today is the grand opening of this restaurant, and we smelled the delicious fragrance from afar, so we wanted to come and try it. We saw you just now, and wanted to invite you to dine with us. That is why my cousin stopped you." Song Yaoyao looked at Su Yu, then at Qin Yuyu, and then at the woman beside them. Her gaze wandered among the three of them. Su Yu, this was only her second time seeing him. Qin Yuyu, she had only seen her through videos, and this was the first time meeting her in person. And the woman beside them, needless to say, she did not recognize at all. They wanted to treat Song Yaoyao to a meal. The more Song Yaoyao thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Why did they want to treat her to a meal? Song Yaoyao pondered for a long time, but could not figure it out. If she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't. Song Yaoyao believed that turning down a free meal was foolhardy, so since someone was eager to treat her, she reluctantly agreed. In truth, this meal was Qin Yuyu's idea. She wanted to treat Little Lord Song because thanks to Little Lord Song, everyone had learned about her identity as the true young lady. Only after Qin Yuyu broke free from that family did she begin enjoying her current good life. Qin Yuyu had been looking for an opportunity to thank Little Lord Song, but could never find the right moment. It was Qin Yuyu who had asked Su Yu to call out to Little Lord Song earlier. With her current means, Qin Yuyu could only afford to treat little Lord Song to a meal for now. But she would keep that kindness in her heart and repay it gradually. Just as Song Yaoyao and her companions were about to walk inside, someone called out again, "Little Lord Song, little Lord Song." Damn it, when would this end? Song Yaoyao was about to turn around and curse when she clearly saw who was approaching. The curses died on her lips. Song Yaoyao quickly paid her respects. "I pay my respects to your highness the fifth prince." Song Yaoyao showed respect on the surface, but cursed inwardly. "Gua gua, I just stepped out for a quiet meal. Why do I keep running into so many people? This fifth prince is one I simply cannot refuse. Tell me, when princes go out, why do they need to bring so many followers along? Adding the guards, there are already 6 people. Gua gua, host, accept your fate. You cannot resist." Everyone present could hear Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts. Previously, Qin Yuyu only knew that little Lord Song had helped her, but no one had told her the specifics. Just now, little Lord Song had not opened her mouth, yet that was unmistakably her voice. What was going on? Could it be mind reading? The fifth prince attended court daily and had long grown accustomed to hearing little Lord Song's inner thoughts. However, among his followers, some were hearing it for the first time and were startled by the sudden voice appearing in their ears. They were about to ask what was happening when the fifth prince quickly intervened. They had long heard that little Lord Song was quite unusual, and today they finally understood what made her different. Hearing little Lord Song's complaining thoughts, they exchanged bewildered glances. When had they become so annoying? The fifth prince touched his nose to mask his embarrassment. As a prince, this was the first time he had discovered he was so bothersome. But it didn't matter. Little Lord Song was someone who even dared to curse the emperor, so finding him annoying seemed inconsequential. Nevertheless, the fifth prince spoke up. "I smelled the fragrance from far away and wanted to come dine here. Since we've run into each other, let's join together." It was not yet the auspicious hour, and the official opening had not begun. As the owner of the hot pot restaurant, Song Yaoyao entering was fine, but bringing so many people inside before the opening was improper. So she said, "We haven't opened yet. Let's wait until the opening and then go in together." "Suyu, but weren't you about to go in just now?" Song Yaoyao's mind raced. "I'm feeling a bit unwell in my chest. The boss saw and intended to take me inside to rest." Suyu suddenly understood. "So that's how it is. Are you feeling better now?" Song Yaoyao nodded. "Much better. Let's go wait by the shop entrance." The others found this reasonable. Song Yaoyao then addressed the fifth prince. "Fifth prince, I share some acquaintance with Boss Qian, the owner of this small shop. Since your highness has come, might you be willing to offer some auspicious words at the opening ceremony?" Song Yaoyao's intention was to let other merchants and common folk know that this hot pot restaurant had the fifth prince's backing. This way, many troubles could be avoided in the future. The others wondered, "You know the shopkeeper here?" This also explained why, when Song Yaoyao felt unwell before the opening, she had led them toward this shop. Song Yaoyao nodded. Afterward, she recounted the story of how she had rescued someone. Song Yaoyao continued, "Today marks the opening of their new establishment, and they invited me over." The fifth prince thought saying a few auspicious words was of no consequence. If Lord Song wished to make use of him, he was willing to oblige. The fifth prince desired to build good relations with Lord Song in advance. After all, Lord Song was the auspicious star of their Tianfeng kingdom. Should he ever encounter difficulties and seek help from Lord Song, he hoped she would not refuse. With the fifth prince's presence, the guests like Cloud's hot pot restaurant opened successfully. Finally, it was time to eat. Boss Qian arranged their party in a private room on the 3rd floor. While waiting for the dishes, the fifth prince introduced everyone to one another, and they all began to chat. Guagua's voice suddenly emerged. Host, there's a big juicy scoop. Do you want to hear it?" Song Yaoyao, yes. "Whose big scoop is it?" Guagua, the man in the blue robe seated beside the fifth prince, the one introduced earlier. "His name is Wu Jinlin. The scoop I'm about to share is about him." As Guagua's voice faded, an image of Wu Jinlin appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Everyone stared intently at the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. How extraordinary! What was this thing? Why did it appear above Lord Song's head? Wu Jinlin was clearly sitting right beside them. How did he end up inside that image? Song Yaoyao quickly glanced up at Wu Jinlin, then immediately lowered her head. "Song Yaoyao, I see him. What about it?" Guagua hosts the big scoop on this man is just as explosive as the one we got at Wang Fugue's residence that day. At that moment, Song Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with unusual brightness as she asked, "Really? I can already tell there's a major scoop hidden in this. Spill it now?" Those who could hear Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts all turned their gazes toward Wu Jinlin, sizing him up with curiosity. Under the weight of so many staring eyes, Wu Jinlin's face flushed crimson, and he felt utterly mortified. Guagua's voice slowly sounded, "Host, let me first explain Wu Jinlin's identity. Wu Jinlin is the youngest son of the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor was nearly 50 when he finally had this son. Wu Jinlin was exceptionally bright from childhood, and in his studies he took after the Grand Tutor, learning anything with a single glance. Thus the Grand Tutor cherished this late-born son even more. The video showed heartwarming scenes of the Grand Tutor's joy at having a son in his 50s. The scene shifted to the Grand Tutor testing Wu Jinlin's lessons. The small child answered fluently, without hesitation. The Grand Tutor nodded repeatedly. From the images, it was clear the Grand Tutor was deeply satisfied with and immensely fond of this son. Wu Jinlin stared blankly at the video. These were events from his childhood. Only he and his father knew about these things. How could that Guagua possibly know them? While Wu Jinlin was still baffled, Guagua's voice sounded again. In academics, Wu Jinlin was beyond reproach. In modern terms, he was the epitome of a top scholar. Half a year ago, Wu Jinlin encountered a woman named Mao Jingyi while out and about. At the time, Mao Jingyi was being chased by a gang of bullies. Wu Jinlin had his attendants drive the bullies away and rescued Mao Jingyi. Wu Jinlin learned that Mao Jingyi had come to the capital seeking relatives. She hadn't found them, her money had been stolen, and she had nearly been assaulted by the bullies. Now she was penniless and homeless. Seeing that Mao Jingyi was a woman alone in the capital with no kin or connections, Wu Jinlin took pity on her and paid to rent a small courtyard for her. The video showed scenes of Wu Jinlin rescuing Mao Jingyi and helping her rent the small courtyard. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, I already know what happens next without you telling me. Let me continue. Wu Jinlin thought the two were merely passing acquaintances and that the matter ended there. But when they met again, Mao Jingyi insisted on repaying his life-saving grace. Wu Jinlin said it was merely a trivial kindness that required no repayment, but Mao Jingyi insisted that a life-saving debt must be repaid like a spring gushing forth. She only hoped the young master would not disdain her. She was willing to serve as a humble maid at his side. Guagua, indeed, things happened exactly as the host described. Everyone listened utterly dumbfounded. Wu Jinlin's jaw dropped as he stared fixedly at Song Yaoyao. In the video, Mao Jingyi's words were exactly as Lord Song had said. Could Lord Song possess the gift of divine foresight? Song Yaoyao let out a scornful laugh. I knew it at a glance. Isn't this how men and women always meet in those storybooks? How cliché, utterly devoid of originality. Let me guess what happens next. After much persuasion from Mao Jingyi, Wu Jinlin agreed. Rather than saying he agreed, it's more accurate to say he made Mao Jingyi his kept mistress. Wu Jinlin isn't even married, yet is he. Before his proper wife has even entered the household, he's already set up a mistress on the side. And he's supposed to be a scholar. How utterly disgraceful. Guagua, host, you knew about this too. Song Yaoyao, do I even need to think about it? Isn't this how all those storybooks go? This Mao Jingyi claims she wants to repay a life-saving debt, but it's really just a tactic to seduce a man. Only a fool would believe she's genuinely repaying a kindness. She's actually finding herself a man. Fool Wu Jinlin believed it. In the video, Mao Jingyi behaved herself at first when she started as a maidservant, but her obedience lasted only a few days. Mao Jingyi began wearing flimsy sheer garments. Wu Jinlin, an innocent young man who had never encountered such a sight, was in the prime of his vigorous youth. Soon the two tumbled into bed together. Afterward, Wu Jinlin visited the small courtyard every few days to rendezvous with Mao Jingyi. Wu Jinlin was overwhelmed with shame at this moment. He wanted to stand up and stop Song Yaoyao and Guagua from continuing, but one of the fifth prince's guards had sealed his acupoints, leaving him unable to move. All he could do was glare at Song Yaoyao in fury. Guagua continued, if Mao Jingyi had just obediently stayed with Wu Jinlin, things would have been fine. But she was never one to stay content. Let me first reveal Mao Jingyi's true identity. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. What? Mao Jingyi had another identity. Song Yaoyao was equally taken aback, asking Guagua, "Does Mao Jingyi have another identity? Tell us quickly." Guagua replied, "Mao Jingyi's true identity is Gu Xiaoxiao, a famed courtesan from Jiangnan. After years of working in the pleasure quarters, she saved enough silver to buy her freedom and decided to come to the capital to see if she could find a man worthy of entrusting her life to. After observing for several days, she set her sights on Wu Jinlin. She hired a few rough men to pose as bullies, chasing her near where Wu Jinlin often passed, pretending to assault her. Wu Jinlin fell for it, and now the two of them have already ended up together, haven't they?" Song Yaoyao asked doubtfully. When they got together, didn't Wu Jinlin realize Mao Jingyi was no longer a virgin? Guagua replied, "Wu Jinlin was an inexperienced lad. How could he be a match for Mao Jingyi? He was so excited at the time that he didn't pay much attention to it. Mao Jingyi had prepared a pouch of chicken blood, pricked it, and spilled it on the bed. When Wu Jinlin saw that red stain the next morning, he believed he was her first man and felt he had to take responsibility for her." The video showed Mao Jingyi preparing the chicken blood pouch and then pricking it open. Everyone watching was utterly amazed. Song Yaoyao remarked, "Wow, Wu Jinlin, that innocent fool, was no match for Mao Jingyi. She had him completely deceived. He truly believed he had ruined her purity and even wanted to make amends. What a simpleton. Guagua, I just thought of something. That innocent young man Wu Jinlin has already been defiled by Mao Jingyi. Did he catch any disease from being with her?" Hearing this, everyone instinctively shifted away, then simultaneously glanced at Wu Jinlin's lower body. At that moment, Wu Jinlin, upon hearing Song Yaoyao's words, was also on tenterhooks. Guagua replied, "No, he didn't. Mao Jingyi was a courtesan, but she didn't accept every client, so she didn't have such diseases." Hearing this, Wu Jinlin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been scared half to death. Song Yaoyao said, "Oh, I see. Since there's no problem and Mao Jingyi has now left that life behind since she's with Wu Jinlin, let her stay." Guagua interjected, "Host, I said earlier that Mao Jingyi isn't one to stay content. If she had simply settled down with Wu Jinlin, it would have been fine. But she didn't. Though Mao Jingyi found Wu Jinlin decent, she feared that if he later married a wife, the lawful wife would discover her existence as a mistress and refuse to tolerate her. What would she do then?" With that thought in mind, Mao Jingyi decided to secure more backers for herself. Whenever Wu Jinlin was away, she would roam the streets in search of new targets. During one such search, a runaway carriage knocked her down. The person inside immediately ordered his servants to take her to a medical clinic. Mao Jingyi noticed the carriage's understated yet luxurious appearance and memorized it. The next time she spotted the same carriage on the street, she deliberately blocked its path and offered her thanks to its owner. Using the same spiel, she thanked the carriage's occupant for saving her life, claiming she couldn't repay such a debt and was willing to serve as a humble maid by their side. After a moment's hesitation, the person inside agreed. The video showed Mao Jingyi dressing up elaborately each day and wandering the streets in search of targets. No one noticed that when Wu Jinlin saw that carriage and heard the voice from within, his eyes filled with disbelief, followed by overwhelming fury. Song Yaoyao remarked with a sigh, "Just like a woman from the pleasure quarters, she hooked a new target in no time." Guagua, I'm curious, who is this new target? The video only showed the carriage and the voice of the person inside, never revealing their face. Throughout, it was the attendant who followed orders and rescued Mao Jingyi. The person in the carriage never appeared, seeming quite mysterious. "I'm really curious who it is." Guagua said, "Host, this person is someone you would never guess." In the video, Mao Jingyi rode in the carriage, and they went together to the small courtyard she had rented. Moments later, the man stepped out of the carriage. Many in the crowd recognized him. At least the fifth prince and his attendants did, and their expressions instantly froze. Others didn't recognize him and waited for Guagua to continue. Song Yaoyao also didn't recognize the man. She saw he had white hair and appeared to be nearly 70 years old. The people Song Yaoyao knew were those who attended the morning court sessions. This old man never did, so she truly didn't recognize him. She asked, puzzled, "Guagua, this old man doesn't attend court, so I really don't know him. Who is he? Not that I'm complaining, but at his age he still wants to keep a mistress. Talk about an old blade staying sharp. Can his kidneys even handle it? He's living quite the wild life." Guagua let out a sly chuckle. This is someone you'd never imagine. He is Wu Jinlin's old father, Grand Tutor Wu. Song Yaoyao gasped. What? This man is Wu Jinlin's father. Oh my God, can this get any more scandalous? A son and his father keeping the same woman as their mistress. I can't even bear to think about it. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Wu Jinlin. Father and son truly shared the same taste, identical in every way. They both chose the same woman as a mistress. Wu Jinlin looked ready to devour, someone glaring fiercely at the screen, unable to believe what he was seeing. Guagua said, indeed the same woman serving both father and son. Isn't that quite the wild affair? Song Yaoyao commented, this is indeed explosive, just as explosive as the big scandal at Wang Fugui's residence. Did Mao Jingyi deliberately target Grand Tutor Wu, or did she run into him by chance while searching? It's too coincidental. So much so that I'm starting to suspect some conspiracy. Guagua explained this was pure coincidence. Mao Jingyi didn't intentionally seek out Grand Tutor Wu. She initially only wanted to secure another escape route in case she couldn't hold on to Wu Jinlin. As luck would have it, she ran into Grand Tutor Wu while he was out. At first Mao Jingyi didn't know his identity, only that he was someone of high status. Later when she discovered Grand Tutor Wu was Wu Jinlin's father, she was taken aback, but by then she couldn't extricate herself. She had to carefully schedule her time each day, keeping the two men apart to ensure they never met or discovered each other. In the video, Mao Jingyi was also terrified when she learned of their relationship. She wanted to flee, but felt she had nowhere to go. At first she was nervous every day, but as time passed Mao Jingyi grew less worried. As long as she managed her time well, and kept the two from ever crossing paths, everything would be fine. Song Yaoyao said with a sneer. Well, one would expect nothing less from someone who came out of the pleasure quarters, clearly accustomed to grand spectacles, to have calmed down this quickly and even devised a countermeasure. Guagua, indeed this is hardly something an ordinary person could pull off. Song Yaoyao nodded in agreement and said, it just goes to show how little we've seen of the world. Guagua host, there's something even more explosive. Now that Mao Jingyi is pregnant, given the current level of medical knowledge, there's simply no way to determine who the father is. Song Yaoyao was so shocked that the teacup in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp. This is absolutely mind-blowing. With current medical standards, it truly cannot be determined. When this child is born, will they call Wu Jinlin older brother or father? My entire worldview has been shattered into pieces. Guagua, didn't Grand Tutor Wu send anyone to investigate Mao Jingyi's background back then? How did he so carelessly take her as his mistress? Guagua, on the surface, Grand Tutor Wu projects the image of a refined scholar, but in truth, he absolutely adores this kind of romantic tale of a dashing genius meeting a beauty. Even at his advanced age, he still fancies himself a romantic gallant. As for women who throw themselves at him, he never turns any of them away. He never took Mao Jingyi seriously in the first place, merely regarded her as a plaything, and thus never bothered to investigate her. Had he done so, none of this mess would have happened. Song Yaoyao, this Grand Tutor Wu is quite something, refusing to admit his age at such an advanced stage of life, still fancying himself a romantic gallant. Well, to be fair, had he not been so amorous, he wouldn't have fathered a son like Wu Jinlin at 50 in age, when most men are already grandfathers. Song Yaoyao let out a sigh and continued. I've suddenly thought of something. You know how in ancient times, even being a womanizer was stratified by social rank. They'd categorize promiscuity into different classes. Huh? Host, could you be more specific? I don't quite follow what you mean. Song Yaoyao, it's simple to understand. When the emperor is amorous, they call it dragon sporting with phoenix. When a prince is amorous, they call it stealing fragrance and pilfering jade. When a young nobleman is amorous, they call it seeking flowers among willows. When a cultured man is amorous, they call it touching flowers and stirring grass. But when a street loafer is amorous, it's a completely different story. That's called harassment and molesting respectable women, and they'd be hauled off to the authorities. So what would you call a dried-up old piece of meat like Grand Tutor Wu being amorous, seeking flowers among willows, or touching flowers and stirring grass? Neither quite fits really. After all, Grand Tutor Wu is well along in years, and with his age being what it is, none of those categories apply to him. Everyone listened to Song Yaoyao's words, staring at her with mouths agape. This young master Song truly had an extraordinary gift for eloquence. But the summary was spot on. That was exactly how it was. Even Guagua remarked in astonishment. Host, you truly were a top student in your past life. Words flow from your mouth as effortlessly as if they were written. But host, don't you think we've strayed a bit too far off topic? Song Yaoyao, oh right. Let's get back to the matter of Mao Jingyi's pregnancy. Guagua, does Mao Jingyi know she's pregnant? Guagua, she knows. She's just discovered it herself. Right now, she's not even certain who the father is. For the sake of the child, eventually both men would surely take her back into the household as a concubine. In that case, Grand Tutor Wu and Wu Jinlin would inevitably learn of each other's existence and discover the entire chain of events. Once the truth came to light, Mao Jingyi couldn't bear to imagine her own fate, so this child absolutely could not stay. In the video, Mao Jingyi, upon learning of her pregnancy, had no intention of telling either Grand Tutor Wu or Wu Jinlin. She was already planning how to abort the child. Song Yaoyao, this. I don't even know what to say. That woman is truly ruthless. Guagua, today Wu Jinlin came here with fifth prince. Mao Jingyi promptly sent word to Grand Tutor Wu arranging for the two to meet later. Her plan was to lose the child while in the throes of passion with Grand Tutor Wu. That way he would believe his own carelessness caused Mao Jingyi to miscarry and would treasure her all the more. Song Yaoyao, quite an elaborate scheme indeed. When are they meeting? Guagua, this afternoon. If we finish our hot pot and head over, we'll arrive just in time to catch the show. Song Yaoyao, then let's eat quickly. The hot pot had been brought to the table while they were busy gossiping. Everyone, having overheard Song Yaoyao and Guagua's conversation, also quickened their pace. After eating their fill, they too wanted to head to the scene and watch the drama unfold. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, this hot pot is absolutely delicious. In a few days I'll bring my parents, my eldest sister, and my eldest brother here too. And when my second brother returns, I'll drag him along as well. Guagua, host, you truly are a filial child. When Song Yaoyao looked up again, she noticed Wu Jinlin sitting there motionless, not even touching his chopsticks. Song Yaoyao asked curiously, Guagua, why isn't Wu Jinlin eating? Isn't he hungry? If he's not hungry, then why did he come here? Guagua, well, this fellow's been so thoroughly nourished by Mao Jingyi that he probably has no need for food anymore. Perhaps he doesn't eat meals. Love alone sustains him. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, do you even believe that yourself? Guagua, well then how else would you explain it? Who knows how people in love think? Their minds work differently from us normal folks. Forget about him. Just eat up, and once we're done we'll go watch the excitement. Song Yaoyao, mom. Song Yaoyao lowered her head, ignoring everyone else, and ate to her heart's content. Only when Song Yaoyao stopped paying attention to Wu Jinlin did fifth prince and his men finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wu Jinlin's fury had reached its absolute peak. Had his acupoints been released, fifth prince and his men dared to say, he would have charged straight to Mao Jingyi without a second thought and put an end to her on the spot. Wu Jinlin had never experienced adversity in his entire life. Now, learning that he'd been deceived by such a despicable woman, played for both his heart and his body. How could he swallow such an affront? He would undoubtedly kill her without regard for consequences. Half an hour later, Song Yaoyao and the others finished their hot pot and prepared to leave. The moment Wu Jinlin's acupoints were released, he stretched his stiff body briefly, then charged straight out. Song Yaoyao asked in confusion, Guagua, what's wrong with that man? He rushed out in a fit of rage, looking like he's about to murder someone. Guagua, host, it seems Wu Jinlin somehow found out about what Mao Jingyi did. He's already stormed off to settle scores with Mao Jingyi. Fifth Prince's men, fearing that Wu Jinlin's recklessness might lead to bloodshed and drag them all into trouble, hastily followed and restrained him. Wu Jinlin was well read, but his martial arts were quite mediocre. Before long, he was subdued by Fifth Prince's guards. Song Yaoyao followed along and comforted him. Lord Wu, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Anger only hastens your end. Don't worry. Sorrow shortens your days. Don't panic. Panic leads to hanging on the wall. Don't be anxious. Anxiety gets you seated at a funeral feast. Everyone, young lady Song, what are you doing? Are you trying to console him or fan the flames? Isn't this chaos enough already? You'd have been better off saying nothing at all. Sure enough, Wu Jinlin began struggling even more frantically. Song Yaoyao scratched her head. Had her well-intentioned advice backfired? Guagua, host, what are you doing? Aren't things already chaotic enough? Host, do you actually want to see Lord Wu Jinlin lose his mind, fight Lord Wu Taifu, and then knife Mao Jingyi right on the spot? That's why you're pouring fuel on the fire, isn't it? Song Yaoyao quickly shook her head. Gua Gua, don't talk nonsense. I didn't mean that. I truly wanted to calm Lord Wu Jinlin down. Gua Gua, come on, host. Is that what you call consoling someone? You're clearly dousing the fire with oil. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, how can you speak like that? I was clearly trying to help. I don't even know how it turned into a disaster. Never mind, it's my fault for not knowing how to talk properly. I'll stay quiet, alright. Meanwhile, Wu Jinlin struggled fiercely, his eyes turning bloodshot. Quite terrifying. With no other choice, the fifth prince's guards had to seal his acupoints once again. Only after Wu Jinlin calmed down did they hoist him onto the carriage. The group headed toward Mao Jingyi's courtyard. Soon they arrived outside. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, has Lord Wu Taifu gone in? Gua Gua, he has. Today Mao Jingyi prepared a lavish feast with fine wine, and laced the wine with an aphrodisiac. Lord Wu Taifu had just arrived, and the two were about to enjoy the meal. Song Yaoyao, good heavens, they spiked the wine. Is she worried Lord Wu Taifu is too old and won't be up to the task of getting rid of that child? How vicious is that? Mao Jingyi is truly ruthless. Above Song Yaoyao's head the screen displayed, everyone's eyes glued to the scene unfolding in the courtyard. Song Yaoyao looked at Wu Jinlin's bloodshot eyes and asked, Gua Gua, Gua Gua, this Wu Jinlin is terrifying. Do you think he'll kill someone? Gua Gua, even I have no idea. Just then Wu Jinlin's acupoints were unsealed. The moment his body could move, he charged straight into the courtyard without a word. At the courtyard gate, several of Lord Wu Taifu's attendants were on guard. Seeing Wu Jinlin, the leader called out, young master. He then blocked Wu Jinlin's path and said, young master, the master is inside. This is no place for you. Wu Jinlin cursed, damn servant, move. Young master, you cannot enter. I said move. Young master, you really cannot go in. Get lost. Wu Jinlin stepped forward and kicked the lead attendant hard, attempting to rush inside, but was still stopped by him. The fifth prince gave a subtle glance, and his guard stepped forward to subdue the attendants. Only then did Wu Jinlin kick open the main door, dash across the courtyard, and sprint toward the interior. Song Yaoyao and the others followed closely behind. Upon entering the room, they saw Lord Wu Taifu and Mao Jingyi both disheveled, sharing wine together. Seeing Wu Jinlin, Mao Jingyi dropped her wine cup in terror and stammered, Jinlin, what are you doing here? Witnessing the scene, Lord Wu Taifu also sensed something was amiss and asked, Jinlin, why are you here? How did you find this place? Do you and Jingyi know each other? Wu Jinlin roared, know each other? Mao Jingyi, you slut. You have some nerve. Does it amuse you to deceive both me and my father? Before Lord Wu Taifu could ask for clarification, Wu Jinlin had already charged forward and delivered several brutal slaps to Mao Jingyi's face. The angrier Wu Jinlin became, the harder he beat Mao Jingyi. Lord Wu Taifu, bewildered, tried to intervene, but was held back by the fifth prince's men. Only then did Lord Wu Taifu notice so many people had entered the room, including the fifth prince himself. He hurriedly paid his respects to the fifth prince. The fifth prince then explained the situation to Lord Wu Taifu. Upon hearing it, Lord Wu Taifu nearly fainted from rage. For all his boastful reputation as a philanderer, he would never dare share a woman with his own son. At this moment, Lord Wu Taifu's face was flushed. The drug in the wine was taking effect. The fifth prince ordered his guards, take Lord Wu Taifu back to his mansion. With so many concubines, he surely knows what to do. Yes. Song Yaoyao shook her head. This Lord Wu Taifu. Did he eat those kidney tonics, or what? And look how old he is, yet he still knows how to play. Gua Gua, whether the old man took those kidney tonics, I don't know. But this old man drinks tiger penis wine every now and then. Song Yaoyao, what? This old man is so wild behind closed doors. I won't bow to anyone, but I bow to Lord Wu Taifu. Hearing Song Yaoyao's thoughts, everyone's perception of Lord Wu Taifu shifted once again. Who would have guessed the old man was like this in private? It truly opened their eyes. By this point, Mao Jingyi's face was swollen. The fifth prince quickly had someone pull Wu Jinlin away. Wu Jinlin continued muttering curses. You slut, just like the trash from the pleasure quarters. You had a young man like me and still weren't satisfied. So you went after my father, a 70-year-old man. Are you that undiscriminating? Who's better, me or my father? Listening to this, Song Yaoyao felt something was off and asked, Gua 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 Gua, Is Wu Jinlin driven mad? Comparing himself to his father. Why does this feel so wrong? Shouldn't he be furious that Mao Jingyi deceived both him and his father? Why is he comparing himself? Guagua, this person's mind is truly broken. I wonder how one could even ask such a question. Everyone listening to Wu Jinlin's furious ranting could only twitch their lips. Was this really the time to ask such a thing? Terrified of further beating, Mao Jingyi cried, "You're amazing, you're amazing." Hearing this, Wu Jinlin grew even angrier. I'm amazing. How am I amazing? If I'm so amazing, why did you still go to my father? Shutting your lie, shutting your lie. Wu Jinlin broke free from the guards and charged over, slapping Mao Jingyi again. Unable to bear it any longer, she cried out, "Stop it, I'll confess, I'll confess. Your father is amazing. Your father is amazing." Wu Jinlin's actions grew even more frenzied. You mean I can't even compare to a 70-year-old man? You're asking for death. Hearing all this exchange, Song Yaoyao thought to herself, holy crap, is Wu Jinlin insane? No matter how Mao Jingyi answers, she gets beaten. This is terrifying. Guagua Ho, stay away from that madman. Song Yaoyao, Wu Jinlin truly is the son of Grand Tutor Wu, as unhinged as his father. The crowd also heard Wu Jinlin's question to Mao Jingyi and fell silent. The guard stepped forward once more and pulled them apart. The fifth prince said, Wu Jinlin, you have vented enough. Do not beat her to death. For such a woman, risking your entire life is not worth it. Wu Jinlin suddenly recalled something and remarked, this woman once claimed she wished to repay the debt of my saving her life. She willingly became a lowly servant, pouring tea and fetching water. She even signed a deed of sale with her own volition. Even if I beat her to death, it matters not. She is merely one of my servants. No, I cannot let her off so easily. She delights in luring men, does she not? Then I shall send her to a brothel instead. There are plenty of men there. Guagua host Mao Jingyi intends to return to her old trade. Is she resuming her former profession? Guagua indeed. Beaten mercilessly by Wu Jinlin and force-fed liquor meant to heighten passion, Mao Jingyi's child could not be saved. Wu Jinlin never sent her to a physician afterward. Instead, he directly ordered his men to deliver Mao Jingyi to a brothel. The spectacle had concluded, it was time to return. After bidding farewell to Qin Yuyu and the others, Song Yaoyao prepared to return to the mansion with Bitao. Noticing that Song Yaoyao was accompanied by only a single maidservant, the fifth prince offered to escort her back. Little Lord Song, you travel with merely one maid. Shall we see you home instead? Song Yaoyao was not close with the fifth prince and his entourage. Feeling embarrassed to ask them for such a courtesy, she declined. Your Highness, there is no need. I can return on my own. The fifth prince glanced at the sky and remarked, the hour grows late. Little Lord Song, do not insist further. Allow us to see you home. Unable to refuse further, Song Yaoyao reluctantly agreed. Never could she have imagined that barely a short distance after setting out, as they passed through a bustling district, a group of individuals would dart out from an alleyway and block their path. Observing their attire, Song Yaoyao's lips twitched involuntarily. Each person wore nighttime riding garb with black scarves concealing their faces. Unable to resist, she muttered inwardly, Guagua, do these people have some illness? Consider whether anyone could mistake them for anything other than bandits. Though the sun had set, the sky remained bright. These idiots dressed like this. How could anyone fail to recognize them as villains? If one intends to do evil, ought one not perform the role with some diligence? Where is their professional discretion? Which mansion trained such idiots, I wonder? The fifth prince and his party had already assumed defensive stances. Upon hearing Little Lord Song's words, however, their composure shattered. Should they not be feeling fear at such a moment? This Little Lord Song's concerns always veered in such unconventional directions. Having listened, Guagua could only sigh in exasperation. Host, has the time come to care what others wear? Whether they possess professional ethics? Should you not be asking instead who dispatched these black-clad men? Song Yaoyao posed the question half-heartedly. Oh, Guagua, then tell me, who sent these black-clad individuals? Guagua, these black-clad figures are spies planted by the Tianxian kingdom within the capital. Recently, they learned that you presented the emperor with a recipe for producing refined salt. Word reached them that the refined salt made using your formula far surpasses anything their nation produces. You have essentially severed the Tianxian kingdom's livelihood. They intend to kidnap you, force you to write down the refined salt recipe, and eliminate you thereafter. Song Yaoyao showed no sign of alarm whatsoever. She replied with mere mortals like them attempting to eliminate me. They dream in broad daylight. By the way, Guagua, where is their base? Does their stronghold contain silver? If they have silver, I shall pretend to be abducted. Then I will raid their stronghold, eliminate them all, and collect their wealth. What say you to such a plan? Guagua, the plan is viable. Since you possess the system's protective mechanism and firearms, you need not fear them. However, those obstructive fifth prince and his companions pose a problem. They will likely endeavor to protect you fiercely, resulting in mutual destruction. In that case, you will not be abducted, and the subsequent plan cannot be executed. Song Yaoyao sighed. Had I known today would bring such fortune as being kidnapped, I would never have permitted the fifth prince and those deadweights to escort me. Now that they are here as burdens, I find it difficult to maneuver. I shall have to adapt as circumstances dictate. Guagua, there is no alternative. Having overheard the conversation between Song Yaoyao and Guagua, the fifth prince, and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. When had they become burdens? Did little Lord Song regard them as obstructive? Previously, the fifth prince had heard that Kai Mingquan had dispatched several hundred assassins to kill little Lord Song. Not only were all the sent men eliminated, but Kai Mingquan himself perished as well. Perhaps little Lord Song truly possessed some means of protecting herself. The fifth prince made a decision he would cooperate with little Lord Song's actions. Perhaps this time they could employ the same stratagem and completely eradicate the Tianxian kingdom's secret stronghold in the capital. Thus, when the black-clad figures attacked the fifth prince and his men deliberately held back their strength. Witnessing this, Song Yaoyao stood stunned and asked Guagua inwardly, Guagua, I had no idea the fifth prince was incompetent. Look at him and his useless companions. They were defeated in mere strokes. Truly ornamental cushions, handsome yet useless, like dung beetles with a shining exterior. Hearing little Lord Song scolding the fifth prince and his companions could only sigh in speechlessness. They found their circumstances most grievous. They began to question whether they had overacted, causing little Lord Song to misunderstand them as genuine fools. Was this not precisely to accommodate little Lord Song that they performed as they did? Guagua, host, cease your scolding. Have you not noticed the black-clad men are upon you? Song Yaoyao, Guagua, do not activate the system's protective mechanism. Let them seize me. Guagua understood. Song Yaoyao feigned panic, waving her hands frantically in the air and shouting, do not approach. Do not come closer. Guagua, host, your acting is superb. If you return to the modern era, you would undoubtedly win Best Actress. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, thank you for the compliment. Before she could speak further, the black-clad men already pressed points upon her. Acupoints hoisted her onto their shoulders and bounded away with extraordinary speed. The jolting became so violent that Song Yaoyao nearly retched. She cursed incessantly, bastards. I am about to hurl my guts out. Curse you all to hell. Song Yaoyao furiously railed against them in her heart. After a brief moment, she could contain herself no longer and vomited with a loud gush. The black-clad man's body stiffened noticeably, yet he continued running with Song Yaoyao over his shoulder. Could not be translated. Contains platform-specific promotional content and metadata unrelated to the narrative. Song Yaoyao vomited all the way like that. Song Yaoyao, damn black-clad man, I'm at odds with you. What a pity all the hot pot I ate is now vomited. Oh. The fifth prince and his group followed behind, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Young Master Song, is this really the time to worry about hot pot? The black-clad man carried Song Yaoyao to a courtyard in the west of the city, threw her into a dilapidated room, and left. He wasn't worried about her escaping at all, because at this moment Song Yaoyao's acupoints were sealed, and she couldn't move a muscle except for her eyeballs. Thrown onto the ground like that, she was furious inside. After another bout of intense vomiting, Song Yaoyao finally calmed down, scanning the room with her eyes, and asked Guagua, where is this? Why do I faintly hear many voices ahead? Guagua, host, you're not mistaken. Oh, it's indeed bustling ahead. This is the famous fortune gambling house in the west of the city. Since it's a gambling house, of course it's noisy. This is the Tianxian kingdom's stronghold in the capital. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary gambling house. If you think that, you'd be wrong. Let me tell you about this gambling house in detail. It's divided into 3 parts: the front courtyard, the back courtyard, and the underground. The front and back courtyards are nothing special. let's talk about the underground. Underground, as you can guess, means beneath the earth. With the fortune gambling house as the center, they dug a huge underground area within a 3-kilometer radius. Currently, there are about 5,000 people underground, each with very clear division of labor. There are those handling internal affairs, those handling external affairs. Below there are lodging areas, dining areas, and martial arts training areas. Song Yaoyao, these people are truly audacious, treating this place like their own Tianxian kingdom, blatantly conducting their business here. At that moment the door was gently pushed open and Song Yaoyao looked closely. Wasn't that the guard beside the 5th prince? Why is he here? The guard walked over and whispered to Song Yaoyao, "Young Master Song, let me unseal your acupoints first." Song Yaoyao couldn't speak now, so she just rolled her eyes. After the acupoints were unsealed, the guard was about to take Song Yaoyao away. How can this be? If she left, how could she rob? Song Yaoyao tugged at the guard's sleeve and whispered, "You go back first, or I'll wander around a bit." "No, the prince ordered me to take you out. The 5th prince is here too. It's fine, you go out first. I have the ability to protect myself. If the 5th prince questions it, I'll explain to him." Since young Master Song refused to leave, the guard had no choice but to leave first. Seeing the guard leave, Song Yaoyao immediately asked excitedly, "Guagua, where's the warehouse? Let's go do some zero-cost shopping." Guagua, keep heading east, go to the end, then turn south. Before long, Song Yaoyao appeared not far from the warehouse where a group of guards was stationed. After observing, Song Yaoyao took out her self-made sleeping powder from her space and scattered it. Before long, the group all collapsed. "Guagua, host, the people are drugged, hurry over and collect the goods." Song Yaoyao got it. Song Yaoyao walked over, kicked the people on the ground to make sure they were all motionless, then took out a handgun from her space. With a thought, the gun transformed into a silenced one, and she fired at the lock. The lock broke, and the door swung open with a push. In the vast warehouse, there were only 10 chests of silver. Song Yaoyao, "Guagua, did you get it wrong? Why are there only 10 chests of silver here? Aren't gambling houses supposed to be wealthy? This doesn't match the legends." "Guagua, host, this is just the surface stuff. First collect these silver. Do you see that shelf in the warehouse? According to the traces on the ground, move the shelf to the right, and a secret passage will appear. Walk down the steps. All the treasures they've accumulated over the past 20 years are hidden there." Song Yaoyao, "I knew it. How could a gambling house be that poor?" Song Yaoyao quickly walked over, looked at the traces on the ground, and moved the shelf. The shelf had nothing on it, so it wasn't heavy. Moving it was relatively easy. After a moment, a secret entrance appeared on the ground. Song Yaoyao took out a high-beam flashlight from her space and entered the passage. After walking for about 10 minutes, the view suddenly opened up. Poverty truly limited Song Yaoyao's imagination. It was about 500 square meters, densely packed with chests stacked one on top of another. Song Yaoyao opened one chest to look. All that met her eyes were gold bars. Time was short, so she didn't examine further. She collected everything into her space. Guagua urged, "Host, get out quickly. The fortune gambling house is surrounded by government troops. There might be a fierce battle here soon." Song Yaoyao got it. Song Yaoyao had just left the warehouse and was heading to the front courtyard to leave the gambling house. When you're down on your luck, it's just that unlucky. Song Yaoyao returned along the same route, and in the back courtyard someone called out to her asking, "Which department are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? By the way, don't wander off. The place is surrounded by soldiers. We're all exposed. The boss has ordered us to fight to the death. There might be a fierce battle soon." Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao stood there not knowing whether to stay or leave. The person continued, "What are you standing there dumb for? Hurry up and follow." Song Yaoyao thought there's no escape now, as she'd have to play it by ear. Song Yaoyao, "Guagua, where are they going?" "Guagua, they know they're doomed today, so they plan to go to the front courtyard and kill all the gamblers there. Among those gamblers are many young masters from aristocratic families. Even in death, they want to stir up internal conflict in the Tianfeng kingdom." Song Yaoyao, "Then I'll follow along and act according to circumstances." Guagua. When Song Yaoyao arrived, the gamblers had already been subdued, all kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. These people knelt, their snot and tears streaming, crying so annoyingly. On the Tianxian side, someone stepped forward and kicked the pleading men twice, saying, "Stop crying, it's really noisy." Blame your Tianfeng Kingdom's officials for surrounding this place and leaving you no way out. If you want to live, beg those officials outside." Instantly, the aristocratic young masters inside the gambling house stopped crying and commanded the officials outside arrogantly, "You better retreat immediately, and my father is. You better retreat now, or when I get back I'll definitely have my father file a complaint against you. You should retreat immediately. I am the younger brother of concubine Xiao." In that instant, the gamblers' voices rose one after another, revealing themselves to be nothing but cowards who only showed their teeth when backed into a corner. Song Yaoyao had no desire to listen to these cowards any longer. She covered her mouth and nose, then reached into her spatial dimension to retrieve a potent soporific, scattering it into the air. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. Before the people in the gambling house could react, they had already fallen into unconsciousness. Song Yaoyao rushed out of the gambling house. The fifth prince, seeing it was young Miss Song and confirming she was unharmed, asked, "Why were you in the gambling house up ahead?" Song Yaoyao felt this was not the time to discuss such matters. She said, "We can talk about this later. Everyone in the gambling house has been rendered unconscious by the potent soporific. When you enter, remember to cover your nose and mouth with a handkerchief." Upon hearing this, the fifth prince immediately issued his orders. Song Yaoyao had originally thought her part was over, but she was mistaken. When the fighting broke out inside, quite a few of their side were injured. Seeing this, Song Yaoyao took out a considerable amount of the potent soporific and handed it to the fifth prince. "This is a powerful sleeping agent. Anyone who inhales it will collapse into unconsciousness instantly." Understood. Indeed, once the soporific was deployed, within half a Chinese hour, all the Tianxin Kingdom spies in the Fatsai gambling house had been apprehended. Darkness had long fallen. The fifth prince escorted Song Yaoyao back to the manor. The moment she returned, Madame Song and the others thoroughly examined her from head to toe, relieved only after confirming she was unharmed. Then Madame Song seized Song Yaoyao by the ear and began to scold her. "Who gave you permission to sneak out of the mansion with Bihao? Do you have any idea how worried we were when you were kidnapped? The fifth prince had repeatedly promised to bring you back safely, yet not for a single moment were we at ease. Tell me, every time you step outside you stir up trouble. Madam, you must properly discipline this girl today. Do not be lenient. If you do not teach her a lesson now, who knows what mischief she will get into in the future. Why don't you administer the punishment yourself? Let me be the villain." In the end, no beating was given, but Song Yaoyao was lectured for a full 2 hours before being allowed to return to her courtyard. As soon as she returned to her courtyard, Song Yaoyao closed the door and entered her spatial dimension. Gazing at the rows upon rows of densely packed crates, the gloom from the earlier lecture instantly vanished, replaced by delight. This trip had truly been worthwhile. Song Yaoyao gave it a rough survey. Gold, silver, jade, antiques, paintings, and calligraphy countless in number. One of the crates also contained account books, which she would examine in due course. She had worn herself completely out today. First a bath, then a proper sleep. The rest could wait. The following morning at court, the ministers began discussing the matter of Tianxin Kingdom's sleeper agents. No one had expected Tianxin Kingdom to be so audacious as to hide so many spies within the capital of Tianfeng Kingdom. If young Miss Song had not been abducted, they likely would never have uncovered them. This time they had attempted to steal a chicken and ended up losing their rice, and their entire pot as well. Just then Guagua's voice rang out. "Host, yesterday's scene was too chaotic. I forgot to tell you. Among those sleeper agents there were 2 major fish." Song Yaoyao, "What? There are 2 major fish among them. I never expected such an unexpected blessing. Tell me quickly, who are these 2? As Song Yaoyao and Guagua finished speaking, the screen above Song Yaoyao's head split into 2, displaying the images of 2 men. Everyone watched intently. Song Yaoyao was likewise taken aback upon seeing these 2. "I never expected them to be these 2 individuals. I have hardly any impression of them. They look far too ordinary, nearly indistinguishable among the Tianxin Kingdom spies. Guagua, their appearances are not poor at all. They merely disguise themselves. Blending into a crowd, of course, they went unnoticed. The one on the left is Fan Muqing, son of the Tianxin Kingdom's Minister of Protection. The one on the right is Tung Lingfeng, the 10th prince, and the most favored of the Tianxin Emperor." Song Yaoyao nodded. "These 2 are indeed major fish. By the way, why are they in Tianfeng Kingdom instead of staying in their own country?" Guagua, isn't it, because of the refined salt production method you exposed? It struck at their interests. Previously, when our Tianfeng kingdom purchased their salt, our attitude carried an element of supplication. We begged them not to raise prices, profoundly humble. But after only a few days, our attitude changed. They grew suspicious and specifically dispatched these two to investigate. These two are Fan Muqing and Tung Lingfeng. Their investigation led them straight to you. That is how the kidnapping yesterday came about. They intended to force you to reveal the refined salt production method and then kill you. That plan was hatched by these two as well. Song Yaoyao blasted. Trouble comes uninvited when one sits quietly at home. Since they lack the competence of their own, they resort to murder. How could they lay hands on such a lovely fairy as me? Truly worse than beasts. Since they have fallen into our hands, though we cannot simply kill these fools, we can make them suffer. Daring to target Grandma Song, I will let them know why the flowers bloom so red. I will speak with my father. Rather than executing these two, we might use them as bargaining chips to exchange for gold, silver, and jewels from Tianxin Kingdom. Consider it putting useless things to good use. Guagua, what do you think? Guagua, this can certainly be done. Song Yaoyao, I will go find the fifth prince shortly. Upon hearing this, the fifth prince could not help but shudder. What did young Miss Song want from him? He had a premonition that nothing good would come of it. The ministers considered young Miss Song's words reasonable. Killing two people might provoke a war between the two nations. It would be far more practical to exchange those two for something tangible. After court dismissed, Song Yaoyao asked her father to wait for her, then hurried off to find the fifth prince. Seeing him, she struck up a conversation. Fifth prince, have you had breakfast before coming this morning? The fifth prince looked at Song Yaoyao and said, Young Miss Song, speak plainly. Song Yaoyao blinked. Fifth prince, you told me to be direct. Then I shall speak. When you go to the heavenly prison, can you take me with you? I wish to see those Tianxin Kingdom spies. Those individuals are under strict confinement, awaiting the emperor's orders. I am afraid I cannot take you there. Why do you wish to visit such a place? Did not the Tianxin Kingdom people kidnap me yesterday? I have not yet taken revenge. You certainly hold a grudge. Of course, one who does not repay a debt is no gentleman. Young Miss Song, although I cannot take you to the cells, I can assist you with whatever you need. Really? That is wonderful. Using her pocket as concealment, Song Yaoyao took out several small packets of itching powder from her spatial storage and handed them to the fifth prince. This is called itching powder. Its effects can be deduced from its name. Thereafter, Song Yaoyao explained the potency of the itching powder to the fifth prince. Once the victim absorbed the poison, an unbearable itch would permeate their entire body, driving them to incessantly scratch at their own skin. Even when it was torn raw and bleeding, they could not resist the urge. Hearing this, the fifth prince shuddered involuntarily and asked, How long will these effects last? Not long. Only half a month. The fifth prince nodded. I see. Leave this matter to me. Thank you, Your Highness. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Just as she was about to depart, Guagua's voice rang out, Host, after all the help I've provided you, haven't you even thought of treating me to a meal? Song Yaoyao retorted, He is a prince. Would he lack a single meal from me? Besides, I risked my own safety yesterday to secure such a great merit for him, and he hasn't even thanked me yet. Guagua, stop making excuses. You're just being stingy and finding all sorts of reasons. Song Yaoyao snapped. Guagua, whose system are you really? Which side are you on? Guagua, I am obviously your system's. Never mind. Do as you please. Watching Junior Minister Song's retreating figure, the fifth prince carefully stowed away the medicinal powder in his sleeve. Having already promised Junior Minister Song, the fifth prince went directly to the heavenly prison. No one was permitted entry into the heavenly prison without the emperor's edict. The fifth prince learned from the warden that the emperor had recently issued a decree to separate Fan Muqing and Tung Lingfeng into distinct cells. The fifth prince nodded, then handed the warden 20 taels of silver along with the itching powder, whispering a few words into his ear. The warden happily agreed and promptly left. Soon anguished cries of "Itchy! So itchy!" echoed through the prison. As time ticked by, the howls gradually transformed into wretched groans. Hearing this, the fifth prince shuddered involuntarily. He couldn't fathom where Junior Minister Song had obtained such peculiar medicinal powder. Though the drug would not claim a life, the sounds within the prison made it clear how horrifying the victim's plight must be. A fate worse than death indeed. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao returned to the manor alongside Vice Minister Song. As soon as Song Yaoyao entered her boudoir, she instructed Guagua to print out portraits and true identities of both Fan Muqing and Tung Lingfeng, suggesting they leverage these two to negotiate with the Tianxian kingdom for silver. Following the old routine, she left the package at the threshold of her father's study. Only after confirming that he had picked it up did she feel at ease and depart to enjoy breakfast. Since the kidnapping incident occurred, Song Yaoyao had been confined to the manor, permitted to leave only when accompanying her father to court. Madame Song had specifically assigned 2 matrons to keep a close watch on Song Yaoyao at all times. The gatekeepers had also been repeatedly cautioned not to allow the second miss to exit the estate. Confined to the manor, there was nothing to do but eat and sleep, beyond tedious. She had already exhausted all the popular fiction available on the market. Speaking of fiction, Song Yaoyao recalled the storyteller at Jingyi Studio. What a pity to have such eloquence without compelling material to recount. At this thought, Song Yaoyao entertained the idea of writing stories herself. In her past life, Song Yaoyao had also enjoyed reading novels during her leisure time. She mentally reviewed all the novels she had read before. The novels she had read in her past life spanned many genres: cultivation tales, martial arts adventures, exorcism, and fortune-telling stories, domineering CEO romances, farming and homesteading tales, angsty dramas. Song Yaoyao then thought of the 4 great classical novels. A plan already formed in her mind. Yes, she would write Journey to the West. Surely many would adore it. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, are you there? Please print a copy of Journey to the West for me. I wish to adapt it from the original. Guagua understood. 3 days later, Song Yaoyao completed adapting the first 10 chapters of Journey to the West. The adaptation required no original writing effort, which Song Yaoyao found perfectly acceptable. Writing from scratch. Forget it. She was too lazy. Since she could not leave the manor, she had to seek out her eldest brother. When Song Qingyu received Journey to the West, he was immediately captivated by the story. Song Qingyu gazed at Song Yaoyao with burning curiosity and asked, "Yaoyao, did you write this?" Song Yaoyao shook her head. "No, a friend of mine wrote it. They cannot reveal themselves. Elder brother, could you help deliver it to the bookshop and see if they would publish it?" Song Yaoyao lacked the face to admit it was her own work. "The writing is quite good. I shall handle this matter. However, the book appears unfinished. How frequently should new chapters be released?" Song Yaoyao pondered for a moment and replied, 2 chapters every 7 days. By the way, elder brother, when you negotiate with them, be sure to arrange profit sharing. Understood. 2 days later, Song Qingyu came to find Song Yaoyao and withdrew 30 taels of silver from his pocket, handing them to her. "Yaoyao, the matter is settled. The buyer paid 30 taels as a deposit up front, and additional profit sharing will follow based on the number of story collections sold." Excellent. Song Yaoyao took 10 taels of silver and gave them to Song Qingyu. "Elder brother, this is for your trouble. You will need to shuttle between both sides in the future." Song Qingyu initially refused. He could not possibly accept money from his younger sister. But Song Yaoyao was resolute in her insistence, and he ultimately accepted it. Journey to the West soon became wildly popular throughout the capital. At tea houses, the storyteller's collections also shifted to Journey to the West, and the tale of the 4 pilgrims journeying westward swept through every alley and street of the capital. Song Yaoyao thereby earned considerable wealth. From then on, her days consisted solely of adapting Journey to the West, with nothing else to occupy her time. Before long, 5 days passed. That day, an invitation arrived from the Grand Preceptor's mansion. Qin Yu had been at the Grand Preceptor's residence for some time now, and the mansion was hosting a kinship recognition banquet. This was clearly meant to bolster Qin Yu's standing. Upon seeing the invitation, Song Yaoyao immediately lit up with joy. Finally, she could leave the manor. Soon arrived the day of the recognition banquet. When Madame Song escorted Song Yaoyao, and Song Qingling, the prime seat had already been reserved for the 3 of them. Madame Song and Song Qingling noticed the arrangement, their eyes twitching involuntarily. Good heavens! Could these people not be more obvious about their eagerness to gossip? Gazing at the prime seat, Song Yaoyao asked Guagua, why is it that every time we visit someone's mansion we always end up in the prime seat? Are my mother's sister and I really that popular? Guagua, probably. Since they've arranged it for you, just sit there. Can't you see neither your mother nor your sister has any objection? Why do you always overthink things? Song Yaoyao, very well. Perhaps I am indeed overthinking. Madame Song had already begun greeting the assembled matrons while Song Qingling exchanged pleasantries with her own companions. Song Yaoyao glanced around, realizing she barely knew her gaze fell upon a pale, frail-looking woman standing nearby, and she couldn't help but ask, Guagua, who is that woman? She appears to be unwell. That's Chu Yunshang, the wife of General Zhang Yunji, who holds the rank of fourth-rate Yunhui general. Her father, Chu Hongwei, serves under Zhang Yunji. Isn't she already ill? She's been consuming all sorts of questionable remedies day after day, deliberately ruining her own body. Even with makeup on before heading out, she looks somewhat better now. But remove that and her complexion would be as pale as the white impermanence itself. Upon hearing young Mistress Song's exchange with Guagua, everyone knew this would yield quite the gossip. As Guagua's voice fell silent, everyone saw Chu Yunshang's image materialize on the screen hovering above her head. Chu Yunshang caught unfamiliar voices discussing her and instinctively scanned the crowd for their source. But with everyone gathered together and so many people speaking at once, she couldn't immediately pinpoint who it was. At that moment, a screen appeared above Song Yaoyao's head, and she stared in astonishment at what had just unfolded. Had her illness finally driven her to hallucinations? Chu Yunshang rubbed her eyes with a handkerchief and looked again. The screen remained still, displaying her image. Glancing around at the others, she noticed many were staring toward the space above Song Yaoyao's head. So it wasn't a hallucination. Everyone could see the screen just as she could. Chu Yunshang had heard of young Mistress Song before, but this was her first time seeing her in person. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, tell me what's going on. Guagua, this story must begin from the very start. General Zhang Yunji of the Yunhui Guards had a childhood sweetheart named Gong Xinyue with whom he shared a deep bond since childhood. But back then Zhang Yunji was merely the eldest son of a minor official, and Gong Xinyue was just the daughter of a humble family. Despite her beauty and grace, the Gong family would never have consented to marrying her to someone with no prospects whatsoever. Zhang Yunji understood this reality, so he made the resolute decision to enlist in the military. Before departing, he asked Gong Xinyue to wait for his return. The video showed glimpses of Zhang Yunji and Gong Xinyue in their youth, capturing precious moments from their time together. Chu Yunshang watched intently. She knew of Gong Xinyue, but never expected her husband's bond with her to be so profound. Song Yaoyao asked, and then? Guagua, Zhang Yunji was gone for 5 years, and the Gong family believed he would never amount to anything. So the year after Zhang Yunji left, they forcibly married Gong Xinyue as the principal wife to a concubine-born son of a fourth-rank official. The Gong family felt that although he was born to a concubine, he was still the son of a fourth-rank official's household. In truth, this was a match well above their station. 5 years later, Zhang Yunji returned as a general only to discover the woman he loved had married another. His heart shattered. The video showed Gong Xinyue's wedding, then cut to Zhang Yunji's return. He learned she had married another and borne him a son, and he completely broke down. Throughout those years in the military camp, his sole reason for enduring was Gong Xinyue, but he had returned too late. Afterward, Zhang Yunji secluded himself in his room day after day, drinking to stupor. Song Yaoyao observed. Looking at how broken Zhang Yunji was, how could he have married Chu Yunshang? Guagua, Zhang's parents, fearing their son would never recover, began arranging matches for him. After sifting through many candidates, they ultimately chose Chu Yunshang. Chu Yunshang had loved Zhang Yunji since childhood, and her father Chu Hongwei, seeing his daughter's feelings, agreed to the match. Zhang's parents, Chu Yunshang and Chu Hongwei, all approved. But when it came to Zhang Yunji himself, he refused. Zhang's parents dared not let the Chu family know of his refusal. They decided to force their son's compliance. And through Zhang mother's relentless weeping tantrums and threats of suicide, Zhang Yunji finally relented. And so Chu Yunshang married Zhang Yunji. The video showed Zhang's parents' worried faces, followed by scenes of Chu Yunshang's wedding to Zhang Yunji. Song Yaoyao commented, both Zhang Yunji and Gong Xinyue have married others. It would be best if they simply move on separately. Guagua, if things were as simple as you suggest, Chu Yunxiang would never have ended up this way. Before his wedding, Zhang Yunji met with Gong Xinyue. Gong Xinyue tearfully recounted the hardships she'd endured over the years, confessing that despite having married another, her heart still belonged to Zhang Yunji. Gong Xinyue forced Zhang Yunji to swear he would never love Chu Yunxiang and could never have children of his own. Watching Gong Xinyue weep so bitterly, Zhang Yunji gave in. In the video, Gong Xinyue threw herself into Zhang Yunji's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Song Yaoyao remarked, "I used to think Gong Xinyue was a decent person. Why do I find her so shameless now? She's already married another man, yet she throws herself into Zhang Yunji's embrace. Is there really no sense of boundaries? This is the very definition of coveting what you already have while grasping for more. This should be called fickleness and cruelty. She ought to be punished." Moreover, Zhang Yunji isn't blameless either. What does it mean he shouldn't love Chu Yunxiang or have his own children? Does that mean he should strangle any child he fathers? Even a vicious tiger wouldn't harm its own offspring. Zhang Yunji is simply inhuman. Guagua host, it's not quite as you imagine. Zhang Yunji is more ruthless than you realize. Having promised Gong Xinyue, he felt bound to honor his word. So before the wedding, Zhang Yunji consumed a potent dose of infertility medicine. He would never be able to sire a child. Only Zhang Yunji and his closest confidant knew of this. Neither his parents nor Chu Yunxiang were aware. After marriage, when Chu Yunxiang failed to conceive, Zhang's mother grew discontent and began nitpicking and criticizing her relentlessly. 3 years into the marriage, with no sign of pregnancy, Zhang's mother openly called Chu Yunxiang a hen that couldn't lay eggs. Chu Yunxiang blamed herself for her barren womb and silently endured both her mother-in-law's reproaches and the scornful stares of others. Zhang Yunji knew full well it wasn't Chu Yunxiang's fault, yet whenever his mother or others blamed her, he stood by in cold silence, never once defending her. Over these years, Chu Yunxiang had consumed various fertility prescriptions, some extremely harmful to her health, which is why she appeared perpetually ill. If she continued like this, she might not survive much longer. The video showed Zhang Yunji consuming the infertility potion, then shifted to scenes of Chu Yunxiang enduring cold stares from others and her mother-in-law's relentless abuse and blame. Chu Yunxiang stared blankly at everything unfolding on screen, unable to believe it was real. She wanted to rush forward and ask Song Yaoyao whether what was in the video was true. However, 2 ladies beside her restrained her and whispered something in her ear. Instantly, Chu Yunxiang's face turned ashen. Earlier, the 2 ladies had told Chu Yunxiang that whatever gossip exposed by Lord Shaosong was always true, as they had verified it many times. Song Yaoyao, I've seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. How could such a scumbag exist in this world? If he didn't love Chu Yunxiang, he could have resisted to the death. When Madame Zhang threatened death, he could have done the same. If all else failed, Zhang Yunji could have castrated himself. Once he became a eunuch, who would still want to marry his daughter to him? As long as he refused, there were plenty of ways to avoid the marriage. Yet he had agreed himself married Chu Yunxiang and then treated her poorly, making her bear endless criticism and disdain. What had Chu Yunxiang ever done wrong? Gong Xinyue and Zhang Yunji, this pair of vile lovers, were indeed no better than beasts. The crowd was also stunned. They had long heard that General Yunhui's wife was barren, cursed as a hen that laid no eggs, but never expected that all this was orchestrated by the general himself. Guagua, he is quite a disgusting man. Just as Guagua was about to say more, a scream rang out. Someone shouted, "Madame Zhang fainted! Madame Zhang fainted! Someone come quickly!" The scene descended into chaos. Song Yaoyao was also startled and said to Guagua, "What a tragedy! Her body is already in such a state, yet she still has to come here to socialize for the general's mansion. It's truly hard on her. By the way, when will the doctor arrive?" Guagua host, weren't you an all-round doctor in your past life? The doctor's arrival time is uncertain. Why don't you go take a look first? Song Yaoyao, there's no other choice now. Everyone also heard the inner voices of Song Yaoyao and Guagua. From Lord Shaosong's previous inner monologues, they already knew she had been a doctor in her past life. When Song Yaoyao told them to make way, everyone stepped aside immediately. Song Yaoyao had expected to have to persuade them, but was surprised that it went so smoothly. Song Yaoyao walked over and pinched Chu Yunxiang's philtrum, but she did not wake up. Song Yaoyao took off her hairpin and pressed several acupoints. Only then did Madame Zhang slowly open her eyes. Before anyone could praise Song Yaoyao's medical skill, Zhang Yunji arrived, hurriedly followed by a group of male guests. Song Yaoyao sneered inwardly. Looking at Zhang Yunji's hurried demeanor, one would think he cared so much for his wife. Just a dead scumbag who only cares about appearances. Like a toad stepping on your foot, utterly disgusting. Guo agreed. Yes, indeed, quite repulsive. Song Yaoyao, I must warn Madame Zhang. I hope that after learning the truth, she can divorce that dead scumbag Zhang Yunji. As soon as the male guests arrived, they overheard Lord Shaosong's inner thoughts. Without guessing, they knew that Lord Shaosong must have exposed something about Lord Zhang, which caused Madame Zhang to faint. The male guests began whispering among themselves. After learning the truth, they all looked at Zhang Yunji with disbelief. Truly worthy of being a general. He is so ruthless even to himself. Gong Xinyue did not attend this banquet today, not because she didn't want to, but because she was not qualified. As the wife of a fourth-rank official's concubine's son, she was still not eligible to attend the banquet of a first-rank minister's mansion. However, Gong Xinyue's mother-in-law had been present at the scene. Seeing the video of Gong Xinyue and Zhang Yunji embracing and learning that the two had been secretly meeting for years without counting the times, she almost wished to beat her to death. Such a fickle and unvirtuous daughter-in-law their mansion could not accept. Upon returning, she must have a serious talk with her lord and insist on divorcing this woman. Many people looked at Gong Xinyue's mother-in-law with sympathy. Some even patted her shoulder comfortingly. Today indeed they had lost all face. Meanwhile, upon Zhang Yunji's arrival, he saw Chu Yunshang slowly opening her eyes and said displeasedly, "If you were feeling unwell, why didn't you say so earlier?" Hearing this tone, Song Yaoyao was furious and cursed inwardly. What brand of garbage bag is this? So full of pretense. This dead scumbag. Chu Yunshang's condition is all your fault. You are the one who truly cannot lay eggs. For his promise to Gong Xinyue, he drank sterilization medicine, rendering himself unable to impregnate any woman for life, deliberately turning himself into a barren waste. In terms of cruelty, who could surpass you, showing no mercy even to yourself? When Chu Yunshang's belly showed no sign of pregnancy, your mother constantly blamed and harassed her. She silently endured everything. How many pregnancy-enhancing medicines did she drink in order to conceive? Did you not know? You knew everything but merely pretended not to know. If not for those damned pregnancy medicines, would Chu Yunshang's body be in such a state? Zhang Yunji, you are a selfish and despicable man, making a woman bear everything alone, truly a coward. If you like Gong Xinyue so much, you could have refused to marry. Why must you harm others? Is Chu Yunshang destined to become the stepping stone for your love? Zhang Yunji felt his eyelid twitching. He had only said one sentence, yet Lord Shaosong had already cursed so much. It was not over yet, Lord Shaosong continued. If I were Chu Yunshang and learned the truth, at the first opportunity, I would make a big scandal out of this, letting all the people in the capital know what sort of person Zhang Yunji is, a hypocritical beast. Then I would sue him at the capital police office, accusing Zhang Yunji of fraudulent marriage, accusing Gong Xinyue of violating female virtues, and being unfaithful, wishing that this adulterous couple should perish. If the capital police office cannot handle it, one could also beat the drum of justice to appeal directly to the emperor. What about being a general? Does being a general give one the right to bully people? Dead scumbag Pa, a despicable man. Everyone, especially the male guests, heard this clearly this time. They all looked at Zhang Yunji with contempt. Zhang Yunji ignored the others' stares and wanted to carry Chu Yunshang away, but she pushed him off. Madame Su, the head matron of Grand Preceptor's mansion, seeing Chu Yunshang's resistance, prepared to send someone to take her back. Before Chu Yunshang left, Song Yaoyao called out to her and said, "Please take care of your health, madam. I may be presumptuous, but I still wish to say something. I understand some medicine. A woman's inability to conceive is not necessarily her fault. It could also be the man's issue. Madam, please stop taking those medicines. They are harmful to your health." Chu Yunshang nodded. "Thank you, Lord Shaosong. I understand." Chu Yunshang was grateful to Song Yaoyao. Because of her, she had learned the truth of the matter. She would demand a divorce and stay as far away from that wretched couple as possible. Both Chu Yunshang and Zhang Yunji had left. The recognition banquet officially began, and the entire ceremony took nearly an hour to complete. Song Yaoyao thought to herself, I never imagined that an ancient recognition banquet would have such tedious procedures. I'm absolutely starving. I can't believe it's finally time to eat. Guagua replied, Indeed, it is quite cumbersome. Song Yaoyao mused, but the feast is truly delightful. She continued to mentally critique each dish. Meanwhile, a young lady seated beside her kept casting curious glances at Song Yaoyao. Such an intense gaze was hard to ignore. Aside from the mother and daughter trio Song Yaoyao and her family, every other guest at this prominent table was the wife or daughter of a high-ranking first-rank official. The young lady seated beside Song Yaoyao was Gu Tsai, the legitimate daughter of Gu Zongyi, the Minister of Justice. She watched Song Yaoyao with keen curiosity. Unnerved by the steady gaze, Song Yaoyao touched her face and whispered to Guagua, Guagua, is there something on my face? Why does that little girl keep stealing glances at me? Guagua responded, Host, there is nothing on your face. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but touch her face again, saying narcissistically, I see. It must be my irresistible charm that has captivated this little girl. The onlookers thought little Lord Song is as shameless and self-obsessed as ever. Gu Tsai thought to herself, so this is what little Lord Song is really like. Guagua exasperatedly said, Host, I really didn't want to burst your bubble, but seeing you act so insufferably, I simply can't resist a few sharp words. You're nothing but an underdeveloped bean sprout. Don't you have the slightest idea of what you look like? And that girl is likely staring because she wants to ask you something. Stop being so presumptuous. Song Yaoyao thought, is that really so? I don't believe it. Guagua replied, if you don't believe me, ask her yourself. So Song Yaoyao asked Gu Tsai, Miss Gu, you've been peeking at me repeatedly. Is there something amiss with my appearance? Gu Tsai blushed. She had only been curious and occasionally observing little Lord Song, never expecting to be confronted so directly. Thinking quickly, Gu Tsai whispered, I wanted to ask you, little Lord Song. Your eldest brother is named Song Qingyu, your second brother is Song Qinghui, and your sister is Song Qingling. Why are you called Song Yaoyao instead of Song Qingyao? In truth, many people in attendance had the same question. Guagua, hearing this, smirked inwardly. Host, I told you. She wanted to ask you a question. Try not to be so conceited in the future. Song Yaoyao humphed, choosing to ignore Guagua. The little girl beside her waited expectantly for an answer. Song Yaoyao cleared her throat and said, Yaoyao is a lovely name, don't you think? Yaoyao suggests delicate beauty, vivacity, and kindness, purity, preciousness, and holy integrity. The character Yao comes from Yaoguang, the seventh star of the Big Dipper, associated with the fire element. It signifies fine jade beauty and the Yao flow, conveying elegance and luminosity. When used in a name, it symbolizes brightness and radiance. Miska hasn't noticed that using a reduplicated form like this makes the name sound endearing and melodious. Gu Tsai nodded after hearing this. Indeed, it flows very nicely. Guagua grumbled. Host, can you be any more perfunctory? Your explanation amounted to nothing. She asked why you're called Yaoyao instead of Qingyao, and you completely dodged the question. Only that little girl was bewildered by your nonsense. Song Yaoyao thought, Guagua, how could I possibly tell her that I was called Song Yaoyao in my past life? In my previous life, after the orphanage director mother found and adopted me, I took her surname Song. Most children at the orphanage shared the same surname, but some were found with notes in their swaddling clothes bearing pre-written names, and those children were simply called by those names. Song Yaoyao thought, Mother chose the name Yaoyao for me. She said it meant light and hope, which is why she gave me that name. That name accompanied me for over 30 years in my past life, and I had long grown accustomed to it. My explanation to Miss Gu about the meaning of the name was accurate. It is precisely why I grew to love it. This time around, I was born carrying memories from my previous existence. When I first entered this world, Father originally named me Song Qingyao. However, I personally feel that Song Qingyao doesn't sound as pleasant as Song Yaoyao, perhaps because I was so accustomed to being called Yaoyao in my past life. Especially when they called me Qingyao as a pet name, I felt Yaoyao carried far more warmth and affection. I cherished the intimate feeling of my family calling me. That sense that I was not alone, that I had a home, parents, and elder siblings who doted on me. When my family called me Yaoyao, I felt a deep sense of security. The assembled guests thought so little Lord Song was an orphan in her past life, which is why she treasures family bonds so deeply now. They could understand her insistence on the name Yaoyao. Its affectionate sound brought her a sense of security. They too could relate. Madame Song and Song Qingling, upon hearing Song Yaoyao's explanation, felt an overwhelming surge of sympathy. Previously, they had never asked why she insisted on the name Yaoyao. Today, they finally understood the reason. They could only imagine what hardships Yaoyao had endured in her past life to feel so insecure. In this life, they vowed to cherish and love her all the more. As everyone remained moved by Song Yaoyao's words, Guagua's voice broke into their thoughts. Allow me to add a detail. Even in your swaddling clothes, you began causing a scene to ensure you'd be called Yaoyao. Whenever someone addressed you as Qingyao, you would wail until your voice grew hoarse. After a few such outbursts, your family began to suspect you might dislike the name Qingyao. Father then tried several alternative names, but whenever he called out one you didn't favor, you started crying again. Only when the name Yaoyao came did you break into happy giggles. Thus Father finally settled on Yaoyao. Host, I must say you cried your little heart out during that time. You nearly lost your voice. Nothing short of relentless, ceaseless wailing could have achieved your goal. I've never encountered anyone so persistent. The somber mood was abruptly shattered by Guagua's amusing recounting. Song Yaoyao thought, anyway, I got my way. Guagua retorted, you're quite proud of that, aren't you? Song Yaoyao proudly replied, of course I am. Then Song Yaoyao silently sang to herself with triumph, I'm not fat, merely adorable to the point of expansion. With some extra pounds my days shine bright. Though I'm ordinary, still I glow with ordinary light. An ordinary person like you, I simply wouldn't notice. The crowd, hearing these whimsical lyrics paired with a cheerful melody, found their moods inexplicably lifted. At the morning court the next day, Zhang Yunji was impeached. Many officials had attended the recognition banquet at the Grand Preceptor's residence yesterday, and everyone already knew about his affairs. During today's court session, people frequently cast incredulous glances at him. Song Yaoyao looked at Zhang Yunji, who appeared completely unbothered, and said, Guagua, Zhang Yunji really has an audaciously thick face. Even with all his shameful deeds exposed before everyone, he remains perfectly composed. Scumbags truly have thick skins. By the way, tell me what happened next. Everyone pricked up their ears, eager to know what happened next. Guagua said, yesterday after Chu Yunshang returned home, she proposed a divorce. Madame Zhang, bewildered, retorted that Chu Yunshang, having borne no children for years, had no right to demand a divorce. The only way she could leave the Zhang residence was as a repudiated wife. Chu Yunshang gave Madame Zhang no courtesy and told her about how Zhang Yunji had consumed a sterility-inducing potion before their marriage for the sake of Gong Xinyue. Madame Zhang refused to believe it and promptly summoned a renowned physician from the capital to examine Zhang Yunji. After diagnosis, the physician confirmed that Zhang Yunji had indeed taken a sterilizing medicine which had damaged his body. He would never be able to impregnate a woman again. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhang fainted on the spot. Fortunately, the physician was present and revived her shortly. After regaining consciousness, she charged at Zhang Yunji, pummeling him while crying out that he was an unfilial son. The Zhang family had passed down the lineage single child for generations, and with Zhang Yunji the bloodline would come to an end. Above Song Yaoyao's head, the screen displayed the chaotic scenes that unfolded after Chu Yunshang returned to the Zhang residence. The entire household thrown into utter pandemonium. Song Yaoyao asked, what about Chu Yunshang? Guagua replied, Chu Yunshang packed her belongings and returned to her natal family that very night. Her father Chu Hongwei, though a general serving under Zhang Yunji, doted on his daughter dearly. Chu Yunshang's several older brothers also adored their sister deeply. That night the Chu family men went together to confront Zhang Yunji and demanded he write a divorce agreement. Zhang Yunji, feeling guilty before his longtime subordinate, wrote the divorce paper without any hesitation. When Madame Zhang learned of this, she furiously berated Zhang Yunji for letting Chu Yunshang go. Chu Yunshang had a gentle temperament and was easy to control. Now that she's gone, who would be willing to marry Zhang Yunji anymore? The video showed Chu Yunshang returning to her natal home at night. The scene shifted to the Chu family men, enraged after learning the truth, storming off to confront Zhang Yunji. Another shift showed Zhang Yunji signing the divorce agreement. Song Yaoyao remarked, Madame Zhang is truly vicious. Even now that she knows her own son is at fault, she still wants to drag Chu Yunshang down with them. A venomous woman indeed. The real culprit is Zhang Yunji. Why should Chu Yunshang have to bear all this suffering? We're all women, why must women make life difficult for other women? With Madame Zhang's ruined reputation and Zhang Yunji now being useless, they should just live their lives together quietly and stop ruining other women's lives. Guagua said, by the way, Madame Zhang believes that all this is the fault of that vixen Gong Xinhua. Guagua explained, in folk belief cockroaches are tenacious and reproduce quickly, so cockroach dung is thought to. Song Yaoyao interrupted. Guagua, stop. I'm going to throw up my dinner from last night. Guagua replied, probably not. As they say, calamities live for 1,000 years. A scourge like him won't die so soon. Song Yaoyao agreed, true. How could a scourge like him die so easily? By the way, Guagua, what about the other troublemaker in this matter? How is she doing? Guagua replied, you mean Gong Xinhua. The scandal became so enormous that Gong Xinhua was divorced that very night. She had no choice but to return to the Gong family with her maidservant. The Gong family assumed Gong Xinhua had simply come home for a few days. They had no idea about her shameful deeds or that she had been divorced. By the way, she was actually at the Gong house when it was ransacked. She hid under a bed, terrified that Madame Zhang might find her and beat her to death. After the destruction, all of Gong Xinhua's misdeeds came to light. The Gong family was utterly disgraced. How could they have raised such a shameless daughter? They cast her out without mercy. Song Yaoyao remarked, Gong Xinhua certainly knew how to hide, but being cast out serves her right. What about her child? Guagua replied, the child stayed with her former husband's family. Everyone had adored the child before. But after Gong Xinhua's scandal broke, the household began to suspect whether the child might be illegitimate. In truth, the child was indeed her former husband's. Gong Xinhua's former father-in-law, who was also present at court, finally felt relieved upon hearing this. After learning of Gong Xinhua's behavior, they truly couldn't face the child. But now everything was fine, as long as the child was of their bloodline. Song Yaoyao looked up at Zhang Yunji, who still wore that same expression, and felt a surge of anger. She said, if I were Chu Yunshang, I would never let this despicable pair off so easily. I'd knock them unconscious and sprinkle a super-strength itching powder into their pants. Guagua said, host you? Song Yaoyao asked, what about me? Guagua said, nothing, it's just oddly satisfying. The fifth prince shivered upon hearing this. He still vividly remembered the agonizing screams of the Tianxian spy at the dungeon that day. If that kind of powder were applied to that particular area, he dared not even imagine it. Just then the Imperial censor finished his impeachment. The emperor asked, General Zhang, your servant is here. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Your servant has nothing to say. As a court official, you failed to set a proper example and committed such acts for the sake of a woman. When you did those things, did you ever think of Lady Chu? Did you think of your parents? You did not. I have nothing more to say. I hereby demote you to the rank of 5th rank Yongning General. Return home and reflect on your conduct. Your servant obeys the decree. Guagua couldn't help but chuckle. This emperor is rather amusing. Chu Yunshang's father, General Chu Hongwei, holds a full 5th rank military post, yet the sovereign has now demoted Zhang Yunji by 3 degrees, stripping him down to a vice 5th rank general. He intends to make Zhang Yunji serve under Chu Hongwei's command. This sovereign simply relishes fanning the flames of chaos. Song Yaoyao murmured, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have caught that either. For this move, I must applaud the sovereign. The emperor himself paused momentarily, stunned by their unseen commentary. Could he honestly swear it was but a mere coincidence? He had acted without malice, yet he wondered if any would dare believe him. A sweeping glance at the courtiers below confirmed his fears. None would buy it. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to silence. Enough explaining. The morning court session swiftly drew to a close. By early afternoon, after a light meal, Duan Qinshin, vice director of the left holding a senior 4th rank office, arrived at the residence accompanied by Madame Duan and their daughter Duan Songyu. When summoned to the formal reception hall once more, Song Yaoyao remained entirely bewildered. Having exchanged pleasantries and taken her seat, she quietly queried, Guagua, Lord Duan is in fact the father of Consort Duan. Aside from their encounters at morning audiences, she had heard nothing of any prior connection between her own father and Lord Duan. Moreover, while both held comparable fourth-rank posts, Lord Duan's legitimate daughter had already secured a place within the imperial harem. She shifted her thoughts to another matter. I wonder if that wench Duan Songyu has yet uncovered the vile deeds of that wretch Gao Muron. She had often envisioned running into her at the marketplace to issue a warning, but fate had kept them apart. So much time has slipped away. I only hope it is not too late to sound the alarm now. Gawa replied promptly, host, there is no longer any need. His crimes had already come to light. It had been thoroughly investigated and confirmed that Gao Muron had secretly ordered the brothel madam to murder Miss Nanxing. Gao Muron is currently rotting in the government dungeons. Song Yaoyao exhaled in relief. Then all is well. Truly all is well. Gawa added, as it happens the Duan clan has already begun scrutinizing suitable suitors for Miss Songyu. Song Yaoyao inquired, have they spotted anyone promising? Gawa responded, the searches are ongoing, but nothing satisfactory has emerged yet. Song Yaoyao nodded gently. A match of this nature concerns an entire lifetime. There is no hurry, let them choose carefully. The Duan family wholeheartedly endorsed Song Yaoyao's sentiment. Their plan was already set. Should they find a worthy prospect, they would present the candidate to young Master Song, seeking his discerning judgment on the individual's character. Indeed, the Duan household was far from alone in this sentiment. Every family blessed with the ability to perceive Song Yaoyao's inner musings shared the exact same design. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently become a living barometer for detecting unworthy suitors and faithless ladies alike. Once Lord Duan and his party had taken their leave, Song Yaoyao turned her attention to the gifts they had presented. Alongside the lavish parcels came a single bill of exchange worth 2,000 taels of silver. Song Yaoyao could not fathom why they had specifically requested that both the presents and the silver be entrusted directly to her. She pressed them repeatedly, yet each time, they only offered enigmatic smiles. She had scarcely lifted a finger to warrant such generosity, yet people seemed eager to shower her with tribute and coin. Shrugging off the mystery, she resolved not to dwell on it. Song Yaoyao produced a bill of 1,000 taels, and with an air of uncharacteristic magnanimity, pressed it into Madame Song's hands. Mother, no one should be left out. This 1,000 taels is but a modest token of respect for you and father. The remaining 1,000 is mine, though I intend to carve out portions for my elder siblings. Finishing her words, she slipped the bill into her mother's grasp and strode from the reception hall with a defiant, unbothered gait. Madame Song gazed blankly at the silver in her palm, watching until her daughter's silhouette vanished from view. Only then did she turn to her husband, Vice Minister Song. My lord, pray tell me, what has come over Yaoyao? In days past, the sight of a silver bill would have her snatching it and fleeing. What manner of day is this? She has suddenly grown willing to offer us 1,000 taels of her own accord. Vice Minister Song sipped his tea calmly. Our child has matured and grown sensible understanding to honor us. Is that truly a ill omen? Why fret over trivialities? Just accept it when I give it to you. Madame Song murmured, such sudden maturity is rather disconcerting. Her husband cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked, you will grow accustomed to it in time. Madame Song nodded slowly. A child's maturity is surely a blessing, an unquestionable blessing. I must not read too deeply into it. Prior to this day, Song Yaoyao and Madame Song had waged a continuous cunning war over every copper and silver coin. Yet today's sudden reversal left Madame Song thoroughly unsettled. Meanwhile, clutching her bill of silver, Song Yaoyao set off directly for Song Qingling's courtyard. Along the path, Gagwa inquired, host, what sparks this sudden generosity? Song Yaoyao replied, in those days I was genuinely destitute. With no alternative, I was forced to outwit my mother just to survive. But circumstances have shifted entirely. Having raided the Tianxian kingdom's stronghold and seized untold riches, I am no longer penniless. As a person of means, such trifling sums hold no weight for me now. Gagwa chuckled internally. Host, you have barely tasted wealth for a few days, and you are already flaunting it. Song Yaoyao retorted smoothly, but I now possess the very means to do so. Before long, Song Yaoyao reached Song Qingling's courtyard. True to form, her voice preceded her arrival. Eldest sister, your adorable and radiant younger sister Yaoyao has come. Song Qingling, long accustomed to such effusive greetings, merely smiled and asked, what brings you here? From her inner robe, Song Yaoyao drew a bill of 200 taels and pressed it into her sister's hand. Eldest sister, I cannot fathom the reason, but certain individuals are desperately insisting on presenting gifts and silver to me. She then recounted the morning's peculiar encounter in full. Song Yaoyao continued, they weave such mysteries yet refuse to speak when I inquire. Very well, keep your secrets. If they wish not to share, I care not. I have given mother 1,000 taels. Of the remaining 1,000, I had intended for the 4 of us siblings to divide it equally. Yet the number 250 feels ill-omened. Therefore I propose we each take 200 taels, leaving a surplus of 200 for a communal feast once second brother returns. What say you? Song Qingling immediately understood her younger sister's inner musings had evidently proven useful to others, and this wealth was their grateful recompense. Consequently, she gently pushed the bill back towards Song Yaoyao. Keep it for yourself. I shall have none of it. Song Yaoyao immediately slid it back. Eldest sister, you must accept it. No one is to be excluded. When eldest brother and second brother return, I shall distribute their shares as well. Persuaded by her relentless earnestness, Song Qingling finally relented and took the bill. Only upon returning to her own courtyard did Gagwa inquire, host, why did you choose to distribute silver to your elder siblings? Song Yaoyao replied with feigned seriousness, it is always prudent to keep private funds on hand. It eases one's travels. Eldest brother's social obligations multiply daily. Between entertaining guests, forging friendships, and attending poetry gatherings, he would be utterly stranded without coin. And as for eldest sister, she is already undergoing proposals, as she might wish to purchase adornments and garments befitting her station. Gagwa reflected wryly, you truly do consider their needs with remarkable thoroughness. Never did she expect that by evening Song Yaoyao would encounter not only eldest brother Song Qingyu, but also second brother Song Qinghui, whom she had not seen in months. Yet Song Qinghui lay in a deep, unrousing slumber, carried home on stretchers. When Song Yaoyao laid eyes upon him, his entire body was drenched in blood. Madame Song had already swooned from sheer terror. Vice Minister Song swiftly ordered her conveyed to her chambers and dispatched a messenger to the palace to summon the imperial physicians. Song Yaoyao did not have time to inquire about what had transpired as she stepped forward and began examining him. After a thorough inspection, she had already formed a clear assessment. Song Qinghui's tendons in both hands and feet had been severed, 3 ribs were fractured, and countless other external wounds marred his body, though none proved fatal. The assailant had no intention of taking Song Qinghui's life. This was clearly meant to cripple him. Given the medical standards of the present era, Song Qinghui would undoubtedly become a useless man. However, with Song Yaoyao now present, the mastermind behind this plot would likely see their plans thwarted. Just as Song Yaoyao was about to say she could treat him, a figure clad in black descended before them, an elderly man slung over his shoulder. The man in black was one of the shadow guards dispatched by the emperor to protect Song Yaoyao, while the elderly man was the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau. It appeared that when Song Qinghui had been brought back, Vice Minister Song had already sent for the shadow guards to the palace. These shadow guards already possessed the waste tablets, granting them unrestricted entry into the palace without announcement, saving considerable time. Moreover, they traveled by means of Qinggong, making their journey even swifter. Having attended the morning court for so long, Song Yaoyao recognized the old man. His name was Li Weikong, and everyone addressed him as Director Li. Upon landing, he nearly stumbled and cursed. You young rascal, you've nearly shaken my bones apart. Vice Minister Song quickly caught him and apologized. Director Li, the matter was urgent. I beg your pardon for any disrespect. Director Li waved his hand and asked, where is the patient? Vice Minister Song hastened to lead Director Li towards Song Qinghui's room. Previously, no one dared to move him or change his clothes since they were unaware of his condition. Save for his face being wiped clean, he remained exactly as he had been when carried back. Director Li was equally startled upon seeing Song Qinghui's condition. He hurried forward, checked his pulse, and then proceeded to examine his entire body. After a moment, Director Li shook his head. His life is not in danger. However, with the tendons in his hands and feet severed, your son will likely never walk normally again. His hands may never hold objects properly. For daily living, he will require a servant to attend to him constantly. I will first treat his external wounds. Everyone please step out. Song Yaoyao had long anticipated this outcome, so she showed little reaction upon hearing Director Li's words. Song Qingyu's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He could scarcely accept this reality. How could his once healthy younger brother be reduced to being unable to care for himself or walk normally? Fortunately, at this moment Song Qingling was accompanying Madame Song and was not present. Otherwise, who could predict what manner of scene she might produce upon hearing such words? Upon hearing this, Vice Minister Song collapsed straight backward. Director Li sighed and immediately began to treat him. Soon Vice Minister Song regained consciousness. He seized Director Li's arm and pleaded, "Director Li, he is only 15 years old. He has not yet married or started a family. His life has barely begun. You must save him." Director Li sighed. "It is not that I am unwilling to help, but my medical skills are limited. I cannot save him." Yet Vice Minister Song continued to cling desperately to his arm. Song Yaoyao walked over, pried her father's hand loose from Director Li's arm, and said, "Father, let go of Director Li. Let him treat second brother's external wounds first." Only then did Vice Minister Song release his grip, though his expression remained dazed. Director Li hurried to attend to Song Qinghui's wounds. Gazing upon her entire family in this state, Song Yaoyao felt a deep ache in her heart. Song Yaoyao leaned close to Vice Minister Song's ear and whispered, "Father, do not worry. I will cure second brother." Vice Minister Song turned to look at her and asked, "Do you truly mean that?" Song Yaoyao nodded. "How could I jest about such a matter? Rest assured, father." Within their daughter's inner voice, they had long known that Yaoyao had been a physician in her past life. Previously, they had only heard Guagua describe Yaoyao as an extraordinarily capable all-around physician. They had tried to infer what that meant, but Yaoyao rarely showcased her medical skills before them. No one knew the true extent of her expertise. Now that Yaoyao had spoken thus, they could only hope she truly could save Qinghui. Yaoyao walked directly into Song Qinghui's room. She wished to observe how Director Li was treating her second brother's external wounds. Song Yaoyao did not doubt Director Li's abilities, but she distrusted the ancient methods of treating external injuries. A single mishandling could easily lead to infection. When Song Yaoyao entered, Director Li saw her and said, "Please leave first, young lady Song." But she did not depart. Instead, she walked straight to the bedside and declared, "Before a physician, there is no distinction between male and female." Director Li paused upon hearing this, then asked, "You understand medicine, young lady Song?" Song Yaoyao nodded. "I know a thing or two." From that point onward, neither spoke. Director Li continued treating Song Qinghui's wounds. As the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau, his techniques were indeed masterful, and his approach to wound care was entirely sound. After completing the treatment of external wounds and stabilizing the fractured ribs on Song Qinghui's chest, Director Li prescribed medication and departed. The moment he left, Vice Minister Song and Song Qingyu immediately entered. Vice Minister Song called out anxiously, "Yaoyao." Song Yaoyao glanced at the two of them and said, "Father, elder brother, time is critical. I must begin treating second brother immediately. Do not let anyone disturb me." "Very well. I shall keep watch here," Vice Minister Song replied. Once the two had exited, Song Yaoyao barred the door and then brought Song Qinghui into her spatial dimension. Song Yaoyao placed Song Qinghui in the operating room within her space. She then began changing into surgical attire, preparing the instruments needed for the procedure. Although Song Qinghui would not awaken given his current condition, she administered anesthesia as a precaution. Since arriving in this world, she had not performed surgery, but the medical knowledge etched into her soul allowed her to quickly fall into a practiced rhythm. The severed tendons in his hands and feet were reconnected, and the fractured ribs in his chest were realigned and stabilized, ensuring a faster recovery than Director Li's treatment alone could provide. Song Yaoyao administered penicillin to Song Qinghui to prevent infection. With no assistant, the surgery lasted a full 9 hours. Song Yaoyao transferred Song Qinghui out of her space, returned him to his bed, and only then opened the door. Vice Minister Song was the first to approach, asking, "Yaoyao, how is it?" "Father, rest assured. The surgery was successful. Second brother will awaken soon. As for his tendons, with proper recuperation, he will fully recover within 2 to 3 months." Vice Minister Song asked in astonishment, "Are you certain?" Song Yaoyao replied, "Yes. Father, should you not be attending morning court? Today I have already requested leave from the emperor, and explained our family situation. We need not attend court today. Go and rest properly. Song Yaoyao said, let me first go over the precautions for caring for second brother. After explaining the details, she prepared to return to her courtyard. Song Yaoyao complained as she walked, in my past life this wouldn't even qualify as major surgery. How could it leave me this exhausted? Guagua replied, this is precisely because you're usually so lazy and lack exercise, which is why your physique is so poor. Host, looking at today's situation, you'd better start working out. Song Yaoyao sighed. Yes, it seems my physical fitness really is lacking. Second brother is pursuing a military career and could be injured at any time. If a minor surgery like this has already worn me out, I shouldn't even think about major procedures. Guagua, should I start exercising now? Host, that's the right attitude. Guagua, do you think it's still too late for me to start training in martial arts? Guagua replied, Host, you're only 12 years old. You're still a child. There's a saying, where there's a will, there's a way. And another, it's never too old to learn. Song Yaoyao let out a sigh. Vice Minister Song watched his daughter's retreating figure and listened to her thoughts. He was utterly stunned. From what Song Yaoyao had said, an injury like Qing Hui's was nothing in her past life. How could they imagine what kind of wound would be considered the most severe in Yaoyao's eyes? They had been deeply worried about whether Qing Hui could recover completely. But after hearing Yaoyao's inner thoughts, they felt considerably reassured. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao returned to her boudoir and fell asleep immediately. She slept straight through until noon the next day. When Song Yaoyao woke up, Bai Tao told her that the young master had already regained consciousness. After finishing her ablutions, she went straight to Song Qinghui's courtyard. As soon as she entered, she saw everyone was already there. Madame Song quickly asked, Yaoyao, you're awake? Mum. The evening's events had already reached Madame Song and Song Qingling. Song Yaoyao walked over and examined Song Qinghui's wounds. Looking at her, he asked, Yaoyao, can I really recover? Song Yaoyao patted her chest confidently. Second brother, rest assured. With me here, there won't be any problems. As long as the dressing changes are timely and you take your medicine on schedule, you should be fully recovered within 2 to 3 months. Song Qinghui promised, I will definitely cooperate fully and take my medicine carefully. Song Yaoyao nodded and continued, Second brother, what exactly happened? Who injured you? Song Qinghui sighed and said, Father and mother asked me the same question earlier. Ever since the palace banquet last time, I hadn't returned home. I stayed at the military camp the whole time. These past 2 days, I won first place in the camp's martial arts competition. When the general asked what reward I desired, I said I wanted to visit home, so he graciously granted me leave. When I reached the dense forest outside the city, more than 20 men in black surged out from the woods. They wore black face coverings, making it impossible to discern their features. I couldn't defeat them. They severed the tendons in my hands and feet. I passed out from the agony, and when I regained consciousness, I was already back at the mansion. Eldest brother Song Qingyu continued, according to the guards at the city gate yesterday, they saw Qing Hui abandoned not far from the gate, and immediately sent him to the capital prefecture. Magistrate Yang of the capital prefecture recognized Qing Hui and promptly had him brought to our residence. Song Yaoyao nodded thoughtfully. From all these circumstances, combined with second brother's injuries, the attacker didn't intend to kill you. They only wanted to cripple you. Second brother, think carefully. Did you have any disputes or enemies? Song Qinghui pondered for a long while and replied, None. Apart from practicing martial arts, I only drill the soldiers. Other than the people in the camp, I have no contact with outsiders. I simply cannot recall offending anyone. Song Yaoyao said in confusion, That's strange. Just as everyone was puzzled, Guagua's voice rang out. Host, I know who harmed your second brother. Do you want to know? Song Yaoyao had completely forgotten about Guagua and said, Guagua, you're the best. Tell me who hurt my second brother. Tell me quickly. Guagua replied, All right, since you're being so sweet to me, I'll tell you. The one who harmed your second brother is Lu Shiyu. Upon hearing that name, Song Qinghui's mouth dropped open in shock. Fearing Song Yaoyao might notice something, he quickly composed himself. As Guagua's words fell, an image of Lu Shiyu appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. The man wore cyan robes and looked as gentle and refined as jade. How could someone with such an appearance do such a thing? Song Yaoyao thought, Guagua, does this man harbor ill will toward my second brother? No, Guagua replied. Then why would he seek such revenge on my second brother? Guagua explained, recently the military camp held a martial arts competition. Your second brother took first place while Lu Shuyu came in second. He has harbored resentment toward your second brother ever since. He spent a fortune hiring assassins demanding that your second brother be left alive, but rendered completely crippled for life. Song Yaoyao thought, just because he lost a competition consumed by jealousy, he wants to cripple my second brother. How twisted is this man? Guagua continued, host, let me first tell you about Lu Shuyu's background. Lu Shuyu is 17 years old and currently holds the title of Marquis of Anning. Lu Shuyu's father Lu Qingquan is a thorough degenerate. Gambling, drinking, whoring, all vices included. When it came time to marry, no family would willingly give their daughter to him. Song Yaoyao thought, Lu Qingquan must have married eventually, otherwise Lu Shuyu wouldn't exist, right? Host is quite perceptive. Lu Shuyu's mother by Xiang was the legitimate daughter of a third-rank official. After her mother passed away, her father remarried. They say once you have a stepmother, you have a stepparent. And those words hold no falsehood. Under the oppressive hand of her stepmother, Bai Xiang fared no better than the household servants. When Bai Xiang came of age, her stepmother and stepsister framed her, discovering her found lying together with Lu Qingquan, that degenerate. With no alternative, Bai Xiang was ultimately forced to agree to marry him. However, Bai Xiang insisted on taking her biological mother's dowry, with her declaring she would rather die than marry otherwise, and would take the matter to the capital prefecture, or even strike the denunciation drum if necessary. At worst, it would be a case of mutual destruction. The Bai family feared that if Bai Xiang made a great scandal, the authorities would investigate and their scheme against her would be exposed. Thus, they returned the dowry to Bai Xiang, and she married Lu Qingquan with those belongings. In the vision, Bai Xiang's life at the Bai residence was exceptionally harsh. She was underfed and poorly clothed, pitiful beyond words. The footage showed the entire process of her stepmother and stepsister framing her. Whenever Bai father was confined to his bed, a few whispered words from the concubine were enough to make him forget entirely that he had a legitimate daughter. Song Yaoyao. Hell, when a man is in bed, ask him to die, and he will agree immediately. And then, Guagua, after marriage, Lu Qingquan behaved himself for a few months before resuming his prodigal lifestyle. He spent his days out indulging in dissipation, sometimes absent from the mansion for half a month at a stretch. Bai Xiang harbored no affection for Lu Qingquan whatsoever. Whether he was in the residence or not was of no concern to her. Later, Bai Xiang became pregnant and gave birth to Lu Shuyu. She felt her life was destined to be nothing more than this, so she pinned all her hopes upon her son. Bai Xiang was extremely strict with Lu Shuyu's education, demanding that he come first in everything. While other children played, Lu Shuyu was reading. While other children sought comfort in their parents' arms, Lu Shuyu was training in martial arts. His entire childhood had been spent this way. In the video, the tiny child, apart from the time spent eating and sleeping, was either doing homework or training at the martial arts grounds. If his studies were subpar, he faced family discipline. If his martial arts were lacking, the same punishment followed. Whatever he did, he had to do it best. Whether in academics or martial practice, he had to come first, and failure meant corporal punishment. Once Lu Shuyu ranked second in an academy examination and was beaten until he lay in bed for 7 days, while Bai Xiang scolded him for being useless. Such a young child cultivated step by step under this twisted education. Song Yaoyao, no wonder Lu Shuyu is so distorted. Raised from childhood under such extreme methods by a deranged mother, his heart must have been warped long ago. Honestly, this Bai Xiang is too terrifying. What kind of mother is this? She is nothing short of a demon. Guagua, Bai Xiang firmly believed that strict discipline produces excellence. If the child did not learn, well, it simply meant he had not been beaten enough. Under Bai Xiang's method of education, Lu Shuyu excelled in both academics and martial arts. After turning 10, Lu Shuyu always ranked first among his peers in both literary and martial competitions. Therefore, he was never subjected to family discipline again after the age of 10. Song Yaoyao. And then, Guagua, Lu Qingquan was beaten to death in a brawl at a brothel when Lu Shuyu was 13. With Lu Qingquan dead, Lu Shuyu inherited the Marquis mansion and became the new Marquis of Anning. By Lu Shuyu's generation, this was the final generation to inherit the Marquis title. If Lu Shuyu failed to achieve any merit, their mansion would be demoted to a viscountcy starting from the next generation. Bai Xiangxiang warned Lu Shiyu to achieve some merit. Even if he could not advance further, he must ensure the Marquis mansion was not demoted. Although Lu Shiyu held the prestigious title of Marquis, he possessed no real power. He did not even have the right to attend morning court, let alone secure a position in the imperial court. The only path open to him for achieving merit was the military camp. Thus Lu Shiyu resolutely joined the army. Guagua paused and continued, "In the military camp, Lu Shiyu was overshadowed by your second brother in every aspect, and this time in the martial competition, he was defeated by your second brother." After returning to the mansion, Bai Xiangxiang learned of this and punished him again. This was the first time since he was 10 that he had faced family discipline. He was beaten severely this time and would likely be unable to get out of bed for at least half a month. It was then that he harbored resentment toward your second brother, which led to what followed. In the video upon Lu Shiyu's return to the Marquis mansion, Bai Xiangxiang summoned him to her courtyard. As soon as he entered, she ordered him to kneel and demanded to know why he was so incompetent, having lost the martial competition. She then had servants bring a long wooden bench and made Lu Shiyu lie across it. One whip after another rained down, and within moments his back was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Yet there was not a trace of mercy or pain in Bai Xiangxiang's eyes. Song Yaoyao, is Bai Xiangxiang really Lu Shiyu's biological mother? How ruthless she is. Even if he suffered and was punished, that was his own fault. It only proves his skills are lacking. What does it have to do with my second brother? Outmatched in skill, instead of finding fault within himself, he resented those superior to him. What twisted logic is this? None of this justifies his attack on my second brother. Does he think that by crippling my second brother, no one will block his path in the military camp? Guagua host Lu Shiyu truly thought so. By the way, the assassins were thorough. Magistrate Yang of Jingzhou Prefecture led a team to investigate the scene, but found nothing. Song Yaoyao, Lu Shiyu is an utter fool. Today it was my second brother. If someone even more formidable appears later, does he intend to harm them too? Could he keep harming people like this? Honestly, Lu Shiyu's willingness to hurt others to win earns him no goodwill whatsoever. Now we know exactly who struck, yet we have no evidence. However, I will remember this grievance against my second brother. Even if we cannot confront him openly, can we not seek revenge in secret? Just wait. We will find an opportunity to strike back. Vice Minister Song listened to the conversation between Song Yaoyao and Guagua in silence. Regardless of anything, Lu Shiyu's attack was in the wrong. This grievance they too would remember. Song Yaoyao continued, "Do you know anything about those assassins?" Guagua, "I can only unlock the fact that your second brother was attacked by the assassins. Those assassins belong to the Mingyuan Pavilion. Since we have not yet encountered anyone from the Mingyuan Pavilion, I cannot unlock more information about them." Song Yaoyao, "Very well. I will remember the Mingyuan Pavilion as well. Once I unlock more information about them, just wait for my revenge." Humph. Everyone was surprised that Yaoyao held grudges so fiercely. Song Qinghui was deeply moved. The next day, when Song Yaoyao and Vice Minister Song attended morning court, many officials inquired about Song Qinghui's injuries. Yesterday, when Song Qinghui was carried back, many people had witnessed it. These ministers had quickly received the news as well. Moreover, both Song Yaoyao and Vice Minister Song had taken leave the previous day and did not attend morning court. Everyone came this morning to show concern and quietly probe whether Song Qinghui was truly crippled, as rumors spread. Regardless of who asked, Vice Minister Song expressed his gratitude, but said not a word about Song Qinghui's injuries. Some spoke pointedly. "Vice Minister Song, what wicked deeds did your son commit to deserve being crippled? It would be better for people to avoid doing wicked things lest they die without knowing how." Song Yaoyao looked up and fixed a hard stare upon the speaker. This was none other than Yu Zizhong, a light chariot commandant of the 4th rank who held a grudge against her father. Many years ago, Lady Yu had taken a fancy to Song's father, but he did not favor her and instead married Song's mother. That was how Lady Yu ended up marrying Yu Zizhong. This bred resentment in Yu Zizhong toward her father. Such hatred truly came from nowhere. Song Yaoyao looked at the man and said sarcastically, "Oh, whose pants weren't buttoned, letting a thing like you slip out." No one expected the young lady Song to snap back like that. Her words were too. Even when they insulted each other, they just traded barbs. No one had ever spoken so crudely. Yu Zizhong, a military officer, had never heard such vulgar language. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Minister Song quickly clamped his hand over Song Yaoyao's mouth. How could a young girl say such things? Song Yaoyao tried to pry her father's hand away, wanting to continue cursing, but Minister Song held her mouth firmly shut and dragged her away. As she left, Song Yaoyao glared at Yu Zizhong. How dare he slander her second brother? Just wait and see. Yu Zizhong, embarrassed to be confronted by a young girl, finally retorted after a long pause. Vulgar, utterly vulgar. Shameless. Actually, Yu Zizhong regretted his words as soon as he said them. He looked down on Minister Song, and when Song Qingwei got into trouble, he was so delighted that he forgot about Song Yaoyao, that disaster bringer. He knew exactly what Song Yaoyao was capable of. He had a nagging feeling of dread. The other courtiers looked at Yu Zizhong as if he were a fool. Minister Song was not the terrifying one, it was the young lady Song that none of them dared to provoke. Every one of them had secrets they didn't want exposed. They feared that offending the young lady would lead to their private matters being publicly aired. They couldn't afford that shame. They were more than eager to curry favor with her, so how could they dare to offend her? Some said, she's just a little girl, what's there to fear? If it comes to worse, just kill her. Huh. Easier said than done. Last time Kai Mingquan sent many assassins to kill Song Yaoyao, and what happened? She remained unscathed while Kai Mingquan ended up destroying himself. They didn't want to follow in Kai Mingquan's footsteps. As for Yu Zizhong, who knows if he's missing a few screws daring to slander her brother right in front of the young lady. He must be tired of his comfortable life and seeking some excitement. The crowd immediately distanced themselves from Yu Zizhong, fearing that the young lady might mistake them for his accomplices and implicate them. Although Song Yaoyao was dragged away, she kept cursing inwardly. Guagua, did we check the almanac before leaving this morning? How could we run into such a creature? It's like smearing sauce on your butt. He's just too idle. Guagua chimed in. Host, isn't Yu Zizhong indeed idle? Host, you know what? That man is only in his 30s, but he's already going bald in the middle. The emperor had just entered when he heard the young lady's curses in her mind. The emperor raised an eyebrow. Who had provoked the young lady so early in the morning? He might get to hear some juicy gossip today. The thought brightened his entire mood. The ministers didn't understand what Mediterranean meant, but the following dialogue clarified it. Song Yaoyao, huh? Isn't that just a bald head? Guagua, host, a bald head means no hair at all, completely smooth. That's a bald head. Mediterranean means there are still a few strands of hair on the top. As Guagua spoke, two cartoon heads appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. One head had no hair at all with the label bald head beside it. The other head had a sparse ring of hair around the sides, but the center was completely bald, labeled Mediterranean. The crowd thought this depiction is vivid enough, they understood at once. So that's what Yu Zizhong's hair looked like. They all turned their gazes to Yu Zizhong's hair. Song Yaoyao pouted. It's all the same anyway, to me it's all bald. On the internet, they have a nicer name for it, braised egg. From now on I'll call Yu Zizhong braised egg. Guagua, but I see braised egg has thick hair. Could he be wearing a wig? Guagua, exactly. Yu Zizhong has no hair of his own, so he found two servants with thick hair in his mansion and forced them, using their indenture contracts, to cut their hair for him. The servants had no choice but to cut their hair and give it to Yu Zizhong. He spent a lot of money hiring someone to craft a custom wig based on his head shape. In ancient times, one's hair and body were considered gifts from one's parents. Forcing servants to cut their hair was akin to cutting off their heads. Those two servants, despite receiving generous rewards, dared not leave the house every day, fearing they'd be seen. The video showed Yu Zizhong forcing the servants to cut their hair. The poor servants were at their wits' end. Song Yaoyao. In ancient times that was a huge deal. But in modern times it's nothing. Guagua, can you show some pictures of modern men and women? I haven't seen modern handsome guys and beauties in a long time and I miss it. Guagua. Host, for now, I can only show ancient pictures and videos. Modern ones aren't available yet. Maybe after the next upgrade, they'll be playable. Song Yaoyao. When will you upgrade again? Guagua, even I don't know that. Song Yaoyao, alright. The wig thing isn't sensational at all, it's boring. Do you have any other juicy gossip about braised egg? Pick another one. The crowd watched Yu Zizhong with schadenfreude. The nickname braised egg seemed quite fitting. They'd secretly call him that too. One person thinking of a braised egg, dark, shiny, and smooth. and then picturing it atop Lord Yu's head couldn't help but laugh out loud. Realizing his indiscretion, the man quickly covered his mouth. All eyes turned to him. Song Yaoyao also looked up. Guagua, what was that sound just now? It sounded like laughter. Guagua, it probably wasn't laughter. Who would dare laugh in the court? Maybe someone was hiccuping. Song Yaoyao, true, who would risk their life laughing in court? Let's continue. When the young lady glanced at them, they all jumped, fearing they'd been discovered. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. However, Lord Yu was really unlucky. The young lady dug up one piece of gossip, found it boring, and was about to dig up more. Who knows if Lord Yu now regrets provoking the young lady in the first place. Guagua, host, you think it's boring, but in ancient times this is quite explosive. Song Yaoyao, boring, switched to another. Guagua, all right. Host, there's a big piece of gossip about Yu Zhezhong's younger sister. Want to hear it? Song Yaoyao, yes. Guagua, Yu Zhezhong has a full sister named Yu Tianrong. As Guagua's words ended, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Yu Tianrong. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, wow, I never expected Yu Zhezhong, that bald egg, to have such a beautiful younger sister. She's so stunning while he looks utterly ordinary. Could he have been adopted? Guagua replied, host, they are indeed full siblings sharing the same parents. Song Yaoyao pursed her lips. Well, it seems all the beauty genes in bald egg's family went to his sister. Guagua, host, don't let Yu Tianrong's breathtaking beauty fool you. She is already past 30. Song Yaoyao, I would never have guessed. By the way, what scandal surrounds her? Guagua, when Yu Tianrong was 16, she married the young general Shi Yongchao. 2 years after her marriage, Yu Tianrong finally conceived. When she prepared to share the joyous news with Shi Yongchao, she unexpectedly overheard a conversation between him and his mother at the doorway. It turned out Shi Yongchao harbored no affection for Yu Tianrong whatsoever. He had married her solely for her family's influential background, hoping her relatives would advance his career. Pausing, Guagua continued. The reason Yu Tianrong struggled to conceive was that after every intimate encounter, Shi Yongchao would personally bring her a bowl of nourishing soup. In truth, it was nothing of the sort. It was contraceptive broth. Yu Tianrong's pregnancy this time was pure accident. That day she felt terribly unwell. After drinking the contraceptive soup Shi Yongchao brought, she vomited it all up due to nausea, which is how she became pregnant. Yu Tianrong also discovered that Shi Yongchao had long maintained a mistress outside, and their illegitimate child was already 3 years old. They were simply waiting to exhaust the Yu family's resources, then use the 7 grounds for divorce to cast Yu Tianrong aside before bringing the mistress and her bastard child into the household. Yu Tianrong did not burst in to confront them. Instead, she returned directly to her own courtyard, packed a few belongings, and went back to her maiden home. In the video, Yu Tianrong stood at the doorway, her hand tightly pressed over her mouth, listening to Shi Yongchao and his mother's conversation as tears streamed endlessly down her face. She turned and returned to her courtyard, gathered a few clothes, and left for her family home. Yu Tianrong was genuinely terrified. If she exposed everything, Shi Yongchao and his mother might secretly imprison her to prevent her from reporting to her family, then quietly eliminate her. They would claim she had perished from a terrible illness. Once back at her maiden home, Yu Tianrong immediately confided in her family. The next day, the Yu family went to the Shi residence and demanded a divorce. At first, the Shis refused. But when the yes revealed the mistress and the illegitimate child, the Shi family panicked and ultimately agreed. Song Yaoyao, there are so many men these days who seek to climb the social ladder by using women. This is what we call greedily exploiting someone's kindness. Truly shameless. Guagua, after Yu Tianrong returned home, her family wished for her to terminate the pregnancy so she might remarry into a good family. However, after examining her, the physician declared that Yu Tianrong's prolonged consumption of contraceptive broth had damaged her body, making future pregnancies nearly impossible. Conceiving this child was already a miracle. If this pregnancy were lost, Yu Tianrong might never bear children in this lifetime. Hearing this, Yu Tianrong resolved to keep the child. Thus, Yu Tianrong gave birth to a daughter, Yu Qinglu. The video showed Yu Tianrong after delivering her daughter at her family home, then moving with the child into her own dowry residence. Song Yaoyao, that's quite admirable. Escaping a scoundrel and raising a child on her own is truly inspiring. Guagua, host, I am not finished yet. Due to her extraordinary beauty, Yu Tianrong still had suitors knocking at her door even after the divorce. But Yu Tianrong had no intention of remarrying. Nevertheless, afterward Yu Tianrong kept several intimate companions. They shared only romance, nothing more. The video showed Yu Tianrong's several companions, all of whom were strikingly handsome and distinguished. Song Yaoyao, has Yu Tianrong been so traumatized? Such a liberated attitude. Her philosophy seems to be there are thousands of men in this world. If one fails, simply replace him. As long as she possesses wealth and beauty, she can have any man she desires. Surrounded by handsome men, her life appears utterly carefree. Why waste oneself on a crooked tree? Gagwa, host, you only dare to think such thoughts. Would you dare speak them to your parents' faces? Song Yaoyao, I'm not foolish. I certainly don't want to invite a beating. We're discussing Yu Tianrong. Why is this being turned into me? Let's continue with Yu Tianrong. Gagwa, very well. Something momentous occurred a few months ago. Song Yaoyao eagerly exclaimed. What happened? Hurry up and tell me. Gagwa, for months ago, Yu Tianrong's daughter, Yu Qinglu, came of age. The Yu family arranged a match for Yu Qinglu. The young man was named Tian Yizong, the legitimate son of a minor official. After Tian Yizong's mother passed away, his father immediately married a new wife. The stepmother, once installed, grew deeply suspicious of Tian Yizong and frequently set obstacles in his path. However, Tian Yizong was raised under his grandmother's care, so the stepmother had to temper her schemes out of respect for the old madam. In the video, Tian Yizong had evaded his stepmother's machinations numerous times. He might not have survived to adulthood without the old madam's protection. Song Yaoyao, and then Gagwa. Yu Qinglu greatly admired Tian Yizong's talent and learning, and the two became engaged. However, one day, when Yu Qinglu went to pay her morning respects at her mother's courtyard, she witnessed her fiancé Tian Yizong emerging from her mother's chambers. In the video, Tian Yizong still bore a lipstick mark on his neck as he walked out of Yu Tianrong's room. Yu Qinglu stared at the scene in utter disbelief. She shoved Tian Yizong aside and burst into Yu Tianrong's chamber. Before her eyes lay scattered clothing across the floor, and Yu Tianrong covered in marks, still fast asleep. Yu Qingliu's world crumbled. Her fiancé and her own mother the previous night. Tian Yizong followed her, and throwing himself desperately between them, terrified Yu Qinglu would harm Yu Tianrong on the bed. All the ministers were utterly stunned. Watching this unfold, a son-in-law had fallen for his mother-in-law. Yu Zizhong could scarcely believe his eyes as he watched everything in the video. Song Yaoyao, Gagwa, can this world get any more outrageous? A son-in-law and mother-in-law. How much more insane can things become? Even with my modern mindset, I cannot keep up with this development. Gagwa, host, you are not the only one unable to comprehend such thinking. I dare say no one could. Song Yaoyao, Tian Yizong's tastes are quite peculiar. Tian Yizong was barely 17 or 18. Instead of pursuing a vibrant young girl, he insisted on entangling himself with a woman old enough to be his mother. Is there something profoundly wrong with his mind? In the video, Tian Yizong gazed at Yu Tianrong on the bed, the love in his eyes impossible to conceal. Song Yaoyao, even if Yu Tianrong were the most beautiful woman alive, her age remained an unavoidable fact. Could this really be what people mean when they say as long as two people love each other, age is no barrier? I simply cannot fathom such emotions. Is it possible that Tian Yizong harbors some sort of Oedipus complex? In the video, while Tian Yizong was confronting Yu Qingliu, Yu Tianrong on the bed was roused from her sleep. Yu Tianrong gazed at her daughter and son-in-law in her own room, utterly startled. Glancing down at herself, she was stark naked, and she hastily pulled the covers over her body. Yu Qinglu watched Yu Tianrong clutching at the sheets of fury welling within her, and cursed. Yu Tianrong, what are you pretending for? Yu Tianrong, don't you have any shame? You won't even spare your own son-in-law. You're unworthy of being a mother. Yu Tianrong's gaze went vacant, and it took a long while before she registered what was happening. She explained. Qingliu, listen to your mother. Let me explain. What is there to explain? I only trust what my own eyes have seen. You shameless adulterers. After spitting out those words, Yu Qinglu covered her face with her hands and fled in tears. Yu Tianrong wanted to chase after her, but she was not dressed. Tian Yizong looked at Yu Tianrong with a pitiful expression and said, Rong, we already shared last night. I gave you my first time. I am already yours. How can you deny me now? If you cast me aside, I'll die in front of you. Yu Tianrong pressed her fingers to her temples, feeling them throbbing, and said, "Leave first. Let me get dressed, and then we'll talk." Tian Yitsong grew even more aggrieved. "Rong, I've already seen every inch of your body. Last night you were exhausted, and I helped you dress. Shall I do it again?" "Don't be shy." Yu Tianrong grabbed a cushion and hurled it at him, roaring, "Get out." Seeing that Yu Tianrong was truly angered, Tian Yitsong felt even more wronged, yet he dared not provoke her further. He could only retreat step by step, glancing back over his shoulder with each movement. Song Yaoyao watched, utterly bewildered. The others too struggled to process what had unfolded. How had the tone shifted so drastically? When such a scandal broke, surely the man would produce silver to hush matters up. But this was entirely unlike what anyone had anticipated. A man, Tian Yitsong, displaying wounded vulnerability as if his life depended on it. Such behavior was utterly disgraceful. Only Yu Zhezhong's face flushed crimson. He truly never expected such an outcome. Song Yaoyao Gua, something feels off about this entire situation. I have a strong feeling that Tian Yitsong's attachment to Yu Tianrong runs incredibly deep. Their encounter last night appears to have been carefully planned from the start. Guagua, you figured it out yourself. Correct. Tian Yitsong had been plotting this all along. His reason for becoming engaged to Yu Qinglu was simply to gain proximity to Yu Tianrong. From beginning to end, the one he loved was always Yu Tianrong. Song Yaoyao's eyes brightened with excitement. She asked, "Guagua, there's a massive secret hidden here. Tell me everything. What exactly is going on?" "Guagua, this story begins 12 years ago. At that time, Yu Tianrong lived alone with her daughter Yu Qinglu. On one occasion, upon returning from an outing, she encountered an unconscious child in the suburbs, approximately 5 or 6 years of age. Yu Tianrong brought the child to a medical clinic. After he regained consciousness, she learned that when his grandmother had gone to burn incense at a temple, his stepmother had tricked him out of the residence and abandoned him in the suburbs to perish. Fortunately, Yu Tianrong had passed by and saved him. She took him to the clinic and purchased him plenty of food. When Yu Tianrong asked his name, the child kept his head lowered and remained silent. The boy would not speak, so Yu Tianrong did not press him further. Thus the child remained in Yu Tianrong's residence for an entire month. One day, a month later, the child suddenly vanished. Yu Tianrong reported it to the authorities, but no trace of him was ever found. In the video, during those days spent together with the child, the small figure would repeatedly steal glances at Yu Tianrong with eyes full of attachment. Whenever Yu Tianrong held the little boy, he would tightly wrap his arms around her neck. Song Yaoyao stated with certainty, "That child was Tian Yitsong." Guagua, correct. That time Tian Yitsong nearly died. A month later, when the elderly madam returned from the temple, she discovered her eldest grandson was missing. Only after Tian Yitsong's father inquired did he learn his son had been lost for an entire month. Under the old madam's pressure, Tian Yitsong's father finally began searching for the child. The old madam spent considerable silver and leveraged connections to find him. A few days later, the madam's side located the child first. She intended to thank Yu Tianrong for saving her grandson, but Tian Yitsong prevented her from doing so. If she had gone to express gratitude, the stepmother would have learned that Yu Tianrong had ruined her scheme. Fearing the stepmother might retaliate against Yu Tianrong. Although Yu Tianrong's natal family held decent influence, she lived alone with a child, making her vulnerable to all manner of vicious schemes. Tian Yitsong did not wish for Yu Tianrong to come to harm. Therefore, he quietly followed the old madam back without saying goodbye. In the video, Tian Yitsong's departure was filled with heartbreaking reluctance. Song Yaoyao, so that's how it was. Guagua, indeed. In the years that followed, whenever Tian Yitsong faced difficulties, he would think of Yu Tianrong and recall that warm embrace. Yu Tianrong was the light in his life. Tian Yitsong would return to observe her from a distance, silently watching. 12 years later, when Tian Yitsong learned that Yu Qinglu was meeting potential suitors, he seized the opportunity to draw near to Yu Tianrong again. With his talent and learning, he successfully captivated Yu Qinglu and smoothly secured an engagement. In the video, Tian Yitsong having painstakingly orchestrated his return to Yu Tianrong's side. Tian Yitsong would frequently stare blankly at Yu Tianrong's figure. Song Yaoyao, this kind of devotion, I hardly know how to judge it. But did Tian Yitsong ever consider Yu Qinglu? If he truly loved Yu Tianrong, he could pursue her openly and honorably. He should not have dragged Yu Qinglu into this mess. Yu Qinglu was innocent. How could he wound a girl so, without a qualm of conscience? Guagua in the beginning Tian Yizong also considered pursuing Yu Tianrong directly. But Yu Tianrong's male companions all ranged from 23 to 26 years of age. Younger men who sought to become her lovers were uniformly rejected on the grounds of being too young. Tian Yizong was too young, so he devised this roundabout method. Originally Tian Yizong had thought that once they shared such a relationship, he could contentedly guard Yu Tianrong from afar. But that night Yu Tianrong had drunk too much and refused to let him go. Tian Yizong, half reluctant and half compliant, surrendered to the moment. In the video, though intoxicated, Yu Tianrong merely tugged at Tian Yizong's arm and did nothing improper. Instead, Tian Yizong kept pouring wine for Yu Tianrong, who in her drunken state mistook him for one of her secret lovers. Tian Yizong yielded with half-hearted resistance, yet he could scarcely suppress the grin spreading across his lips. Song Yaoyao, looking at that fellow's smile, it's obvious he's long conspired this, see how delighted he is. Confirmed, Tian Yizong has an Oedipus complex. Guagua, now things are quite lively at Yu Tianrong's residence. Yu Qinglu intends to sever the mother-daughter bond with Yu Tianrong. Tian Yizong, meanwhile, made no effort to stay quiet. He wept through tantrums and threatened to hang himself, demanding that Yu Tianrong take responsibility. Since she had taken his virginity, she could not simply discard him. Should Yu Tianrong refuse him, he would wield a blade against his own throat, threatening suicide. In the video, Yu Tianrong's household was as tumultuous as a theatrical performance every day. Tian Yizong frequently resorted to death threats. Yu Qinglu loathed the adulterous pair with all her heart. Her own fiancé had become her stepfather. How revolting. She desired to sever all ties. As the onlookers watched the video, they clicked their tongues in amusement, utterly engrossed. This mansion is nothing short of a stage for drama. Song Yaoyao, good heavens, this is no ordinary commotion. Do the Yu family members know about this matter? Guagua, they do not know. All three were too ashamed to let the Yu family discover this. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, tell me, should I fan the flames and spill this to the bald-pated Yu Zhixiong? If the bald one were to learn of this, would even those few remaining hairs on his head fall out? Hee. Song Yaoyao chuckled with malicious intent. Guagua, this host can decide for herself. Song Yaoyao, never mind, I'll just watch the spectacle for now, and not tell the bald one. The crowd, young master Song, is there a possibility that the bald one already knows? After a pause, Song Yaoyao added, however, I genuinely pity that girl Yu Qinglu. She became a stepping stone for her mother and stepfather. How flawed must she be for her own fiancé to abandon her for his new wife? If such a scandal were to spread, her future marriage prospects would surely be ruined. Truly a tragedy. In modern times, this would hardly be a major issue. Currently, it is merely a broken engagement, not yet a wedlock. Besides, even if married, divorce is still possible. What a trivial matter. I hope Yu Qinglu can view these events with equanimity. Guagua, indeed, that girl is truly innocent. Afterwards, Song Yaoyao and Guagua fell silent. Though unspoken, the onlookers' scrutinizing gazes upon Yu Zhixiong never ceased. Some cast occasional glances toward his head, eager to lift the wig and verify whether his scalp resembled that of a cartoon character. After court adjourned following Vice Minister Song's departure with Song Yaoyao, several elderly officials surrounded Yu Zhixiong. Yu Zhixiong harbored a sinister premonition before he could even inquire about their intentions. His wig was already torn off. Upon seeing Yu Zhixiong's head, it indeed matched the Mediterranean style depicted in the video. Then they bent their heads to examine the wig more closely. Rather than mocking Yu Zhixiong, they inquired about the craftsman who made his wig. Only then did they reveal that their own situations mirrored his. They simply required wigs better suited to them. Had Song Yaoyao not exposed it, they would never have suspected Yu Zhixiong's wig was false. The craftsmanship was extraordinarily exquisite. They too wished to commission that artisan to craft custom wigs for them. Yu Zhixiong had never anticipated that so many court officials shared his predicament. It was merely his ill-advised tongue today that provoked Song Yaoyao, leading to the public revelation. Yu Zhixiong imparted the artisan's address and details to these dignitaries before taking his leave. Yu Zhixiong hastened to return home to address the Yu Tianrong affair. What a disgraceful scandal besmirching his family. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao returned to the manor. After changing clothes, she immediately went to visit Song Qingwei. Upon Song Yaoyao's arrival, the serving boy was holding a storybook reading tales from Journey to the West to Song Qinghui. Seeing Song Yaoyao, Song Qinghui remarked, "Yaoyao has returned." "Yes, what are you up to?" "We're reading stories. This book has been extremely popular lately, but one must pre-order it in advance to purchase." Song Yaoyao nodded. It was inevitable that Journey to the West would become a hit. The tale's classic status needs no elaboration. Most importantly, its popularity meant Song Yaoyao's purse would grow increasingly substantial. Song Yaoyao was delighted. After inspecting Song Qinghui's wounds, she proceeded to the dining hall. 3 days later, during morning court, the emperor announced that in half a month the king of Miaojiang would arrive. The king of Miaojiang's visit concerned solely the matter of imperial concubine Kong. He instructed the Ministry of Rites to prepare suitable arrangements. Several days elapsed, and finally the day of rest arrived. These past days Song Yaoyao had dutifully remained within the manor, venturing nowhere except for morning court. She was truly stifled. Through Song Yaoyao's persistent coaxing, Madame Song finally consented to her outing, yet feared further danger. Thus, she mandated a larger retinue. She was also required to bring her eldest sister Song Qingling along, essentially under supervision, lest Song Yaoyao cause further trouble. Song Yaoyao chuckled and agreed. "Let her come along. We shall still stir up trouble when the time comes. Not even the heavenly kings could stop us. If matters truly escalated, could her slender arms and legs possibly restrain her?" As soon as the carriage reached the bustling district, Song Yaoyao and her party spotted Yu Qinglu on the street. Yu Qinglu had already been observed in the video. Song Yaoyao recognized her instantly. At that moment, Gua Gua's voice rang out, "Host, that young lady over there is Yu Qinglu." "Song Yaoyao, I see." Gua Gua host Yu Zixiong already knows about Yu Tianrong and Tian Yizong's affair. Song Yaoyao suddenly perked up. The bald one found out so quickly. Was he angered to death? Speaking of which, given the daily upheaval at Yu Tianrong's place, it's quite normal for the bald one to have caught wind of it quickly. How did the bald one handle this matter? Gua Gua, the Yu family, severed ties, with Yu Tianrong striking her name from the genealogy. Yu Qinglu also renounced her mother-daughter relationship with Yu Tianrong and dissolved her engagement with Tian Yizong. Yu Zixiong brought Yu Qinglu to the Yu residence, announcing to the public that she would henceforth be regarded as a young lady of the Yu family. Song Yaoyao, this is truly excellent. With this status, Yu Qingliu's family standing improves dramatically, and she should be able to secure a promising marriage in the future. This minimizes the harm inflicted upon Yu Qinglu. Though the bald one's tongue is sharp, he handled this affair commendably. Gua Gua. After Yu Qinglu and Tian Yizong dissolved their engagement, Tian Yizong became even more unbridled and made a bigger fuss. He forced Yu Tianrong to marry him and demanded she cut off all other men. If Yu Tianrong refused, he would drag her to bed and engage in a grand harmony of life. In the end, Yu Tianrong finally relented and agreed. Song Yaoyao. So he actually slept her into submission. Impressive. Truly a remarkable man. Admirable. Admirable. Does the Tian family not care about Tian Yizong's behavior? Gua Gua, Tian Yizong's grandmother, passed away a few years ago. Once the old lady died, Tian Yizong's father, swayed by his wife's pillow talk, wanted to drive Tian Yizong out of the mansion. Right after Tian Yizong got engaged to Yu Qingliu, the Tian mansion kicked him out. They publicly said that Tian Yizong was grown up and engaged, so he could no longer rely on his parents and must learn to support himself. Now Tian Yizong is all alone with nothing to worry about. Song Yaoyao. So that's it. Then Tian Yizong and Yu Tianrong should be locked together and not go harming others anymore. After learning the follow-up, Song Yaoyao withdrew her gaze. She felt like she was being stared at by a certain gaze. She looked up toward it and met a pair of soft, sinister eyes. The person did not avoid her gaze. That person was startled for a moment, then smiled at Song Yaoyao. The moment she saw him, she felt an inexplicable dislike. It was the first time she felt aversion toward a person upon first sight. But Song Yaoyao simply disliked him. She felt that being stared at by him was like being watched by a venomous snake. She did not return his smile and directly averted her gaze. At that moment, someone called out to Song Yaoyao, "Master Song." She looked up and saw the 5th prince and 6th prince. Song Yaoyao asked Gua Gua in confusion. Gua Gua, since when have 5th prince and 6th prince become so close? They even ended up together. Gua Gua, Host, is there a possibility that they just met by chance? Song Yaoyao pursed her lips. That's quite a coincidence. Both the fifth prince and sixth prince heard Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts. They exchanged a glance, each disdainfully stepping aside. Song Yaoyao looked at the two. After exchanging greetings before she could speak, the fifth prince spoke first. Last time Master Song took great risks, which allowed me to achieve a great merit. I haven't thanked you yet. I've been busy recently, and I plan to visit your residence after a few days. Unexpectedly, I saw Master Song from afar today. Coincidentally, sixth brother also came this way, so we walked together. The sixth prince nodded. It's just as fifth brother said. We merely met by chance. Seeing the two looking at each other with disdain, Song Yaoyao believed them. The fifth prince then asked, Master Song, where are you heading? Song Yaoyao told the truth. We just came out with no specific destination, just strolling around. The fifth prince looked at the weather, pointed to the tea house nearby, and said, It's so hot today. Let me be the host, and invite everyone to Lanshin Garden. Unexpectedly, he was the mastermind behind the infamous assassin organization, Mingyuan Pavilion. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, You bastard. I haven't even gone looking for you yet, you've come to me first. It's this punk's Mingyuan Pavilion that accepted Lu Shuyu's order and severed my second brother's tendons. This grudge is huge. I knew I disliked him at first sight. There was a reason. I want to see what this punk is up to. Guagua, tell me all his information. Guagua, alright host. Luo Qihong is the legitimate son of Luo Fuxing, the first-rank grand tutor of the current dynasty. Luo Qihong's mother Shichuanxiu was originally a childhood sweetheart of Luo Fuxing, and they had deep affection. During a frame-up, Luo Fuxing was drugged and slept with his cousin Qi Shanshan. Caught in the act, Luo Fuxing had no choice but to marry Qi Shanshan. Though Shichuanxiu was heartbroken in this ancient era, it was normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. So Shichuanxiu accepted it. Song Yaoyao. And then, Guagua, Qi Shanshan was not a peaceful person. She bribed Shichuanxiu's maid to administer a slow-acting poison to her. When Shichuanxiu began coughing blood continuously, she realized she had been poisoned, and the poison had reached her lungs. There was no saving her. So Shichuanxiu died. Because Qi Shanshan's maternal family was powerful, Luo Fuxing could not touch Qi Shanshan at all. At that time, Luo Qihong was only 8 years old. After learning the truth, he did not cry or make a fuss. He imitated others to become a profligate, and at a young age he mingled with a group of hooligans. Seeing that the child was idle and useless, Qi Shanshan let him go. Luo Qihong lay low for a year, and when the chance came, he ambushed Qi Shanshan on her way to offer incense. He forcibly cut off pieces of Qi Shanshan's flesh one by one, tormenting her for 2 full days before she finally died. In the video, Luo Qihong, upon learning of his mother's death and seeing his father's attitude, knew that his father was unreliable. He had to avenge his mother himself. Outwardly, he went out to fool around every day, but in fact he had already taken a master outside. He went out daily to learn martial arts from that old man. The scene shifts to him torturing Qi Shanshan cut after cut. Song Yaoyao avenging his mother is no problem. Although the methods are bloody and cruel, Qi Shanshan deserved all that. Guagua, after Qi Shanshan's death, her maternal family quickly discovered that Luo Qihong was responsible. They demanded that Luo Fuxing hand over Luo Qihong. Luo Fuxing felt guilty towards Shichuanxiu and Luo Qihong, and fearing that Luo Qihong might be found by the Qi mansion, he secretly sent him out of the capital that very night. Thus Luo Qihong stayed with his master ever since. He remained away for 10 years. During that decade, he established the assassin organization, the Mingyuan Pavilion. In the video, Luo Qihong endured great hardships to master martial arts and eventually founded the Mingyuan Pavilion. After a pause, Guagua continued, the Mingyuan Pavilion not only takes on assassination contracts, but also deals in intelligence. The Mingyuan Pavilion's renown grew, yet no one knew its true master. A few years ago, Luo Qihong returned to the capital. The moment he returned, the Qi mansion received word and blockaded the gates, demanding Luo Qihong be handed over. Luo Fuxing promised to provide a satisfactory answer to the Qi mansion within 7 days. Only then did the Qi mansion's people leave, awaiting Luo Fuxing's explanation after 7 days. Luo Fuxing, cherishing his son, refused to hand him over to the Qi mansion and intended to secretly send him away once more. This time, however, the Qi mansion was vigilant and had spies closely watching the Luo mansion. This time, even if Luo Fuxing wished to send him away, it was impossible. Luo Qihong assured Luo Fuxing not to worry, for he had his own plans. In the video, Qi Shanshan's son, also Luo Qihong's half-brother Luo Qiming, tipped off the Qi mansion that Luo Qihong had returned. Afterwards, the Qi mansion's people aggressively came knocking. Song Yaoyao, and then Guagua. After all these years away, Luo Qihong had long learned to conceal his emotions. On the surface, he appeared carefree and feckless, but in reality, he had already devised his strategies. His return this time was solely for revenge. Back then, Qi Shanshan, relying on the Qi family's power, caused his mother's death, leaving him motherless from a young age, and forced him to wander for years, enduring countless hardships. Luo Qihong harbored hatred for Qi Shanshan, Luo Qiming, and the Qi mansion, but above all he loathed his own father, Luo Fuxing. All of this stemmed from Luo Fuxing's inability to control his lust. When Luo Fuxing asked him about his plans, Luo Qihong said nothing. In the video, Luo Qihong appeared with a grinning, feckless demeanor, yet his eyes were utterly cold. Song Yaoyao, just looking at Luo Qihong's eyes gave me goosebumps. It's so chilling. What happened next? What did he do? Guagua, what does his Mingyuan pavilion do? It deals in murder. How dare the Qi mansion bully Luo Qihong? Isn't that courting death? Before Luo Qihong even sought revenge, they came to him first. How could he possibly let them go? In the video, Luo Qihong gave a signal, and the Mingyuan pavilion dispatched over 100 assassins. The Qi mansion was wiped out, and in the end they set the entire estate ablaze. The incident caused a major uproar, and the authorities investigated for a long time without finding anything. Guagua continued, Luo Fuxing suspected that the massacre of the Qi mansion might be linked to his eldest son, but he had no evidence. Moreover, Luo Qihong was barely 20 years old at the time. How could he possibly have the means to annihilate the entire Qi mansion? After all, the Qi mansion had numerous secret guards and defenders who were no pushovers. With that thought, Luo Fuxing dismissed his suspicions about his eldest son. In the video, Luo Fuxing often observed his eldest son, then fell into deep thought and would shake his head. He asked Luo Qihong whether he was responsible for the Qi mansion affair. Luo Qihong said with a bewildered expression, "You think too highly of me. How could I have such ability? If I did, I wouldn't have been cornered by the Qi mansion." Luo Qihong added that the Qi mansion must have committed many misdeeds to invite such retaliation, and now they no longer needed to give the Qi mansion any explanation. Luo Qihong spoke these words without flinching, presenting an air of complete innocence. Song Yaoyao, Luo Qihong's acting is remarkably convincing. Indeed, in life, everything depends on acting. Luo Fuxing has no idea what kind of person his son truly is. Guagua, indeed, having lived apart for 10 years, he has no clue what Luo Qihong did during that time. In his heart, his son remains the innocent child of yesteryear. Little does he know his son has long transformed into a venomous serpent. About a month later, Qi Shanshan's son Luo Qiming was ambushed while leaving and fell off a cliff. When found, he had become a simpleton. Song Yaoyao, that's far too coincidental. It's obvious Luo Qihong did it. Guagua, indeed, he ordered it. After Luo Qiming became a simpleton, Luo Qihong bribed the servants in his compound to torment his half-brother in every way. He had also intended to target Luo Fuxing, but ultimately restrained himself. Luo Qihong believed that Luo Fuxing was the root cause of all these wrongs. Yet since his return, Luo Fuxing's care for him had been genuine, so, in the end, he couldn't bring himself to harm him. Thus, Luo Fuxing narrowly escaped disaster. With no further obstacles, Luo Qihong remained in the capital, masquerading as his former self, mingling daily with the pleasure-seeking youths and becoming the notorious ringleader of the capital's idle rich. He used his feckless facade to deceive everyone. Song Yaoyao, indeed, he fooled everyone. His past was difficult, but taking a contract to harm my second brother is inexcusable. I keep clear accounts of debts and grudges. Now that I know who did it, it's time to settle the score. Guagua, host, what do you intend to do? Song Yaoyao, revenge, of course. What else? A gentleman repays his grievances. Guagua, yes, host. Guagua supports you. Host, when shall we go deal with him? Song Yaoyao, soon. The fifth prince and sixth prince, upon hearing Luo Qihong's history, both became wary of him. They commanded considerable forces, but they dared not act rashly against the Mingyuan pavilion. They wondered where young Lord Song drew such confidence to challenge the Mingyuan pavilion. Was it merely relying on Minister Song's guards and the secret agents the emperor sent to protect young Lord Song? However, they reconsidered. Previously, Kai Mingkuan had dispatched numerous assassins against young Lord Song, without success. Perhaps young Lord Song indeed possessed some life-saving tricks. With matters on her mind, Song Yaoyao lingered for a while before deciding to return to the mansion. Revenge required preparation, and she needed to return and make thorough arrangements. After Song Yaoyao and her companions left Lanxin Garden, a throng of gossiping onlookers emerged from the tea house. Today they spotted young Master Song and the two princes from afar. Eager to join in on the drama, they followed them into Lanxin Garden and booked a private room nearby. Who would have guessed they'd catch such a juicy spectacle? This scoop could cost lives. They had discovered that Luo Qihong was the mastermind behind the Mingyuan pavilion. Would they be silenced? As soon as Song Yaoyao departed, they hastily made their exit from this place of trouble. Shortly after, the fifth and sixth princes also prepared to leave Lanxin Garden. On their way downstairs, they encountered Luo Qihong, accompanied by his group of playboys. The fifth prince sized him up. He still carried that careless, dissolute air. It seemed the group could not hear young Master Song's inner thoughts. Otherwise, the act would not hold. Upon spotting the fifth and sixth princes, Luo Qihong and his rowdy companions stepped forward to pay their respects. The two princes nodded in acknowledgement and departed. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao returned to the residence and began organizing her collection of poisons. After completing her preparations, she called out to Gua Gua. Gua Gua, do you know the location of the Mingyuan pavilion? Gua Gua, yes. The largest entertainment house in the capital, Xiaoxiang Pavilion, also belongs to Luo Qihong. Xiaoxiang Pavilion serves as a hub for gathering intelligence. Beneath it lies the Mingyuan Pavilion, with its entrance hidden in the rear courtyard. Every detail in the video was clearly marked. After watching it, you will understand everything. Song Yaoyao understood. She carefully reviewed the video and memorized every location within it. Song Yaoyao then fell into thought once more. She was a woman, and this place was a brothel. How could she possibly go? There was only one person she could turn to, her eldest brother Song Qingyu. That evening, when Song Yaoyao sought him out, Song Qingyu was still reading. Song Yaoyao gazed at her brother with some trepidation and summoned Gua Gua again. Gua Gua, if I ask my brother to take me to a brothel, will he drag me straight to mother's side? Upon hearing his sister's inner voice, Song Qingyu could not help but frown. Yaoyao was usually imprudent, yet she always knew her limits. This request was unusually outrageous. He wondered if there was some hidden circumstance behind it. Song Qingyu decided to listen further. If Yaoyao could not provide a reasonable explanation, he would certainly report this to mother and insist she be properly disciplined. Just then Gua Gua's voice rang out. Host, you are going there for legitimate business, not for frivolous indulgence. If you explain the full circumstances to your eldest brother, he will surely take you. Song Yaoyao, all right, I will try. Afterwards, Song Yaoyao made her request to visit Xiaoxiang Pavilion and laid out the reasons to Song Qingyu. Song Qingyu was about to refuse. They would certainly avenge their second brother, but he could not allow his sister to risk herself in such a place. Before Song Qingyu could speak, Song Yaoyao's inner voice echoed. Is my eldest brother refusing to take me? Why hasn't he said anything for so long? If he will not take me, I will find a way to go alone. I will avenge second brother. I will ensure none of them survive. Song Qingyu sighed and ultimately relented. If he did not accompany Yaoyao and let the girl slip out on her own, who would protect her? He might not know what dangers awaited. At least if he went with her, he could offer some measure of protection. Song Qingyu ordered men to deliver a set of male attire for Song Yaoyao to change into. Thus Song Qingyu and Song Yaoyao set out for Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Upon arrival, Song Yaoyao's eyes could barely take it all in. Right at the entrance stood a grand stage where female dancers in sheer gossamer garments performed sensuous routines. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, this feels like revisiting the modern world, like visiting a nightclub. These hip movements are quite captivating. Gua Gua, host, compose yourself. Have you forgotten why you are here? Song Yaoyao, I have not forgotten, but that does not prevent me from admiring beautiful sights. Gua Gua, host, do not forget. Pleasure dens are tombs for heroes. Song Yaoyao, I am not doing anything wrong. Can't I even look? Gua Gua. I did not say looking was forbidden. I am merely offering a reminder. Song Yaoyao understood. Do not worry, I will not forget. Ever since his divorce, the sixth prince had been coming to Xiaoxiang Pavilion periodically for drinks. While enjoying a solitary drink, he caught young Master Song's voice. The sixth prince initially thought he was hallucinating. How could young Master Song's voice be here? But after listening intently, the sixth prince was certain he had not misheard. He opened the door to the private room and stood upon the third-floor balcony, gazing down at the main hall. There before the stage stood Song Yaoyao dressed in male attire. The sixth prince was still puzzled. Why had young Master Song come here? Upon closer inspection, he spotted Song Qingyu beside Song Yaoyao. The sixth prince rubbed his eyes vigorously. Yes, it was indeed Song Qingyu and young Master Song. An older brother bringing his sister to a brothel. Did their father, Vice Minister Song, know about this? The sixth prince whispered to his guard, who departed and soon approached Song Qingyu. In this manner, Song Qingyu and Song Yaoyao were invited upstairs to the third floor. As Song Yaoyao ascended the stairs, she spotted a Buddhist monk with a woman draped on either arm. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, that man below is a monk, correct? I can even see the ritual scars on his head. Gua Gua, host, your eyes deceive you not. That is indeed a monk. Song Yaoyao, good heavens. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha remains in the heart. Left hand holds pleasure, right hand holds scripture, serving neither the Tathagata nor betraying my desires. What a philosophy of seizing the moment. This monk is truly remarkable. The sixth prince and Song Qingyu, hearing Song Yaoyao's inner voice, could not help but glance downward. Indeed, they saw the monk embracing two women. Song Qingyu cleared his throat awkwardly. He already regretted agreeing to bring his sister to such a debauched place. Yaoyao was still so young. Before Song Qingyu could finish berating himself, Song Yaoyao's inner voice echoed once more. Is my eldest brother feeling shy? When has my innocent brother ever seen such a scene? His shyness is understandable. Gua Gua, host, are you not feeling shy? Song Yaoyao, shy my foot. In my past life, though old lady may not have eaten pork, have I not seen pigs run? I have watched those Japanese action pictures myself, and in high definition. Compared to those, what lies below does not even merit a proper look. Neither Song Qingyu nor the sixth prince understood what Song Yaoyao meant by action pictures. They heard Gua Gua continue, host, I never expected that you, a top student in your past life, would also watch such material. You truly surprise me. Then again, the fire extinguishing diagrams we have now cannot compare to those at all. After hearing Gua Gua's words, what more could the two not understand? Of course they knew what the fire-avoiding scroll was. Based on the context, they had also guessed what those action films were. Prince Lu stared at Song Yaoyao in disbelief, while Song Qingyu's face had gone completely dark. How could his sister be watching such things? Song Yaoyao looked up and immediately saw Song Qingyu's gloomy expression, then noticed Prince Lu's stunned reaction. She scratched her head and asked, Your Highness, elder brother, what is wrong? Prince Lu cleared his throat twice and said nothing. Song Qingyu snapped irritably, get in here at once. Song Yaoyao pouted and thought, Gua Gua, what's wrong with my elder brother? Why would he suddenly be angry for no reason? Men truly are inscrutable. Their moods change in an instant. Male thoughts are so hard to fathom. Hearing this, Song Qingyu's face darkened even further. Prince Lu burst out laughing. After all, Song Qingyu was renowned as a distinguished scholar and accomplished warrior. When had he ever been treated this way? Only young Master Song had the remarkable ability to reduce him to such a state. What made it worse was that this grievance had nowhere to be vented. Song Yaoyao followed Song Qingyu and Prince Lu into the private room. Not long after they sat down, the madam entered with 10 ladies. The madam was a woman in her early 30s, exquisitely beautiful and alluring, holding a round fan as she smiled. Oh, these two gentlemen are unfamiliar faces. This must be your first visit. I don't boast, but the girls here are the finest in the capital. Poetry, music, and song are all well within their capabilities. And as for their beauty, there's no need to mention it. You can see for yourselves that they're all exceptional. Prince Lu glanced at Song Qingyu and said, This is Madame Ning Sanyang, owner of Xiaoxiang Pavilion. Young Master Song, have any of these girls caught your eye? Song Qingyu waved his hand dismissively. No need. Prince Lu chuckled. To come to a place like this without a lady's company would be a wasted trip, wouldn't it? Before Song Qingyu could respond, Song Yaoyao pointed at one of the women and declared, "I want her." Both Prince Lu and Song Qingyu were taken aback. Prince Lu wondered what the young master intended, but still agreed. Very well. Madame Ning regarded Song Yaoyao, covering half her face with her fan and smiling faintly. This young master certainly has excellent taste. Suyi, go ahead. The woman named Suyi approached Song Yaoyao, took a seat beside her, and began pouring wine. Prince Lu cleared his throat twice and looked at Song Qingyu. Young Master Song, why don't you choose one as well? Song Qingyu's face remained dark. No need. Prince Lu did not press the matter and signaled for Madame Ning to dismiss the others. Song Yaoyao took Suyi's hand and gently stroked it. Sisters' hands are so fair and tender. Their silky smoothness is truly captivating. Suyi covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Young master is quite the flatterer. Then Song Yaoyao lifted her chin and exhaled gently against her skin. Oh my! Your skin is so delicate it seems ready to burst. What secrets do you use to maintain it? Your face is so tender it appears it could yield water if pinched, and I wonder what it would feel like to kiss it. Suyi laughed even more brightly. Would young master like to try and taste it? Before Song Yaoyao could respond, Song Qingyu rebuked sharply, "How dare you? Where in the world did Yaoyao learn all this nonsense?" Song Yaoyao rubbed her nose sheepishly and muttered, "I never said I would kiss her. I was only joking." Prince Lu was stunned by Song Yaoyao's brazen behavior, studying her with confusion. Were there truly such things depicted in those films? Dampened by the rebuke, Song Yaoyao lost her enthusiasm and asked awkwardly, "Sister, how do you maintain your skin?" Suyi found Song Yaoyao's demeanor amusing. "These are merely things I make during my leisure time. Quite crude, truly unworthy of refined company. Sister also enjoys experimenting with these things. I have some knowledge of such matters as well." Afterwards, Song Yaoyao and Suyi engaged in conversation about skincare. Prince Lu and Song Qingyu exchanged glances, neither mentioning what had just occurred. They fell into idle chatter as time drifted by. After an indeterminate amount of time, Song Yaoyao decided it was sufficiently late and dismissed Suyi before speaking aloud, "I wish to step out for a moment." Song Qingyu set down his cup. "Conveniently, I was about to go as well. Let us accompany you." Prince Lu understood that the siblings' purpose for coming today was hardly innocent, and he was eager to observe what they intended to do. "This prince shall join you as well," he declared. Song Yaoyao glanced between the two men, but said nothing, continuing toward the doorway. The four of them, Song Yaoyao, Song Qingyu, Prince Lu, and the prince's guard Shandian, made their way toward the rear courtyard. The route to the rear courtyard passed by the latrines, and seeing the four of them head in that direction, everyone assumed they were simply attending to their needs. No suspicions arose. Song Yaoyao thought to herself, "Guagua, after passing the latrines, there should be guards in the rear courtyard. Activate navigation for me, so I can avoid them and reach the secret passage entrance smoothly." Understood. The moment Guagua finished speaking, a three-dimensional map of the rear courtyard appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. The guards on the map moved continuously. "Guagua, this map is incredible. Everything is so clear at a glance." The assassins closed in instantly, surrounding Song Yaoyao and the other three from all sides. Song Yaoyao took handfuls of poison from her spatial ring and distributed them among the four of them. Counting roughly, she estimated there were nearly 1,000 people in total. The assassins wasted no time and immediately charged at the four of them. As the poison was scattered, swathes of assassins collapsed to the ground. After that exchange, the assassins had already suffered losses of several hundred men, and they no longer dared to approach the four of them. The assassins had originally assumed that with nearly 1,000 against merely 4, capturing them would be a trivial matter. They never expected their opponents to be so adept at wielding poison. They stopped surrounding the four, and instead regrouped together, standing opposite Song Yaoyao and the others. As long as they stayed at a distance, the poison would be useless against them. But the assassins were determined to capture these four. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? For people had slaughtered hundreds of their own, a disgrace to be spoken of. Enraged, the assassins began launching concealed weapons at Song Yaoyao and the other three. The next sight left everyone present utterly stunned. Those hidden weapons halted 3 zhang before the four, as though struck by an invisible barrier. Then they reversed course and returned to their launchers. The assassins who had thrown them were all hit by their own weapons. It was utterly bizarre. The assassins stared at the four in horror. Who exactly were these four? What uncanny abilities did they possess? Song Qingyu and the other two watched the scene in astonishment. They guessed that Song Yaoyao must have employed some kind of secret technique to produce such a result. But now was hardly the time to ask. Though the assassins were shaken, they were uncertain which of the four had wielded such power. After this prolonged struggle, the assassins had discovered that Song Yaoyao was the weakest among the four. They decided to capture her as leverage against the other three. The assassins stopped launching hidden weapons. Instead, they swung lassos in the air and hurled them towards Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao absolutely absurd. These cursed wretches actually want to lasso me like cattle and drag me away. These wicked, detestable creatures. You deserve to die. The lasso never reached her, of course. As it approached Song Yaoyao, it was blocked by the system's barrier. Song Yaoyao was truly enraged now. She took out a pistol from her spatial ring. With a mere thought, the pistol transformed into an RPG rocket launcher. She hoisted the rocket launcher onto her shoulder, a sinister smile spreading across her face. You brats dare try to lasso your grandma like livestock. Today I'll show you exactly what you've provoked. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the rocket had already been fired. A tremendous explosion roared across the field. The ground had already collapsed. Among the few assassins who hadn't been killed outright, Song Yaoyao's rocket launcher had already transformed into a submachine gun. She raised the gun once more, aiming at those who were still breathing. In moments, every assassin present had been eliminated by Song Yaoyao. At that moment, Guagua's voice rang out. Host, with all this commotion, Shaoxiang Pavilion is in absolute chaos. We need to leave immediately. Reinforcements will arrive any moment now. Song Yaoyao, I haven't even checked the armory here yet. I haven't looted the dead. Guagua, host, in a situation like this, and you're still thinking about those things. You really value gold over your own life. Song Yaoyao, I understand. Prince Lu and the other three stared at Song Yaoyao, still struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Song Yaoyao bellowed, still standing around waiting to be captured. Move. Only then did Prince Lu and the others snap back to reality. Song Qingyu grabbed Song Yaoyao by the collar, and the four leapt over the collapsed ground quickly, making for Shaoxiang Pavilion ahead. Inside Shaoxiang Pavilion, chaos had erupted like a boiling pot. Some had already fled the brothel entirely, while others were running toward the explosion site, clearly curious about the spectacle. From a distance, Song Yaoyao spotted Luo Qihong and Ning Sanyang leading a group running toward the rear courtyard. Song Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with an idea. Guagua, we didn't have time to plunder the Mingyuan Pavilion armory. Where is the armory of this Shaoxiang Pavilion? Let's go while everyone is distracted. Song Qingyu and Prince Lu, hearing Song Yaoyao's thoughts, were rendered speechless. After slaughtering over 1,000 people, she still had the nerve to think about looting. Guagua said, host, your strategy of taking advantage of the chaos is quite clever. Hold on. All three were speechless once more. Guagua was just as fond of stirring up trouble. Indeed, like master-like system. Both of them feared the world wasn't chaotic enough. Moments later, a 3D holographic map of the entire Shaoxiang Pavilion appeared above Song Yaoyao's head, with every room labeled and annotated. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, you're so thoughtful. With the labels, finding what we need will be much easier. Let's go now? Guagua, roger that, host. Song Yaoyao turned to Song Qingyu and the others, winking, and leaned close. Brother, your highness, are you short on silver? Would you like to join me for a little shopping spree? Before they could respond, Song Yaoyao continued on her own. I knew it. You're both as short on money as I am. Then let's not waste words and get going. Before Song Qingyu and Prince Lu could even agree, Song Yaoyao was already sprinting toward the armory. The two exchanged a glance, said nothing, and fell in behind her. Even as the entire Shaoxiang Pavilion descended into chaos, the armory still had guards on duty. Song Yaoyao took out her poison and scattered it without hesitation. The 6 elite guards there had barely noticed someone approaching when they collapsed. Song Yaoyao drew her pistol, shifted it into a silenced weapon with a thought, and fired at the lock. The lock fell to the ground. The armory doors pushed open, revealing stacks of crates of every size inside. Song Yaoyao opened a few crates and inspected them. Gold, silver, jade, antiques, paintings, and calligraphy, all present in abundance. She was instantly thrilled. Guagua, we've struck it rich. We're made. Guagua, there are indeed quite a few valuable items here. Prince Lu said while no one has noticed us, yet let's grab what we can and leave quickly. Prince Lu had no idea that Song Yaoyao possessed a spatial ability. All he had seen was her weapon transforming. He had missed everything else. Song Yaoyao said nothing further. The four of them each took some items and left. After departing, Song Yaoyao found an excuse and returned collecting every remaining item from the armory. Then Song Yaoyao went to Luo Qihome's room. As expected, every ornament in that room was priceless. Collect, collect, collect. Ning Sanyan's room had its fair share of treasures as well. Collect, collect, collect. Everywhere Song Yaoyao passed, she collected every valuable item she saw into her spatial ring. After finishing looting the place, Song Qingyu finally found Song Yaoyao and scolded her. Where did you run off to? I've been looking for you everywhere. Come on, let's head back to the mansion. Song Yaoyao grabbed Song Qingyu's arm. Big brother, we rarely get to come out. Let's go to the backyard and watch the commotion. Look at the crowds gathered there. It's so lively. I want to see it too. Song Qingyu rubbed his throbbing forehead and refused. This is hardly the time for that. Still thinking about watching a spectacle? Back to the mansion. The sixth prince, who also relished a good spectacle, chimed in. Young Master Song, since we rarely encounter such excitement, why don't we go take a look together? Song Yaoyao tugged at Song Qingyu's sleeve. Big brother, let's go see. Song Qingyu grabbed her by the collar and said to the sixth prince, No, it's getting quite late, your highness. We should be heading back now. Before the sixth prince could respond, Song Qingyu had already lifted Song Yaoyao and left the Xiaoxiang pavilion. The sixth prince had intended to head to the backyard for the spectacle, but seeing the Song siblings leave, he lost interest. He turned to Shandian and said, Let us return to the manor as well. On the way back, Shandian made a gesture of hoisting a rocket launcher and asked, Your Highness, is that the weapon young Master Song uses? What kind of weapon is it capable of transforming like that? It's truly extraordinary. The sixth prince pondered, I don't know. It's my first time seeing it as well. I've never heard nor witnessed anything like it before. However, keep your lips sealed about today's events. If even a whisper of this leaks out, you'll have to face that girl's vengeance. That girl holds grudges fiercely. With a weapon like that in her hands, we're no match for her. Understood. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao was carried by the collar all the way back to the mansion by Song Qingyu using Qinggong. Song Yaoyao changed her clothes and prepared to wash up for bed, but to her surprise, Bi Tao announced that the eldest young master had arrived. Didn't they just part ways? Why has Big Brother come back again? While Song Yaoyao was still puzzled, Song Qingyu walked in. He had already changed into fresh clothes. He sat down at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and began drinking leisurely. Song Yaoyao's heart pounded nervously. Guagua, what's wrong with my big brother? Didn't we just meet? Why has he come looking for me again? Guagua, who knows? Just ask him. Song Yaoyao, okay. She instantly put on a beaming smile and asked fawningly, Big brother, didn't we just see each other? Missing your adorable little sister already? Song Qingyu set down his teacup, glanced at Song Yaoyao, and said, Stand up straight. Wipe that smirk off your face. Oh, I'm asking you, what's the story with that weapon of yours? Where did you get it? Has anyone else seen it? A barrage of 3 soul-piercing questions. Song Yaoyao turned serious as well. She didn't reveal the source of the weapon, only saying, Father and his guards have seen it, as have the Emperor's envoys. I suspect His Majesty already knows by now. Since their father and the Emperor were already aware, Song Qingyu didn't press further. He only cautioned, that thing is far too extraordinary. You should exercise greater prudence when using it. Got it. Then rest early. I'll be going now. After Song Qingyu left, Song Yaoyao patted her chest in relief. That scared me to death. Guagua, your big brother cares about you. A weapon that can transform like that would be shocking even in the modern era, let alone in ancient times. Song Yaoyao, I know. The next day, as soon as the morning court session began, Prefect Yang of the capital prefecture reported yesterday's events at the Xiaoxiang Pavilion to the Emperor. Your Majesty, last night, over 1,000 people died beneath the famous pleasure house, Xiaoxiang Pavilion, in the capital. Upon investigation, the identities of the deceased appear highly suspicious. Preliminary speculation suggests they may have been privately trained shadow guards or assassins. Guagua's voice chimed in at that moment. Host, shortly after we left the Xiaoxiang Pavilion last night, this Prefect Yang arrived with his officers and soldiers. Prefect Yang surrounded the entire Xiaoxiang pavilion and brought all the onlookers back to the yamen for questioning. Song Yaoyao, thank goodness we escaped quickly last night. If Prefect Yang had taken us to the yamen and father and mother found out I went to a brothel, they'd probably beat me to death. Good thing we didn't stay at the Xiaoxiang pavilion to watch the excitement. What a stroke of luck. Everyone stared at Song Yaoyao in disbelief. Young Master Song went to a brothel last night. Young Master Song went to a brothel last night. Also, Young Master Song, is there any chance your father already knows about your visit to the brothel last night? Vice Minister Song was equally stunned as he stared at Song Yaoyao. When exactly did Yaoyao go to a brothel last night? How come he didn't know anything about it? Before they could finish being stunned, Song Yaoyao's inner voice rang out once more. Prefect Yang truly lives up to his reputation. He examined the scene and immediately knew those 1,000+ dead were all assassins. Admirable. Truly admirable. Those were all assassins from the Mingyuan Pavilion. By the way, Luo Qihong, the mastermind behind the Mingyuan Pavilion, watched over a decade of his efforts vanish in one night. Do you think he'd be furious enough to die on the spot? No one would ever guess that Luo Qihong's wastrel persona was all an act. His Mingyuan Pavilion ran a lucrative assassination business, raking in mountains of money. On the screen above Song Yaoyao's head, images of Luo Qihong appeared. How he pretended to be a carefree wastrel in public, and how he secretly commanded his subordinates to commit murder and arson. After a pause, Song Yaoyao continued. The Xiaoxiang Pavilion is also Luo Qihong's establishment. On the surface it's a brothel, but behind the scenes it operates as an intelligence network, gathering all sorts of information for sale, turning a massive profit. Everyone says Luo Qihong is an idle, good-for-nothing wastrel. Little do they know his mingling with other wastrels by day is a deliberate act, a protective disguise. Going to the brothel at night was just him checking on his own business. He fooled everyone. Even his father Luo Fuxing has no idea what kind of person his son truly is. It's just as the saying goes, life is all about acting. And Luo Qihong's performance is truly remarkable. He's kept up the charade for over a decade without ever slipping. What a remarkable man. In the footage, Luo Qihong could be seen idling away his days with other wastrels during daylight hours. But at night, he transformed completely. Ning Sanyang stood before him with utmost deference, addressing him as master with every breath. Watching the video, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Everyone knew exactly who Luo Qihong was. He was the most notorious wastrel in the capital, the cautionary tale parents used to warn their children. And to think it was all just an act. One truly cannot judge by appearances alone. Luo Fuxing stared blankly at the video, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the screen, as if he could bore a hole right through it. The person in the image felt so foreign. Was that really his son? Just then Guagua's voice rang out again. In recent years, several unsolved cases remain open to this day, and some of them were the work of the Mingyuan Pavilion. Previously, His Majesty dispatched Minister Fu Qiansheng to investigate the Jiangnan salt tax case. The Jiangnan officialdom got wind of it in advance. They paid the Mingyuan Pavilion to intervene. Before Minister Fu even reached Jiangnan, he was assassinated en route. The Jiangnan authorities hired the Mingyuan Pavilion several more times afterward, eliminating numerous officials sent by the emperor. The Mingyuan Pavilion recognizes only silver, not humanity. For sufficient payment, they will burn, kill, plunder, and torment without principle or bottom line. The elderly, children, and women will all be spared. Who knows? Someone may one day pay for Luo Fuxing's life, and they would strike without hesitation. The footage showed the Mingyuan Pavilion's ruthless killings and arson. Too brutal, too bloody. Song Yaoyao, it's terrifying to think such an assassin organization exists right beside us. The mere thought sends chills down my spine. The fall of Mingyuan Pavilion is indeed a cause for celebration. Guagua, however, their influence runs deep. Their downfall only erased the headquarters in the capital. Other branches still operate. Additionally, when Minister Yang arrived yesterday, Luo Qihong took advantage of the chaos and escaped using lightness skill. Right now he's still asleep at the Luo estate. If His Majesty dispatches someone to arrest him at the Luo estate, they should succeed. However, only Imperial experts can handle him. Luo Qihong's martial arts are exceedingly high, and ordinary guards stand no chance against him. Song Yaoyao, yes, after court ends I'll inform my father and ensure the emperor captures him. He must not escape. If he flees to one of their branches, the consequences would be catastrophic. When this madman loses control, who knows what horrors he might unleash. He dared to attack my second brother. Even if he's not the mastermind, he's still an accomplice. No forgiveness for that. Guagua, indeed, Luo Qihong shall not be forgiven. His Majesty had already signaled to the shadow guards, who then departed. After court adjourned, Vice Minister Song returned home with a dark expression, speaking not a word. Upon returning to the residence, Vice Minister Song summoned Song Yaoyao straight to the study. No sooner had she arrived than he asked, "You went to Shaoxiang Pavilion yesterday. Who took you there?" Song Yaoyao's eyes darted about in panic. How could her father know she'd visited a brothel last night? Before she could formulate an answer, Vice Minister Song's voice cut through again. "Answer truthfully. Better my brother suffer than me. Sorry to go." Song Yaoyao closed her eyes and immediately betrayed Song Qingyu. Vice Minister Song snorted coldly. "Get to the ancestral hall and kneel." Before leaving, Song Yaoyao reminded Vice Minister Song about Luo Qihong's matter. When Song Qingyu returned that evening, he too was sentenced to kneel in the ancestral hall. When Song Qingyu pushed open the ancestral hall door, he found Song Yaoyao with several meditation cushions spread out, lying on them with her legs crossed, casually eating a pastry. Song Yaoyao nearly choked on her pastry when she saw Song Qingyu. She thought it was her parents, but upon seeing her elder brother, she relaxed and blamed Guagua. "Why didn't you warn me someone was coming?" "Guagua, I saw it was your elder brother, so I didn't remind you." Song Yaoyao, "Next time, no matter who comes, you must warn me." Guagua understood. Song Yaoyao patted her chest and said, "Brother, you really scared me half to death. But you just returned from the academy, right? Why are you here? Weren't you also punished to kneel in the ancestral hall?" Song Qingyu said nothing, walked and took a cushion and knelt down before responding, "Is this how you punish kneeling?" Song Yaoyao pouted and nonsensely justified, "The ancestors enshrined here are our Song family progenitors. Seeing such a lovely junior like me, they couldn't bear to let me kneel for too long. Whenever I dozed off earlier, they appeared in my dreams and told me to lie down when I grew tired." Upon hearing this, Song Qingyu's lips twitched. "Do you think I believe that? Come on, get up and kneel properly." "Brother, I came to the ancestral hall to kneel as soon as court dismissed. I've been kneeling for a long time already, just let me lie down a bit longer." "Brother, have you eaten? Are you hungry?" "Luckily, Bai Tao smuggled in a plate of pastries for me." "Brother, would you like to snack first to fill your stomach?" Outside the door, Vice Minister Song listened to Song Yaoyao's voice, his heart mixed with emotions. He had already learned from Song Qingyu the reason why the siblings had gone to Shaoxiang Pavilion. Vice Minister Song regretted his rashness. He hadn't clarified the circumstances before punishing Yaoyao to kneel in the ancestral hall. However, after hearing Song Yaoyao's words and seeing her sprawl carelessly on the cushion when Song Qingyu opened the door, his regret vanished instantly. He will remember this grievance. We have plenty of time ahead. Song Yaoyao was still unaware that she had made another enemy. Song Yaoyao, the accomplice Luo Qihong, who attacked my second brother, is completely finished. Only the mastermind Lu Shuyu remains. Guagua Lu Shuyu is currently bedridden, beaten by his mother, and recuperating at the estate. Song Yaoyao, wait until Lu Shuyu leaves the estate, then we'll find an opportunity to deal with him. No rush. Looking up, Song Yaoyao spotted the Prince of War and asked Guagua, "Why is the Prince of War attending court today?" Guagua, the Prince of War, learned from somewhere that his wife is the eldest miss of the sword-riding manor. Recently, he specifically requested leave from the emperor to go pursue his wife. As soon as everyone stepped into the grand hall, they overheard Song Yaoyao and Guagua's conversation and immediately sensed there was some juicy gossip inside. Who would have thought that one day they'd get to hear the scoop on the Battle King himself? Hurry up and tell us. What's the big gossip? We're all waiting. Song Yaoyao, really? Did he really go after his wife? Did he bring Bai Yining back? Did he get beaten up by his father-in-law, by Zhanping? As Song Yaoyao's probing questions echoed, the screen above her head split in two, revealing images of Bai Yining and the Battle King. Song Yaoyao's tone overflowed with glee, and everyone became even more convinced that there was indeed some remarkable gossip here. Guagua wasted no time in disappointing them, saying, "Master, you have no idea how impressive the Battle King's visit to the Yujian villa turned out to be." Song Yaoyao, what happened? Guagua, the Battle King's visit to Yujin Villa was simply beyond shameless. When he arrived, he brought his entire fortune with him. At the entrance to the Yujin Villa, he was stopped and turned away. The Battle King begged to see Bai Zhangpeng, but he was utterly refused. Bai Zhangpeng had issued a strict decree forbidding anyone from telling Bai Yining about the Battle King's marriage proposal. The Battle King had long anticipated Bai Zhangpeng's attitude, and was not discouraged. He was fully prepared for a prolonged courtship. The Battle King, showing incredible audacity, simply pitched his tent right at the entrance to the Yujin Villa and stubbornly blocked the way. In the video, the Battle King knelt at the entrance of the villa, pleading his sincerity for marriage. The commotion was so enormous that even without the servants whispering, Bai Yining soon found out. The Battle King knelt for several consecutive days until he fainted from exhaustion. Upon hearing the news, Bai Yining was deeply pained and finally went out to see him. The Battle King clung tightly to Bai Yining, pouring out his deepest love and longing. The Battle King also pitifully claimed he could not live without Bai Yining and begged her not to abandon him. His demeanor was that of a forsaken, helpless soul, while Bai Yining appeared to be the unfaithful woman. Everyone gazed blankly at the Battle King in the video, wondering if this was really the same commander who struck terror into the hearts of enemies on the battlefield. It was truly unbearable to watch. All eyes turned toward the Battle King. The Battle King himself felt deeply embarrassed. He never imagined his deeds would be exposed so openly. Song Yaoyao burst out laughing. Who would have thought that the noble Battle King would resort to such pitiful tactics to win a wife? Guagua, this method is quite effective. At least it worked wonders on Bai Yining. Bai Yining had always harbored feelings for the Battle King, and under his sweet words her heart softened. Bai Yining went to Bai Zhangpeng and declared she wanted to marry the Battle King, leaving Bai Zhangpeng furious. Bai Yining had been perfectly fine before meeting the Battle King, but after that encounter she insisted on marrying him. Bai Zhangpeng felt the Battle King was utterly shameless, relying on tricks to deceive young girls. Truly despicable. In the video, Bai Zhangpeng learned that the shameless Battle King had used pitiful tactics against his own daughter, which is what drove her to insist on marrying him. The mere thought made Bai Zhangpeng's anger boil over. He rushed to the villa's main gate and struck at the Battle King without hesitation. Bai Zhangpeng's martial arts were formidable, and the Battle King was no slouch either. The two fought fiercely, with neither gaining the upper hand. When Bai Yining came running from a distance, the Battle King spotted her immediately. As Bai Zhangpeng struck again, the Battle King chose not to dodge, and a single palm strike sent him flying. The Battle King crashed to the ground and immediately spat a mouthful of blood. Bai Yining rushed forward and witnessed the heartbreaking sight. Bai Yining burst into tears, supporting the Battle King and letting him lean against her. Then she looked up and questioned Bai Zhangpeng. "Father, are you determined to beat him to death? If you kill him, I won't live either." Bai Zhangpeng, seeing the Battle King's defiant glare, grew even angrier. Bai Zhangpeng charged forward again, but Bai Yining stepped in front of the Battle King to shield him. Bai Zhangpeng looked at the pair of them, even more furious, yet he refrained from striking again. The court officials watched the unfolding scenes in the video, completely stunned. They never imagined their Battle King could sink so low as to scheme against his own father-in-law. Song Yaoyao stared at the video in astonishment. Guagua, the Battle King, has completely abandoned his dignity for the woman he loves. He deployed this pitiful tactic wave after wave. Truly shameless. He even schemed against his own father-in-law. Doesn't he fear that provoking Bai Zhangpeng's stubbornness would make him refuse to give his daughter's hand in marriage at all? What will he do then? Guagua. At first, Bai Zhangpeng was indeed furious. But after calming down, he eventually came to understand. He had only this one daughter, and since they were truly in love with each other, he decided not to forcibly tear them apart. And so Bai Yining and the Battle King were driven out of the Yujin Villa. Bai Zhangpeng had made it clear since Bai Yining chose the Battle King, she was no longer the young miss of the Yujin Villa, and she could no longer act under that title in any capacity. He would consider her as if he had never fathered her. In the video, Bai Zhangpeng watched the couple struggle to part ways, feeling as though he were the very instrument that had torn them apart. As though he were utterly unforgivable. Bai Zhangpeng drove the pair out of the Yujin Villa, and Bai Yining cried out, "Father, are you severing all ties with your daughter? I am your only daughter." Bai Zhangpeng looked at his daughter. Though his heart ached, he could not let this daughter destroy the Yujin Villa's centuries-old legacy. If the martial world learned that the Eugean villa had connections with the imperial court, mere isolation would be the least of their troubles. He feared that other forces in the martial world would unite and launch a coordinated assault against the Eugean villa. The best course of action now was to sever ties with this daughter. Even so, Bai Zhangping still prepared a considerable dowry for Bai Yining. And so Bai Yining returned to the capital with the battle king. Song Yaoyao sighed. Is Bai Yining perhaps suffering from love brain? She severed ties with her own father for a man. Bai Yining has sacrificed so much, I can only hope the battle king remains steadfast and never does anything to betray her. Guagua, yes, let us hope so. Master, we are here only to witness and not to judge. When it comes to love like this, outsiders cannot possibly determine who is right and who is wrong. We should simply enjoy the spectacle. Song Yaoyao. Well said, let us simply be spectators. Guagua. Master, by the way, Bai Yining currently resides in a mansion in the capital. This courtyard is one of the items in her dowry from Bai Zhangping. In another month, Bai Yining will depart from here to marry into the battle king's mansion. In the video, Bai Yining stood in a spacious courtyard tallying her dowry, the happiness in her eyes impossible to conceal. Having finished the gossip about the war king, everyone still felt unsatisfied. It was the first time they had seen the war king like that in the video. Such a lofty flower of the highest peak had thus descended into the mortal world. However, the war king who had descended into the mortal world was quite down to earth. After the gossip about the war king was over, Song Yaoyao's inner voice never sounded again. Everyone withdrew their thoughts and began to seriously discuss state affairs. At this moment, the Minister of Revenue Qin Hanshan stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, a few days ago Tianxian Kingdom released news that the sugar prices for Yaoyao Kingdom and Longyuan Kingdom remain the same as previous years, but the price for our Tianfeng Kingdom has increased fivefold. I wish to request your instructions. Should we reduce the quantity of sugar purchased this year? Or should we still purchase the same amount as previous years? But if so, we would need to increase the budget considerably. Upon hearing this, the court officials began discussing, sugar is not like salt, it is not a necessity, but this is clearly a deliberate act by Tianxian Kingdom to target our Tianfeng Kingdom. We cannot let their arrogance prevail. Exactly, they are retaliating because the fine salt we produce is of better quality than theirs. Yet we sell it at the same price. The other two kingdoms have ordered considerable amounts of salt from our Tianfeng Kingdom. Tianxian Kingdom is taking revenge for us, stealing their salt business. Also, not long ago, we captured their Grand Tutor's son Fan, mooching the 10th Prince Tung Lingfeng, and those spies, and exchanged them for a considerable sum of silver from Tianxian Kingdom. This move by Tianxian Kingdom is obviously retaliation against us. Song Yaoyao asked Guagua in confusion. Guagua, I usually never paid attention to sugar. Is the sugar in these three kingdoms also controlled by Tianxian Kingdom? When Song Yaoyao's inner voice sounded, everyone pricked up their ears. How could they have forgotten Lady Song? Perhaps she had a solution. They must listen carefully. Guagua, how should I put it? Actually, all four kingdoms on this continent produce sugar, but it's the kind we moderns call traditional brown sugar. All four kingdoms know how to make this brown sugar. But only Tianxian Kingdom has mastered the technique to turn brown sugar into white sugar. In fact, the white sugar produced by Tianxian Kingdom is not pure white, it still has a yellowish tint, and its quality is far from pure. Compared to the quality of modern white sugar, it's far inferior. Yet, even this quality of white sugar is the favorite of wealthy households. As that minister just said, white sugar is not a daily necessity. It is expensive, common people cannot afford it, and only aristocratic families, nobles, officials, and merchants purchase it. So the amount of sugar the three kingdoms purchase from Tianxian Kingdom is limited. Tianxian Kingdom relies on the fact that they are the only ones who can produce white sugar, and that's why they raised the price for our Tianfeng Kingdom, purely to retaliate against us. On the screen above Song Yaoyao's head was the white sugar produced by Tianfeng Kingdom. That was hardly white sugar. The color was pale yellow, and it could be called yellow sugar. The video also showed modern white sugar, snow white in color, and its quality left everyone utterly astonished. They stared at the modern white sugar without blinking their eyes, almost popping out. Can't they go a single day without causing mischief? Since that's the case, don't blame me. By the way, Guagua, besides salt and sugar production, does Tianxian Kingdom possess any other technology that the other three kingdoms lack? This time let's just cut off all their paths. Save them from causing trouble every single day. With their half-baked skills they think they're so amazing, strutting around arrogantly. Huh, how shameful. This time I'll make sure they can't even bounce back. Guaguaho's Tianxian Kingdom's unique technologies are salt and sugar production, aside from that they have no other notable skills. This time we can't let them off easily. Watching them cause trouble is truly irritating. Host, what should we do next? Song Yaoyao, what else can we do? Of course we'll beat them at their own game. Others may not know how to make white sugar, but we do. The white sugar produced with our technique is Snow White, the real deal. That yellowish stuff. Can it even be called white sugar? That's clearly a defective product. When everyone heard that Lady Song had a method to produce white sugar, and that the sugar she made would be snow white, they all became excited. They trusted Lady Song. The techniques she had presented before had never disappointed them. If so, their Tianfeng Kingdom would never again have to defer to Tianxian Kingdom. Guagua right, that is a defective product. It's just that the people on this continent have never seen real white sugar, so they worship such flawed goods. Once they see the white sugar we produce, who would still care about that yellowish stuff? Song Yaoyao Guagua organized the method for making white sugar. After court is dismissed, and we return home, we'll print it out and give it to my father, who will present it to the emperor. We'll simply infuriate those bastards in Tianxian Kingdom. They want to raise the price of sugar. Fine. Even if the price rises 10-fold, 20-fold, or even 50-fold, we simply won't buy it. We won't be their fools. When the time comes, we'll sell our own white sugar to the other two kingdoms. Our sugar is of superior quality, pure in color and high in sweetness. We must seize Tianxian Kingdom's sugar business too and infuriate them to death. Alright, that's decided. Everyone listened to Song Yaoyao's bold words and could already imagine themselves standing tall and proud before the officials of Tianxian Kingdom. The court officials pretended to still be discussing the sugar issue. After a long while, the emperor finally spoke. I see. I need to think it over further. Everyone understood, but Song Yaoyao was somewhat anxious. Your Majesty, please do not act impulsively and agree to Tianxian Kingdom's unreasonable demands. We may be wealthy, but we are not fools. We can't waste our resources like this. Your Majesty, you must wait. After I leave court, I'll compile the information and have my father deliver the white sugar production method to you immediately. You must wait for me. Guagua host, don't worry. As soon as we return from court, we'll handle this. It will definitely be in time. Everyone heard Lady Song's inner voice and were deeply moved, marveling at how patriotic she was, so anxious to prevent Tianfeng Kingdom from suffering a loss. They really wanted to say, Minister Song, don't be anxious. The emperor is specifically waiting for your sugar-making method. Take your time. No one dared to say that. After the court session, Song Yaoyao urged the coachman to hurry the carriage. Back at the residence, without even changing out of her official robes, she first had Guagua print something. Watching Vice Minister Song pick up the printed items, Song Yaoyao finally relaxed, left the place, and headed to the dining hall. And so another 10 days passed. Today was the day all workers longed for, the day off. Originally, I thought since there was no morning court today, I could stay up late reading novels last night and sleep in this morning. But unexpectedly, at the time for court, Song Yaoyao woke up on her own. Habit is truly a terrifying thing. When Song Yaoyao remembered it was her day off, she wrapped herself back in the blanket, but she couldn't fall asleep. Song Yaoyao was speechless, scolding herself. Truly, I can't even enjoy good fortune. I'm destined to be a worker. After breakfast, seeing Song Qingyu about to leave, Song Yaoyao asked, Brother, where are you going? I'm going to a poetry gathering. She had never experienced an ancient poetry gathering. Her eyes lit up, and she asked, Brother, can you take me? Song Qingyu refused firmly. No. This sister was too troublesome. Song Qingyu was truly afraid of her. If he took her out today, who knew what trouble she'd cause? Song Yaoyao wasn't angry at all and said, Brother, just take me, please. If you don't take me, I'll tell Sister Ji about your visit to the brothel the other day, and you can explain to your future sister-in-law. Song Qingyu said angrily, Song Yaoyao, you dare. Brother, if you take me, I won't tell Sister Ji. Song Yaoyao, can you be any more shameless? Why did I go to the brothel? It was because you begged me to take you. How can you cross the bridge and burn it? Song Yaoyao interrupted him and said, Brother, regardless of the reason, just tell me, did you go to the brothel or not? Song Qingyu was speechless. Song Yaoyao smiled slyly. Brother, don't struggle, just surrender. Song Qingyu looked at his sister and deflated. All right, hurry up and change clothes. I'll wait for you here for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Miss it, and I won't wait. Great. Brother, you're truly a good brother, Song Yaoyao said as she hurriedly ran off. Song Qingyu shook his head. Being a good brother like this was really humiliating. Soon Song Yaoyao appeared before Song Qingyu. The two boarded the carriage which swayed along, and after some time it stopped. This time they came to another tea house in the capital. Among the tea houses in the capital, three were most famous: Jingmi Zhai, known for its storytellers, Lanxin Yuan, known for its tea snacks, and Tingyuga, known for its poetry gatherings attracting many literati. Song Yaoyao had been to the first two. Today they were going to the third, Tingyuga. After entering, they saw groups of young men and women gathered together discussing something. Song Yaoyao's eyes sparkled as she looked around. Since she was here for the first time, Song Qingyu said, Yaoyao, there are many people here. Stay close to your brother. Good. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, this place is really lively. Guagua indeed. Song Yaoyao, what is that small notebook hanging on the wall? Guagua, oh, that. People who love poetry can choose a pen name, make a small notebook, write their poems in it, and hang it on the wall for others to appreciate. After appreciating, some leave comments. There are also framed poems on the wall, which are classic works left by champions of past poetry gatherings. Song Yaoyao, I see. Song Qingyu led Song Yaoyao to find his classmates. These two classmates of her brother Song Yaoyao knew them. One was Xiao Minglang, the legitimate grandson of the current Grand Tutor, and the other was Gao Jiao, the legitimate son of the military governor. Song Yaoyao had dined with them before. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, I didn't expect these two to come today. Especially that Gao Jiao, who loves writing poetry. He can even compose a poem while using the toilet. Today he can fully showcase his skills. Xiao Minglang and Gao Jiao also didn't expect Song Qingyu to bring Minister Song here. Hearing Minister Song's thoughts, Gao Jiao's face flushed red. Was that embarrassing history never going to be forgotten? Because last time at the restaurant he composed a poem while in the restroom, and he became famous in the academy. People often teased him about it. He was mortified. He didn't expect to meet Minister Song today and have that incident brought up again. Every time he thought about that day, Gao Jiao wanted to slap himself twice. Just use the restroom. Why compose a poem? Look at you, so proud. Unaware of Gao Jiao's thoughts, Song Yaoyao asked, Brother, there are so many people here. Is it always this crowded? Song Qingyu explained, although it's always crowded, today should have the most people. Because today is the 7th poetry gathering competition held at Tingyuga. Song Yaoyao, I see. Guagua's voice sounded, Host, will you participate? Song Yaoyao, I'd better not. I'm not interested in such contests. I'm just here for the fun. Besides, I'm decent at other things, but composing poetry is really not my strength. Guagua, since you're in ancient times, why not try it? Besides, this poetry gathering isn't just about poetry. Song Yaoyao, what do you mean? Guagua, the poetry gathering has 4 rounds. First round, painting competition. Those who rank can qualify for the second round of Qin skills competition, and so on. Those who rank in the Qin skills competition can participate in the third round of arithmetic competition, and finally the poetry competition. The first place in the poetry competition is the overall champion of the gathering. Song Yaoyao, I thought it was just a poetry contest, though I didn't expect for competitions. Guagua, host, don't you want to try? Song Yaoyao, I'd better not, I won't join the excitement. Before Song Yaoyao finished, Guagua interrupted, Host, I see Lu Shuyu. Song Yaoyao suddenly became spirited and asked, where is he? Guagua, to our right, 5 tables away, the one drinking tea. Song Yaoyao looked in the direction Guagua indicated, and indeed saw Lu Shuyu. Lu Shuyu had the appearance of a refined gentleman, causing many young girls to sneak glances at him. Song Yaoyao's words rang out with murderous intent. This bastard, he sure plays the part of a decent man. This beast in human clothing finally dared to step out today. Your grandmother has been waiting for him to leave for far too long. Looks like he's gunning for the top prize at the poetry gathering. Isn't he obsessed with winning? Guagua, I take back what I said. I want to enter this poetry contest. Song Qingyu, hearing his sister's words, cast a hostile glance at Lu Shuyu. Lu Shuyu was indeed seated there with a guard standing beside him. Song Qingyu knew his sister's temper well. She hadn't even spared Luo Qihong, the accomplice, let alone the main culprit, Lu Shuyu. Song Qingyu was curious to see what Yaoyao would do next. All he needed to do was keep his sister safe. Lu Shuyu felt an unfriendly gaze upon him, but when he looked over he saw nothing. He had been recovering at home recently, but had heard of the fall of the Mingyuan Pavilion. Its master Luo Qihong had been captured. He never imagined the power behind the Mingyuan Pavilion was that good-for-nothing playboy Luo Qihong. He had a nagging feeling that whoever struck at the Mingyuan Pavilion was no simple foe. Lately he had a persistent sense of impending doom. The moment Lu Shuyu could finally get out of bed, he learned that the 7th poetry gathering was being held at the Listening Rain Pavilion today, so he came. In past poetry gatherings at the Listening Rain Pavilion, scholars from various academies and prominent Confucian masters would attend. If he could win the top prize, it would greatly benefit his official career. He had to be at this gathering. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the tea house, a young man appeared. It was none other than 4th Prince Qin Yuqing. Could the Listening Rain Pavilion be the 4th Prince's establishment? The moment the prince appeared, the entire tea house fell silent. The crowd bowed, greeting, "We pay our respects to the 4th Prince." The 4th Prince raised his hand, saying at ease. Once everyone straightened, he continued, "Welcome, talented ladies and gentlemen, to my Listening Rain Pavilion. This is the 7th poetry gathering. The contest consists of 4 rounds: painting, Qin, performance, mathematics, and poetry. The rules are clear to all, so I won't elaborate. Now let me introduce today's judges. First, Grand Tutor Xiao, 2nd Dean Liu of the Royal Academy, 3rd Dean Chao of Qingshan Academy, a 4th Dean Zhang of Ningxian Academy. Song Yaoyao thought, wow, this is quite a lineup. All big shots. Guagua, with my level, can I really do this? Guagua replied, host, drop the doubt. You have to believe in yourself. You'll definitely succeed. Besides, aren't we going to teach Lu Shuyu a lesson? You can't back down now. At the mention of Lu Shuyu, Song Yaoyao felt her confidence return. In her mind, Song Yaoyao began strategizing for the first round, painting. She couldn't outdo the ancients in traditional Chinese painting, but she could draw in a style unique to the modern era. In her past life, she had loved comics, and because of that passion, she had spent money to study them properly, becoming quite skilled. However, comics wouldn't be suitable for this occasion. That left only sketching. Speaking of sketching, she had fallen in love with it by chance. In her previous life, her military unit had received orders to capture a criminal gang. The gang's leader was cunning and had never been photographed. With no other option, the unit requested a specialist to come. Based on descriptions of the criminal leader, that specialist sketched his portrait. With that sketch, they soon caught the leader and his accomplices. From then on, Song Yaoyao developed a keen interest in sketching. She even took formal lessons in it, achieving a moderate level of skill. After studying for several years, she could draw lifelike portraits from others' descriptions. When she snapped back to reality, the painting competition was about to begin. Song Yaoyao walked to a table, examined the ink and brush, and said to the attendant beside her, "Would you please fetch me a charcoal pencil?" Without a word, the attendant dispatched someone to bring it. Soon the charcoal pencil arrived. Song Yaoyao rolled up her sleeves, ready to paint. Whom to draw? Glancing at Song Qingyu, who had already begun painting, she thought, "I'll draw my elder brother." Gazing at Song Qingyu's profile, she started sketching. The competition required completion within half an hour. Over 200 people participated in this painting round alone. The 4th Prince and the judges moved among the contestants. Every participant here possessed true literary talent. As they examined the works, the judges nodded in approval. When they reached Song Yaoyao, they were intrigued by her unfamiliar technique and paused to watch. They could tell she was drawing a portrait, but at that moment only an outline was visible, so they couldn't discern the subject. The judges didn't disturb her and moved on to inspect other contestants. After making the rounds, they returned to Song Yaoyao's canvas and were stunned. The paper now clearly depicted Song Qingyu's likeness. The judges compared her painting to the real Song Qingyu nearby. They were identical. Song Yaoyao was still meticulously refining the details. Under her careful hand, Song Qingyu's distinct features were fully captured on paper. The judges remained standing beside her, unable to tear themselves away. Their mouths hung open as they watched her work. Other contestants, noticing the judges' expressions, grew curious. What had Song Yaoyao drawn to elicit such reactions? Song Qingyu cast a casual glance at her artwork and also gasped. Was that really him? It was so lifelike, as if she had traced him onto the paper. How had he never known Yaoyao possessed this skill? This sister of his certainly kept secrets well. After completing her painting, she inscribed her name beside it. Song Yaoyao examined her work with satisfaction, then turned around only to be startled by the judges standing behind her. Song Yaoyao thought, Guagua, why are all these big shots standing behind me? How long have they been there? Guagua replied, they've been here for quite a while. Song Yaoyao thought, Guagua, why didn't you warn me? Guagua replied, you were so absorbed in your painting that I didn't want to disturb you. Before Song Yaoyao could react, Grand Tutor Xiao stepped forward, gazing at the painting and exclaiming, excellent, excellent, excellent. The other judges also gazed eagerly at the paintings, exclaiming, excellent, truly excellent. Just then the half-hour time limit for the painting session expired. Reluctantly withdrawing their gazes, the judges moved forward to evaluate the remaining artworks. Half an hour later, the results of the painting competition were announced, with Song Yaoyao securing first place. To win everyone's heartfelt approval, the top 10 works from each round had to be displayed on the spot for all to see. When everyone beheld Song Yaoyao's painting, they were utterly stunned. Lu Shiyu assumed the Song family were honest, upright people who could do nothing without proof. He simply did not understand Song Yaoyao as a person. Song Yaoyao was no conventional woman. Even without evidence, once she decided someone was responsible, she would quietly scheme to bring them to ruin. After making that gesture, Song Yaoyao withdrew her gaze and no longer looked at Lu Shiyu, waiting instead for the next round of competition. She harbored no fear of Lu Shiyu's retaliation. In fact, she welcomed his attempts at revenge. Lu Shiyu fixed Song Yaoyao with a hateful glare, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury. Soon after, the second round of competition commenced. As for the zither, Madame Song had previously engaged a renowned instructor for both Song Qingling and Song Yaoyao. Song Qingling, as a proper young lady, took to her lessons diligently. Song Yaoyao had little patience for the instrument, but her instructor was merciless. Despite being a woman, the old master was truly ruthless with her punishments. Any lapse in her studies meant strikes to the palms. At first, Song Yaoyao attempted to slack off, but after several harsh beatings, she reluctantly committed to practicing. Song Yaoyao displayed typical laziness when unmotivated. But when she chose to study, she applied herself with extraordinary diligence, pouring in the same fierce determination she had once reserved for the Imperial examinations. Through such effort, Song Yaoyao eventually achieved modest proficiency on the zither. The pieces taught by the instructor were all canonical masterworks: fishermen's songs at dusk, high mountains, and flowing water, winter crows playing with water. Most cultivated young masters and noble ladies of this era had studied these very compositions. Song Yaoyao realized that performing these well-known pieces would offer no advantage and make victory exceedingly difficult. The ancients were all accomplished zither players, and to triumph, she needed something original. That originality would come from choosing an unfamiliar melody. While others possessed no such repertoire, Song Yaoyao's mind held a treasure trove of songs from another age. Song Yaoyao reviewed the modern compositions in her memory and ultimately selected blue and white porcelain. Before long, it was her turn to showcase her zither skills. Song Yaoyao approached, seated herself, and gently raised her hands. Melodious zither notes flowed from her fingertips. The audience expected another conventional piece, but what they heard was entirely unlike anything they had ever experienced. The zither music drifted through the room like a gentle mountain breeze, caressing every soul present. Each note danced upon the strings like a playful sprite. The combination of masterful technique, enchanting melody, and the young woman wholly absorbed in her playing created a breathtaking tableau. Many in the audience closed their eyes, involuntarily feeling as though they had been transported into a dreamlike realm where all worldly concerns dissolved, leaving only tranquility and harmony. The zither's ethereal resonance brought profound peace, as though every sorrow had been swept away to the farthest heavens. When the piece concluded, the audience remained spellbound for a long moment. It was the judges who broke the silence first with applause. The crowd quickly followed suit, and thunderous cheers erupted throughout the hall. As Song Yaoyao descended from the platform, every eye followed her figure. Song Qingyu watched her with burning eyes. This younger sister had delivered too many surprises that day. She had always seemed idle and unmotivated, yet he had misjudged her entirely. Yaoyao was truly a master of concealment. Silent until she struck, and then astonishing the world. Xiao Mleng nudged Song Qingyu and remarked, Song Qingyu, your young miss, is extraordinary. Your family has kept her talents well hidden. We heard nothing of this. Could Song Qingyu honestly claim he had been equally unaware? Meanwhile, Gao Jiayu approached Song Yaoyao, his face flushed, and asked softly, "Young Master Song, what was that piece you just played?" "It was truly beautiful. I have never heard such music. Might I someday learn from you?" Song Yaoyao nodded. "That piece is called Blue and White Porcelain. It was composed by an ancestor, and I came across it by chance. If you wish, I can share the musical notation with you." Hearing this, Gao Jiayu asked excitedly, "You would truly give me the notation?" Song Yaoyao nodded. "Certainly. In ancient times, many musical scores were closely guarded secrets never passed beyond one's own family." Song Yaoyao's generosity was entirely unexpected for Gao Jiayu. Upon hearing this, Xiaomlang leaned in closer and asked, "Young Master Song, might I also receive a copy?" "Of course." Song Qingyu, watching his classmates crowd around his sister, felt a surge of irritation. "Scram, scram. She is my sister. Do you not have your own sisters at home? Go bother them." Xiaomlang pressed closer and said to Song Qingyu, "We are such close friends. Your sister is my sister as well." Gao Jiayu chimed in, "Exactly. Young Master Song is our sister too." Song Qingyu had never encountered such shameless individuals before openly competing with him for his sister. He cursed, "You two disgraceful rogues, stay away from my sister." Song Yaoyao looked at the trio and shook her head helplessly. In her view, music was meant to be enjoyed by all. There was no need to hoard it. Unsurprisingly, Song Yaoyao claimed first place once again in the zither round. Lu Shiyu placed fourth. When Song Yaoyao looked at Lu Shiyu again, his eyes were dark and brooding as he stared back at her. Song Yaoyao met his gaze without flinching, flashing a wide grin, and mouthed provocatively once more, "Trash." Lu Shiyu watched Song Yaoyao provoke him, yet again, his fists clenching tightly. After delivering her taunt, Song Yaoyao turned away, ignoring him completely, and waited for the next round of competition. Guagua host, is it wise to provoke Lu Shiyu like this? Song Yaoyao, isn't this exactly what he cares about most? Today I'm going to make him lose in utter humiliation. Guagua, making someone suffer doesn't always require violence. Psychological blows are far more agonizing than physical wounds. Besides, Lu Shiyu has never been one to stay in line. My second brother never provoked him, yet he still didn't spare him. With me provoking him like this, do you think he'll let me off? The answer is obviously no. I want to anger him and wait for him to come after me. Only then will I have the perfect excuse to make my move. Guagua will always support you. Host, the next round is mathematics. This is your forte. Go get them. After the first two rounds, only 40 contestants remained for the third. In the third round, the 40 were seated and handed a single test paper to complete. Song Yaoyao glanced at the first problem. In a cage, there are chickens and rabbits. Counting from above, there are 35 heads. Counting from below, there are 94 feet. How many chickens and rabbits are there respectively? After reading it, Song Yaoyao could only mutter, "Holy crap." The other judges, noticing Dean Zhang's expression, crowded around. "What's wrong?" Dean Zhang pointed at the paper excitedly and said, "Take a look for yourselves." They carefully compared Song Yaoyao's answers with the standard key. All correct. Every single one. How in the world did she manage to solve them all in such a short time? They all looked up at Song Yaoyao in the distance. She, however, kept her head down, staring blankly into space, lost in thought. Half an hour later, the third round came to an end. The papers were graded quickly. Besides Song Yaoyao's perfect score, the runner-up Song Qingyu had answered 13 correctly, and third place Lu Shiyu had 9. When the results were announced, Song Yaoyao's paper and the answer key were posted alongside them. Everyone stared at Song Yaoyao in disbelief, all wondering how she had pulled it off. Dean Zhang asked with a beaming smile, "Young lady Song, how exactly did you calculate these answers in such a short time? What method did you use? How was she supposed to explain this? Should she say she solved them using equations she learned in her past life? That would be impossible. These people didn't even know Arabic numerals. Where could she even begin?" Song Yaoyao remained silent, and Dean Zhang assumed her method was a secret, so he said, "If it's not convenient to share, that's perfectly fine." Song Yaoyao realized the dean had misunderstood and replied, "It's not that I'm unwilling to share. It's just that explaining it would be quite complicated, not something I can clarify in just a few sentences." Hearing this, Dean Zhang brightened up. "Is that so? Well then if you can't explain it now, this old man will pay you a personal visit another day to learn from you. Song Yaoyao. She was absolutely exasperated. All she wanted was to get revenge and infuriate Lu Shuyu. She never expected to land herself in trouble and attract the attention of this old man. The other masters, as if struck by a sudden revelation, chimed in as well. We'll also come to seek your guidance. How about we old men get together and agree on a time to visit all at once so young lady Song can teach us all together? If we each come knocking on her door one by one, she'd have to finish explaining to one and then start all over for the next. She'd be utterly exhausted. That makes sense. Come, let's settle on a time. Song Yaoyao. Could these old men at least ask for her opinion first? Did they really just decide like that? Did she have no say in the matter? Before Song Yaoyao could even protest, the old men had already agreed on a schedule every day after lunch. Song Yaoyao. Xiao Minglang and Gao Jiao also sidled up. Yaoyao, when you teach the deans, teach us too. Teaching one person is the same as teaching a whole group anyway. Before Song Yaoyao could speak, Song Qingyu interjected, no free lessons. Gao Jiao was the first to respond, say no more, we understand. We'll make sure Yaoyao is well compensated. Xiao Minglang also chimed in, as long as Yaoyao is willing to teach us, everything else can be arranged. Right, Yaoyao? Song Yaoyao. You've all already made up your minds, so why bother asking me? Would it even be possible for me to decline at this point? Song Yaoyao knew the answer without even thinking. Of course not. Just looking at those old men's eager eyes, she simply couldn't bring herself to refuse. She let out a sigh, nodded, and accepted. She had only come to attend a poetry gathering, so how had she ended up with such a huge burden? Song Yaoyao sighed once more. She would go back, draft a teaching plan, and get them up to speed as quickly as possible. Then she could get back to her peaceful life of minding her own business. Lu Shuyu stared at Song Yaoyao in sheer disbelief. Those 20 mathematics problems were far from simple. How on earth did that girl manage to get them all right? This girl had come in first place every single round. Could there truly be someone so gifted in this world? He prided himself on his intelligence, yet how could he be inferior to even a mere girl? As Lu Shuyu was lost in thought, the final round of poetry composition began. Honestly, this round left Song Yaoyao utterly speechless. Poetry. She was completely hopeless at it. Song Yaoyao muttered to herself, Guagua, I truly have no idea what to do about this. Guagua replied, so be it. Host, you're not going soft on me now, are you? Since when did you become such a coward? Haven't you forgotten about that miserable wretch Lu Shuyu? Upon hearing Lu Shuyu's name, Song Yaoyao hastily interrupted Guagua, I know. When I'm here, I'll put in the effort. When I'm at it, I'll go all out. I am the ultimate overachiever. Guagua, just wait and see. Guagua knew that as soon as Lu Shuyu was mentioned, even a delicate Lindayu could uproot a willow tree. Guagua, host, good luck. Host, you're mighty. In truth, Song Yaoyao still felt completely uncertain. She drummed her courage within. Song Yaoyao, you can do this. Bring on the storm. Ravage me however you wish. I, Song Yaoyao, fear nothing. Hearing Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts, Guagua was at a loss. Host, didn't you learn all those Tang and Song dynasty poems in your past life? Now is precisely the time to use them. Song Yaoyao, is it appropriate? Wouldn't it be rather unethical? Guagua, host, do you still want to win? Do you still want to slap Lu Shuyu's face? Song Yaoyao closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and let it out. Then she cut Guagua off. Understood. For the sake of victory, she would shamelessly borrow from the classics this one time. By the fourth round, only 15 contestants remained. Song Qingyu, Xiao Minglang, Gao Jiao, Lu Shuyu. All were among the 15. At that moment, Guagua's voice rang out. Host, the fourth round consists of 2 parts. The second part involves the judges setting on-the-spot prompts, asking everyone to compose a poem right then and there. This is to prevent anyone from getting the questions in advance, hiring someone to write the poem beforehand, and merely memorizing it. Song Yaoyao, pretty thorough thinking. They've thought of everything. Soon 15 tables were prepared, and the 15 contestants took their seats. The first round of competition officially began. Topic: it is now autumn, the season when chrysanthemums bloom in full splendor. Within the time of 1 incense stick, compose a poem about chrysanthemums. Upon seeing the topic, Song Yaoyao immediately thought of Huang Chao's poem, Ode to the Chrysanthemum, after failing the Imperial examination. When autumn arrives on the 8th day of the 9th month, after my flowers bloom, all others shall wither. Their potent fragrance pierces through the capital, and the entire city dons golden armor. This was one of her favorite poems from her past life. Since there was no Chang'an in this setting, Song Yaoyao substituted it with the capital city. Originally, this was a rebellious poem, but now Song Yaoyao found herself in a fictional dynasty where Huangchao never existed, nor did any rebellion army. It would simply be a description of the capital's chrysanthemums. Setting aside the author's background for writing this poem purely on its surface, no one would associate it with any seditious intent. Song Yaoyao picked up her brush and began writing ode to the chrysanthemum. When autumn arrives on the 8th day of the 9th month, after my flowers bloom, all others shall wither. Their potent fragrance pierces through the capital, and the entire city dons golden armor. After finishing, Song Yaoyao reviewed it carefully. Satisfied that there were no issues, she set down her brush. For the first time in both her past and present lives, she was doing something like this. She felt rather ashamed, but thinking of Lu Shiyu, she convinced herself she could carry on. Few competitors remained in this round. Each judge reviewed everyone's poem and offered comments one by one. When the judges saw Song Yaoyao's poem, they all exclaimed in amazement, "What a splendid line! After my flowers bloom, all others shall wither. The entire city dons golden armor. Truly brilliant. Young Master Song is a hidden talent indeed. Song Yaolong has raised a wonderful daughter." Song Yaoyao could feel her face burning with embarrassment. The crowd gazed at Song Yaoyao in utter disbelief. They had never heard of the young Master Song being a talented woman. Who would have guessed she was keeping such brilliance concealed? Truly astonishing. The second part of the competition involved the scholars setting on-the-spot prompts compose a quatrain using the numbers 1 through 10, with each number appearing in the poem. Upon hearing this topic, 2 poems immediately came to Song Yaoyao's mind. One was by the Song dynasty poet Xiao Yong, an impromptu verse for a mountain village 1-2-3 steps away from 4-5 homes beside the misty village. 6-7 pavilions stand, 8-9 clusters of flowers bloom. The other was by Zheng Banqiao of the Qing dynasty, Ode to Snow 1 flake, 2 flakes, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 flakes. Thousands upon thousands of countless flakes flying into the plum blossoms, and all but vanished. Both poems were exceedingly famous. Song Yaoyao lifted her brush and finally wrote down Zheng Banqiao's Ode to Snow on paper. Why did she choose this poem? Because the first poem was clearly a landscape piece depicting rural scenery. There was nowhere in the capital that resembled such a scene. Song Yaoyao was only just permitted by her parents to leave the mansion. She hadn't even properly explored the capital itself, let alone the suburbs. Besides, whether such scenery even existed in the suburbs of the capital was uncertain. The second poem, however, was different. Snow. That was something everyone had seen, and it would raise no suspicions. If she was going to plagiarize, she wanted to do it flawlessly and leave no room for doubt. Several contestants had not managed to write a qualifying poem even after the incense had burned out. Needless to say, the difficulty of this prompt was considerable. The judges, having seen the struggles of those before her, shook their heads. But when they reached Song Yaoyao's poem, their eyes lit up and they could not help but read it aloud. Exquisite. Truly exquisite. The last 2 lines are the very essence of the poem. Young Master Song truly deserves the reputation of a gifted woman. To compose such a masterpiece in so short a time. Song Yaoyao. She felt her face burning even hotter. In the first 3 rounds, she had earned first place through her own abilities. But this final round, honestly, she felt unworthy of the praise. However, to crush Lu Shiyu, she would shamelessly accept these compliments. Song Qingyu watched Song Yaoyao, his gaze growing even more intense. He said, "Yaoyao, you truly impress me. Yaoyao, were all those behaviors of yours merely an act?" Song Yaoyao, big brother, don't say things like that. I genuinely am like that usually. But meeting Song Qingyu's gaze, she could not bring herself to say it. Song Qingyu looked at Song Yaoyao, patted her shoulder, and said, I understand. This is what you call pretending to be weak to draw out the strong, playing it cool, right? Song Yaoyao, I didn't say that I'm not. She wanted to explain, but Song Qingyu wore an expression of complete understanding. Among these poems, Song Yaoyao's works were the most evocative. How could they not be? After all, Zheng Banqiao was one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou. How could his creations be anything less than exceptional? Thus, Song Yaoyao clinched first place in all 4 rounds, becoming the champion of the 7th Listening Rain Pavilion Poetry Gathering. She didn't need to guess to know that Lu Shuyu must be absolutely furious. Song Yaoyao glanced at Lu Shuyu, and sure enough his face was extremely grim. Lu Shuyu had only secured 3rd place. In reality, that was a commendable ranking, but in his eyes, anything less than 1st was utterly worthless. Lu Shuyu looked at Song Yaoyao, then at Song Qingyu, who had taken 2nd place, his gaze turning icily cold, as if he could devour them whole. Seeing this, Song Yaoyao grew even more exhilarated. Her smile widened, becoming even more radiant. Song Yaoyao's smile stung Lu Shuyu's eyes. Was she mocking his incompetence? Had he truly fallen into the hands of these Song siblings? In martial arts, he couldn't surpass that Song Qingwei. In scholarship, he was outdone by Song Yaoyao and Song Qingyu. Those damn Songs. Were they simply determined to oppose him? Anyone who stood in his way deserved to die. Guagua host, that trash Lu Shuyu is about to go mad. Song Yaoyao, I've done all this precisely to watch him snap. Song Yaoyao no longer paid attention to Lu Shuyu, for the awards ceremony was about to commence. The top 3 in the poetry gathering were all to receive prizes. Song Yaoyao's reward was exceptionally generous: a priceless lake brush, a piece of top-grade Huizhou ink stick, a Duan inkstone crafted by a master, and a masterfully made zither named Green Rest. Gazing at these prizes, Song Yaoyao's eyes sparkled. Though she knew nothing about such items, that didn't stop her from recognizing their immense value. Each item alone was something that money couldn't easily buy. This trip was a jackpot. She then glanced at Song Qingyu's prize. For 2nd place, there was no zither, and the quality of the other items was also inferior to Song Yaoyao's. As for 3rd place, it was even more meager, just a brush and an inkstone. Lu Shuyu clenched his prize tightly, struggling to conceal the resentment and hatred in his eyes. The moment the poetry gathering ended, Song Yaoyao was instantly surrounded by a crowd. People packed in layers upon layers, all clamoring for her autograph. Song Yaoyao finally experienced what it felt like to be a celebrity. She declined all requests for signatures. As a court official, if someone were to forge her handwriting and use it against her, the consequences would be dire. In her past life, she had watched plenty of ancient political dramas, so she knew she couldn't leave such a vulnerability. When Song Qingyu was about to sign, Song Yaoyao stopped him and pulled him aside. She explained the risks to Song Qingyu, who nodded and said, "You always think things through, Yaoyao." It was half an hour later when Song Yaoyao, Song Qingyu, and the others finally left the Listening Rain Pavilion. Those people were utterly relentless, pestering Song Yaoyao with endless questions. She answered what she could before finally managing to break free. Once outside the pavilion, Guagua warned host, "Be careful. Lu Shuyu will make a move." Song Yaoyao got it. Coincidentally, Song Yaoyao spotted someone and remarked, "Guagua, do you see that person just coming out of the shop across the street? I think that's Wang Cici." Guagua, indeed, that's Wang Cici. As Guagua's voice faded, an image of Wang Cici appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. "Song Yaoyao, it's been so long. How are Wang Fugue, Lu Qingqing, Lu Changxing, and Wang Cici doing now?" Song Qingyu was speechless. How could he be stuck with such a gossip-loving sister? At a time like this, she's still thinking about gossip, not afraid that Lu Shuyu might suddenly ambush them. Before Song Qingyu could drag her home, they were flanked on both sides by Xiao Minglang and Gao Jiao. Originally, after leaving the pavilion, everyone was supposed to head home separately. But then Xiao Minglang and Gao Jiao overheard little Song officials' inner thoughts. There was juicy gossip to be had. They wanted in on it too. Today they were determined to get the scoop. No one was going to stop them. Hence the scene above. Song Yaoyao, completely oblivious to the three's actions, continued chatting with Guagua. "Guagua, last time you saw how hot-tempered Wang Cici is. She's not one to take losses lying down. Wang Cici frequently brought old Master Lu to stir up trouble at the Wang residence. Each time she'd leave only after nearly enraging Wang Fugue to death. In the video, Wang Cici provoked Wang Fugue until he was speechless and he moved to strike her. At that moment, Lu Changxing stepped forward, slapped Wang Fugue twice, then pointed at him and berated, 'Wang Fugue, have you no sense of propriety? You dare raise a hand against your mother-in-law? As a son-in-law, who gave you the nerve to do that?' Wang Cici, standing by, added fuel to the fire. 'My lord, it's lucky you blocked his slap in time. Otherwise that blow would have ruined my face. My lord, you must seek justice for me. Lu Chongqing patted her hand reassuringly. Don't worry, leave this to me. Then Lu Chongqing launched into a tirade, endlessly scolding Wang Fuguwei. Song Yaoyao, these four are like a daily opera. You married my father, so I have to marry your father. Who's the son-in-law, who's the father-in-law, and who's the mother-in-law? It's all a tangled mess. Earlier, when they had shamelessly crashed that banquet, Song Qingyu had been present. But Gao Jiao and Xiao Minglang were seeing such a spectacle for the first time. They stared in shock at the scene on the screen, their jaws dropping at Song Yaoyao's explanation. This. Everything in the video shattered their worldview. Guagua, by the way, a while ago, Lady Lu passed away, and Wang Cici has now married Old Master Lu. When Wang Cici goes to the Wang residence to make a scene, now she does so under the title of Lu Qingqing's stepmother. And with that status, she can discipline Lu Qingqing with complete justification. Wang Cici harbors a deep hatred for Lu Qingqing, so she shows no mercy. In the video, at first Wang Cici would go to the Wang residence to bully Lu Qingqing, but Wang Fuguwei would always protect her when he was home. Later, Wang Cici grew smarter. When she wanted to torment Lu Qingqing, she would send word to the Wang residence that she, the stepmother, was ill and required Lu Qingqing to return home to attend to her. If Lu Qingqing refused, Wang Cici would have someone beat gongs and drums in front of the Wang residence, loudly proclaiming that Lu Qingqing was unfilial, refusing to care for her sick mother, that she was an ungrateful wretch. Helpless Wang Fuguwei had no choice but to accompany Lu Qingqing back to her mother's home. Upon arriving at the Lu residence, under the pretext that male outsiders were forbidden from entering the inner quarters, Wang Fuguwei was left in the front hall, while someone was sent to escort Lu Qingqing into the inner chambers. Once in the inner quarters, it was Wang Cici's domain, and she would torment Lu Qingqing however she pleased. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but raise her thumb in approval. Wang Cici is truly a character. Well played. Guagua, it's so satisfying to watch. Song Yaoyao hasn't Lu Qingqing considered putting on the same vicious stepmother act and tormenting Wang Cici herself. Guagua, Lu Qingqing's carefully crafted persona is that of a delicate, fragile flower. This is precisely how she has secured Wang Fuguwei's affection and indulgence. Were she to emulate Wang Cici's demeanor, her carefully constructed facade would crumble, and Wang Fuguwei would likely turn from her in disgust. Her fate would be dire indeed. Wang Fuguwei was Lu Qingqing's greatest pillar of support. She could never afford to lose him. Consequently, no matter how aggressively Wang Cici might scheme, Lu Qingqing would never stoop to playing the villainous stepmother and tormenting Wang Cici. The more Wang Cici caused trouble, the more pitiful Lu Qingqing appeared, which only deepened Wang Fuguwei's tenderness toward her. Song Yaoyao, I see. Now it all makes sense. With their melon feeding finished, it was time to return to the mansion. Xiao Minglang and Gao Jiao finally released Song Qingyu. The moment she regained her mobility, she led Song Yaoyao straight to their family carriage. As soon as they returned home and reached the main hall, Song Yaoyao noticed her parents and eldest sister Song Qingling already waiting there. Song Yaoyao offered an awkward smile and said, "Father, mother, sister, what a coincidence you're all here. What's the occasion that brought everyone together? You're waiting for eldest brother, aren't you? He's right behind me and will be here shortly. If nothing important, I'll head back to my courtyard." No sooner had Song Yaoyao spoken than she bolted toward her own quarters. Vice Minister Song's booming voice halted her. "Song Yaoyao, stop right where you are. What's all this running about? What do you have to feel guilty about?" The shout startled Song Yaoyao. She slowly turned around and stuck out her chin defiantly. "I haven't run anywhere. I haven't done anything wrong. What reason would I have to feel guilty?" Vice Minister Song set down his teacup and approached Song Yaoyao, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "So our Song household has produced a talented maiden, and I, her own father, only just learned of it today. Song Yaoyao, you've truly outdone yourself." Well, Song Yaoyao had suspected this was what it was about. She had always favored playing the part of an innocent fool, while hiding her sharpness, preferring to keep a low profile. But this time, she'd been caught red-handed. Her father was quite the cunning speaker himself, his words dripping with sarcasm. What was he getting at? Song Yaoyao rubbed her nose awkwardly. It was just blind luck, purely coincidental. Vice Minister Song gave a cold snort. "Song Yaoyao, do you actually believe what you're saying?" This afternoon several of us ministers were holding court in the emperor's private study, when eunuch Wang stepped out and returned to whisper something in the emperor's ear. The emperor immediately praised me, saying, "Vice Minister Song, you've raised an excellent daughter. She took first place at the Tingyu Pavilion poetry gathering. You still haven't explained everything. You've been hiding so much from us." At those words, Song Yaoyao picked up speed and ran even faster. In the blink of an eye, Song Yaoyao was gone. Vice Minister Song examined the items in his hands, and once he truly saw what they were, he said with a pang of regret, "Oh dear, how can such precious things be treated so carelessly?" Truly, when Song Xingyu entered, she didn't see Song Yaoyao anywhere. Only Vice Minister Song carefully handling those prizes with visible distress. Seeing her daughter, Madame Song finally spoke, "Xingyu, you took Yaoyao to the Tingyu Pavilion poetry gathering today. What exactly happened?" Song Xingyu then recounted everything that had occurred. If not for Lu Shuyu's presence, Yaoyao likely wouldn't have entered the poetry competition at all. Yaoyao really did steal the show. Vice Minister Song snorted from the side. "Humph, she keeps secrets from us even now. That girl has mastered the art of concealment." Indeed, she certainly had. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Song Xingyu remembered something else. "Mother, tomorrow several academy directors and some of my fellow scholars will come to consult with Yaoyao. You should make preparations in advance." Understood. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao had rushed back to her courtyard, kicked off her shoes by the bedside, and collapsed onto the bed, immediately falling into a deep sleep. She had exhausted her mental energy today and needed to rest her mind thoroughly. Before she knew it, Song Yaoyao had drifted off into unconsciousness. It wasn't until dinner time that Song Yaoyao was summoned. Over dinner, Vice Minister Song asked Song Yaoyao, "Yaoyao, have you decided how you'll explain things to the academy directors tomorrow?" Song Yaoyao had completely forgotten about it. After a moment's thought, she replied, "Let me go back to my room and write out a plan. I'll teach according to it then." Vice Minister Song nodded. "As long as you have a clear plan, that's what matters. Those directors are all renowned scholars of our time. You must be careful in your dealings with them." "I understand, Father." That evening, Song Yaoyao returned to her room and began drafting her teaching plan. Before she knew it, the sound of fighting drifted in from outside. Guagua's excited voice rang out, "Host Lu Shiyu has arrived." Hearing this, Song Yaoyao grew equally animated as she headed outside, muttering, "Finally got that scoundrel Lu Shiyu to show up." As soon as Song Yaoyao stepped through the doorway, the shadow guard stationed to protect her caught her inner thoughts. They couldn't understand why the young mistress showed no trace of fear, but rather a hint of excitement. Guagua's voice chimed in again, "Host, after the destruction of the Mingyuan Pavilion, Lu Shiyu has recruited another assassination organization, the Blood Shadow Pavilion. Lu Shiyu was probably frustrated by what happened during the day, so he's followed along tonight." Song Yaoyao, "Really? That's wonderful." Guagua, "Those fighters earlier were all assassins from the Blood Shadow Pavilion. The one standing at the back on the left is Lu Shiyu." Song Yaoyao followed Guagua's words and looked over, spotting Lu Shiyu dressed as an assassin who was also looking at her. Meeting Lu Shiyu's gaze, Song Yaoyao flashed a wicked smile. "Guagua, host, take him down, take him down." Song Yaoyao, "Guagua, just watch." Song Yaoyao took out a pistol from her spatial ring. With a mere thought, the pistol transformed into a sniper rifle. Aiming at Lu Shiyu's knee, there was a bang, and his left leg directly knelt onto the ground. Song Yaoyao continued aiming at Lu Shiyu's right knee and fired again. Lu Shiyu fell to his knees on the ground. Song Yaoyao felt that Lu Shiyu could no longer escape, so she began dealing with those assassins. Song Yaoyao thought once more, and the sniper rifle in her hand transformed into a submachine gun. She then began spraying bullets at those assassins. With Song Yaoyao's involvement, within a short while all the assassins who came fell silent. Except for her own people, the only one still alive on the field was Lu Shiyu. Song Yaoyao handed the corpse-dissolving powder to the dark guards, who took it and went to clean up the scene. They had done this job many times before and were very familiar with it. Song Yaoyao walked up to Lu Shiyu, ignoring his resentful gaze, and tore off his face veil in one go. Lu Shiyu's sinister face instantly appeared before everyone. Lu Shiyu asked resentfully, "You knew it was me from the beginning?" Song Yaoyao nodded. "I knew." Song Yaoyao scrutinized Lu Shiyu from top to bottom and said, "Lu Shiyu, when you were harming others, you probably never expected that you would have such a day too, right?" Lu Shiyu stared at Song Yaoyao and said, Your Song family must know that it was I who made moves against Song Qingwei. Song Yaoyao admitted. I knew. I originally wanted to take revenge on you, but result is that you bastard were beaten by your mother so badly that you couldn't get out of bed for half a month. You tell me, why didn't your ruthless mother just beat you to death, eh? You barely managed to get out of bed and you ran to the poetry gathering to start seeking attention. You tell me, why is your life so pathetic? Even your own mother doesn't like you and she beats you like a dead dog at every turn. If I were you, I would just smash my head and die. Song Yaoyao knew exactly how to pierce someone's pain. Lu Shuyu's eyes turned red with anger. You. Song Yaoyao did not let him off, continuing. Lu Shuyu, perhaps you were just picked up by your mother. Is there any mother who beats her own child to near death? I speculate you were just a puppet used by Xiangxiang to consolidate her own status, to consolidate the Marquis Manor's status. TSK tisk, you tell me your life is even less free than a stray dog on the street. Truly pathetic. Lu Shuyu's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Song Yaoyao angrily. You shut up. What do you understand? Song Yaoyao said with disgust. Yes, everything you say is correct. Your mother beats you, that's because she loves you. As the saying goes, beating is affection, scolding is love. Look how much your mother loves you. She almost beat you into paraplegia. Lu Shuyu became even more enraged, roaring. You shut up, you don't understand. Song Yaoyao sked. I really don't understand why a mother would be so heartlessly cruel to her own son. I also don't understand you, educated by your mother, seeing someone better than yourself. Why do you want to ruin them? You are a damn pervert. A pervert's thoughts, how would a normal person like me understand? Lu Shuyu roared hysterically. You shut up. Song Yaoyao picked her ears and cursed. What are you yelling for? Right doesn't need a loud voice. My ears are about to be deafened by your roars. This mouth is indeed noisy, so annoying. Song Yaoyao squatted down, pinched Lu Shuyu's chin, forcing him to open his mouth. Song Yaoyao took out a dagger from her spatial ring and directly cut off Lu Shuyu's tongue. Immediately she threw Lu Shuyu onto the ground. How disgusting. Song Yaoyao continued. Don't blame me, blame yourself. You tell me you are too arrogant. Without even clarifying the opponent's situation, you dare to come here to assassinate. Truly stupid enough. These are all the retribution for your own accumulated sins. Don't blame others. While speaking, Song Yaoyao already made a move, severing Lu Shuyu's tendons in his hands and feet. At this moment, Lu Shuyu had already fainted from the pain. Song Yaoyao looked disdainfully at the half-dead person on the ground and said to the dark guards, Throw Lu Shuyu into the Anning Marquis Manor. Yes. The dark guards carried Lu Shuyu away. Song Yaoyao didn't directly take Lu Shuyu's life. Making a person suffer doesn't necessarily mean killing them. Letting him live in agony is even more satisfying, isn't it? Tonight, Song Yaoyao not only returned blow for blow, severing Lu Shuyu's tendons in his hands and feet, but also cut off his tongue. The reason for cutting off the tongue was mainly because today Lu Shuyu saw Song Yaoyao's weapon to prevent him from spreading rumors. Here the dark guard's harvest today was quite good, searching out 10,000 taels of silver notes from the assassins' bodies. Old rule, everyone divide these silver notes. Here Lu Shuyu was thrown back into the Anning Marquis Manor, and soon he was discovered by someone. Bai Xiangxiang finally grew anxious. Every time she had someone beat Lu Shuyu, it was always superficial injuries. This time is different. Summoning an imperial physician, the Anning Marquis Manor doesn't have that qualification yet. Bai Xiangxiang could only immediately send someone to invite a famous doctor in the capital. After learning about Lu Shuyu's condition from the doctor, Bai Xiangxiang immediately reported to the authorities, threatening to make the person who struck back pay with blood. Early the next morning, as soon as the court session began, Capital Prefecture Mayor Yang reported the matter of Lu Shuyu to the emperor. Guoguo's voice sounded. This Bai Xiangxiang is truly shameless. She doesn't even know why her own son was crippled, yet she has already threatened to make the striker pay with blood. How does she have the face to say such things? The ministers, hearing this, knew that this matter was not simple. They all perked up their ears, preparing to continue listening. Song Yaoyao, exactly. Lu Shuyu is a pervert, hiring someone to kill, yet he himself runs to the scene to watch. Failing to kill, he ends up crippled by others. This is his just deserts. Could it be Lu Shuyu hires someone to kill, and others aren't allowed to fight back? Everyone, Lu Shuyu hired someone to kill. Who did he go to kill? The opponent is too formidable. Not only did they not get killed, but they also crippled the mastermind. While everyone was still puzzled, Guagua's voice continued. Host Lu Shuyu is no good. During your second brother's martial arts competition, when he won first place, he was jealous, so he bribed the Mingyuan Pavilion to sever your second brother's tendons in hands and feet. During your poetry competition, when he won first place, he was jealous again and bribed the Blood Shadow Pavilion to strike at you mercilessly. Over these years, Lu Shuyu, whether in martial arts or literary talent, whenever he encountered someone better than himself, he would eliminate them one by one. Guagua's words had barely fallen when an image of Lu Shuyu appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. The ministers were horrified. How could Lu Shuyu, Marquis of Anning, be so narrow-minded and ruthless at such a tender age? However, everyone was far more concerned about who else Lu Shuyu had harmed over the years. Several ministers' hearts raced to their throats. Their sons, once prodigies gifted by heaven, had been maliciously sabotaged. They had investigated for so many years, yet never uncovered who was responsible. They wondered whether Lu Shuyu had a hand in it. If it truly was him, the entire household of the Marquis of Anning would not escape consequence. Song Yaoyao, I suspected as much. His mother likely terrified him into devising such cruel methods. Guagua, precisely. Lu Shuyu initially engaged in such acts to evade his mother's beatings. Later he discovered that eliminating his rivals would make him top of the class and earn him a few words of praise from her. The first time he committed such an act was at the age of 9. In an examination, he had placed second, while the first-place winner was Peng Xinlei, the legitimate son of Lord Peng, Minister of Rights. Lu Shuyu watched as the tutor praised Peng Xinlei, and his classmates gathered around him. In that moment, Peng Xinlei was the center of attention, like the moon surrounded by stars. Lu Shuyu was consumed by madness-inducing jealousy, and for the first time harbored the thought of destroying someone. Song Yaoyao, at such a young age, already thinking of harming others. Truly rotten to the core. Guagua continued. That evening, upon returning to their residence, Lu Shuyu's mother by Xiangxiang learned he had failed to secure first place again and ordered him severely beaten. Left to his courtyard, Lu Shuyu lay upon his bed. Resentment towards Peng Xinlei began to fester within him. If it were not for Peng Xinlei, he would have been first place and would not have been beaten. Lu Shuyu grew ever more determined to eliminate Peng Xinlei, but Peng Xinlei was always surrounded by attendants, offering no opportunity to strike. One day on the street, Lu Shuyu noticed Peng Xinlei walking alone, unaccompanied by servants. He instructed his attendant to waylay Peng Xinlei in an isolated spot, strike him from behind, to render him unconscious, drag him into an alley, sever his hand and foot tendons, and then depart with his servant. As this was his first time doing such a thing, Lu Shuyu dared not take a life. He only wished to cripple his rival, ensuring he would never compete again. The next day, as expected, Peng Xinlei did not attend the academy and never returned thereafter. With Peng Xinlei removed, Lu Shuyu became the foremost scholar in his class. The video displayed footage of how Lu Shuyu and his attendant had maltreated Peng Xinlei. Lord Peng watched the video, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly. After years of investigation, he had finally discovered the culprit who had destroyed his son. All present watched the events depicted in the video in astonishment. How could a child so young harbor such a vicious heart? Song Yaoyao, after such an incident, didn't Lord Peng send someone to investigate? Guagua, he did investigate. When this occurred, Lord Peng's immediate thought was whether his political rivals were behind it. He acted on that very suspicion, focusing his investigation on ministers whose political views conflicted with his own at court. He investigated for so many years, yet found absolutely nothing. Lord Peng had chosen the wrong direction from the very beginning. No wonder he uncovered nothing. Lord Peng never once considered that a child could be the one behind this. Song Yaoyao sighed. Indeed, who would have guessed the culprit was a mere child? The motive for the crime was simply jealousy. By the way, Guagua, from what you mentioned earlier, Lu Shuyu must have done more than just this one thing, right? As soon as Song Yaoyao spoke these words, numerous ministers below clenched their fists. Their sons had been reduced to invalids. Could Lu Shuyu also be responsible? Guagua, yes. This person never stopped after his first act of cruelty against Peng Xinlei. Whoever excelled in scholarship or martial arts, he would find a way to eliminate them. The legitimate second son of the censor-in-chief Cheng Yu, the youngest legitimate son of the Vice Minister of Works Ning Xiao, is the illegitimate son of censor Shi Weiqing. Guagua rattled off more than a dozen names in one breath. The ministers named wore deeply grievous expressions, their fists clenched tight as they suppressed the fury rising within them. They had never imagined that their precious sons, those prodigies of heaven, had been ruined by such a wretched creature. From the very beginning, they had never once suspected a child. The video showed footage of how Lu Shiyu had maltreated each of those prodigies. At first, Lu Shiyu himself was a child, and those prodigies were children as well, so the means of harm was for Lu Shiyu to instruct his personal attendants and servants to carry it out. How could children possibly resist adults? They were helplessly mutilated. As they grew older, those prodigies were accompanied by guards and secret protectors, and Lu Shiyu's ordinary servants could no longer execute such deeds. Lu Shiyu resorted to hiring killers. Before the downfall of the Mingyuan Pavilion, he engaged assassins from that organization for these purposes. Lu Shiyu was in fact a VIP patron of the Mingyuan Pavilion. His methods of harm were consistent. Each time he severed the hand and foot tendons of those prodigies without taking their lives. Lu Shiyu simply delighted in watching those once glorious prodigies fall into the dust. Each time he witnessed their agony and despair, Lu Shiyu was filled with wild excitement. Song Yaoyao Guagua, I told you this Lu Shiyu is a depraved pervert. Look at that twisted smile on his face in the video. It gives me goosebumps. Guagua, this person's psyche had long been warped. That he has now met with such an outcome is entirely deserved. Song Yaoyao, indeed, he has only himself to blame. Didn't Lu Shiyu and his mother value those honors above all else? Do they care about retaining their marquis title? The emperor should strip them of everything, leaving them with nothing at all, not even a title. Only then would it bring satisfaction. Alas, neither the emperor nor the ministers are aware of these matters. Guagua, we must devise a way to bring everything to light. Guagua, very well, no matter what our host decides, Guagua will support you. Song Yaoyao, I still need to think carefully about how to proceed with this. After that, Song Yaoyao's inner voice fell silent once more. It was only with difficulty that the court session finally concluded. The emperor summoned several officials to the Imperial study, among them Vice Minister Song. Vice Minister Song advised Song Yaoyao to return to the mansion first, as he expected the audience would not end quickly. Song Yaoyao nodded, and as she made her way toward the palace gate, she whispered to Guagua, "What matter could be so important that it cannot be discussed in court? Why summon people privately to the Imperial study? Guagua, perhaps it is some confidential military matter of great significance." Song Yaoyao, true, those confidential affairs certainly require private deliberation. If Song Yaoyao had looked more closely, she would have noticed that those summoned to the Imperial study were mostly the victims who had suffered under Lu Shiyu's cruelty. Song Yaoyao returned to the residence, and it was long before Vice Minister Song came back. After lunch, she was just about to take a rest when someone arrived at her door. The visitors turned out to be Dean Zhang and his companions. Song Yaoyao had expected only a few from Dean Zhang's party, but upon reaching the main hall, she discovered over 30 people had arrived. Alongside Dean Zhang were several ministers from court and others Song Yaoyao didn't recognize at all. She was genuinely taken aback. Dean Zhang and his group felt rather embarrassed, for they had agreed on just a handful of people, never expecting such a crowd to appear all at once. It was only after introductions that Song Yaoyao learned those she didn't recognize were either the sons of these deans or their most accomplished disciples. Song Yaoyao was too exhausted even to complain about this appalling web of nepotism. She seriously considered throwing in the towel. Noticing Song Yaoyao's fluctuating expressions, Dean Zhang and the others quickly presented the gifts they had brought. "We weren't sure what Lord Song might favor, so we brought some modest offerings. We pray you won't disdain them." Song Yaoyao. Was this really about the gifts? This was clearly a matter of venting frustration. Guagua chimed in with a smirk. "Host, one flock is driven the same as 100. You might as well accept it." Song Yaoyao. Guagua, shut your mouth and get lost. Guagua, very well, I shall withdraw. I'll be watching you struggle with great interest. Song Yaoyao wondered why Guagua was so infuriatingly provocative. She really wanted to beat him up. Vice Minister Song was also present. He nudged Song Yaoyao's arm and reminded her, "Yaoyao, everyone is waiting for you." Song Yaoyao snapped out of her thoughts and said, "Understood, father." There aren't enough tables and chairs, father. Could you have some more brought over? Your father has already sent word for more. They'll arrive shortly. Once everything was ready, Song Yaoyao stepped to the front and looked down. Good heavens! Counting Vice Minister Song Qingyu and Song Qingling, there were already 40 people. In modern times, that would be a full class. Well then, since she had already agreed, she might as well begin the lesson. On the blackboard she had prepared in advance, Song Yaoyao wrote the Arabic numerals 0, 1, 2, 3, all 10 digits. The crowd gazed at these oddly shaped symbols with utmost curiosity. What on earth were these? Amid the sea of bewildered faces, Song Yaoyao began her explanation. In both lifetimes this was her first time teaching. Surprisingly, the feeling wasn't unpleasant at all. If only she could teach while reclining, that would be even better. Though such thoughts were merely idle fantasies for Song Yaoyao. Every half hour a brief tea break would follow before the lesson resumed. Throughout the entire afternoon, Song Yaoyao progressed from the simplest Arabic numerals to addition and subtraction, and by the end, she had reached linear equations. Since everyone already possessed a solid foundation in mathematics, she could move straight to application problems after covering the basics. The application problems Song Yaoyao taught were also sourced by Guagua. By evening, after finally seeing everyone off, Song Yaoyao's throat burned with pain. She had spoken far too much and her voice was protesting. Madame Song had prepared a soothing remedy for the throat and had it delivered to Song Yaoyao. After taking the medicine and dinner, she collapsed into bed. Since crossing over to this world today had been the most exhausting day yet. Even the destruction of the Mingyuan pavilion hadn't left her this drained. The following morning at court, the emperor announced Lu Shiyu's crimes and issued a decree 7 days hence Lu Shiyu would be executed by Lingxi. Death by 1,000 cuts. The marquis title of the Anning estate was stripped away, and the 9 generations of the Lu clan were barred from the imperial examinations for 30 years. Song Yaoyao listened in astonishment as eunuch Wang stood reading the imperial edict. What shocked her most wasn't the content of the decree, but how swiftly the emperor had uncovered Lu Shiyu's crimes. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, tell me, how did the emperor uncover Lu Shiyu's crimes so rapidly? I haven't even taken action myself, haven't exposed his transgressions to the public. Guagua, host, isn't this a good thing? The wicked have received their just deserts without us needing to lift a finger. Song Yaoyao, it is good truly, but it came so unexpectedly, so suddenly. Guagua, since by Xiangxiang filed a complaint with the authorities and the capital prefecture took up the case, an investigation was inevitable. Uncovering these matters was only natural. Song Yaoyao, fair point. After court adjourned, Song Yaoyao and her party hastened back to the residence. Back home, she took her throat medicine and prepared herself. Today's teaching was yet to come. To the Song family's surprise, 15 more visitors arrived that day, bringing the total to 55. These were people she saw every day, neighbors and acquaintances. Since they had already come to her door, she couldn't simply turn them away. With a headache, Song Yaoyao whispered to her father, "Father, at this rate won't hundreds of people come flooding into our mansion?" Vice Minister Song surveyed the assembled crowd and said to Song Yaoyao, "Let us conclude for today. No more will join us henceforth. Leave the rest to me." With more people present, Song Yaoyao had no choice but to raise her voice, which only strained her throat further. Today's lesson covered quadratic equations. Once that was complete, she could move on to the application problems from the poetry gathering. And indeed, from that day forward, the number of students stopped growing. Puzzled, Song Yaoyao asked Guagua, "Guagua, what method did my father use? Why didn't the number of students increase?" "Guagua, your father spread word that the Song residence was far too cramped to accommodate so many learners. Once Dean Zhang and the others mastered the material, they would teach it at the academy themselves. Tell them to be patient. They'll certainly have the chance to learn." Those who heard this found the reasoning sound. After further inquiry, they discovered that 55 people had already come to your household seeking instruction, so they had no choice but to give up. Song Yaoyao, I see now. Contemplating this, Song Yaoyao decided to incorporate punctuation marks into her arithmetic lessons as well. The articles of this era ran together without breaks, making misunderstanding all too easy. Since the deans were all present, Song Yaoyao took the opportunity to teach them punctuation as well. Song Yaoyao hoped the deans would spread what they had learned at her academy throughout their own institutions. The deans had already been thoroughly amazed by the mathematical knowledge Song Yaoyao had taught them. Upon seeing the punctuation marks and understanding their function, they were left speechless in wonder. Thereafter, Song Yaoyao also introduced the modern pinyin system to everyone. Embracing the opportunity fully, Song Yaoyao imparted all these foundational elements at once. Those present were stunned once again. Turning a blind eye to everyone's astonishment, Song Yaoyao felt that mastering these fundamentals would greatly facilitate their future studies. The deans had also heard of Song Yaoyao's affairs. They all knew that Lady Song was a reincarnated soul who retained memories of her past life. Thus, they never questioned where Lady Song had acquired such profound knowledge. They seized this opportunity and devoted themselves to earnest study. Thus, half a month of instruction passed, and the ancient mathematical knowledge was nearly fully imparted. It was time for their temporary academy to be dissolved. Coincidentally, this also coincided with the approaching grand wedding of the war prince. Typically, a single invitation sent to the household sufficed for wedding banquets. Yet the war prince did something unexpected. He sent one invitation to Minister Song's residence, and then dispatched a separate invitation specifically addressed to Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao was baffled, but everyone else understood perfectly. Had it not been for Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts, the war prince's bride would likely have fled by now. In this matter, Song Yaoyao had acted as a matchmaker of sorts. It was precisely for this reason that the war prince sent her a personal invitation as a token of his gratitude. Madame Song had already prepared the wedding gifts, but Song Yaoyao still wished to use the pretext of selecting a present for the war prince's nuptials to venture out and explore. Having been cooped up for so long, Song Yaoyao yearned to stretch her legs. Madame Song, feeling uneasy, insisted that Song Qingling accompany her. No sooner had they stepped out that day than they encountered their future sister-in-law Ji Minyue and her younger sister Ji Linling. The group began to stroll together. Before long, they encountered several other young women, all acquaintances of Song Qingling's. After greeting Song Yaoyao, they too joined the entourage, and the company continued their leisurely walk. And so it went, meeting new people at every turn until their shopping party swelled to over 20 members. The group was a mix of men and women. Song Yaoyao was curious. What was happening today? Why were they running into so many familiar faces? Unbeknownst to Song Yaoyao, these people were deliberately staging these chance encounters on the street. They hadn't seen Lady Song out and about in ages, nor had they had any juicy gossip to savor. The lack of fresh gossip had left them feeling a void in their lives. Recently, they had even posted servants to keep watch at the Song family's front gate. That day, the lookout spotted Lady Song leaving her residence and immediately reported back to their masters. Upon receiving the news, they hastily prepared and rushed out the door. They were all here specifically for Lady Song. After visiting a few shops, they grew weary, and someone suggested resting at a tea house. The launching pavilion was nearby, so they decided to go there. Arriving at the tea house, they ordered 4 pots of tea and some refreshments, settling in together to enjoy them. Song Yaoyao walked to the window and glanced down at the street below. Below was a bustling street, lively and crowded with vendors selling all manner of goods. Just then, Guagua's voice chimed in. Host, do you see that young woman down there dressed in light green selling tofu? Following Guagua's prompt, Song Yaoyao looked towards the tofu seller in the distance and caught sight of a slender figure. Yes, I see her. What about her? Guagua, that young lady is the renowned tofu beauty of this area. Host, I've got some juicy gossip about her. Care to hear it? As Guagua's voice faded, the image of the young woman appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Only then did Song Yaoyao get a clear look at her features. The girl in the image possessed delicate, refined features, her brows and eyes like a poetic painting. She was exceptionally beautiful. Guan Xiao. The crowd, startled by Song Yaoyao and Guagua's sudden inner thoughts, paused for a moment before excitement surged through them. Their long vigil outside the Song residence had not been in vain. Finally, they were about to savor some fresh gossip. They too feigned nonchalance, drifting towards the window and peering down. Sure enough, there was a young woman selling tofu below. Song Yaoyao, I want to hear it. Guagua, hurry up and spill. What's the big secret about this girl? Guagua, that young lady down there is named Guan Xiao. Her family makes their living selling tofu. Guan Xiao's mother passed away when she was very young, leaving Xiao and her father to depend on each other. The Guan family had been in the tofu making and selling business for generations. Thanks to this family craft, the Guans lived a comfortable life, at least free from worries of food and clothing. The video showed Guan's father acting as both mother and father to Chow Chow, all the while running the tofu business to support the family. Even at a tender age, Chow Chow was remarkably sensible, helping her father with the household chores. Everything in the video was truly heartwarming. Song Yaoyao, and then Guagua. When Guan Chow Chow was 13, her father injured his leg in an accident. From then on, he was left with a permanent limp. Life had to go on, so Guan Chow Chow took up the mantle of making and selling tofu. Because she was exceptionally beautiful, warm, and generous, and had a sweet tongue, her tofu business flourished beyond the ordinary. The video showed Chow Chow taking over the family's tofu trade, rising early each day to make the tofu, and then pushing her cart to the streets to sell it. Song Yaoyao impressive. As they say, children from poor families mature early. At 13, she'd be just a first-year middle school student in modern times. To shoulder the burden of supporting her family is truly commendable. What happened next? Guagua. As she grew older, Guan Chow Chow became ever more charming and lovely. Matchmakers and suitors practically wore down the threshold of the Guan home. There was another reason for the flood of suitors. The Guan family consisted only of these two. Marrying Chow Chow would effectively bring the prized tofu-making craft into one's own family. Those with such designs were not few. Guan's father believed that his daughter, now grown, couldn't stay at home forever. As long as the suitor was a reliable person, his daughter liked him, and his family would treat her well, an early betrothal would be acceptable. But Guan Chow Chow, upon learning of this, refused. In her heart, no one was more important than her father. He had only her as his daughter. If she were to marry, what would become of him with his bad leg? So Guan Chow Chow never even entertained the thought of marriage. In the video, Chow Chow truly managed everything both inside and outside the home. A diligent and capable young woman. In the footage, the would-be suitors were all sent away by Chow Chow under various pretexts. Her father knew she was devoted, yet he still hoped she would find a good home. Song Yaoyao. Guan Chow Chow is truly a wonderful girl. Whoever marries her will have struck gold. Guagua. Has she met someone worthy of her trust for a lifetime? Guagua's voice sounded again. Host, let me tell you the story slowly. Now that Guan Chow Chow has come of age, her father is growing anxious about her future. Guan Chow Chow herself, however, is not the least bit worried. Guagua paused, then continued. By the way, aside from common folk, there were also quite a few wealthy merchants and officials who came to propose marriage, hoping to take Guan Chow Chow into their homes. To them, Guan Chow Chow's background was far too low to be a principal wife, but as a concubine she would suffice. Yet Guan Chow Chow rejected all of them. What kind of existence is a concubine? In the grand estates of the elite, she is nothing more than a plaything, someone who can be beaten and abused at will. Isn't it said, better to be the wife of a poor man than the concubine of a rich one? Guan Chow Chow never once entertained the thought of becoming anyone's concubine. In the video, several wealthy merchants and officials' families had all sent matchmakers to propose, yet every offer was turned away by the Guan family. This was the capital, after all, where no one dared to forcibly abduct Guan Chow Chow into their mansion. Song Yaoyao agreed. I quite concur with the Guan family's decision. The inner workings of great households are fraught with treachery. Those without the cunning to navigate such waters should not thrust themselves in, as should they lose their lives, there would be nowhere to seek justice. Guagua. Host, you were quite right. A girl as guileless as Guan Chow Chow is indeed unsuited for the cutthroat environment of a noble household. Let me continue from where I left off. Among those who sought Guan Chow Chow's hand in marriage was a young official named Lei Yaozu. Lei Yaozu was a worthless nobleman's son whose father held the position of Vice Minister of Justice, a sixth-rank official. Lei Yaozu had set his sights on Guan Chow Chow long ago and desired to bring her into his household. As the favored son in his family, he persisted until his mother finally relented and gave him permission to take Guan Chow Chow as a concubine. However, when the Lei family steward went to formally propose, the Guan family refused. Upon learning of the rejection, Lei Yaozu's circle of idle playboys began to mock him. In the video, while sipping tea at Lanxin Yuan, Lei Yaozu happened to glimpse Guan Chow Chow selling tofu and was immediately captivated by her beauty. For the following days, Lei Yaozu visited the tea house every day, watching Guan Chow Chow from the window. The more he looked at her, the more his affection grew, and he continued to pester his mother into proposing to the Guan family. His mother, worn down by her son's persistence, finally agreed, only to discover that the Guan family had refused. The Lei family felt deeply humiliated. Lei Yaozu's fair-weather friends, upon hearing the news, began to taunt him. "Young Master Lei, with all your charm, how could you possibly be rejected? The Guan family and Guan Xiaoqiao are utterly ungrateful." Song Yaoyao remarked, "Are these people trying to comfort Lei Yaozu or stoking the flames?" Guagua, they are clearly stoking the flames. Lei Yaozu's father held the highest position among their group of playboys, and he always strutted around with an air of arrogance. Now he had been bested by a mere tofu vendor's daughter, and these vultures were only too eager to seize the opportunity to ridicule him. Fueled by their provocation, Lei Yaozu grew increasingly enraged. How dare a mere tofu seller look down on a noble scion like himself? Lei Yaozu devised a scheme to make Guan Xiaoqiao submit. Song Yaoyao, no way. She refused his proposal, and he already hatched a plan to get back at her. Is that man insane? Guagua, what was his scheme? Guagua, Lei Yaozu would stand by the window of Lanxin Yuan, gazing down at Guan Xiaoqiao. He never appeared before her in person. Guan Xiaoqiao only knew of an official son named Lei Yaozu who had come to propose, but she had never seen him face to face. Lei Yaozu exploited this ignorance to set his plan in motion. The story that followed was cliched but undeniably effective. Lei Yaozu hired a gang of thugs to cause trouble at Guan Xiaoqiao's tofu stall, just as he appeared dressed in coarse hemp clothing, fighting desperately against the ruffians, his face bruised and battered, yet still shielding Guan Xiaoqiao. The thugs, genuinely afraid of causing a death, finally let them go. In the video, Lei Yaozu wore rough farmer's clothing, and his face and exposed skin were made up to look weathered and common. To make the act convincing, the hired thugs actually beat Lei Yaozu soundly. In the end, fearing they might have killed someone, they finally departed. Guan Xiaoqiao, seeing the bruised and battered Lei Yaozu, filled with guilt. She wanted to take him to the physician, but he refused. Lei Yaozu claimed such minor wounds would heal with some medicine at home. Despite Guan Xiaoqiao's pleas, he simply would not go to the doctor. And so Lei Yaozu and Guan Xiaoqiao became acquainted. Later, Guan Xiaoqiao learned that the man who saved her was named Feng Jie, whose father had died early, leaving him to care for his paralyzed mother. He was a servant at Lanxin Yuan. Before Guan Xiaoqiao, Lei Yaozu carefully crafted the image of a filial, hardworking, and ambitious young man. Every day, Lei Yaozu would go help at Guan Xiaoqiao's tofu stall. After working for a while, he would claim his time was up, and he needed to return to the tea house. Guan Xiaoqiao even advised him to be cautious and circumspect at the tea house, and not to provoke any distinguished guests. Song Yaoyao, Lei Yaozu refused to go to the physician because he was afraid the makeup on his skin would reveal his true identity, weren't he? That Lei Yaozu is absolutely shameless, plotting against a young maiden like this, employing both the pitiful wounded hero and the damsel in distress tropes. Guagua, Lei Yaozu did all of this to win Guan Xiaoqiao's trust, to deceive her into his grasp. Once he had her body, she would be forced to marry him, and he would take her into his household out of pity, only to torment her mercilessly afterward. With everything Lei Yaozu had shown, any girl would have been moved. Through their time together, the relationship between Lei Yaozu and Guan Xiaoqiao grew ever warmer. Guan Xiaoqiao's maiden heart began to ripple with emotions. In the video, Lei Yaozu went to help Guan Xiaoqiao with her work every day, bringing her small gifts: a hair ribbon, a piece of osmanthus cake. The hair ribbon was simply taken from one of the maids in his household. As for the osmanthus cake, it was left over from his family's table, wrapped in a handkerchief and brought to Guan Xiaoqiao. Every time Guan Xiaoqiao received these trifling gifts, she was overjoyed. Even more absurd was the fact that when Lei Yaozu claimed to be going to work at the tea house, he would enter and go straight to his private room. His personal servant and that same circle of fair-weather friends were already waiting inside. After changing into fine clothes, his companions began to joke. "Young Master Lei is truly clever. We saw the way Guan Xiaoqiao looked at you. Pure adoration. Indeed, the affection in her eyes could practically be spun into silk. Young Master Lei, when will you bring her into the mansion?" "Exactly, only by bringing her into the household can you enjoy her company every night." Lei Yaozu smiled and said, "It won't be long. Before I successfully claim Guan Xiaoqiao and take her body, I must not reveal myself, or else, given her stubborn nature, she would never submit." Someone continued to ask, Young Master Lei, aren't you afraid that if Guan Xiaoxiao learns the truth about everything she'll come after you? Lei Yaozu chuckled. Come after me for what? By then she'll already belong to me body and soul. Who else would she marry? Would she abandon her lame father and choose death instead? The young masters around him all wore lewd smiles, then raised their thumbs toward Lei Yaozu. Young Master Lei truly knows how to handle things. Everyone present watched with fire in their eyes. What kind of fine young lady was being schemed against merely because she refused to marry that debauched young master? How infuriating. According to Guagua's explanation, Lei Yaozu wanted to deceive Guan Xiaoxiao into losing her virtue first, so that by the time she'd have no choice but to marry him. What a vicious scheme. Song Yaoyao fumed as she watched. That Lei Yaozu is utterly despicable, and those who accompany him are no better either. Such a wonderful young woman must not be ruined like this. We must expose this scheme. Guagua host, then you need to act faster. Otherwise Guan Xiaoxiao will only sink deeper into his trap. Song Yaoyao, what stage has her affection for Lei Yaozu reached? Guagua, she's just begun to harbor romantic feelings for him, but it hasn't reached the point where she cannot live without him. Song Yaoyao, then this is much easier to handle. Just then Lei Yaozu walked over from afar in his work clothes. That very coarse linen outfit. It seemed he was heading toward Guan Xiaoxiao's tofu stall to continue his performance. After watching the entire scene, everyone held Lei Yaozu's despicable and shameless behavior in contempt. Especially the women present, who all detested men like Lei Yaozu. In this world, women already face harsh treatment. If Guan Xiaoxiao were truly deceived into losing her virtue, she would face only two paths. One was to meekly marry Lei Yaozu and remain at his mercy. The other path was death. They too were women, and putting themselves in her position, they imagined the consequences. The more they thought, the angrier they became. A good young woman who supported her family by selling tofu was driven to the brink of death simply because she refused to be his concubine. Truly more despicable than beast. Now seeing Lei Yaozu approaching from not far away, they all wanted to teach this scum a lesson. But they dared not show it, for they could not let young lady Song know that they could hear her thoughts. At this moment Song Yaoyao pointed to Lei Yaozu below and spoke to the group. See that man downstairs? His name is Lei Yaozu, and he is to stir up trouble. Song Yaoyao knew she couldn't do it alone. To deal with this scumbag, everyone needed to join hands. Thus Song Yaoyao revealed everything Lei Yaozu had done to the group. Everyone actually already knew the full story. Previously they had dared not show their indignation, but now things were different. Young lady Song herself had spoken it out. Someone asked, Young lady Song, what should we do next? Song Yaoyao looked down at Lei Yaozu and said, Of course we expose his true colors and give this trash a proper lesson. Then Song Yaoyao and her party went downstairs and headed straight for Guan Xiaoxiao's tofu stall. Lei Yaozu saw a large group of well-dressed people approaching the tofu stall. Lei Yaozu recognized these people. As a wealthy young master, he might not know much else, but he knew which households these visitors belonged to. To thrive in the capital, one must know whom not to provoke, and Lei Yaozu knew this very clearly. The people approaching now were precisely those he dared not offend. Fearful that his identity might be exposed and his deeds brought to light, Lei Yaozu wanted to slip away while he still could. Unexpectedly, Song Yaoyao and her party had anticipated this. Someone had already ordered their servants to block Lei Yaozu's path. Guan Xiaoxiao saw this scene and hurriedly came out wearing a forced smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what my age has done to offend you all. I apologize to you on his behalf. Guan Xiaoxiao wanted to continue, but Song Yaoyao interrupted her. Young lady, please refrain from speaking for now. Stand aside for a moment, and you will see exactly what he has done. This matter concerns you as well, so please remain composed. What matter? Concerned her as well. Although Guan Xiaoxiao was puzzled, she still wished to plead on Lei Yaozu's behalf, but Song Yaoyao stopped her and told her to simply watch from the side. Lei Yaozu had already been seized and brought before the crowd. They circled him, examining him with cold mockery. Oh, isn't this the young master of Lord Lei, the censorate vice minister of the 6th rank, Lei Yaozu? So the son of an official family grew tired of his privileged life and came here to play poor. Acting a part. Indeed, this disguise is quite good. Almost convincing. How did you make your skin so rough? Did you apply some kind of potion? Young Master Lei's preferences are quite peculiar. playing the poor man to win sympathy. Where did you get these coarse linen garments? Truly pitiful. Young Master Lei, I hear you told everyone that your father Lord Lei has passed away and your mother Lady Lei lies paralyzed in bed. With just one sentence you decided your parents' fate. Do they know you're cursing them like this? Exactly. Young Master Lei is indeed the worthy son of Lord and Lady Lei. A truly unfilial child. Who curses their own parents like that? Clearly he's been poorly disciplined. Guan Xiaoxiao listened with a face growing increasingly pale and asked, doesn't he go by the name Feng Jie? How can he be the young master of Lord Lei, the censorate vice minister? Song Yaoyao patted Guan Xiaoxiao's arm and said, keep watching and you'll understand. At that moment those accompanying Song Yaoyao had already captured Lei Yaozu's servant and those sycophant friends from the tea house and threw them onto the ground. The moment these people saw Song Yaoyao's group, they realized they were finished. Before Song Yaoyao could even ask, the ones on the ground already spoke. We did nothing. The plan to deceive Guan Xiaoxiao was young Master Lei's idea alone, and he acted entirely on his own. We had no part in it. Guan Xiaoxiao, her face ashen, asked the several people on the ground, what exactly is going on? The people on the ground, having nothing left to lose, spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. After hearing everything, Guan Xiaoxiao's face turned completely white. Song Yaoyao and the others quickly steadied her. After Guan Xiaoxiao regained her footing, she said, it's fine, I'm fine. No matter who encountered such a thing after learning the truth, it would be hard to accept. Lei Yaozu on the ground was trembling with fear. If this matter escalated today, his father would beat him to death. Song Yaoyao looked at Guan Xiaoxiao and asked, Miss Guan, tell me, how should this be resolved? Guan Xiaoxiao bit her lip, her face pale, and said, resolve. I don't know. Song Yaoyao said, since Miss Guan doesn't know, we'll make the decision for you. Song Yaoyao said to the attendant beside her, beat him, just leave him breathing. As her words fell, the Song family's attendant struck first, and the attendants brought by the others also joined in. Song Yaoyao also whispered a few words to one attendant who nodded and kicked Lei Yaozu in his lower body. Lei Yaozu immediately let out a miserable scream. Moments later, he was beaten black and blue, curled up, clutching his lower body, lying on the ground. It seemed this man could no longer rely on that little bit of flesh to run rampant. Seeing Lei Yaozu's attendant and his few disreputable friends, Song Yaoyao said, these aren't good people, either beat them. As Song Yaoyao's words fell, a flurry of fists landed on them. Song Yaoyao, however, did not have them cripple those men's lower bodies. Although these people were not good sorts, they had not been involved in this incident, so they were spared for now. After a moment, she had the attendants stop, and looking at the few men lying on the ground like dead dogs, she ordered the attendants to throw these pieces of trash back to their residences and inform their families of what had happened. As Lei Yaozu was being carried away, someone gave a cold snort and said, Lei Yaozu, this isn't over. My father is a censor. I will report this truthfully to him. Your father's lax discipline has produced a scoundrel son like you. My father will definitely impeach yours, so just wait. After saying this, he had Lei Yaozu carried away. Song Yaoyao couldn't help giving the speaker a thumbs up. Lei Yaozu only dared to do such things to the common people because his father was an official of the 6th rank. If his father were stripped of everything, how would he still be arrogant? Song Yaoyao was speechless. Had Lei Yaozu's head been squeezed by a door? In the capital, where wealthy people were everywhere and officials were as numerous as dogs, how dared Lei Yaozu be so arrogant? Where did his confidence come from? Could it be from his 6th rank father? Truly, the ignorant fear nothing. Song Yaoyao turned to look at the pale-faced Guan Xiaoxiao and said, Miss Guan, it's all right, everything is over. Lei Yaozu won't dare to cause trouble again. Song Yaoyao thought for a moment and added, Miss, I've noticed your tofu is quite good. You could take your tofu to the guest like Cloud's hot pot restaurant and give it a try. Guan Xiaoxiao had been worrying whether anyone would still come to buy her tofu after such an incident. Unexpectedly, the young woman before her gave her such a suggestion. What place was guest like Cloud's hot pot restaurant? It was a newly opened shop in the capital with booming business. Hardly anyone in the capital didn't know of it. If her tofu could truly catch the eye of the shopkeeper there, then she wouldn't have to set up a stall anymore. Without the stall, there would be fewer chances to be exposed in public, and incidents like today's wouldn't happen again. Guan Xiaoxiao asked nervously, would they accept my tofu? Song Yaoyao comforted her. As long as your tofu is of good quality, it shouldn't be a problem. Guan Xiaoqiao continued. What if the shopkeeper refuses to see me? Well, bring your tofu to the hot pot restaurant tomorrow morning. I'll send someone to put in a word in advance. But let me be clear, I can only introduce you to the shopkeeper. As for whether he will fancy your tofu, that's beyond my control. Guan Xiaoqiao said excitedly. I'm already very grateful for your introduction. No need to thank me. I see you've almost sold out your tofu today. Pack up and head home early. Guan Xiaoqiao nodded. This world was already quite open, but there were still many demands on women. Guan Xiaoqiao was a good girl, and Song Yaoyao thought she would help if she could. After resolving this matter, Song Yaoyao and her companions continued shopping. They shopped until the afternoon, but still hadn't found a suitable gift, so they had to return to the residence. Since the war prince had given her a separate invitation, Song Yaoyao wanted to prepare a separate gift for him. After shopping all day, she still hadn't found a suitable one. As a prince, the war prince had seen everything. Ordinary things probably wouldn't catch his eye. Song Yaoyao entered her space to search for something suitable. After searching around, Song Yaoyao finally found a crystal ball in the upstairs bedroom. Inside the crystal ball was a deer. It was a solar-powered nightlight crystal ball. At night, switching on the base of the crystal ball would light up the entire sphere. A deer symbolizes having you along the journey. Crystal was precious in ancient times, and this crystal ball had an auspicious meaning, perfect as a wedding gift. Song Yaoyao thought for a moment, found an exquisite box, and packed the crystal ball. For the war prince's wedding, she would gift this. Guahua host, do you plan to give this to the war prince as a wedding gift? Song Yaoyao, is it inappropriate? Guahua, no, in modern times this thing is too ordinary. But in this ancient era, it's a priceless treasure, very suitable. Host, what I want to say is that there are many more of these in the storage room upstairs, each with different patterns. You could take your time choosing which one to gift. Song Yaoyao, no need, this one has a great meaning. I'll choose this one. The next morning at court, as expected, Lei Yaozu and his father were impeached. In fact, the emperor had already learned of this matter yesterday from the hidden guards sent to protect Song Yaoyao. A mere legitimate son of a 6th-rank official dared to do such a thing. Who gave him the audacity? Whose influence was he relying on? Lord Lei's official position was demoted from the 6th-rank vice-director of the Ministry of Justice to the 8th-rank secretary of the Ministry of Justice, a drop of 4 ranks. Song Yaoyao was somewhat dissatisfied and muttered, why didn't the emperor directly dismiss Lord Lei from office? Guahua, Lord Lei's abilities are quite good. A demotion of 4 ranks is already the biggest blow to him. If not for Lei Yaozu, with Lord Lei's abilities, he could have risen even higher. But all of that was ruined by his good-for-nothing son. That said, the emperor does cherish talent. It's because he sees that Lord Lei is still useful that he didn't strip him of everything. So that was how it was. Before long, the day of the War King's wedding arrived. Vice Minister Song and his wife led the siblings to the War King's mansion. Upon arrival, there were people at the mansion gate recording the gifts being presented. Madame Song had her maid offer the gifts she had brought. The gifts were priceless, yet quite conventional. Song Yaoyao placed her gift on the table and said, "This is my gift, a crystal ball." The registrar paused for a moment upon hearing this, then asked, "What is a crystal ball?" Song Yaoyao opened the box, and a crystal night light with a continuous path motif was revealed before everyone. In this world, only glazed glass existed, not crystal. Every piece of glazed glass was priceless. Such a crystal clear and luminous object was something they had never seen before. Upon seeing the crystal ball, everyone exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this a crystal ball? How exquisite! It is far more translucent and luminous than any glazed glass we have ever seen." Young Lady Song is truly generous, bringing such a priceless treasure. Song Yaoyao took the crystal ball from the box and began describing the nightlight function and how to charge it. Song Yaoyao continued, "At night there is no need for candles. Simply flip this switch and the room will be brightly illuminated. The deer symbolizes having you all the way. I wish the War King and War Queen a lifetime of happiness, never to part until our hair turns white." Everyone gazed at the crystal ball with burning interest. Amidst their heated stares, Song Yaoyao carefully placed the crystal ball back into the box. Song Qingling leaned close to Song Yaoyao and said, "You ungrateful thing. I spoiled you all this time for nothing. You had such a wonderful treasure and never showed it to us before. If not for today, we would never have known you possessed such a priceless gem. Song Yaoyao felt quite embarrassed. How could she say that she found this item perfectly ordinary and simply forgot about it? Embarrassed, Song Yaoyao touched her nose. She remembered Guagua had mentioned that the storage room in her spatial dimension still contained crystal balls, each with different patterns. She said, "I have more at home. I will give you one when we return." "I was just kidding. I didn't actually want your things." "I know. I really do have more. You can take your time choosing when we get back. Since you put it that way, I won't refuse." Song Yaoyao nodded. After the gifts were registered, Vice Minister Song and his wife led the Song party toward the main hall. Upon reaching the hall, they separated. Vice Minister Song took Song Qingyu to the male guest seating, while Madame Song led Song Qingling and Song Yaoyao to the female guest seating. This time Song Yaoyao and her companions again occupied the prime seats. Though Song Yaoyao did not understand why they were always placed in the center position, having attended so many banquets, she had grown accustomed to it. Not long after Song Yaoyao sat down, Guagua's voice rang out. "Host, host." Hearing Guagua's excited tone, Song Yaoyao asked, "What is it? Have you found a big melon?" Guagua replied, "Yes, yes. Host, would you like to eat it?" Upon hearing Guagua's voice, everyone became excited. Wherever the young miss went, the melon followed. I wonder whose scandal it would be today. They were quite anticipating it. Song Yaoyao looked around the banquet hall. It was still early, and enjoying some melon gossip would be refreshing. She replied, "Yes." Guagua said, "Host, do you see the seventh princess over there?" As Guagua finished speaking, an image of the seventh princess appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. Seventh Princess, Zhuochinga. Everyone stared at the screen and shocked their mouths agape in disbelief. Song Yaoyao was not very familiar with the seventh princess, but she had indeed heard rumors about the deep love between the seventh prince and his princess. In everyone's eyes, the seventh prince doted on his princess exceedingly. No matter the situation, he always placed her first. The seventh princess had encountered Song Yaoyao at a previous palace banquet and knew of her uniqueness. She had come today specifically to follow the young miss and enjoy the spectacle. Since that palace banquet, the seventh princess had not seen the young miss again. At previous banquets hosted by other families, she had skipped them due to other matters, sending only gifts. But today was different. It was her eighth brother's grand wedding. The seventh princess had cleared her schedule early to attend the banquet and of course also to enjoy the gossip with Song Yaoyao. However, the seventh princess never expected that the gossip would involve herself. The seventh princess maintained her composure. She and the seventh prince shared a love as picturesque as immortal companions envied by all. What scandal could she possibly have? She would see what the young miss and that melon system could reveal today. Song Yaoyao asked in surprise, what scandal could the seventh princess have? Isn't she what every young lady in the capital envies? I heard she and the seventh prince share a deeply loving marriage. Guagua replied, Host, you must understand a principle one should never judge by appearances alone. Look beyond the surface to see the truth. Let me explain slowly. First, let me tell you about the seventh princess. The seventh princess was Zhuochinga, the legitimate second daughter of Grand Marshal Zhuo Weikong, a rank 1 official. Zhuo Weikong had married 2 principal wives. The first wife passed away due to illness, leaving 2 sons and 2 daughters. Zhuo Weikong later married a second principal wife, who gave birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter. Zhuochinga was the child of the second wife. Born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she was thoroughly pampered by her parents and family. In the video, Zhuochinga was cherished beyond measure. With her cheerful disposition like a little son, even the children from the first wife adored this younger sister. Song Yaoyao asked, and then? Guagua continued, Zhuochinga grew up in such overwhelming affection. By the time she reached marriageable age, suitors came so thick and fast that they nearly wore down the threshold of the Zhuo mansion. Among those seeking her hand, some truly admired Zhuochinga, believing her mastery of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, along with her generous and sociable nature, made her perfectly suited to be a household matriarch. Others were merely attracted by Grand Marshal Zhuo Weikong's prestigious title. Even princes without a principal wife devised schemes to catch Zhuochinga's attention, hoping to win her favor and bring her into their households. In the video, matchmakers from the capital constantly cycled through the Zhuo estate. This one left, and another arrived. Princes without principal consorts also sent intermediaries to propose. The Zhua mansion was bustling every day. The princes even considered directly requesting an imperial decree for marriage. However, Grand Marshal Zhua had anticipated this and petitioned the emperor to allow his daughter, Zhua Qingge, to choose her own husband. The emperor agreed. This was also a special favor granted by the emperor to Grand Marshal Zhua Weikong. Song Yaoyao. So how did Zhua Qingge end up marrying the seventh prince? Guagua, the seventh prince, Shun Haoran, is born of noble lady Shun. Noble lady Shun, named Shun Lianrong, was the daughter of a fifth-rank official. Among the emperor's numerous consorts, her family background was hardly remarkable. It was only because she gave birth to the seventh prince that she was elevated to the rank of noble lady. Song Yaoyao. Shun Lianrong. Guagua. Speaking of Lianrong, I think of lotus seed paste mooncakes. Add 2 salted egg yolks, and they'd be even more delicious. Everyone was amused by Lady Song's remark. Though they had no idea what lotus seed paste mooncakes were, they could tell she was a foodie at heart. Here they were in the middle of a juicy gossip session, and she could drift off to food at the mere mention of a name. Guagua was equally exasperated. Host, we're in the middle of a scoop here. How did you jump to food? Song Yaoyao complained. Guagua, don't get me wrong. Since I came to this world, I haven't had a single mooncake. There's no mid-autumn festival tradition here. Just thinking about double-yolk lotus seed paste mooncakes makes me crave them. Guagua consoled her. I have a recipe here. I'll give it to you when we get back. You can have the mansion's cook make some for you. Song Yaoyao beamed with joy. That's great. You'd better keep your word. Guagua, I know. We've strayed far off topic. All right, let's continue. Song Yaoyao. Okay. Go on, Guagua. Guagua, host, you've thrown me off. I've forgotten where I left off. Should we start from the beginning? Song Yaoyao quickly reminded. No need to start over. I know where you stopped. You said noble lady Shun was the daughter of a fifth-rank official, and among the emperor's many consorts her family background was hardly notable. Guagua. All right, I remember now. Let me continue. Because the seventh prince's maternal clan was weak, they couldn't provide him any advantage. He sought through marriage to take a woman of prominent status as his principal wife, and also several women from notable families as secondary consorts. With the support of these women's families, he could make a bid for the throne. Everyone present understood exactly what he was contending for. Song Yaoyao, the seventh prince, certainly has it all figured out. Isn't that basically living off a woman? And how did he win Zhua Qingge's favor and get her to marry him? Guagua. Among all the suitors vying for Zhua Qingge's hand, the seventh prince felt that even as a prince his credentials were quite ordinary. Apart from being the emperor's son, he had no other advantages. So he resorted to a scheme. The method was old-fashioned but effective. During a palace banquet, Zhua Qingge was pushed into the lotus pond. The seventh prince immediately jumped into the pond and rescued her. Since he had embraced her in front of everyone, she had no choice but to marry him. In the video, the seventh prince bribed a maid to push Zhua Qingge from behind when no one was looking. The scene shifted to everyone watching the koi fish fight for food, and the maid shoved Zhua Qingge from behind. Seeing this, Zhua Qingge's face turned ashen, realizing that everything before had been the seventh prince's machination. Only then did everyone learn how the seventh prince had married Zhua Qingge. Zhua Qingge, thinking of how the prince had treated her well after their marriage, felt a bit better. Song Yaoyao. These ancients really are stuck in their ways. Same old tricks, same old schemes. It's utterly exasperating. Guagua. It may be exasperating, but it works, doesn't it? Song Yaoyao. True. And with that single trick, he got Zhua Qingge. Guagua. And so Zhua Qingge married the seventh prince. As the favorite daughter of Grand Commandant Zhua Weikong, her wedding procession was a grand spectacle of 10 li of red dowry. She brought a considerable amount of silver shops and estates into the seventh prince's mansion. After marriage, the prince treated her well enough, though how much of that kindness was genuine, only he knew. The video showed scenes from Zhua Qingge's wedding with a dowry so lavish it incited envy and caused a stir at the time. However, at this moment, Zhua Qingge furrowed her brow. She thought the seventh prince wasn't the kind of person Guagua described. He was sincere with her. They shared true love. The princess consort wanted to speak up in his defense, but held back. She would see what else Song Yaoyao and that Guagua could say. Song Yaoyao sneered. The seventh prince got his wish, marrying such a noble lady. Did the Grand Commandant start supporting the seventh prince because of Zhua Qingge? Guagua indeed. Zhuo Weikong was originally neutral, but because of Zhuo Qingge others already regarded him as the seventh prince's man. At first he tried to explain, but no one believed him. Eventually he resigned himself to it. If everyone assumed he was aligned with the seventh prince, explanations were futile. If another prince ascended the throne, the Zhuo family would face certain death. Rather than await that fate, it was better to genuinely support the seventh prince. Perhaps then their household wouldn't meet a tragic end. Zhuo Qingge, who had been pampered her entire life, had never considered the political entanglements. Hearing this, her face turned deathly pale. Song Yaoyao, did Zhuo Qingge know about this? Guagua, no. Ever since Zhuo Qingge was rescued from the lotus pond, and she mentioned someone had pushed her in, Zhuo Weikong had already suspected that the incident was not simple. Likely the seventh prince's doing. But it was only speculation. They sent people to investigate, but the trail was clean. They found nothing. Without evidence, no one in the Zhuo mansion told Zhuo Qingge about it. They only wanted her to live happily, shielding her from all the intricacies. Song Yaoyao. And then, Guagua, after marriage, Zhuo Qingge and the seventh prince enjoyed a period of bliss. He would draw her eyebrows every morning, and they often composed poetry and painted together. A truly idyllic couple. The seventh prince deliberately spread word of their harmonious relationship, which gave rise to the rumors now circulating throughout the streets. The video showed scenes of their affectionate married life, and of the prince sending people to spread tales of their loving interactions. Song Yaoyao. The seventh prince is quite the schemer. By projecting a devoted image in public, he can better control Zhuo Qingge and secure the Grand Commandant's support. Song Yaoyao paused, then continued, what exactly is a Grand Commandant? In modern terms, it is the highest military authority in the central government, the leader of all martial officers in the realm. This seventh prince is truly calculating. His abacus beads are about to splatter right onto our faces. Guagua replied, precisely. That is exactly his intention. The seventh prince believed that having the Grand Commandant's support as a martial official was not enough. He also needed the assistance of civil officials. Among all the civil officials, he ultimately selected Zheng Qinbin, who held the position of vice director of the left at the second rank. Although this position was slightly lower than that of the director of the secretariat, a concubine-born daughter from the Zheng household marrying as a side consort was exactly the right status. The seventh prince learned that the Zheng household had a concubine-born daughter named Zheng Bifu, whose mother was deeply favored by Lord Zheng, so he chose her. Song Yaoyao scoffed. I don't mean to criticize, but isn't the seventh prince being a bit too overconfident? The women of the capital are not vegetables at the market for him to pick and choose at will. What does he take us for? Guagua responded, host, have you forgotten? In this ancient era, if a man uses certain schemes to tarnish a woman's reputation, she will have no choice but to marry him. A chill ran through Song Yaoyao's body, not out of concern for Zheng Bifu, but from sorrow for all women of this era. Gripping her teeth, she asked, has the seventh prince plotted against Zheng Bifu again? Guagua confirmed, indeed. It is the same scheme, merely repackaged. At a banquet, he orchestrated a scene where everyone witnessed him lying with Zheng Bifu. In the video, the seventh prince had bribed a maid to deliberately spill wine on Zheng Bifu's clothes, and the maid immediately knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Thus, Zheng Bifu was forced to marry him as a side consort. With many people present, Zheng Bifu restrained herself and did not make a scene. The maid suggested taking her to change into clean clothes, and Zheng Bifu followed without much thought. Zheng Bifu was led into a room by the maid and knocked unconscious as soon as she entered. When she woke up again, she found herself lying beside the seventh prince, surrounded by many people. She knew she had been schemed against, but at this point she could only accept her fate. Seeing this, Song Yaoyao's expression grew extremely displeased. It was not just her. Every woman present wore a grim expression. This seventh prince was far too venomous, orchestrating such schemes against a woman simply to achieve his goals. The seventh prince had already schemed against Zhuo Qingge and Zheng Bifu. Whose influence would he covet next? Who would he target? Zhuo Qingge's complexion darkened further as she recalled the events. Of course, she had been furious when this incident occurred. However, the seventh prince repeatedly explained that Zheng Bifu must have schemed against him first, which is how he fell into her trap. The seventh prince promised that he loved no one but Zhuo Qingge. He also claimed he had no idea how he ended up lying with Zheng Bifu. He insisted that Zheng Bifu had long harbored designs on him, which is why she resorted to such means. Moreover, Zheng Bifu's father held a high position in the court. As a vice minister of the second rank, refusing to marry her would undoubtedly offend Lord Zheng. It was merely a secondary wife's position. He still loved her Yaoyao the most. Upon realizing this, Yaoyao felt an overwhelming pain in her heart. All of it had been the seventh prince's calculation. She Yaoyao, her Yaoyao family along with Zheng Bifu and the Zheng household. All of them were merely pawns in the seventh prince's game. Song Yaoyao asked with a cold expression, since the seventh prince has already investigated Zheng Bifu's standing in the Zheng household, I suppose Lord Zheng has begun supporting him. Guagua replied, exactly. Both Zheng Chenbin and Zhuo Weikong were originally neutral factions, but now they have been forced onto the seventh prince's boat. They have no choice but to support him. The royal interests were too tangled, so let us set that aside for now. Let us talk about what happened after Zheng Bifu entered the prince's mansion. At this point, everyone's gaze turned toward the entrance. Several ladies from the households entered, and all present regarded them with curious looks. How did the women from both households enter together? Song Yaoyao asked. Who are these women who just entered? Guagua replied. These are the female relatives from the Zheng household and the Zhua household. They met at the gate of Prince Zhang's mansion and entered one after another. Song Yaoyao said, oh, let's continue. Guagua replied, very well. As soon as the newly arrived women entered the hall, they sensed something amiss about the atmosphere, and then they heard Master Xiaosong's inner thoughts. Although puzzled, they remained composed and sat down without revealing their thoughts. Zhuo went over to greet her relatives from the Zhua household and told them about what Song Yaoyao had just revealed. Their expressions grew extremely grim. As for those from the Zheng household, they could only inquire from others around them, since Zheng Bifu as a side consort was not qualified to attend such a wedding banquet. After learning the truth, the expressions of those from the Zheng household also turned extremely grim. Guagua's voice rang out once more, the seventh prince is afraid his household isn't chaotic enough. After Zheng Bifu entered the mansion, he deliberately sowed discord between his two women. In the video, the seventh prince told Zheng Bifu that he admired her, but his maternal family lacked influence, making him unremarkable among the princes. Fearing that Zheng Bifu might refuse to marry him, he resorted to this desperate measure and schemed against her, forcing her to marry him in such a disgraceful manner. It was all his fault that he had made Zheng Bifu suffer such injustice. He promised to compensate her 1,000-fold in the future, but he could only treat her well in private. In front of the principal wife, he dared not show any favor. After all, the Zhua family's influence in the court was so significant that even as a prince he had to bow his head. Zheng Bifu was moved by the seventh prince's sweet words, yet in her heart resentment toward Yaoyao grew. But in front of Yaoyao, the seventh prince changed his tune completely, calling Zheng Bifu shameless and claiming she had long harbored designs on him, resorting to lowly schemes to marry him. Zheng Bifu was merely a humble side consort. He only loved Yaoyao. Having been married for several years, Yaoyao trusted the seventh prince implicitly, believing everything he said without doubt. Under the seventh prince's deliberate instigation, Yaoyao held nothing but contempt for a woman like Zheng Bifu, a woman who climbed into bed to secure her position. She felt particular disgust and disdain for such a creature. It was this shameless woman Zheng Bifu who had inserted herself between her and the seventh prince, destroying their relationship. How audacious! Thus began the feud between Yaoyao and Zheng Bifu, each viewing the other with disdain, leading to constant conflict. Ever since Zheng Bifu entered the mansion, the prince's household had been in constant turmoil. The two women battled fiercely for dominance, constantly scheming against each other. Everyone was stunned, for who does not wish for harmony within the household and prosperity in all endeavors? Yet this seventh prince was different from others. He deliberately sowed discord, making the inner quarters chaotic day after day. What was he seeking? The expressions of both the Zhua family members and the Zheng family members grew exceedingly grim. Yaoyang's face turned as dark as storm clouds. Song Yaoyao was bewildered and asked, Guagua, what scheme is this seventh prince pulling? Why would he deliberately incite his two women to fight? What is his motive? Guagua, precisely. He must have ulterior motives, or he would never have done such a thing. Gua Gua continued, there are two reasons for the seventh prince's actions. The first is to lull others into a false sense of security, making them believe he is utterly incompetent. So incapable that he cannot even manage his own princely mansion, where the inner quarters are in constant chaotic strife. Even with the support of the Wang Fei and Sifiai's families, others will still view him as a worthless fool, a cripple incapable of rising to greatness. The second reason is to let these two women tear each other apart, so he can profit from the chaos. The deeper reasons involve another woman. Let me explain it to you gradually. Song Yaoyao, no way, this has become like a set of Russian nesting dolls, one scheme hidden inside another. Gua Gua, exactly. The seventh prince is far from the virtuous man he appears to be. His heart is black, and I will explain everything to you one by one. First, let me tell you why Zhuo Qingge has borne no children throughout these years of marriage. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingge's heart clenched in distress. For all these years since their wedding, her womb had remained barren. Could there be some hidden truth behind this? Gua Gua continued. Actually, the moment Zhuo Qingge entered the seventh prince's mansion, she was administered a pill that sterilizes. For years, Zhuo Qingge believed she was simply infertile. She consumed numerous remedies, but to no avail. The physicians who had examined Zhuo Qingge had long been bribed by the seventh prince. They would never tell Zhuo Qingge the truth. Every time Zhuo Qingge took those medicines, the seventh prince would feign heartache and say that even if she could not bear children, his heart held only her alone. Touched by his words, Zhuo Qingge never suspected that the very command to administer the sterilizing poison came from the seventh prince himself. In the video, the seventh prince had ordered the sterilizing medicine to be prepared in advance. After Zhuo Qingge and the seventh prince rose from their wedding night, he immediately had the bowl of sterilizing medicine brought forth. He told Zhuo Qingge that he had grown weary from the previous night, and that this bowl was a restorative tonic, insisting she drink it while he watched to feel at ease. Overflowing with sweetness, Zhuo Qingge took the medicinal bowl and drank it down in one gulp. Seeing this, the Zhuo family's fury reached its peak. Zhuo Qingge's face turned pale as she clutched her lower abdomen. So this was the truth. No wonder that no matter what medicines she took, her belly showed no sign of life. Song Yaoyao, ruthless indeed, cruel and vicious beyond measure. In ancient times, once a woman married, all her hopes rested on bearing children. This has extinguished every last ray of hope for Zhuo Qingge. Gua Gua. Yet this is not even the cruelest part. Zhuo Qingge has also been secretly poisoned with a slow-acting toxin. At first, the poisoned person would feel no discomfort at all. Over time, they would experience weakness in their limbs. Later, they would cough incessantly, often bringing up blood. The symptoms resembled consumption. Eventually, it would lead to death. Everyone would assume the deceased had died of consumption. Fearful of infection, no one would investigate closely, and the body would simply be cremated without question. From poisoning to death, approximately 6 or 7 years would pass. This poison was also administered by the seventh prince to Zhuo Qingge. His intention was simply that Zhuo Qingge should not survive. What right did she have to be his Wang Fei? 6 or 7 years later, bolstered by the assistance of these ministers, the seventh prince's power had grown sufficiently robust. Even if Zhuo Qingge were dead, Taikuei Zhuo Weikong would still support him. Having aided him for so many years, Zhuo Weikong could no longer extricate himself. He could only remain bound to the seventh prince's vessel, drained of his remaining value. In the video was shown the scene of the seventh prince administering the slow-acting poison to Zhuo Qingge. That slow-acting poison was concealed within the sachet Zhuo Qingge frequently wore. An additional colorless and odorless pill had been placed inside the sachet, yet Zhuo Qingge had never noticed it. That very sachet now hung at Zhuo Qingge's waist. Zhuo Qingge snatched the sachet from her side and clenched it tightly in her hand. The others also saw the sachet and instinctively stepped back from Zhuo Qingge. Song Yaoyao, what a profoundly wicked scheme. Both Zhuo Qingge and the Zhuo clan are merely stepping stones on the seventh prince's path to success. By the way, how many years has Zhuo Qingge been poisoned? Gua Gua, 3 years. Song Yaoyao continued to ask, what about Zheng Bifu? Has she not been subjected to the sterilizing poison and slow-acting toxin? Gua Gua, she has also been poisoned. Zheng Bifu will never have children of her own in this lifetime. By the way, Zheng Bifu has already been suffering from the slow-acting poison for 1 year. Song Yaoyao, With two women in the mansion dying from identical symptoms, would people not grow suspicious? Guagua, the seventh prince, has already accounted for this. When the time comes, he will claim that Zhuo Qingge died of consumption and subsequently infected Zheng Bifu. Song Yaoyao, good heavens, he has even planned his escape route in advance. Currently, there are only two women in the seventh prince's mansion. In this world, a man taking multiple wives and concubines is perfectly normal, let alone a prince. I suppose he will soon take another Sifi, won't he? Guagua, exactly. After a period of observation, the seventh prince has already identified a new target. Song Yaoyao, which unfortunate soul has the seventh prince set his sights on this time? Guagua, this time the seventh prince has targeted two individuals, Han Lingyu, the concubine-born daughter of Censor Han, and Lung Chuchu, the legitimate daughter of Minister Lung of the Ministry of War. Han Lingyu, the concubine's daughter of Censor Han, is also extremely favored within the mansion. As for the other Lung Chuchu, she already harbors affection for the seventh prince, so he intends to push forward smoothly and take her into his mansion. Hearing Guagua's words, everyone turned their gaze toward the families of Censor Han and Lord Lung. Both families' expressions grew extremely grim. They had already made up their minds after the Prince Zhang's wedding concluded they would return home and close their gates to all visitors. Except for procurement matters and the master attending court, no one would be permitted to leave the mansion. Anyone who disobeyed would face family discipline. With this measure in place, let us see how the seventh prince could possibly scheme against them. Guagua continued, the seventh prince has already planned ahead. Once Han Lingyu and Lung Chuchu enter the mansion, he will first administer the sterilizing poison to both of them, then follow with the slow-acting toxin. Song Yaoyao, administering sterilizing poison to all women. Does the seventh prince intend to sever his own lineage? Guagua, of course not. The seventh prince believes that none of these women deserve to bear his children. His heir can only come from Ruan Xining's womb. As Guagua's words fell, a woman appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. The woman was dressed as a female physician and her appearance was exceedingly beautiful. Song Yaoyao, is this woman Ruan Xining? She is a female physician. What exactly is going on? Guagua, all that the seventh prince has done is for the sake of his future with Ruan Xining. To put it plainly, whether it is Zhuo Qingge Zheng Bifu or the Han Lingyu and Lung Chuchu he has since targeted, they are all merely stepping stones for him and Ruan Xining. Pausing briefly, Guagua continued, the seventh prince intends to leverage these women's families to rise in power and cultivate his own faction. He would set these women against one another until they were all weakened and drained, preferably with some perishing in the strife. Even if they survived, wasn't there a slow-acting poison? They would eventually succumb to the poison as well. Once he ascends to that position, he will drain these women's families of their last ounce of value, then fabricate a pretext to execute every member of those clans. With no obstacles remaining, he would marry Ruan Xining as empress. Song Yaoyao remarked, the seventh prince has indeed orchestrated a grand scheme. By the way, what is Ruan Xining's background? I have never heard of such a person. Does her status qualify her for that position? Guagua replied, even if Ruan Xining's background is insufficient for that position, so what? For instance, if the seventh prince becomes emperor, who would dare defy his decree? As for Ruan Xining, when the seventh prince was once hunted and on the verge of death, it was this Ruan Xining who saved him. After spending time together, feelings developed between them. Ruan Xining was merely an ordinary physician, yet the seventh prince dared not bring her into the seventh prince's mansion, fearing that without a family to shield her, she might be harmed by the women within the estate, while he was unaware. Therefore he has kept her living elsewhere all along. This Ruan Xining is no virtuous woman. She is the one who provided that slow-acting poison. All of this has been the seventh prince and Ruan Xining's calculation. In the video, the seventh prince and Ruan Xining were discussing how to scheme against those women in the capital and their fathers and families. Ruan Xining acted like a military strategist, offering advice and guiding the course of events. Upon seeing the video, the members of the Zhuozheng Han and Lung families all clenched their fists, staring fiercely at the seventh prince and Ruan Xining in the recording. Everyone gazed at the video in utter disbelief, wondering how the seventh prince and this Ruan Xining could possibly dare to do such things. Song Yaoyao said, I never would have guessed that a mere physician could possess such charm as to make a prince go to such lengths for her. The seventh prince is truly a scoundrel. For his so-called true love, he would scheme against so many women and officials. What utter disgrace! Guagua asked, Host, do you intend to intervene in this matter? Song Yaoyao replied, I am but a nobody. How could I possibly get involved? Everyone here holds a higher rank than I. Besides, this is a struggle for the succession. Heaven reigns and mothers remarry. Who am I to meddle? Furthermore, the emperor's health is still robust, yet the seventh prince is already coveting that position. If the emperor were to learn of this, I cannot imagine the fury he would feel. At this point, Zhuo Qingge and Zheng Bifu are already mired in trouble, and I cannot save them. However, Han Lingyu and Leng Chuchu have only just come under scrutiny and have not yet been ruined. We might still warn them. Guagua said, Host, do as you see fit. Song Yaoyao sighed. Alas, all the beauty of the mortal world is but a passing visitor. In this fleeting dream of life, all worldly concerns come to rest. Every attachment and thought shapes a wandering existence. Every sorrow and joy proves ultimately vain. Guagua asked, Host, why the sudden melancholy? Song Yaoyao replied, I was simply moved to reflection. Guagua said, That may be your view, host, but not everyone thinks alike. If all people shared your sentiments, where would be the struggle for power and profit, and where would wars arise? Song Yaoyao replied, Indeed. Each person should sweep the snow from their own doorstep, and mind not the frost on another's roof. Though one should focus on oneself, I still wish to offer them a warning. I simply cannot bear to watch Han Lingyu and Leng Chuchu and their families face ruin. Just then firecrackers sounded outside the mansion gates. The Prince of War had returned with the wedding party. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, While the groom has brought the bride home. That bride's wedding attire is simply stunning. Everyone thought, Little Lord Song, we are still reeling from your philosophical musings, and your thoughts have already leaped to the bride's wedding dress. Is your mind not leaping a bit too quickly? Next came the ceremony where the newlyweds bowed to heaven and earth, after which they were escorted to the bridal chamber. Then came Song Yaoyao's favorite part of the celebration, the banquet. It must be said the royal feast was extraordinarily lavish. Hot dishes and cold platters combined for a total of 36 exquisite courses, each exquisitely crafted and delicious. After such a sumptuous feast, Song Yaoyao's devotion to banquets only grew stronger. Having eaten and drunk her fill, Lady Song prepared to take Song Yaoyao and Song Qingling back home. Song Yaoyao had long instructed Guagua to print evidence showing that someone intended to bring harm to both the censor Han's household and the Minister of War's residence. As for who these people were, Song Yaoyao had not asked Guagua to print their identities, only that someone existed. As they prepared to depart, Song Yaoyao deliberately brushed past the members of both families, taking the opportunity to slip the evidence into the hands of their household's womenfolk. Song Yaoyao believed her actions were flawlessly executed, but to others they were as clumsy as could possibly be. Had Lady Leng not quickly adjusted her sleeve, the evidence would have tumbled out. Many onlookers could not help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. This young Lord Song was far too unreliable. As soon as they returned to the mansion, Song Yaoyao hurried to her room and locked the door behind her. She still remembered her promise to give her eldest sister Song Qingling a crystal sphere. Those crystal spheres were still in the warehouse of her spatial dimension, and she needed to sort through them first to see what designs they featured. It was only upon sorting through them that Song Yaoyao was utterly stunned. She had no idea crystal spheres came in so many varieties: music crystal spheres, night light crystal spheres, snow globe crystal spheres, hourglass crystal spheres, feng shui crystal spheres. Song Yaoyao asked, Guagua, how are there so many crystal spheres in this warehouse? Guagua replied, They appeared when the spatial dimension manifested. Song Yaoyao mused, was this to make gift-giving more convenient, in ancient times gathering every type of crystal sphere from the modern era? Guagua answered, that is likely the case. Song Yaoyao said, should I thank the spatial dimension for being so considerate? Guagua replied, well, if you wish to express gratitude, that is perfectly fine. Song Yaoyao. Guagua continued, you may freely take these crystal spheres. After gifting them, the warehouse will automatically replenish them, just like with your cosmetics, skincare products, and bath essentials. Song Yaoyao exclaimed, what wonderful fortune! Then I shall not stand on ceremony. I'll take several more. The music crystal sphere, eldest sister would surely like it one for her. The nightlight crystal sphere. She would appreciate that too. One for her. That snow globe is quite charming, as well. One for her. Song Yaoyao carefully selected from within and chose 10 altogether. Upon exiting the spatial dimension, Song Yaoyao also casually picked up several sets of skincare products, cosmetics, and bath essentials, bringing them all out together. Song Yaoyao had someone carry these items to Lady Song's courtyard and sent another to invite Song Qingling. Madame Song had just changed her clothes when she heard Song Yaoyao arriving and murmured, "We've only just parted. Why is Yaoyao already here? Has something happened?" Song Yaoyao burst into the room in a flurry. Madame Song, observing her hasty demeanor, said, "How many times must I tell you? You must pay attention to your appearance, carry yourself with the grace befitting our family, and be more ladylike." Song Yaoyao puckered her lips. Glancing up, she spotted her mother watching her and quickly plastered on a smile. "I was so excited I forgot. Next time I'll surely be more careful." Madame Song said nothing further. She had repeated these lectures countless times. The girl would always promise to change, yet never did. Fearing further reprimand, Song Yaoyao sought to distract her. She promptly had her attendants place the items she had brought onto the table and unpacked them one by one. As expected, Madame Song's attention was drawn to the objects on the table. She was utterly captivated. How exquisite they were! Each crystal sphere contained a unique pattern. Every piece was extraordinarily exquisite. Before long, Song Qingling also arrived. The moment she entered, her eyes fell upon the crystal spheres, and in 2 or 3 strides, she was before them. They all knew Song Yaoyao harbored secrets, but did not press the matter. Instead, Song Yaoyao introduced each crystal sphere in turn. "Mother, eldest sister, please choose whichever you like." Song Qingling asked somewhat shyly, "Yaoyao, may I choose more than one?" Song Yaoyao smiled. "If you like them, take as many as you wish. I have plenty more at home." Upon hearing this, Song Qingling's lips twitched. "Yaoyao, do you even realize what you were saying?" Each of these was a priceless treasure, yet Yaoyao spoke as though they were something commonplace, as if she had a surplus of them. In Song Yaoyao's eyes, these items were worth less than common Chinese cabbages. At least cabbage could be eaten. These were mere ornaments, beautiful to look at, but utterly useless. Song Yaoyao turned to Madame Song and said, "Mother, you should also choose several pieces." Madame Song, unable to part with any of them, replied, "Very well." Before long, the 10 crystal spheres had been divided between Madame Song and Song Qingling. Song Yaoyao then produced cosmetics, skincare products, and bath preparations, explaining their use to both women. She had a maid bring a basin of water, washed her face, and demonstrated the products on herself. After finishing her explanation, Song Yaoyao said, "You need not worry about using these. When you run out, simply come to me for more." Both women nodded. They had already instructed their maids to fetch water, eager to try the products themselves. The items Song Yaoyao had brought were entirely unlike what they normally used. The fragrance alone was intoxicating. After guiding them through a trial, Song Yaoyao finally departed. Once outside Madame Song's quarters, she patted her chest and murmured, "Thank goodness neither mother nor eldest sister asked where these things came from. I was so excited today that I brought out far more than intended and forgot to invent a backstory." Guagua, their attention was entirely on those items. They likely won't even think to ask. Song Yaoyao, that would be wonderful. I hope they never do. I certainly cannot tell them these things come from my previous life's world. If they learned I had been reincarnated with memories from another lifetime, who knows how terrified they would be. Unbeknownst to Song Yaoyao, Madame Song and Song Qingling had caught every word of her conversation with Guagua. Neither spoke of it, choosing instead to continue examining the gifts. That they carried memories from a past life was already known to them and caused no surprise. The following morning at court, the 7th prince was impeached by Censor Han. Soon after, Zhuo Weikong, Zheng Qinbin, Censor Han, and Minister of War Long, 4 officials, directed their accusations squarely at the 7th prince. At first the prince denied everything. But Lord Zhua and Lord Zheng then produced irrefutable evidence the 7th prince had administered sterilizing poison to Zhuo Qingge and Zheng Bifu, and both women had been slowly poisoned as well. The origin of the drugs, the precise time and location of administration, witnesses' testimonies, all were laid out meticulously. The evidence was overwhelmingly comprehensive. Ruan Xining, the other principal conspirator, was also taken into custody by the officials. Upon hearing that Yuan Xining had also been exposed, the seventh prince knew his fate was sealed. Song Yaoyao watched the proceedings unfold and thought, Gua seriously. Didn't the seventh prince's crimes come to light this quickly? Gua indeed, Song Yaoyao murmured. So this is what they mean by if you want your deeds hidden first, do nothing wrong. In truth, the emperor had already been informed of the matter the previous day and had flown into a towering rage. He cared little for the lives of others, but the fact that his own son was already scheming to usurp his throne while he still drew breath was utterly intolerable. How could he tolerate another snoring beside his bed? Not even his own son was exempt. Whoever dared to wish for his death and plot to claim the throne sooner would be made to suffer a terrible fate. Since the offender was his own son, the emperor had spent the night deliberating and had already reached a decision. The emperor declared, Seventh Prince Chen Haoran has committed crimes so grave that they cannot be pardoned. From this day forward, he is stripped of his princely title and demoted to commoner status. As for Yuan Xining, a mere female physician, her duty should have been to heal the sick and save the dying. Instead, she has used her medical knowledge to wreak havoc throughout the capital. Her crimes are beyond forgiveness. Yuan Xining shall be sentenced to death by lynching to be carried out in 3 days. Her 3 paternal clans shall be executed and her 9 maternal clans exiled to the barbarian frontiers. The emperor had in fact shown some leniency. For any other offender, he could have simply ordered immediate execution. But this was his own son. Though his bond with this son was shallow, he still harbored misgivings. If he ordered the execution of his own son, how would the people view him? They would surely brand him a ruthless tyrant who spared even his own flesh and blood. After much deliberation, he finally conceived a fitting punishment. Was this son not most devoted to power? By stripping him of his title and reducing him to a commoner, cutting off every hope he held, the emperor believed this torment would prove far more agonizing than death itself. At that moment, Zhuo Weikong and Zheng Chenbin simultaneously stepped forward and knelt. Your Majesty, we beg permission for our daughters to divorce the seventh prince. Both were victims as well. Neither Zhuo Qingge nor Zheng Bifu knew whether they would survive. Moreover, Zhuo Weikong and Zheng Chenbin were meritorious officials, and the emperor was willing to grant them this favor. He replied, Granted. Thank you, Your Majesty. Song Yaoyao could not help but sigh. Without Zhuo Qingge and Zheng Bifu's support, and with the prince's manner taken back, the seventh prince truly has become a man entirely alone. The seventh prince. No, he is no longer that. From now on, he should simply be called Chen Haoran. They are not leaving him even the smallest shred of hope. He will struggle merely to survive, let alone find any chance to rise again. Yet this Chen Haoran is far too vicious. How could he scheme against and harm those women so cruelly? His crimes are truly unforgivable. Yuan Xining also got what he deserved. He deserved to die. His Majesty reigns with wisdom. Gua chimed in. This Chen Haoran has played himself into a corner and lost everything. Song Yaoyao remarked. Indeed, he relied on his own abilities and managed to lose absolutely everything. Chen Haoran knelt on the ground, pressing his forehead repeatedly against the floor. Father Emperor, I confess my errors. I will never dare to repeat them. I beg you, Father Emperor, spare me this once. The emperor cast a cold glance at Chen Haoran and replied, The imperial edict has already been issued and cannot be rescinded. Take him away. Even as Chen Haoran pleaded for mercy, he was dragged away. Chen Haoran now had nothing left, and those he had wronged in the past would surely not let him go. First among them would be Zhuo Weikong and Zheng Chenbin, who would make his life a living hell. After court had adjourned, all present looked upon Zhuo Weikong and Zheng Chenbin with deep sympathy, at a loss for words to comfort them. Someone patted their shoulders and said, There will surely be a way. Your daughters will be unharmed. Zhuo Weikong and Zheng Chenbin could only nod. Throughout the entire affair, the Zhuo and Zheng households had suffered the most. On this, and once court had adjourned, Zhuo Weikong immediately dispatched someone to bring Zhuo Qingge back to the Zhuo residence. Since attending the wedding banquet the previous day, Zhuo Qingge had witnessed the events firsthand and understood the full scope of what had transpired. When the Zhuo household sent someone to collect her that day, she gathered her belongings without hesitation and departed. Zheng Bifu, however, was another matter entirely. She refused to believe any of this was real, convinced it was yet another scheme orchestrated by Zhuoqinga. In a fury, she stormed off to confront her, only to discover that Zhuoqinga's courtyard had already been completely deserted. Still unwilling to accept the truth, Zheng Bifu broke down screaming, "I will not leave the seventh prince's mansion." Her eldest brother, her own flesh and blood, had come to fetch her. Seeing how deeply deluded his sister remained, he ordered her bound and forcibly took her back. No small number of witnesses observed Zheng Bifu being bound and forced into the carriage. Thus rumors began to circulate. Zheng Bifu's love for Chun Haoran was genuine. Even though Chun Haoran had been stripped of his title and reduced to a commoner, she refused to leave him and was ultimately forced back by the Zheng household. Some said Zheng Bifu was loyal and devoted, others called her foolish for disregarding her family. Whatever the gossip may have been, it is a matter for another time. Meanwhile, after returning to the residence following court, Song Yaoyao remembered what Guagua had told her about lotus seed paste mooncakes. "Guagua, didn't you say you'd give me the recipe for lotus seed paste mooncakes?" Guagua replied, "Host, you still remember that?" Song Yaoyao responded, "Anything related to food or money, I remember it all clearly. Give me the recipe, and I'll have Bitao make them. We can enjoy them by evening." Guagua sighed. "Very well." Soon after, he printed out the instructions. Song Yaoyao quickly summoned Bitao. "Bitao, miss, what is it?" Without even glancing at the recipe, Song Yaoyao pressed the instructions into Bitao's hands and told her to begin. Bitao took the recipe and looked at Song Yaoyao with a troubled expression. "Miss, you've forgotten. I cannot read." Song Yaoyao slapped her forehead, wondering how she could have forgotten such a thing. She had assumed she could simply hand this off to Bitao and wait for the results. "Very well," she said. "I'll go to the kitchen with you. I'll read the instructions while you prepare them." And so the two made their way to the kitchen. Holding the paper, Song Yaoyao glanced at the recipe and muttered under her breath, "Guagua, can't you be a bit more reliable? This recipe calls for 200 grams of medium gluten flour. Come on, does this era even have medium gluten flour? And 200 grams. Does that unit of measurement even exist here?" Thank goodness Bitao cannot read. If she could, I would have no explanation. I've encountered unreliable systems before, but none quite so unreliable as you. Guagua retorted without hesitation. "I'm merely an emotionless system. I printed these directly from modern recipes. Can't you convert the measurements yourself? As for medium gluten flour, which doesn't exist in this world, couldn't you simply substitute regular flour? Don't blame your own incompetence on me. Did you expect this system to handle all the conversions and substitutions for you?" Song Yaoyao was left speechless. After Guagua's retort, she found herself at fault. Meanwhile, Song Qingling, having heard that Yaoyao was preparing new treats today, came to the kitchen with her maid. As soon as she arrived, she overheard their exchange and couldn't help but twitch her lip. It was true, like master-like system. Both were delightfully unreasonable. Upon seeing Song Qingling, Song Yaoyao greeted her warmly. "Eldest sister, you've come. I heard your maid Feitsue excels at making pastries. Might I borrow her?" Song Qingling nodded in agreement. With Feitsue's assistance, Bitao and Feitsue worked harmoniously together. After several attempts, the mooncakes were finally ready, though lacking a mold meant they looked somewhat rough and lacked intricate patterns. It seemed she would need to commission someone to craft a proper mold in the future. The mooncakes were then placed into the earthen oven. This oven had long existed, serving the kitchen's usual purpose of roasting chickens and ducks. While the mooncakes baked, a servant reported that Master Xiao Minglang and Master Gao Jiao had arrived. Song Yaoyao asked in confusion, "Aren't they elder brother's fellow students?" "They've come, so they've come. Does an elder brother keep them company? What do they want with us?" The servant bowed his head and replied, "The two masters said that Miss Second had promised them Guqin sheet music, and they have come specially to collect it. Young master requested I invite Miss Second to join them." Song Yaoyao pondered for a moment before remembering. During the poetry competition, she had promised them both the blue and white porcelain Guqin score. Since returning from the poetry meeting, she had simply forgotten about it. Nodding, Song Yaoyao replied, "I understand. I'll go over shortly." Song Yaoyao hesitated to leave the oven, but Song Qingling said, "I'll keep an eye on things here. Go ahead." Only then did Song Yaoyao depart from the kitchen, heading toward her courtyard to change. Her clothes were covered in flour. Guagua, quickly print 2 copies of the blue and white porcelain gouging scores for me. Certainly. When Song Yaoyao arrived at the front hall with the scores, Gao Jiao and Xiao Minglang rose to their feet immediately. Previously, Song Yaoyao had taught them mathematics for half a month, and the two held her in exceptionally high regard. In their hearts, Song Yaoyao was their teacher. For one day as a teacher, she would be a teacher for life. Although young Master Song had never considered himself their teacher in their hearts, he was indeed their teacher. The two cupped their fists and performed the respectful bow reserved only for teachers. Xiao Minglang spoke first. Young Master Song, we have come regarding the sheet music for blue and white porcelain. Young Master Song may not be aware that since the melody blue and white porcelain won first place at this poetry gathering, numerous copycat versions have appeared among the common people. However, the melodies have been twisted beyond recognition. It truly desecrates such a fine composition. If this continues, who knows what blue and white porcelain will be transformed into. Today we specifically came to retrieve the original sheet music. We wish to set things right and present the true melody to the world. Song Yaoyao asked in disbelief, such a thing exists. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, can sheet music have pirated versions? Can they be altered at will? Are piracies so rampant even now? It seems piracy is timeless. Guagua, in ancient times people highly valued zither chess, calligraphy, and painting. A fine musical composition could achieve legendary status. This is no different from modern times. Many people are extremely enthusiastic about it. At that time you only played it once. Many people were present, and they only remembered the general outline. They tried to play based on their own memories, but everyone recalled it differently, which led to the current situation. Song Yaoyao, I see. She then handed the printed sheet music to the two of them. This was modern numbered musical notation, 1, 2, 3. The staff was covered with such numbers. When Gao Jiao and Xiao Minglang saw it, they were utterly bewildered. They recognized these numerals. Oh, weren't these Arabic numerals from arithmetic? Why were they appearing in a musical score? Seeing their expressions, Song Yaoyao knew what they were thinking, so she pointed to the notation and began explaining. Song Qingyu also walked over and listened to Song Yaoyao's explanation. Soon after, Song Qingling arrived carrying mooncakes. Song Yaoyao had the maid beside her go to her courtyard to fetch the green guqin, and they began a live lesson. The numbered notation was truly clear at a glance. After a brief explanation, everyone understood. However, as this was their first time encountering such a system, they were not yet proficient and would need considerable practice. Everyone looked at Song Yaoyao with deep admiration. They realized that all the famous pieces they knew could also be written using this notation, making it far easier for others to learn. 2 hours later, Xiao Minglang and Gao Jiao left happily with the sheet music. By then, Song Yaoyao's throat was parched. As soon as they departed, she picked up the teapot on the table and gulplessly poured herself a pot, finally feeling revived. Only then did Song Yaoyao notice the mooncakes on the table. She picked one up and took a bite. The taste was exactly as she remembered, though the appearance was rather unappealing. She would need to hurry and make a mold. Song Yaoyao said to Song Qingyu and Song Qingling, "This is the flavor. You should both try some. The appearance is lacking. Once we use the mold next time, they will look much better. For now, make do with these." She also reminded them to just make do with these for the time being. That evening, Song Yaoyao leaned over the table and began sketching the mooncake mold design. Once finished, she immediately had Bi Tao find someone to produce it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During the morning court session, the emperor once again mentioned that the king of Miaozhong would arrive in the capital the following day, instructing the Ministry of Rites to prepare the reception. This time, the king's daughter, Princess Wanqin, would also be coming. Song Yaoyao had never witnessed the reception of foreign dignitaries. On the second day after court, after breakfast, she went with Song Qingling and their maids to see the spectacle. They arrived at the tea house early, believing themselves to be sufficiently prompt, only to find it already packed with patrons. Fortunately, Song Yaoyao had asked Bi Tao to reserve a place there the day before. Upon entering the private room on the second floor, Song Yaoyao impatiently threw open the window and gazed downward. What met her eyes was nothing short of a sea of people. Song Qingling sat by the table and poured 2 cups of tea, saying, "Yaoyao, come have some tea first. From here you can still see everything below." Hearing this, Song Yaoyao finally walked over and sat down. Indeed, from this spot, she could still see all that was happening downstairs. After who knows how many pots of tea and countless trips to the lavatory, the delegation from Miaozhong finally entered the city. Song Yaoyao quickly glanced downstairs and saw at the very front a middle-aged man with a full beard dressed in ethnic minority attire riding a tall spirited steed. Behind him followed 10 burly men, then a magnificent carriage, likely carrying Princess Wanqin inside. At the rear came their accompanying guards. The Minister of Rites had already been waiting there. After exchanging formal greetings, he led the Miaozhong delegation to the guest house. Had she waited all this time just to see this? Song Yaoyao tilted her head upward at a 45-degree angle toward the sky and complained, "I waited so long, and for what? I saw absolutely nothing. What a waste of my time and my emotions." "Guagua host, what were you hoping to see?" "Song Yaoyao, I thought I might catch a glimpse of Princess Wanqin of Miaozhong, but I didn't even see the hem of her garment. She never even left her carriage." "Guagua, there is still the banquet tonight. You will be able to see her then." Song Yaoyao suddenly remembered the banquet and said, "Oh, I completely forgot about the banquet." At the banquet, Song Yaoyao indeed caught sight of Princess Wanqin of Miaozhong. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but admire this princess of Miaozhong is truly stunning. Guagua's voice rang out at that moment. "Host, have you ever heard the saying, the more beautiful something is, the more poisonous it tends to be?" "Song Yaoyao, I have, but Princess Wanqin is a person, not an object." "Guagua, the principle remains the same." "Host, let me tell you. This Wanqin is a ruthless individual. She raises goo parasites using her own body. Her body is filled with venomous insects." As Guagua's words fell, the screen above Song Yaoyao's head displayed scenes of Wanqin raising goo within her body. Upon seeing this and imagining such black crawling insects writhing beneath a beautiful facade, Song Yaoyao covered her mouth and retched. This was simply too disgusting. Fortunately, she had drunk too much water at the tea house that day and had not eaten dinner, otherwise vomiting here would have made for an extremely awkward situation. Hearing Song Yaoyao and Guagua's conversation, others around them also began retching. The mere thought of such densely packed creatures crawling inside a single human body sent shivers down their spines. The banquet hall had been perfectly fine just moments before. Why had so many people suddenly started retching? Those who could not hear Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts gazed at the scene in confusion, for no one was there to explain. They asked around, but everyone was deliberately vague. "Song Yaoyao, this is utterly disgusting. It's just like that episode of a drama we once watched, the one about a painted skin. I simply cannot imagine it." "Guagua, I've heard that Wanqin has come here for a political marriage alliance. If anyone were to marry Wanqin, would they give birth to a heap of insects?" Upon hearing Song Yaoyao's words, images of grotesque creatures, human heads with insect bodies, flooded everyone's minds. It was terrifying. "Young Master Song, please have mercy, stop talking. They cannot withstand another scare." Well. Previously there were people in the Miao territory who raised goo within their own bodies, yet no one ever reported children being born as monsters. Explain it a bit more clearly. Those who practice self-cultivation of goo simply cannot bear children at all. If they somehow do, no one truly knows whether the offspring would be monsters or not. Song Yaoyao, so that's how it is. In other words, people who raise goo within their own bodies are as good as having taken a contraceptive elixir. They will be infertile for life. Guagua, roughly yes. As far as I know, none of those people have ever been able to bear children. Host, let's not dwell on this topic anymore. Is there any other gossip to be had here? Everyone, including the emperor, carefully observed the king of Miao and Princess Wanqin. After watching for quite some time, they noticed that the two appeared perfectly calm and composed. It seemed the two could not hear young Master Song's inner thoughts at all, which put them at ease. Song Yaoyao, whose gossip? Guagua, about the king of Miao and Princess Wanqin. As Guagua finished speaking, the screen above Song Yaoyao's head split into two, displaying images of the king of Miao and Princess Wanqin. Song Yaoyao, these two are not father and daughter. Guagua, indeed they are. Host, but the story within requires going back to the beginning. The late king of Miao had over 20 sons who had reached adulthood, 10 of whom were exceptionally outstanding and had every prospect of becoming the next king of Miao. The current king of Miao is named Wanqin, who was once among those 10 outstanding sons. To inherit the throne, the trials were extremely stringent. They tested not only martial arts, but also the ability to raise goo. In the video, it showed the late king of Miao's sons. From childhood, they were immersed in various medicinal brews. The children emitted heart-rending cries of agony. Some could not endure it and died on the spot. Those who survived had to begin interacting with all sorts of goo insects, learning to control them. Finally, they had to learn to nurture the goo with their own blood. The scene shifted, and among the surviving sons who reached adulthood, there were only about 20-something. Among them, 10 were exceptionally outstanding, each with their own faction of supporters. Many noblewomen present dared not look at those horrifying scenes from earlier and lowered their heads instead. Song Yaoyao, this is too terrifying. The sight gives me goosebumps. I just saw those snakes crawling onto those children. They couldn't move and simply let the snakes crawl over their bodies. Just thinking about that slick, slippery feeling sends shivers down my spine. This trial is far too twisted. Guagua, they make their living by raising goo. Goo raising is something everyone must master. It's simply that the selection and trials for the next king of Miao are far more arduous. To them, all of this is perfectly normal. Song Yaoyao, true. What seems twisted to us is perfectly normal in the eyes of the Miao people. Guagua, continue. Guagua, afterwards the late king of Miao, completely let those 10 sons fight amongst themselves. No matter how outstanding they were, without cunning and political acumen, they would be outmaneuvered and proven unfit to rule. Through a series of struggles and trials, only Wan Qibin and his elder half-brother Wan Sini remained. The video showed that the methods of political intrigue were numerous, setting traps, assassinations, poisoning, goo attacks, and more. One day he would place goo within his rival, and the victim would have to find a way to extract the goo from his own body. The next day, the one who placed the goo would find himself poisoned instead. Moreover, all of these schemes were permitted. In short, to sit upon the throne of the next king of Miao, one had to handle such matters with effortless mastery. Song Yaoyao, what is so special about this Wan Sini? How is he different? Why did you bring him up specifically? Guagua, Wan Sini is an exceptionally capable individual. Whatever covert schemes the current king of Miao, Wan Qibin, secretly employed, Wan Sini neutralized them all. Their rivalry went on for 2 years without a clear victor. Wan Qibin then devised a plan. He intended to eliminate Wan Sini through indirect means. Song Yaoyao, what plan? Guagua, the plan was to cuckold Wan Sini and preferably drive him to anger. Wan Sini had one principal wife and 2 concubines. Wan Sini's principal wife, Gususu, was renowned for her beauty. She was the goddess admired by countless men of their tribe. Yet she ended up marrying Wan Sini. Wan Sini devoted himself entirely to martial cultivation, raising goo, and the struggle for power, paying no attention to others or anything else. Gususu had married him full of romantic expectations, but after the wedding, she often found herself alone in an empty house. Wan Qibin seized upon this opportunity and appeared before Gususu every so often. Wan Qibin constantly comforted Gususu, saying a woman as wonderful as she was cherished by no one despite her elder brother having won her hand. One occasion, Gususu was intoxicated and the two ended up together. The video showed nothing but Wan Qibin courting Gususu. The intimacy between the two on screen made Song Yaoyao feel deeply embarrassed. A brother-in-law and sister-in-law spending every day together. No scandal would be surprising given the circumstances. Song Yaoyao glanced toward the distant king of Miao and pursed her lips. What on earth was Gususu hoping for? Wan Sini was at least decent looking, but this Wan Qibin was simply hard to describe. A face covered in thick beard hair, full of ferocity. If employing a beauty trap, one should at least choose a handsome man. Yet Wan Qibin truly had the audacity to consider himself a desirable man and used himself to seduce Gususu. And Gususu, were her eyes blind? She fell for it so easily. A man like that, and she could bring herself to kiss him. She certainly isn't picky. Could Gususu's aesthetic standards differ from ours? Guagua, Gususu probably preferred a rugged dominant type. I think Wan Qibin simply won her over in the bedroom. Song Yaoyao was utterly stunned. How could a system like Guagua say something like that? Song Yaoyao, Guagua, who taught you to speak like that? You've become corrupted. The crowd took a long while to finally comprehend what Guagua had just said. At that moment, the men felt immensely awkward. Some cleared their throats while others picked up their teacups to hide their embarrassment. Nevertheless, their eyes involuntarily drifted downward, glancing toward Miao Zhong Wang's lower body. The women present blushed deeply. Oh, was such talk fit for them to hear? Vice Minister Song and his wife wished they could sink into the earth. Gua Gua, does this require any instruction? In modern storybooks, 9 out of 10 are written this way. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, you are still young. You must not read such inappropriate materials henceforth. Gua Gua understood. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, continue. Gua Gua, yes, host. When they met again, Gususu felt an overwhelming awkwardness, yet Wan Qibin claimed he had harbored affection for her since long before. He spilled sweet words as though they cost nothing. Familiarity bred comfort, and so they fell into each other's arms once more. After several encounters, Gususu discovered she was pregnant. Upon learning of her condition, she immediately informed Wan Qibin. After much deliberation, they devised a scheme. Gususu would find an opportunity to pass the child off as Wan Xini's. The scene shifted to show Gususu pouring wine for Wan Xini, her appearance deliberately alluring. Though Wan Xini typically disregarded such matters between men and women, he was still a man in his prime, and moreover, she was his legitimate wife. Without hesitation, he lifted her into his arms and carried her toward the bed. Later, when Wan Xini learned of Gususu's pregnancy, he was overjoyed, and eventually Gususu gave birth to Wan Shan. Song Yaoyao, Gua Gua, don't tell me that this Wan Shan is actually Wan Qin. Gua Gua, host, you have already guessed correctly. Song Yaoyao, this is all so tangled. Gua Gua, how did Wan Shan come to be legitimized as Wan Qin? Gua Gua, Gususu claimed to have given birth prematurely to Wan Shan. After giving birth, Gususu continued her secret liaison with Wan Qibin. Later, after Wan Qibin successfully cast another venom upon Wan Xini, he revealed everything. How he had slept with Gususu, and that Wan Shan was his own flesh and blood. Wan Xini coughed up blood from the rage and fell into a coma. The fury accelerated, the venomous creatures consuming his body, and within a single day, he drew his last breath. After a pause, Gua Gua continued. Wan Xini's death meant Gususu was no longer of use. Wan Qibin dropped his pretense and ceased flattering Gususu. Gususu was no fool. She threatened Wan Qibin, demanding that he care for their daughter Wan Shan, or she would expose their affair to the world. The trials and selection process for the next Miaojiang king certainly did not permit such unethical conduct. If the clansfolk discovered this, how could he possibly hope to ascend the throne? Wan Qibin agreed. He openly brought Wan Shan back, declaring to the world that she was his illegitimate daughter, renamed Wan Qin. Seeing her daughter now had protection, Gususu intended to end her life, but Wan Qibin intervened. Truly, Gususu was too beautiful to perish so soon. She would make a fine secret lover. And so the two maintain their arrangement to this day. In the video, although Gususu was already in her 30s, she remained strikingly beautiful. Song Yaoyao gazed at the video and sighed. One must admit this Gususu possesses considerable charm. At any age, a woman's beauty remains her greatest asset and weapon. Wan Qin inherited Gususu's beauty and is indeed quite lovely. By the way, Gua Gua, has no one discovered the Miaojiang king and Gususu's prolonged affair? Gua Gua, at first they conducted themselves with great discretion. But later, when Wan Qibin secured the position of Miaojiang king, once firmly seated, even those who suspected their relationship dared not speak a word. Song Yaoyao, that is true. Even if discovered, who would be so foolish as to voice it? Wan Qibin fears no exposure, does he not? Speaking of which, Wan Qin's political marriage. Has anyone been chosen for this unfortunate fate? Whoever falls under her gaze is truly cursed. Who would willingly sleep holding a nest of creatures each night? What if one day the creatures within Wan Qin's body crawl out and into that poor soul? Just imagining it. Song Yaoyao shivered at the mere thought of such a scene. Not only Song Yaoyao, but others could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Gua Gua, indeed, it is truly gruesome. Everyone also wished to know whom was Wan Qin targeting. After the song and dance performances, the matter of political marriage was raised. Wan Qibin rose to his feet, bowed respectfully, and said, "This daughter of mine, Wan Qin, is but 16 years of age. I wish to wed her to your Tianfeng kingdom." The emperor smiled faintly and asked, "I wonder if Princess Wan Qin has someone in mind." Wan Qin scanned the room, her gaze landing on the second prince. Pointing at him, she declared, "I wish to marry him." Upon seeing the direction Wan Qin indicated, everyone froze. Song Yaoyao also caught sight of it and remarked, "This woman harbors grand ambitions. I hope she is not after that position." Guagua remained silent as Song Yaoyao continued. I feel such anxiety on behalf of the emperor and the second prince. We must never allow this woman to remain in Tianfeng Kingdom. She is a dangerous element. Were she to stay, the consequences would be terrifying. The second prince rose and declared, this prince is lacking in talent and of ordinary appearance, unworthy of Princess Wanqin. Furthermore, I already have a principal consort and 4 secondary consorts, and I am quite content with them. The implication was clear: all positions are already filled, there is no place for her. Princess Wanqin pointed to 2 other princes, but they too declined with various excuses. Princess Wanqin nodded. Then let it be. All present were bewildered. What was this? Was it really that simple? Song Yaoyao, Guagua, what is happening here? Guagua, she is testing our attitude toward Tianfeng Kingdom. She is not after these princes or the throne, but rather someone else entirely. Song Yaoyao's curious eyes instantly lit up as she asked, who is Wanqin after? Guagua Chui Yuji, the illegitimate son of Chui Chili, vice director of the secretariat at the 3rd rank. As Guagua's words fell, an image of Chui Yuji appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. He was a remarkably handsome youth. All members of the Chui family stared dumbfounded at the image on Song Yaoyao's screen. When had their household's illegitimate son become entangled with the Miaojiang princess? Song Yaoyao, this must be a major scandal. Guagua, tell me quickly. Such banquets did not permit the attendance of illegitimate sons or daughters. Though no one present had seen Chui Yuji, they were all curious about what manner of person he was. Everyone leaned in, ears perked, awaiting Guagua's next revelation. Guagua, host, do you still remember Miao Pei? Song Yaoyao, yes I do. Is this somehow connected to that traitor from Miaojiang? Guagua, somewhat related. Previously, a wanted order for Miao Pei was issued in Miaojiang. Wanqin used the pretext of searching for Miao Pei's whereabouts to leave their tribe. While Wanqin honed her skills, she also searched for Miao Pei. Song Yaoyao, so Wanqin encountered Chui Yaji. Guagua, yes. Their meeting was quite dramatic. Chui Yaji had arranged to travel with his fellow scholars. One day, as they approached the foot of a mountain, a gang of bandits suddenly appeared. Leading the bandits was a burly and remarkably muscular woman. According to the bandits, she was Duan Jiaojiao, the eldest miss of their Xianfeng stronghold, the sole daughter of the stronghold's leader. Chui Yaji and the other delicate scholars, though accompanied by bodyguards, were no match for the bandits, who vastly outnumbered them. Chui Yaji and his entire party were captured by the bandits. Duan Jiaojiao's gaze swept over the captives and immediately landed on the most handsome among them, Chui Yaji. She resolved to return to the stronghold and wed him that very day. In the video appeared a woman roughly 170 centimeters tall, weighing over 200 jin. This was Duan Jiaojiao. Her physique was entirely inconsistent with the name Jiaojiao. How could this be called delicate? She was more like robust. Duan Jiaojiao led her bandits in capturing Chui Yaji and his companions. As she passed by Chui Yaji, a clear look of admiration flashed across her face. Duan Jiaojiao displayed none of the reserve expected of women in this era. She walked over and studied Chui Yaji, closely nodding with satisfaction as she appraised him, muttering to herself, he does look decent, fair-skinned, and quite handsome. Barely acceptable to match my standards. His constitution is a bit weak, though. I'll need to nourish him well afterward. How can the man of Duan Jiaojiao be so frail? One nearby bandit remarked upon seeing this. Miss, we have plenty of burly men on the mountain for you to choose from. Why do you fancy this skinny little thing? Look at him. He's all bone and no meat, thin as a stick. So weak that I could lift him with one hand. The bandit hadn't finished before Duan Jiaojiao cut him off, glaring fiercely. You understand nothing. He is a man of learning, unlike you, brute, with merely brawn and no brain. Besides, he is the husband I have chosen. Treat him with respect henceforth. Speak ill of him again, and you'll answer to my wrath. Do you understand? The man retorted unwillingly, I understand. Duan Jiaojiao turned her gaze to the other bandits, who also hastily agreed. Understood. When Duan Jiaojiao turned back to Chui Yaji, her expression instantly softened into a smile. The speed of her change was remarkable. Chui Yaji, uncomfortably pinned under her stare, turned his head away. Seeing his reaction, Duan Jiaojiao burst out laughing. I didn't expect you to be so shy. Wait until we are married, and let's see how much longer you can maintain this air of bashfulness. Song Yaoyao, witnessing this, couldn't help but laugh aloud. What an extraordinary woman, the first of her kind I've ever encountered in ancient times. Is she planning to force herself upon Cui Yaji? Life is so dull. Whenever she sets her sights on something, she simply takes it. Truly admirable. Truly admirable. The grand hall echoed with Song Yaoyao's mirthful, schadenfreude-filled laughter. Many women in the grand hall stared fixedly at the scene on the screen, their jaws dropping in utter disbelief. Was it truly possible for a woman to forcefully claim a man? In their minds, men snatching women was a commonplace occurrence. Yet the inverse, a woman forcibly taking a man, had never once crossed their thoughts. Thus everything they witnessed in the video left them utterly astonished. Guagua host, are you gloating? Aren't you at all worried that Cui Yaji might truly be forcibly claimed by that Duan Jiao? Song Yaoyao, not at all. First, I don't even know Cui Yaji. Why should I bother worrying about a stranger? Do you take me for someone with nothing better to do? Worrying about some random stranger. Please. Second, Cui Yaji will absolutely not be forcibly taken. Otherwise, what purpose would Wan Qin serve? I know exactly what happens next without your prompting. It's simply that Wan Qin happens to pass by and rescues Cui Yaji and his companions, isn't it? Guagua host, you're remarkable. You deduced that perfectly. Your guess is largely correct. It is true that Wan Qin saved Cui Yaji and the others, but she did not act out of pure altruism. There were certain complications. Song Yaoyao's eyes gleamed with even brighter curiosity. What happened? Guagua, here's how it unfolded. Just as the bandits were about to march Cui Yaji and his party back to their stronghold, Wan Qin happened to ride past on horseback. Upon seeing Wan Qin's beauty and realizing she was a lone, seemingly fragile young woman, the bandits decided to kidnap her as well and present her to their stronghold leader. And so they blocked Wan Qin's path. Wan Qin was not one to meddle in others' affairs. If the bandits had not set their sights on her, she would never have intervened. But now the bandits had recklessly sought their own destruction, harboring ill intentions toward her. There was no helping themselves. Without question, Wan Qin dispatched the bandits, thereby indirectly saving Cui Yaji and his companions. In the video, Wan Qin struck without mercy, swiftly dispatching the bandits. Even unto their dying breath, the bandits could not fathom how such a delicate and fragile-looking maiden could be so formidable. Wan Qin had not employed poison nor cursed techniques. She relied solely on martial prowess. The bandits' numbers were overwhelming, and she sustained minor injuries in the process. Deeply grateful, Cui Yaji and his companions noticed her wounds and hurried toward the next town, ensuring she received immediate medical attention at the first clinic they reached. Thus Wan Qin became acquainted with Cui Yaji and his party, growing particularly close to Cui Yaji himself. As they spent time together, affection gradually blossomed between Cui Yaji and Wan Qin. Song Yaoyao, and then what? Why did these two end up separating? Had they not parted, there would have been no need for Wan Qin to come to Tianfeng Kingdom for a political marriage. Guagua, while their feelings ran deep, Wan Qin received a message from the king of Miaojiang saying there was news of Miao Pei and urging her to return immediately. Wan Qin had originally set out precisely to search for Miao Pei's whereabouts, and now that there was a lead on that traitor, she naturally had to return. Cui Yaji to this day remains unaware that Wan Qin is actually the princess of Miaojiang. And so Wan Qin left a note for Cui Yaji explaining she had urgent business and had to depart. In the video, as Cui Yaji gazed at the note, he was utterly disbelief-stricken. He could not believe Wan Qin refused even the courtesy of a face-to-face farewell. Had their time together been nothing but illusion? What did Wan Qin consider him to be to simply vanish like this? With Wan Qin's departure, Cui Yaji fell gravely ill overnight. Song Yaoyao, Cui Yaji is definitely wailing in his heart, "Oh my dear relatives, oh my precious baby, don't run away. Wan Qin, you big rascal, don't run, don't you run. How could you be so ruthless? Can't you even say goodbye to my face in person? Look at how broken this poor little cabbage has been left in your wake. Guagua host, can you act normal for once? This madness of yours is giving me goosebumps." Though Cui Yaji was indeed struck a heavy blow. Because Cui Yaji fell ill, the entire group did not continue their travels and returned to the capital instead. Wan Qin learned of his illness as soon as she entered the capital. This marriage alliance was all for him. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, are you sure you even have goosebumps? Guagua, that's an expression, do you understand anything? I may not have goosebumps, but what matters is I know how to use the phrase properly. Song Yaoyao, you're something else, you really are. Let's continue our previous topic. Gua Gua sniffed contemptuously, and continued. Wan Qin laid out so many arrangements, all to make the emperor feel guilty. With the matter of Miao Pei added, and we are entirely in the wrong. This marriage alliance is not about marrying off Wan Qin, but about having Cui Yuji become a live-in son-in-law. A man entering another family as a live-in son-in-law is a tremendous humiliation in our Tianfeng kingdom, especially a cross-kingdom live-in marriage that carries an even greater sense of disgrace. However, in our Miaojiang, it is a completely commonplace arrangement. As long as the woman is capable and comes from a respectable family, a man becoming a live-in son-in-law is quite ordinary. So that is their scheme. Song Yaoyao, so that's what they are plotting. Regardless of the outcome, Wan Qin absolutely cannot remain in the capital. Setting aside her character, the fact that her body is full of those insects alone poses endless dangers. What if Wan Qin someday develops some improper schemes and uses goo poison on others? I have heard that in Miaojiang there exists a puppet goo. The one who casts the goo controls those afflicted by it. These controlled individuals could be young masters of noble houses, high-ranking officials of the current dynasty, or even the emperor himself. In that case, the entire nation would be at the whim of the goo caster. The consequences would be truly unthinkable. I'm not overthinking this. I am preventing trouble before it arises. I sincerely hope the emperor will prioritize the greater good and not, due to pride over the live-in arrangement, insist that Wan Qin marry into Tianfeng Kingdom and remain in the capital. Gua Gua, yes, everything depends on the emperor's decision. Everyone present was terrified by Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts. If Wan Qin truly used goo insects to control people, Tianfeng Kingdom would soon see a change of dynasty. Would they still be able to live as they do now? No one dared to think further. The mere thought of himself becoming a prisoner of the state made the emperor shudder with fear. The emperor looked at Princess Wan Qin and said, since Princess Wan Qin has expressed her willingness to form a marriage alliance with our Tianfeng Kingdom, if there is any man of ours whom you take a fancy to, you may speak freely. Princess Wan Qin pondered for a moment and replied, I shall be honest with your majesty. I have come specifically for Cui Yuji, the illegitimate son of Chancellor Cui Chili. We have known each other since long ago. Everyone has expected she did come for Cui Yuji. The emperor nodded and said, since you two are already acquainted, then let this emperor be the matchmaker. You shall choose an auspicious day for your wedding. What do you think? Princess Wan Qin hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, I have another request, hoping your Majesty will graciously grant it. The emperor feigned ignorance and asked, What is it? Princess Wan Qin spoke sincerely, I humbly request your Majesty's permission to allow Cui Yuji to become a live-in son-in-law to our Miaojiang. I will provide him with ample betrothal gifts according to your customs. It is my genuine intention to marry Cui Yuji. Having said this, she performed a grand traditional bow of the Miaojiang region, awaiting the emperor's response. The emperor thought for a moment, then asked Chancellor Cui Chili, Minister Cui Yuji is your illegitimate son. Do you have any thoughts on this? Cui Chili rose to his feet and bowed deeply, saying, Your Majesty, this subject has no particular opinion. Everything is at your Majesty's discretion. After hearing Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts earlier, Cui Chili had learned that Wan Qin's body was filled with insects, and he found this woman utterly terrifying. Later, when he learned of the incident between her and his illegitimate son, his anger surged like fire. At this moment, he could only wish to beat that disobedient son of his to death. How did he end up bringing back such a demoness after a trip? The Cui residents would absolutely not permit a terrible woman like Wan Qin to enter their gates. If Wan Qin were to go mad one day, the first ones to suffer would be the members of the Cui household. He had several sons. Even though this Cui Yuji was outstanding, he was merely an illegitimate son. As long as he abandoned this son, the Cui family would never invite such trouble, nor would they have to live in constant fear and anxiety. A man becoming a live-in son-in-law might tarnish his reputation somewhat, but compared to the lives of all members of the Cui family, a damaged reputation was nothing at all. They only wished to get rid of Wan Qin, that terrible specter, as quickly as possible. The emperor nodded. Very well, then this emperor shall decide. Then turning to Wan Qin, he said, In the matter of Miao Pei, we are indeed at fault. Therefore your request to have Cui Yuji become a live-in son-in-law is granted. Since he will be entering your family as a live-in husband, we shall be considered the maternal side. The wedding will not be held here in Tianfeng Kingdom. Instead, everything shall be arranged according to Miaojiang customs when you return home. Thank you, Your Majesty. Song Yaoyao, long live the Emperor. He did not reject Wan Qin's request for a live-in marriage out of concern for face. Just a few more days, and after seeing off the king of Miaojiang and his entourage, this will all be over. I earn the wages of a cabbage seller, but worry like someone dealing in the most dangerous substances. I'm beginning to feel I am the cheapest, most exploited laborer in this world. Guagua host, you're only just realizing this. Accept your fate. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, can't you offer any comfort? Are you deliberately stabbing me in the heart? Guagua host, I do not deal in empty words. This is what I call being factual. Song Yaoyao could not be bothered to respond to Guagua anymore. Seeing Song Yaoyao silent for so long, Guagua asked, Host, why are you not speaking? Do you find my words reasonable? Sometimes Guagua was truly infuriating, and Song Yaoyao shouted, Get lost, you damn thing. Guagua, vicious dragons roar, Ayu, ayu, ay. Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao grew even more furious. What sin had she committed in her past life that she should have been paired with such a sharp-tongued system? From then on, whenever Guagua said anything, Song Yaoyao simply ignored it. Guagua finally fell silent, but not before throwing out one last remark. How boring. I always knew I was the most invincible, peerlessly powerful great system in the universe. I can't even find a worthy opponent. Systemhood is truly lonely. Perhaps I should put up a plaque someday with the words seeking defeat everywhere and failing. End of chapter. Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao rolled her eyes in exasperation at this. She had never encountered such a narcissistic system. Every single day it put on such a show. The crowd, overhearing the dialogue between Lord Song and Guagua, struggled to contain their laughter. Who would have thought that even Lord Song could be rendered speechless? They also mused like master-like system, both equally conceited. Once the matter of the marriage alliance was settled, the atmosphere of the entire banquet became far more harmonious. Song Yaoyao observed Wan Qibin's attitude toward Wan Qin and remarked, It's clear that Wan Qibin, the king of Miaojiang, dotes on his daughter, Wan Qin, immensely. Throughout the discussion of the marriage alliance, Wan Qin did all the talking, the king never opened his mouth. Guagua, yes, Wan Qibin is very fond of this daughter. If Wan Qin weren't a girl, she would likely be the next king of Miaojiang. Whether in martial arts or in the art of raising gu, Wan Qin is second to none, and her strategic acumen is impeccable. Wan Qibin couldn't be more proud of this daughter. His only regret is that she is a girl, so the throne cannot pass to her. Song Yaoyao, from Wan Qin's probing just now, it's evident she is meticulous in her actions, thinking 3 steps ahead. In ancient times, such a self-reliant and independent woman is truly worthy of our admiration. A woman must possess her own skills and talents to avoid being looked down upon. Setting everything else aside, Wan Qin excels in this regard, earning genuine respect. Moreover, relying on her own abilities, she could marry the man of her choice. If a woman is capable enough, men are hers for the taking. Guagua. After that, Song Yaoyao's inner voice fell silent. Many women present were lost in thought upon hearing her words. This challenged the very education they had received since childhood, leaving them deeply shaken. They looked at Princess Wan Qin in the distance, seated beside the king of Miaojiang, devoid of the timid demeanor typical of ordinary women. She was entirely at ease and unrestrained, evoking envy in all who beheld her. They then glanced at Lord Song, who was just as usual, languid and relaxed, head bowed as she ate. But they all knew that Lord Song was far from simple. She was not what she appeared to be. She saw through everything with remarkable clarity, and a single sentence from her could provoke deep contemplation in many. And so the banquet came to an end amidst the women's reflections. Song Yaoyao had assumed that after the Tianfeng kingdom handed Miao Pei over to the king of Miaojiang and his entourage, they would quickly depart with her. Unexpectedly, 7 days later, Song Yaoyao encountered Princess Wan Qin and Cui Yuji on the main street, with the second prince accompanying them. The moment Song Yaoyao spotted the group, she wanted to take a detour. Although she admired Princess Wan Qin's ambition, that didn't mean she wished to interact with her. That woman was essentially a walking nest of insects. The very thought made Song Yaoyao feel utterly uneasy. But the second prince, lacking any sense of tact, spotted her from afar and called out, "Lord Song! Lord Song!" Song Yaoyao steeled herself, pretended not to hear, and veered toward another path. Yet the second prince refused to give up, sending his guards to block Song Yaoyao's way. Cursing inwardly, Song Yaoyao thought, "Second prince, did I dig up your ancestral grave, or steal your beloved? Why must you single out a young girl like me? Don't you know Wan Xin is a walking nest of insects? You may be thick-skinned and unafraid, but I am terrified. I truly want to beat the second prince to death right now. He rarely exchanges a word with me normally, so why does he choose to pester me now? This is infuriating. Is there anyone who can come save me?" As the second prince approached, he overheard Song Yaoyao's cursing inner voice and found it rather amusing. He chose to ignore the insults directed at him. After all, Lord Song dared to scold even the emperor, so what was a mere second prince to her? Despite her reluctance, Song Yaoyao still offered a salute upon seeing the second prince and said, "Second prince, Princess Wan Xin, are you out shopping? Then please continue, I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave now." The second prince asked, "Princess Wan Xin is unfamiliar with the capital, so the emperor instructed me to accompany her on a tour of the city." Song Yaoyao nodded without speaking. But in her mind, she was already complaining. The emperor must be getting senile. If Princess Wan Xin has any questions, isn't Cui Yuji here? What's the point of the second prince tagging along? I truly don't understand why the emperor sent him. The second prince following an engaged couple only hampers their bonding. He's nothing but a third wheel. The couple probably finds him a nuisance. The emperor isn't afraid his son might get poisoned with goo. Wan Xin's goo arts are top-notch. The second prince didn't understand what a third wheel meant, but from context he realized it meant he was superfluous and bothersome. At the mention of goo, the second prince couldn't help but shudder. He didn't catch the rest of her words. He didn't want to be a pawn or be controlled. It was too terrifying. The second prince was already pondering how to distance himself from Princess Wan Xin. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he turned to Princess Wan Xin and Cui Yuji, saying, "If I remain with you, you won't be able to enjoy your stroll. Should Princess Wan Xin have any questions, she can directly ask young Master Cui. I won't disturb you two any longer." Princess Wan Xin nodded. The second prince shot Song Yaoyao a meaningful glance, and the group departed. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but ask Guagua, "Guagua, the matter of Miao Pei has been fully handed over, hasn't it? Why haven't the king of Miaojiang and his people left yet?" Guagua, during the previous period, Cui Yuji was constantly ill. When he learned that the emperor had betrothed Wan Xin to him, and that Wan Xin's earlier departure had been unavoidable, the knot in his heart untied, and he gradually recovered. Since Cui Yuji was ill, they couldn't travel. Additionally, they've been dealing with Miao Pei's case recently. Song Yaoyao, how was Miao Pei dealt with? Guagua, previously when Miao Pei was captured, she was held in solitary confinement. No one dared to approach her for fear of being ensnared by her tricks. But the king of Miaojiang and his people were not afraid of her methods at all. They had no intention of bringing Miao Pei back to Miaojiang. They dealt with her on the spot. The king of Miaojiang possessed the king of goo, so all goo insects behaved docilely in its presence. Miao Pei's goo insects no longer obeyed her. In the end, her heart was pierced through and her body was burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Song Yaoyao sighed. This is what it means to have the right specialist. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. The woman we had no way to deal with was nothing before the professional team. She became as compliant as a loach. Guagua continued, "Host, I forgot to tell you to save face for the Miao frontier. Cui Yuji was a concubine's son, too low in status, so he has now been registered under Madame Cui's name and become the legitimate son. This was the wish of the Cui family, and also the emperor's. Song Yaoyao, the emperor, is giving plenty of face to the Miao frontier. By the way, Miao Pei has also been dealt with. When do the Miao king and his party plan to leave?" Guagua, the Miao king and his party rarely get to visit the capital of Tianfeng Kingdom, so they want to stay a few more days to experience the local customs and culture. Besides, Cui Yuji has just recovered from a serious illness and needs further recuperation. The Miao king and his party plan to leave only after Cui Yuji's health is fully restored. They'll probably stay a while longer. Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao glanced at the second prince beside her and asked Guagua, "I'm not even familiar with the second prince. How did we end up together?" "I won't think about it. Overthinking causes hair loss and stunts growth." Song Yaoyao looked around, scratched her head. Guagua, is the second prince just going to follow me around aimlessly like this? What do you think? Should we pick a specific location and head straight there next? Before Guagua could answer, a commotion broke out not far away. What was happening? Seems like there's a big story. Song Yaoyao wanted to check it out. She looked at the second prince and said, Your Highness, I wonder what's happening ahead. I'd like to take a look. Would Your Highness care to join? Since I have nothing to do today, let's go see together. With the answer she wanted, Song Yaoyao quickened her pace. There were quite a few onlookers, and seeing that Song Yaoyao and her companions were well dressed, they proactively made way. As Song Yaoyao and the others drew closer, they saw a haggard woman kneeling before several burly men, begging repeatedly, Masters, please give me a few more days. I will repay your money with interest, both principal and interest. One of the burly men said impatiently, A debt must be repaid. That's only right. Last time you said the same, and we took pity on you and gave you another 7 days. We come again today, and you use the same excuse. Who are you trying to fool? We're not philanthropists. Oh, we can't afford to wait around day after day. If you don't pay up today, don't blame us for being ruthless and selling you to a brothel. Masters, please trust me one more time. Give me a few more days. I'll pay it back in a few days. The woman knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, crying in a pitiful mess. A bystander asked, How much silver does she owe you? The debt collector glanced at the questioner and said, 150 taels plus interest totals 250 taels. Many people gasped. In the capital, for ordinary families, 1 tael of silver could cover a family's expenses for 2 months. 250 taels was truly a huge sum for an ordinary household. The woman wept bitterly and said, I have no choice. My husband is paralyzed at home. I earn some money through sewing and embroidery. All the money I earn goes to buy medicine for him. Even so, it's not enough, so I had to borrow silver for his medicine. At that moment, Guagua's voice rang out, Host wants some gossip. About the woman on the ground. Song Yaoyao, there's gossip about this. Seems like things are not simple. Yes, spill it. As Song Yaoyao's words faded, an image of a woman appeared on the screen above her head. The woman in the image was unmistakably the same one who had been kneeling and begging on the ground, but in the image she was younger and had an innocent, naive look. Song Yaoyao looked at the image and said, In this picture, she looks about 15 or 16, like a delicate, tender flower. Look at how she's been worn down now. Alas, Guagua host, this woman is indeed pitiable, but not in the way you think. Let me explain slowly. Song Yaoyao, that sounds like a big story. Spill it. Guagua, the woman on the ground, is named Dai Shupei, and her husband is Yi Gongming. As Guagua's words fell, the screen split in two. One half showing Dai Shupei's image, the other showing Yi Gongming's. Song Yaoyao looked at the man in the video, handsome and upright with a calm smile and shrewd eyes. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, go on. Guagua, okay host. Let's start with Yi Gongming. The Yi family has been in business for generations, accumulating considerable wealth over time, and they are a well-known merchant family in the capital. The Yi family never had many offspring. By Yi Gongming's generation, he was the only male heir, the sole continuation of the family line. The entire family's fortunes rested on Yi Gongming's shoulders. From a young age, old master Yi kept Yi Gongming by his side, teaching him, and Yi Gongming was very promising, learning everything effortlessly. In the video, old master Yi took Yi Gongming everywhere, teaching him accounting and how to read ledgers. Yi Gongming grasped everything with a single hint. Song Yaoyao didn't notice that while she was enjoying the gossip, quite a few onlookers had gathered around her. She had seen these people just a few days ago at the Miao King's banquet. The second prince had already spotted them. Seeing that they were all staring at the top of young Master Song's head, he knew exactly what they were there for. Song Yaoyao, and then, Guagua, just like that, in the blink of an eye, Yi Gongming turned 18. Once while out on business, he saw Dai Shupei unconscious by the roadside and rescued her. But when Dai Shupei woke up, she had amnesia and couldn't remember who she was. However, on a jade pendant she carried was written the name Dai Shupei. In the video, Yi Gongming encountered Dai Shupei. Dai Shupei had many injuries and her clothes were tattered, but one could tell the fabric was of excellent quality. Yi Gongming quickly helped Dai Shupei into his carriage and took her back to the capital, then rushed her to a medical clinic. After taking her pulse, the physician said Dai Shupei's injuries were mostly superficial and not serious. Her unconsciousness was due to a blow and hunger. He suggested feeding her some rice porridge and then administering herbal medicine. She should wake up soon. After a bowl of rice porridge and a bowl of herbal medicine, Dai Shupai woke up half a day later. When Dai Shupai woke, she looked at Yi Gungming warily, remembering nothing. Song Yaoyao, it seems Yi Gungming took her in. Guagua indeed. Yi Gungming couldn't get any information from her, and he couldn't abandon a helpless woman, so he rented a small courtyard and arranged for Dai Shupai to stay there. In the video after Dai Shubai washed her face, she looked exceptionally lovely and charming. Yi Gungming gazed at her face and simply could not bear to abandon her. It was not that he was tempted by her beauty, but rather that a woman who had lost her memory, if left unattended in the capital with no relatives or friends, would face dire consequences. Yi Gungming told Dai Shubai they were merely small merchants running modest trade. He never revealed his true identity. Over time, as they grew closer, their feelings for each other deepened. The video showed scenes of Yi Gungming and Dai Shubai together. Whenever Yi Gungming had free time, he would visit the small courtyard to see Dai Shubai. After her health improved, she began asking around the streets about embroidery workshops, discovering her skill in needlework was quite good. Dai Shubai planned to take on embroidery commissions, confident her skills would be enough to support herself. Though she had lost her memory, her embroidery talent remained intact. Yi Gungming grew increasingly admiring of Dai Shubai's independence and self-reliance. Months later, Yi Gungming informed his family of his intention to marry Dai Shubai, only to meet unanimous opposition. As the next head of the Yi family and the hope of the entire clan, Yi Gungming's wife had to be a lady from a family of equal status. They refused to consent to Yi Gungming marrying a woman of unknown background. Others in the Yi family claimed Dai Shubai only learned of his true identity and was after the family's wealth. Yi Gungming denied this, insisting Dai Shubai could not possibly know his identity since he had concealed it so well, and that their love was genuine. But the Yi family maintained it was all an act by Dai Shubai. Under relentless pressure from his relatives, Yi Gungming's certainty began to waver. In the video, Yi Gungming was surrounded by members of the Yi family, each offering their own suspicions. They all agreed that Dai Shubai was faking it. Given Dai Shubai's background, even making her a concubine would be elevating her status. Originally, Yi Gungming had been certain of his feelings for Dai Shubai, but the interference from the Yi family had planted seeds of doubt. He devised a plan to prove that Dai Shubai's affection was genuine and not motivated by his wealth. The onlookers were eager to discover what method Yi Gungming had concocted to test Dai Shubai. His subsequent scheme was so ingenious that even a system found itself forced to acknowledge his cunning. Yi Gungming sought to gauge the authenticity of Dai Shubai's feelings for him. One day, he was carried bleeding to her courtyard. Dai Shubai was terrified upon seeing his condition, but despite her fear, she quickly gathered silver and sent his rescuers to fetch a physician. In the video, Yi Gungming appeared in tattered clothing with chicken blood smeared across his body. He had taken medicine beforehand to appear particularly weak and had bribed several physicians. Yi Gungming lay on a dilapidated wooden door panel while attendants carried him to Dai Shubai's residence. The physician examined him and declared that the brutal beating could leave him permanently paralyzed. Dai Shubai produced the silver she had earned from embroidery work over the past months, pleading with the physician to save Yi Gungming. He could only promise to do his best. This physician was among those Yi Gungming had secretly bribed in advance. After taking his pulse and prescribing medication, he stated he would return and send an apprentice with the remedies. The substantial fee allowed them to dispatch a young apprentice to deliver the medicine directly to the patient's residence. After seeing the physician off, the men who had carried Yi Gungming prepared to depart. One addressed Dai Shubai, explaining that they were former servants of the Yi household, now orphaned after the family's commercial ventures collapsed and creditors relentlessly pursued their debts, leaving the Yi estate entirely mortgaged. They added that young Master Yi had been beaten by the creditors' enforcers, and that they too were departing the Yi household. Dai Shubai finally understood what had transpired. Once the servants had left, Dai Shubai regarded Yi Gungming's soiled garments and decided to change him. With only the two of them present in the courtyard and their hearts already aligned despite being unmarried, she recalled how Yi Gungming had once saved her life. Steeling herself, Dai Shubai prepared to dress him herself. Upon seeing the purple bruises covering Yi Gungming's body from the beating, Dai Shubei's heart ached with sorrow. They were curious to observe how Yi Gungming would continue his performance. The bruises were indeed self-inflicted using a special concoction that Yi Gungming had purchased at great expense. When applied to the skin, it produced the characteristic purple discoloration. Yi Gungming's resourcefulness was remarkable. He had considered every possibility. Dai Shubei and Yi Gungming were not yet married, yet she was changing his clothes. One had to wonder how he maintained his composure throughout. This was only the beginning. Yi Gungming had far more schemes up his sleeve. His subsequent plans proved to be even more audacious than the first. From that day forward, Yi Gungming remained in a continuous state of unconsciousness, playing the part of a vegetative state patient in bed. The others gradually understood from the conversation between Lord Xiaosong and Melon that vegetative state meant completely paralyzed. The term itself proved quite fitting. From that day on in the video, Yi Gungming remained in bed, maintaining his act as a vegetative state patient. Dai Shubei never abandoned him, diligently wiping his body. In the initial days, Dai Shubei only cleaned Yi Gungming's upper body. As time passed and his lower body developed an odor, she hesitated before ultimately deciding to clean him there, as well beginning to remove his pants. Once his pants were removed, Dai Shubei blushed with embarrassment and closed her eyes as she wiped him. When her hand accidentally brushed against an inappropriate area, her face flushed crimson. She reassured herself that the person in bed was ill. If she failed to clean him, bed sores would develop, leaving her no alternative. Besides, Yi Gungming was in a vegetative state and aware of nothing. After murmuring these comforting words to herself, Dai Shubei finally relaxed. The onlookers were utterly astonished watching the video unfold. As a woman undressed Yi Gungming completely, he remained motionless. How capable of pretending? Song Yaoyao, could he really be holding it all in? In the video, when Dai Shubei was wiping his lower body, he showed absolutely no reaction. Could he be impotent by nature? Guagua, he's perfectly normal. He's just lying there enduring it, letting Dai Shubei handle everything. Song Yaoyao, absolutely unbelievable. This Yi Gungming is a total ninja turtle. In the video after that day, Dai Shubei took on twice as much embroidery work in order to earn money for purchasing medicine for Yi Gungming. After Dai Shubei left and confirmed she was gone, the hidden shadow guard emerged. He reported to Yi Gungming about the recent situation at the Yi family and matters concerning their business, awaiting his decision. Yi Gungming quickly made his decision, and the shadow guard departed with his orders. Once the guard was gone, Yi Gungming got out of bed and walked around the room, stretching and moving his body. Hearing commotion outside the door, Yi Gungming immediately lay back down on the bed and resumed his act as a vegetative patient. Song Yaoyao, good heavens, I don't even know what to say about this guy. Guagua, tell me about it. If this guy lived in modern times, he'd be wasting his talent if he didn't become a corpse on a dissection table. In the video after Dai Shubei entered the room, she first checked on Yi Gungming. Finding nothing wrong, she went to the kitchen to cook and prepare his medicine. After the medicine was brewed, each time she would set it on the table to cool and then go attend to other tasks. Yi Gungming's shadow guard appeared and, taking the opportunity, poured out the medicinal decoction and replaced it with a nourishing herbal soup. This kind of nourishing soup was harmless even to a healthy person and would benefit the body. And so once Dai Shubei felt the medicine had cooled sufficiently, she would return to the room and feed the cup of soup to Yi Gungming spoon by spoon. Song Yaoyao, oh my goodness, this is just infuriating. Dai Shubei works herself to exhaustion every day doing embroidery, and the medicine she procures just gets poured out like that. Guagua, there's no other choice really. After all, Yi Gungming's illness was fake. Continuing to feed him real medicine could literally kill him. So they had no choice but to pour it out. Song Yaoyao, watching this, I can't help but feel so sorry for this girl Dai Shubei. What kind of garbage man did she end up with? The video continued. Yi Gungming was actually defecating and urinating in his bed. Dai Shubei, not caring in the slightest, simply cleaned his body thoroughly and then went on to wash his clothes and bedding. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some people, upon seeing this, covered their mouths and rushed aside to vomit. It was truly too disgusting. Hearing the vomiting sounds, Song Yaoyao finally looked around and discovered many familiar faces surrounding her. It seemed everyone like her had come here to witness the drama unfold. Song Yaoyao nodded and exchanged greetings with them before returning her gaze to the video. However, the images in the video were so revolting. Everywhere she looked were those excreta, causing immense visual shock to Song Yaoyao. She couldn't help but curse. How fucking disgusting to actually do something like this. If only I had a knife, I'd want to knife this man right now. Guagua, you have to commit to the act fully right. Isn't this exactly what being a vegetative patient is like? If he could control his bowel and bladder movements, would he still be considered a vegetative patient? That would only arouse suspicion, wouldn't it? To avoid raising Dai Shubei's suspicions, Yi Gengming had no choice but to soil himself. Song Yaoyao, this is just too disgusting. Is this some kind of test or proof? This is simply tormenting Dai Shubei. Are the Yi family some extraordinary, untouchable clan? If they don't want to marry her, so be it. Why come up with such cruel schemes to torture a young woman? Dai Shubei has to think about making a living, paying rent, caring for a sick person, doing embroidery work, and fetching medicine for this trash called Yi Gengming. I genuinely feel so sorry for this girl. Hearing Song Yaoyao's inner thoughts, the crowd also felt considerable sympathy for this girl. This Yi Gengming was simply devoid of any moral bottom line. The Yi family, once they returned, they would have to thoroughly investigate what kind of family they truly were. Song Yaoyao urged Guagua, fast forward, hurry up, and fast forward, skip this part, it's too disgusting, I'm going to throw up. Guagua, alright host. As soon as Guagua finished speaking, the video began playing at 3 times the speed, quickly skipping past the section involving excrement and urine. When the video returned to normal speed, Song Yaoyao saw Dai Shubei studying an acupuncture point diagram, holding a needle, and practicing motions. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, what is Dai Shubei doing? Guagua, Dai Shubei felt that Yi Gengming lying in bed for so long was bad for his health, so she spent money to learn massage techniques. She often gives Yi Gengming massages. She wants him to recover, but she doesn't have the money to hire a doctor to come frequently for acupuncture treatments, so she brought gifts and knelt before the old doctor, begging him to teach her. The old doctor initially refused, but after hearing about Dai Shubei's story, how she has never abandoned her paralyzed husband and came to learn this skill solely to help him recover, he was moved and ultimately agreed. Pausing briefly, Guagua continued, Dai Shubei didn't have money to buy silver needles, so she used embroidery needles instead. You just hold the embroidery needle over a flame to sterilize it, and then you can use it. By the way, to avoid neighborhood gossip, Dai Shubei told everyone outside that Yi Gengming was her husband. In the video, after Dai Shubei had learned acupuncture and gained proficiency practicing on herself, she finally began needling Yi Gengming's body. Although she had become quite proficient due to nervousness, she still misidentified the correct points at the beginning. With one needle insertion, blood began to flow from the skin. Dai Shubei withdrew the needle and quickly checked Yi Gengming's expression, seeing that he was still lying there with no reaction whatsoever. Dai Shubei repeatedly apologized, saying that because it was her first time she was too nervous and next time she would be more careful. After making several more mistakes, Dai Shubei's hands finally stopped trembling. Song Yaoyao, he's just letting himself be needled like this, and Yi Gengming is still pretending not to move an inch. I just want to know, how does this person manage to keep pretending? Doesn't it hurt? I could see that the needles pierced into his flesh and quite a lot of blood flowed. This Yi Gengming is truly the ancestor of all Ninja Turtles. Dai Shubei is such a good girl. But her wholehearted devotion was fed to a dog. It was all just a deception. Why didn't Dai Shubei just needle Yi Gengming to death? She should deliberately make more mistakes each day and see how long he can continue this act. Or better yet, just needle him into permanent paralysis, turning him into a real vegetative patient, so he won't have to keep pretending anymore. I, an onlooker, have already reached my limit of tolerance. I really want to punch Yi Gengming's damn head in. Everyone was equally dumbfounded. They had witnessed the moment when the needles went astray. Yi Gengming had bled quite a lot. How could this person endure it without uttering a single sound? Looking at his delicate soft skin, his hands completely free of calluses. From the videos Guagua had shown earlier, there was no indication this person practiced martial arts. How was he able to endure without crying out? To maintain this act of illness, this Yi Gengming had truly gone to extreme lengths. This simply shattered everyone's worldview. They had also encountered people faking illness, but that was only for a day or two. For someone to fake illness to the extent that Yi Gengming did, he was truly one of a kind in the entire world. Yi Gungming was truly something else. Guagua Yi Gungming only knows some clumsy martial arts. Just now I saw that when the needle was inserted incorrectly, so much blood flowed out. It looked painful. Yi Gungming had been feigning paralysis for 3 years. After just a few months of pretending, he realized that Dai Shupei's feelings for him were truly sincere. He wanted to gradually wake up, but the Yi family said that since he hadn't been paralyzed long enough, they couldn't see Dai Shupei's true heart clearly, so they urged him to keep pretending for a while longer. Yi Gungming thought it over and agreed. Song Yaoyao, a man like Yi Gungming, is nothing but a mama's boy. He does whatever his family says without any mind of his own. It's utterly ridiculous. And such a person is supposed to be the next family head. The Yi family must be truly desperate to elevate such a worthless wretch to the heavens. Guagua host, let me continue. As time went on, Yi Gungming discovered that Dai Shupei's character was indeed commendable, and he grew increasingly fond of her. This girl, for his sake, worked tirelessly every day, bustling about, and even borrowed money from loan sharks. But he also came to understand Dai Shupei's temperament. If she ever learned that everything was a deception, there would be no chance for them anymore. Yi Gungming couldn't bear the thought of Dai Shupei leaving. Thus he had no choice but to continue his act. In the video, Yi Gungming had also considered confessing everything to Dai Shupei. But he had been pretending for too long, and there were too many concerns. Every time he was about to speak, he hesitated, and in the end, he simply couldn't open his mouth. So the pretense dragged on for a full 3 years. Everyone was stunned. 3 years, over 1,000 days and nights. How on earth did Yi Gungming keep up the act? Song Yaoyao watched the video speechlessly and said, "This Yi Gungming is utterly despicable. 3 whole years, not 3 days. How could he keep it up?" And look at Dai Shupei kneeling on the ground, being hounded by loan sharks who even threatened to sell her into a brothel. Yi Gungming must have known all of this. How could he stand by and watch her suffer like that? Yi Gungming is worse than an animal. Guagua, indeed, he's utterly outrageous. That's why I said from the start that Dai Shupei is pitiful, but not in the way you imagine. Her misfortune isn't due to the loan sharks, but because of Yi Gungming. Everything she has suffered is because of that bastard Yi Gungming. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, we must expose this scumbag Yi Gungming for what he truly is. Guagua, all right, host. Now it's up to you. Go for it. Concealing the movement with her pocket, Song Yaoyao took out a 250-tael silver note from her space and walked over to the burly man, asking, "She owes you 250 taels of silver, right?" The leading thug looked Song Yaoyao up and down. Seeing her elegant attire, he didn't dare act rashly and replied, "That's right. Bring out the IOU. I'll pay off the 250 taels for her." Hearing this, the thug's face lit up with joy. "Certainly, miss, please wait a moment." He turned to his underlings who were restraining Dai Shupei and barked, "All of you stop right now." The underlings immediately released her and repeatedly apologized to Dai Shupei. "Madam, we were just trying to earn a living. We had no choice. Please be magnanimous and let us off like a puff of air." "Yes, madam. If you'd said you knew such a wealthy person, this misunderstanding would never have happened." The leading thug quickly produced an IOU from his pocket. They exchanged the money and the IOU. After both parties verified everything was in order, the thug said a few more pleasantries before leaving with his gang. Dai Shupei stared blankly at what had just happened. Someone had paid off her debt, the crisis was over, and she wouldn't be sold into a brothel. Dai Shupei couldn't understand why Song Yaoyao would help her. She timidly walked over, twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, then immediately knelt before Song Yaoyao and kowtowed, saying, "Miss, your great kindness is unforgettable in this lifetime. I will work like a beast of burden, repay your money as soon as possible, and find a way to thank you." Song Yaoyao quickly helped her up and said, "Get up, there's no rush for the money. You can pay it back slowly. I don't need you to work like a beast of burden either. Earlier in the crowd, I heard about your situation. After your husband became paralyzed, you stayed by him and took care of him for so many years. I was deeply moved." After being helped up, Dai Shupei said, "Miss, thank you. Thank you for helping me in my most difficult and helpless moment. I will always remember your kindness, and I will repay the 250 taels as soon as possible." Song Yaoyao nodded and said, "All right." Guagua host, you really don't follow the usual script. In the storybooks, whenever such a scene occurs, a person as generous as you would certainly say, "Forget it, no need to repay the 250 taels." Your behavior is completely different from the storybooks. Song Yaoyao said speechlessly. Guagua, those are storybooks. They're all fake. We're in real life now. My 250 tales didn't come from thin air. Helping her through this immediate crisis is already very kind of me. I have no relation to her, so why shouldn't she pay me back? Helping her is one thing, repayment is another. I keep them very clearly separated. Besides, I never said the money should be repaid by Dai Shupei. Isn't there still that ninja turtle Yi Gengming? Isn't he the next head of the Yi family? Isn't the Yi family very wealthy? Let him repay it then. After all, that money was originally spent on him. Moreover, I can tell that Dai Shupei is a very proud girl. Telling her not to repay the money would only embarrass her. Guagua, so the host had already planned everything. Song Yaoyao continued speaking to Dai Shupei. I happen to know some medicine. I can examine your husband for free. Dai Shupei looked at Song Yaoyao thinking she was far too young. Which reputable physician wasn't advanced in years with graying hair? This girl looked only 12 or 13. How skilled could her medical arts be? She probably just had an interest in medicine. Still, this young woman had just paid off her loan sharks, so she couldn't very well refuse her directly. Since she wanted to examine Yi Gengming, she could let her take a look. It wouldn't hurt. So she said, my humble home is plain. Ooh, please don't mind it, miss. Song Yaoyao quickly replied, not at all, not at all. Dai Shupei studied Song Yaoyao's expression, saw her sincerity, and then said, in that case, please come with me. Song Yaoyao secretly rejoiced. Yi Gengming, your Aunt Song has come to expose you. Are you ready? Thus Song Yaoyao, the second prince, and their entourage proceeded directly to Dai Shupei's residence, with quite a crowd of onlookers trailing behind them, for they had already caught sight of it in the footage. Dai Shupei led Song Yaoyao, the second prince, and the prince's 2 guards straight to Yi Gengming's room. The other onlookers remained in the courtyard as the room was simply too small to accommodate such a crowd. However, the windows and doors of the room were all open, so those in the courtyard could see everything inside clearly. Yi Gengming remained lying motionless on the bed. Song Yaoyao stepped forward and carefully observed Yi Gengming. Having gained extensive practice in feigning illness, he showed no reaction whatsoever despite the sudden arrival of so many people. After taking a seat, Song Yaoyao grasped Yi Gengming's wrist to take his pulse. After a few moments, she released his hand, and Dai Shupei hastened forward asking, how is it? Song Yaoyao glanced at Dai Shupei, but said nothing. Instead, using her pocket as cover, she retrieved a set of silver needles from a spatial storage. Song Yaoyao had already decided how to expose this cowardly sneak. As a doctor, she knew precisely which acupuncture points would cause Yi Gengming to jump up immediately. Dai Shupei was extremely nervous. She stopped. Song Yaoyao hesitated for a moment, and then asked, Miss, are you confident about performing acupuncture? Song Yaoyao understood her concern for her youthful appearance made it difficult for others to trust her medical skills. Moreover, acupuncture was no trivial matter. A mistake could prove fatal. Song Yaoyao smiled and said, my medical skills are quite reliable, so please rest assured. I promise that after just a few needle pricks, the person on the bed will be jumping around energetically. Dai Shupei was about to speak further, but Song Yaoyao had already picked up the silver needles and began inserting them. Song Yaoyao's needles were aimed directly at Yi Gengming's laughter and pain points. No matter how profound his inner energy might be, stimulation of these points would inevitably cause him to leap up. Indeed, the very next moment, Yi Gengming jumped off the bed, alternating between cries of pain and bursts of laughter rolling continuously across the mattress. Dai Shupei quickly stepped forward, watched Yi Gengming's condition, and turned to ask Song Yaoyao anxiously, what's wrong with him? Before Song Yaoyao could answer, a man dressed in black suddenly appeared in the room, positioning himself in front of Yi Gengming and eyeing her group warily. Startled by the sudden appearance, Dai Shupei asked, who are you? How did you end up in my home? Song Yaoyao glanced at the man in black and remarked, why stop hiding now? You've been hiding in the tree outside every day, watching the person on the bed perform their tricks. That's been going on for 3 years. Aren't you tired? Your master Yi Gengming certainly has no shame. Clearly free of any illness, he pretends to be paralyzed in bed, forcing Miss Dai to serve him for 3 full years. I'm quite curious how a normal man like Yi Gengming manages to soil his pants. And you crouching in that tree every day watching your master's disgraceful antics. Surely you've had some thoughts about it. Weren't you ever sickened to the point of vomiting? Song Yaoyao was about to continue her taunts when Dai Shubei seized her hand and asked, "What did you just say? You're saying Yi Gungming never had an illness at all, that his entire condition was fabricated?" Song Yaoyao nodded and replied, "Correct, he was faking it all along. His Yi family never suffered any downfall." Dai Shubei looked into Song Yaoyao's eyes and asked, "How do you know all this?" "Do not ask me how I know, simply accept that I do. All of this is true." Dai Shubei stumbled backward several steps, bracing herself against the table before murmuring, "This is impossible. I hired several doctors to examine him, and they all said." Song Yaoyao interrupted, "Those doctors all claimed Yi Gungming was paralyzed, correct? Let me tell you the truth, if Yi Gungming wished to pretend his family had lost everything and to feign paralysis, he certainly anticipated that you would summon physicians for consultation. The doctors you invited had all been bribed in advance by him. Therefore, they deliberately spoke falsehoods, stating exactly what Yi Gungming desired. By the way, I have already sent someone to invite a physician who has never examined Yi Gungming before. It is impossible for every doctor in the entire capital to have been bribed by him. Just wait. A physician will arrive shortly." While she was speaking, the man in black who had been blocking Yi Gungming was subdued by the second prince's two attendants. They pressed his acupoints, disabling both his speech and movement. The second prince then added, "I have already sent someone to notify the Yi family. The current head of the Yi household, Yi Gungming's father, should arrive shortly." Dai Shubei stood there dazed. Song Yaoyao knew it would take time for her to accept this reality, but she would eventually come to learn the truth. It is better to endure a short pain than a long one. Song Yaoyao then proceeded to reveal to Dai Shubei everything she knew. Upon hearing this, Dai Shubei looked at Yi Gungming on the bed in utter disbelief and shouted, So all of this was a deception. Yi Gungming, you scoundrel. You made me suffer so much through your lies." Just then, two physicians entered from outside. Song Yaoyao gestured for them to examine the person on the bed to determine whether he had ever been paralyzed. The second prince's two guards approached and pressed Yi Gungming's acupoints. Yi Gungming ceased his rolling on the bed, lying completely still, though it was evident he was still in pain. The two physicians stepped forward and soon reached a conclusion, stating, "This person has never been paralyzed. His physique is remarkably sound. His current suffering has nothing to do with paralysis." Song Yaoyao nodded and had the two physicians escorted out. Subsequently, Song Yaoyao asked, "Miss Dai, did you hear everything clearly?" Dai Shubei nodded and turned to glare angrily at Yi Gungming. Upon meeting Dai Shubei's gaze, Yi Gungming, enduring his pain, said, "Bei, it is not what you think. Please let me explain." Dai Shubei roared, "Yi Gungming, you liar. For 3 years you have treated me like a fool, leading me around in circles. Were you laughing at me behind my back? Mocking me as a fool? Watching me toil day and night, embroidering relentlessly? Were you cursing my stupidity? Today I almost fell victim to those loan sharks being sold into a brothel. Do you take special pride in reducing me to such a wretched state? How I was the foolish one, allowing you to manipulate me so easily. I even thought that if you never recovered, I would spend the rest of my life by your side. So everything was a sham, all of it merely my own delusion. You beast, feigning illness day after day. How can you bear such a clear conscience?" Dai Shubei grew angrier with each word, grabbing a stool and hurling it at Yi Gungming. Still unsatisfied, she leapt onto the bed and began striking him furiously. Within moments, fresh scratches marred Yi Gungming's face. Only when Dai Shubei exhausted herself did she cease her assault. "Yi Gungming, do you think you can bully a defenseless woman simply because you are a man? Very well, if that is the case, I will make sure you can never be a man again, so the Yi family will have no descendants." With those words, Dai Shubei delivered several vicious kicks to Yi Gungming's lower body. The onlookers instinctively crossed their legs. A woman's fury was truly terrifying. Yi Gungming let out a piercing scream of agony, yet his body remained immobilized as his acupoints had been sealed. When the Yi family patriarch and his wife entered the room, they were met with their son's anguished cries. Though their hearts ached for him upon spotting the second prince, they immediately fell to their knees. The merchants of the capital were well versed in the identities of officials and princes. Only then did Dai Shubei realize the man before her was a prince, and she hastily knelt as well. The second prince did not bid the Yi couple to rise, but turned to Dai Shubei and said, "Miss Dai, please stand." The second prince was the epitome of showing preferential treatment. Song Yaoyao helped Dai Shupei to her feet. Only then did the second prince turn his gaze to the kneeling Yi couple and say, "You must have known about everything your son has done." It was not a question but a statement. The second prince scolded, "You bunch of despicable wretches." Yi Ruichong, the Yi family patriarch, and his wife hastily kowtowed in admission of their guilt. While kowtowing they pleaded, "We deserve death, we deserve death." The second prince glanced at the two on the ground and continued, "You do deserve death. Look at the son you raised. What has he done? Your entire family never ceases to amaze me. Pretending to be paralyzed lying in bed for 3 years while a woman tended to him day and night. How could he have the nerve? Truly fish rot from the head down. A whole family of good-for-nothings." Yi Ruichong and his wife continued kowtowing without pause. The second prince grew weary of the sight. Their deeds, though not deserving of death, were utterly revolting. The second prince turned to Dai Shupei and asked, "Miss Dai, how would you like this matter to be resolved?" Dai Shupei glanced at Song Yaoyao, who encouraged her, "Miss Dai, speak whatever is on your mind. With us here there's nothing to fear." Dai Shupei stepped forward and declared, "I wish to sever all ties with Yi Gungming. He saved my life once, and I cared for him for 3 years. Surely that repays any debt of gratitude. Let it end here. From now on we go our separate ways in peace." The second prince pondered for a moment. Since Yi Gungming had already been rendered impotent by Dai Shupei's kicks, this settlement seemed fair enough. He nodded and said to Yi Ruichong, "Since Miss Dai has spoken, take your son and get out of here." Yi Ruichong hastily kowtowed once more, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, thank you, Your Highness." "Get lost." Yi Ruichong and his wife quickly escorted their son away. Yi Ruichong thought the matter had ended, but upon returning home, he discovered that Yi Gungming alternated between agonized screams and uncontrollable laughter, his lower body swollen and red. This was because Yi Gungming's acupoints had unlocked on their own. Yi Ruichong summoned numerous physicians, and finally an elderly practitioner skilled in acupuncture managed to calm his symptoms with needles. The screaming and laughter ceased. However, lasting after effects remained. Occasionally the muscles in his face would twitch involuntarily, and his mouth was slightly askew. As for his lower body, the swelling had subsided, but he was rendered permanently impotent. Yi Ruichong was consumed by regret. Why had he ever allowed his son to test Dai Shupei? He should have taken a firm stance and refused that woman entry from the very beginning. News of the Yi family's disgrace spread swiftly through the capital's merchant circles. Learning of their deeds, people dubbed Yi Gungming with a new nickname, the Ninja Turtle. At first no one understood the meaning of the nickname, but after explanations circulated, everyone caught on. And of course someone had deliberately fanned the flames. When the merchants learned that the Yi family had offended the second prince and numerous court officials, they began to ostracize the Yi family. They had no intention of letting the second prince and those officials think they had any connection to the Yi family, lest they be implicated as well. Even at the cost of breach of contract penalties, they terminated their partnerships with the Yi family. Thus, within half a year, the Yi family had fallen into ruin. In just 6 months, they had dismissed all their servants and were reduced to selling off their estate. But that was a story for later. Back at the scene after Yi Ruichong and his wife had taken Yi Gungming away, Dai Shupei could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face. Song Yaoyao patted Dai Shupei's shoulder and said, it's all right. Let it all out." Song Yaoyao thought, Guagua, Dai Shupei has no family, has lost her memory, and now she's offended the Yi family. If the Yi family seeks revenge in the future, what will she do? I'm thinking of bringing her back to the manor to stay, but I wonder if mother will agree. Guagua, host, your mother is usually fierce, but she's all bark and no bite. She will definitely agree. However, host, I have an even better solution. Would you like to hear it? Song Yaoyao, what solution? Guagua, host, I know Dai Shupei's true identity. We can notify her family. Song Yaoyao had nearly forgotten that Guagua was an encyclopedia of knowledge. She quickly asked, what is Dai Shupei's identity? As her words faded, an image of Dai Shupei appeared above her head once again. Guagua, Dai Shupei is the legitimate granddaughter of Dai Shobua, a renowned Confucian scholar from the Jiangnan region. 3 years ago, Dai Shupei's maternal grandmother fell ill. She was traveling under the protection of her guards and maids to visit her grandmother when bandits attacked on the road. All her guards and maids perished defending her. While fleeing, she fell off a cliff, sustaining injuries and losing her memory. That was when Yi Gungming rescued her. The images showed the harrowing ordeal Dai Shupei endured. Song Yaoyao, I've heard of this Dai Shubua. He is very renowned in the Jiangnan region. I've heard that many court officials from Jiangnan are his disciples. Guagua, that's right, exactly him. By the way, Dai Shupei's full aunt lives in the capital. She is the wife of Mei Sais, the Minister of Works. Minister Mei was also a student of the great scholar Dai, and later married his daughter. We can send her to Lady Mei's residence first. Host, have you figured out how to explain Dai Shupei's identity to others? Song Yaoyao, it's quite a headache. Let me think. I need to come up with a plausible reason. Every time I want to help someone, I have to rack my brains for a good excuse. And my brain, it just moves so slowly at critical moments. What a worry. Just as Song Yaoyao and Guagua were fretting, the second prince spoke up. Little Lord Song, I just received news that this Miss Dai is a relative of the Minister of Works, Lord Mei. The minister's wife is Miss Dai's own aunt. We could send Miss Dai to Lord Mei's residence. Song Yaoyao couldn't help but admire Guagua. I was just worried about how to explain Miss Dai's identity. Who would have thought the second prince would be so helpful and had already investigated? This way we don't need to worry about Miss Dai's safety anymore. Afterwards, Dai Shubei packed her things, and their group saw her off to Lord Mei's mansion. The moment Madame Mei saw Dai Shubei, she said in disbelief, "Bei, why are you in the capital? Where have you been these past few years? After you went missing, our family was nearly driven mad with worry. Your grandfather and maternal grandfather both sent people searching everywhere, but not a single trace was found." Dai Shubei looked at Madame Mei, only gazing nervously and blankly at the person before her. Dai Shubei could tell that the noble lady before her cared deeply, but she had no recollection of the person in front of her at all. Her heart was lost in confusion and filled with fear. Madame Mei noticed something was amiss, and then turned her gaze to the second prince and Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao sighed and relayed everything she knew to Madame Mei. Madame Mei could never have imagined that Dai Shubei had been brought all the way from Jiangnan to the capital, a place so far apart. What shocked her even more was that her own niece had been tormented for 3 years right under her own nose. Madame Mei nearly erupted on the spot from fury. However, with the second prince and Song Yaoyao present, she restrained herself. Their own family member had been mistreated like this. Such arrogance was intolerable. Upon hearing Song Yaoyao's account, Lord Mei was equally furious. The thought that his teacher had fallen ill several times over this very granddaughter made him tremble with rage. How dare a mere merchant act so audaciously? Madame Mei informed Song Yaoyao that she would quickly send someone to Jiangnan to notify the family. With the girls safely delivered, the remaining matters were Lord Mei's to handle, so Song Yaoyao and his companions prepared to depart. After Song Yaoyao and the others left, Lord Mei immediately contacted several officials in court, all of whom were disciples of Grand Scholar Dai. When they gathered at the Mei residence and learned that their teacher's granddaughter had been humiliated by a merchant for 3 years, each one seethed with indignation. What gave an unscrupulous merchant the courage to demean the teacher's own precious granddaughter? After discussion, they sent people to publicize everything the Yi family had done. Lord Mei and the others were those who stoked the flames behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Song Yaoyao was in high spirits. She had done a good deed today by helping a kind-hearted girl. Glancing at the time, it was getting late, and at that very moment her stomach began to rumble. Madame Mei had offered to keep them for a meal earlier, but they declined. The family had just reunited and surely had much to say, so they did not wish to intrude. Hearing Song Yaoyao's stomach growl, the second prince raised his eyebrow and said, "It's getting late, and my own stomach is feeling empty. I'd like to go to a restaurant for something to eat. Would you join us, little Lord Song?" Song Yaoyao's eyes lit up instantly, and she said, "Since the second prince has extended such a sincere invitation, then I shall gladly accept." The second prince nodded. Song Yaoyao followed alongside them, unable to hide the joy in her eyes. Guagua, who would have thought the second prince would be so generous, offering to treat me to a meal? I've been busy for so long. I'm truly hungry. Today I get to dine at someone else's expense again. Guagua, do you think I was a koi fish in some distant past life? Look at my luck. The moment my stomach rumbles, someone offers to buy me a meal. Whatever I wish for seems to come true. Guagua puckered his lips and said, "I don't know whether your ancestor in some distant past was a koi fish." But I can tell you, one of your previous lives was definitely a big-tailed monkey jumping up and down everywhere. Song Yaoyao, you're the monkey, and your whole family are monkeys. Your monkey's bottom and your face are both red. You can't even tell which is which. Godwa host, your face is the bottom, and your bottom is the face. You're the one who eats with your chrysanthemum. Song Yaoyao, Godwa, aren't you disgusting? Song Yaoyao and Godwa's daily banter began anew. For the second prince, it was the first time he had heard the little lord and Godwa trade barbs, and he found it quite amusing. As the second prince casually turned his head, he spotted the crowd of onlookers not far off still trailing behind them. He was dumbfounded. Why were these people still following them? Earlier, when he and little Lord Song had entered the Mei residence, these people had not followed. He had assumed they had dispersed, but now it seemed they had been hiding in some corner waiting for them to emerge. These folks were remarkably diligent in their gossip every single day. Song Yaoyao and the others soon arrived at Fumin Tower. Gazing at Fumin Tower, Song Yaoyao couldn't help but mutter to herself, these princes really know how to live. Every time they invite me to eat, we end up at Fumin Tower. It's like keeping the wealth within the family, generating revenue for their father no less. But then again, there are plenty of restaurants in the capital. I've only been to Fumin Tower, so I have no idea whether the other establishments serve better food. Godwa host, that's called being shrewd and resourceful. Unlike you, who doesn't manage a household, has no idea how costly firewood and rice can be. Song Yaoyao, Godwa, are you a contrarian? No matter what I say, you have to argue with me about it. Godwa, fine, seeing how cowardly you are, I'll let you off today. Song Yaoyao, let me off, my grandfather indeed, scram. Godwa can't win the argument, so you start roaring again. The tigress is showing her claws. Song Yaoyao. Song Yaoyao simply stopped talking. The more she spoke, the more Godwa got excited. If she couldn't beat them, she could surely avoid them. Yet Godwa kept shouting, host, have you turned cowardly? Why aren't you speaking? Song Yaoyao. Godwa, host, say something. Host, you're just a coward. Song Yaoyao. No matter how much Godwa riled her up, Song Yaoyao, though itching with frustration, refused to respond. After a while, finding Song Yaoyao ignoring him, Godwa also grew bored and fell silent. Hardly had they entered the private room when loud noise and crying erupted from outside. What was happening? The second prince and the others stepped out of the private room and stood on the corridor, gazing toward the source of the commotion. There at the top of the second-floor staircase, a young lady lay in pain on the ground, while her maid knelt beside her weeping and wailing. Miss, what's wrong with you? Miss, what has happened to you? A crowd had already gathered. Princess Wanqin and Shui Yuji were also standing among the onlookers. The maid turned and glared angrily at Princess Wanqin, demanding, you wicked witch, what have you done to my young mistress? Princess Wanqin ignored that maid and turned to leave when unexpectedly the maid lunged forward directly. Princess Wanqin was caught off guard and was indeed grabbed by the legs of that maid, only to hear her crying out, you cannot leave, you cannot leave. You harmed my young miss and cannot leave. Before Princess Wanqin could react, her maid delivered a kick that sent the servant sprawling onto the ground, cursing, how dare you? Do you know who my young miss is? You dare to lunge at her. Truly you've given up on living. Hearing this, the maid visibly shrank back, but remembering that if her young miss came to harm, she would not survive returning, she went ahead and cried out defiantly, is there no justice in this world? Right in the Imperial city beneath the sun of heaven's feet, you dare to openly harm people. The culprit is right here, and her attendant even struck someone. Pointing at Princess Wanqin, the maid declared, the murderer is her. Princess Wanqin's attendant scolded, what nonsense are you spouting? How is this nonsense? We had an unpleasant exchange just now, and then my young miss suddenly collapsed and ended up like this. If not you, then who, eh? Absolute nonsense. Song Yaoyao, Guagua, what's happening down below? Guagua, didn't you ignore me just now? Now you're willing to deign to speak with me with that precious mouth of yours. Song Yaoyao didn't expect Guagua would still hold on to that grudge, but she wasn't embarrassed either. That was so long ago, and you're still bringing it up. Guagua is the best, just tell me what's going on downstairs, okay? Guagua said haughtily, fine, since you're being so pitiful, I'll tell you. That woman writhing on the ground in agony downstairs is Yin Hui, the legitimate daughter of Yin Huai, Grand General Huaihua of the third rank. As Guagua finished speaking, an image of Yin Hui appeared above Song Yaoyao's head. Song Yaoyao, why is she fighting with Princess Wan Qin? Gua Gua, this Yin Hui Hui is truly a character one hardly knows how to describe. In the capital city, her reputation is quite poor whenever it comes to the children of officials whose ranks fall below her father's. Whether legitimate or illegitimate son or daughter, if she takes a dislike to them, she'll pick a quarrel and use the opportunity to beat them soundly. Her lackeys know exactly how far to push when they beat people, leaving only surface wounds, never damaging bones or sinews. After finishing their work, they compensate the victim with medical expenses, and the matter is settled. When she encounters a woman more beautiful than herself, she resorts to poisoning to ruin their looks. Yin Hui Hui is simply one of the most notorious pests in the capital. The footage is nothing but scenes of Yin Hui Hui bullying others, forcing a woman to kneel publicly and oink like a pig, or asking an overweight girl whether her weight could kill someone just by sitting on them. There was also a man with prominent teeth whom she had forcibly extracted until he fainted from the pain. Such incidents were far too numerous to count. Even the second prince had heard rumors about her. She'd already reached marriageable age, yet no suitors had come calling. Onlookers gathered nearby were visibly startled by what they witnessed on screen. They'd long heard of Yin Hui Hui and her ill repute, though the details remained hearsay. Today they finally witnessed just how vicious she truly was. Watching all this made Song Yaoyao grit her teeth. This person is far too wicked. Does nobody rein her in? Don't any of her victims come knocking for justice? Gua Gua replied. As mentioned earlier, her lackeys know precisely how far to push. They leave only superficial bruises that heal with time. And after beating someone, don't they always compensate with medical expenses? Moreover, those she bullied held fathers with lower official ranks than Yin Ho Hui, leaving Yin Hui Hui completely untouchable. They endured it all, fearing that offending her would bring retribution upon their families from the Yin estate. Most crucially, Yin Ho Hui has been stationed along the frontier for years. So even if Yin Hui Hui errs, as long as she hasn't taken a life or set fires, the emperor will shield her. Song Yaoyao mused. I think Yin Hui Hui simply picks on those weaker than herself, only daring to bully those whose fathers hold lower ranks. Surely her elders within the mansion must know of her conduct. Gua Gua responded. Speaking of which, host, let me first explain the situation at the Yin residence. This tale is quite lengthy and stretches back considerable time. It all begins with Yin Hui Hui's father, Yin Ho Hui. At that moment, an image of Yin Ho Hui appeared on the screen above Song Yaoyao's head. Gua Gua continued. Yin Ho Hui and his first wife, Zhong Lingxiu, grew up together as childhood sweethearts. When the time came for marriage negotiations, their hearts aligned and they wed. 3 years into their marriage, they were blessed with their daughter, Yin Hui Hui. The couple doted on her extravagantly. When Yin Hui Hui was merely 2 years old, Zhong Lingxiu traveled to offer incense outside the city walls. On the way, disaster struck. Both she and the carriage plummeted over a cliff, perishing instantly. Upon receiving the news, Yin Ho Hui was overwhelmed with grief, unable to recover from the loss of his wife. The footage showed him and Zhong Lingxiu as carefree children who grew up together, eventually marrying when they came of age. After marriage, their affection deepened further, each day sweeter than the last. But after Zhong Lingxiu's passing, Yin Ho Hui drank himself into a stupor daily. Only wine could numb his torment. Left unattended at just 2 years old, Yin Hui Hui was taken in and raised by Madame Yin, her grandmother. In the blink of an eye, a year passed, yet Yin Ho Hui remained unable to accept his wife's departure, cycling between court duties and drunkenness, moving through life in a daze. Song Yaoyao observed. Yin Ho Hui truly loved his wife deeply. But the dead are gone, and the living must move forward. None had anticipated the depth of Yin Ho Hui's devotion to his late wife. Gua Gua, Madame Yin grew concerned that her son would be utterly ruined if this continued. She proposed he take another wife, but Yin Ho Hui refused outright. The video showed him rejecting the suggestion. Madame Yin urged him that Hui Hui was still young and needed a mother, and even if he didn't consider himself, he should think of his daughter. Besides, the Yin family still lacked a legitimate heir, and she could never face her ancestors in death. Yet despite these pleas, Yin Ho Hui maintained his refusal to remarry. With no other recourse, Madame Yin proceeded according to her own design. She secretly arranged matches for Yin Ho Hui and ultimately chose present stepmother Bao Mingdai. The plan was straightforward since In Ho Huai drank himself into unconsciousness daily. Madame In had Bao Mengdai placed beside him. Bao Mengdai was a lady from a fourth-rank official's household, a concubine-born daughter, yet still a young lady of standing, making her unsuitable for anything less than a proper marriage. When In Ho Huai learned that his mother had orchestrated everything, he ceased his resistance. Thus Bao Mengdai married In Ho Huai. Song Yaoyao would happen later. Guagua, even after they were married, In Ho Huai was indifferent to Bao Mengdai. Though they shared a bed at night, he never touched her. Even so, Bao Mengdai did not get angry. She still managed the household with a cheerful smile every day. In the video, Bao Mengdai humbled herself to please the old Madame In and treated In Hui Hui especially well. Thus half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In Ho Huai saw everything Bao Mengdai did, but he still wanted to observe further. While In Ho Huai was observing Bao Mengdai, the old Madame In was also observing her. Guagua continued during the observation. Another half year passed, and Bao Mengdai had been married into the family for a full year. All her uncomplaining hard work was witnessed by both In Ho Huai and the old Madame In. Gradually, In Ho Huai was moved. He felt he had been too cold to her, for she was already his wife and deserved better treatment. With a slight sense of guilt arising in him, Bao Mengdai noticed it and took the opportunity to propose consummating their marriage. In Ho Huai did not refuse and agreed. Thus they consummated their union. The old Madame In also thought Bao Mengdai had good character and that a child should be raised by its mother, so she confidently entrusted In Hui Hui to Bao Mengdai's care. In the video, Bao Mengdai was uncomplainingly managing all the household affairs. Song Yaoyao, why do I find this so strange? I feel that Bao Mengdai is so fake. It seems like she's acting all along. Guagua host intuition is right. She is indeed acting. Before Bao Mengdai married out, her stepmother could not tolerate the concubine-born children, so she learned to act. If she hadn't pretended to be foolish and dull, she would probably have died long ago. Bao Mengdai knew exactly what she wanted. Even if In Ho Huai didn't love her as long as she had her own child, and raised them, while the child would be her future hope, and she would fear nothing. She just needed to seize the opportunity to bear her own child. Unexpectedly, the old lady even placed the legitimate daughter into her hands. What a pleasant surprise. In the video, when the old Madame In handed In Hui Hui over to Bao Mengdai, she flashed a sinister smile where no one else could see. Song Yaoyao, seeing the state of In Hui Hui, I've already guessed that Bao Mengdai intentionally raised her to ruin. This is called spoiling to destroy. Guagua, exactly as the host said, spoiling to destroy. In the video, Bao Mengdai gave birth to 2 children in 3 years, a son and a daughter. Bao Mengdai was extremely strict with her own children. If they failed to master the tutor's lessons, they would be punished. But when it came to In Hui Hui, as soon as she complained of tiredness, Bao Mengdai would immediately say, Hui Hui, if you're tired, take a break before studying. It is said that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue. Besides, your father is a great general. In this capital, anyone whose official rank is lower than your father's, you can bully them without fear. Even if they come to complain, isn't your mother here? I will handle it for you. In Hui Hui firmly remembered these words. From then on, she deliberately targeted the children of officials lower in rank than her father. After beating someone, she would compensate with some silver, and most of the time the matter would be settled. But when silver couldn't solve it, Bao Mengdai would appear and go to apologize on In Hui Hui's behalf. The apology was made a big spectacle, as if she wanted the whole capital to know. Over time, Bao Mengdai's reputation as a kind mother grew, while In Hui Hui's reputation as a wicked girl became increasingly notorious. The crowd watched the video in disbelief. Bao Mengdai was famously a kind mother in the capital, but it turned out all of it was a facade. In Hui Hui was just a stepping stone for her and her children. When others mentioned Bao Mengdai's 2 children, they were full of praise, but when they mentioned In Hui Hui, they showed contempt and disdain. Whenever others expressed sympathy for Bao Mengdai, she would give a helpless smile and say, alas, it's hard being a stepmother. Actually, Hui Hui is not a bad child. She's just too young and immature. I believe she will change when she grows older. At this moment, Bao Mengdai was like a helpless, fragile white lotus battered by In Hui on the verge of collapse. Song Yaoyao, this Bao Mengdai is old enough, yet she still acts like a young girl playing the innocent. I'm covered in goosebumps. Have the Yin family never noticed her malicious intentions all these years? Guagua, after Bao Mengdai gave birth to a son and a daughter, the border needed a garrison commander. Yin Hohuai volunteered and went to the frontier. Even though several years had passed, Yin Hohuai still didn't like Bao Mengdai. He felt he had already fulfilled his duty of continuing the family line. The thought of having been intimate with another woman made him feel he had betrayed his late wife. He felt tainted. He was ashamed before his late wife and couldn't face Bao Mengdai. He took the opportunity to leave the capital so he wouldn't have to see Bao Mengdai anymore. As for the old Madame Yin, at first, she didn't notice anything. It was only when Bao Mengdia's reputation kept improving while Yin Huahui's kept deteriorating that the old madam finally discovered her malicious intentions. But it was already too late. Yin Huihui had already been spoiled beyond repair. Moreover, she was very close to Bao Mengdai and her half-siblings and was not close to the old Madame Yin at all. Whatever the old Madame Yin said went in one ear and out the other. Yin Huihui simply ignored her. This was also the idea Bao Mengdai had instilled in her earlier, saying that the old Madame Yin didn't like her granddaughter or her daughter-in-law and would try to sow discord between mother and daughter. Song Yaoyao, these aristocratic households have so many sinister schemes. Stepmothers either directly kill the children left by the previous wife or use such roundabout methods to spoil and ruin them. Alas, it's truly chilling. The old Madame Yin and Yin Hohuai should have realized what stepmother in the world would genuinely want the children of the previous wife to excel. If the previous wife's children excel, what would her own children inherit? So no matter what, the stepmother would make sure her own children are better. Only if her own children are outstanding can they secure their position in the household, inherit everything, and have a better future. Once they understood this point, no matter what schemes the stepmother used, they could see through them at a glance. Guagua, the host's insight is truly thorough. The audience thought about it and agreed that Little Lord Song's words made perfect sense. Why would a stepmother who has her own children treat someone else's children better than her own? It simply didn't add up. What doesn't add up and can't be explained is the beginning of a conspiracy. Song Yaoyao, what was all that about Yin Huihui and Princess Wanqin? Did Yin Huihui not attend the palace banquet a few days ago? Didn't she know who Princess Wanqin was? That was someone even her own father dared not provoke. How dared she? Was she not afraid of angering her and having a parasite placed inside her body, leaving her unable to seek death nor find life? Was it not only those with lower official rank than her father that she dared to provoke? Guagua, Yin Huihui, and the Yin mansion were not invited to the recent palace banquet because General Yin was not in the capital. Since the banquet was hosting foreign envoys, it would have been inappropriate for only female relatives to attend without the general present. Therefore, Yin Huihui had no idea of Princess Wanqin's true identity. Song Yaoyao, I see now. Guagua, as for how this all began, it was quite simple. Yin Huihui was heading upstairs with her group, while Princess Wanqin was descending with hers, and the two parties crossed paths on the staircase. Yin Huihui stubbornly claimed that Princess Wanqin had bumped into her and demanded an apology. Princess Wanqin insisted she had not touched her at all, explained herself, and turned to leave. In the video, it was clearly visible that when Yin Huihui encountered Princess Wanqin's party, she accused the princess of colliding with her, yet everyone could see plainly that Princess Wanqin had not even brushed against Yin Huihui's clothing. Yin Huihui was deliberately picking a fight. Song Yaoyao, and then Guahua, enraged, Yin Huihui declared that what could have been resolved with a simple apology would no longer be so easily settled. Yin Huihui directly ordered her lackeys to block Princess Wanqin and her companions from leaving, and the two sides found themselves in a standoff. Yin Huihui had never encountered Princess Wanqin in the capital before and assumed her father's official rank must be inferior to her own, which emboldened her boldness. Upon seeing Princess Wanqin's beautiful face, envy surged within Yin Huihui, and she desired to poison and ruin that fair visage. But who was Princess Wanqin? She was a master of poisons herself. Yin Huihui's crude tactics were nothing more than child's play in front of such an expert. In the video, the moment Yin Huihui drew near Princess Wanqin in an attempt to administer poison, the princess struck, first poisoning her instead, which is precisely the scene we initially witnessed. Song Yaoyao, Yin Huihui has grown so arrogant that she dares provoke anyone. This time she has truly struck iron. She asked for this. Watching her writhing on the ground in agony was truly satisfying. Guagua host, which side are you on? Song Yaoyao, I always side with justice, not with relations. Though I hardly favor Princess Wanqin in this matter, I stand with her. Guagua, though Yin Hui Hui is a subject of the Tianfeng kingdom, I truly cannot betray my conscience and call her actions right. In this case, I side with Princess Wanqin as well. Everyone had now understood the full sequence of events. The second prince also disliked meddling in such trivial matters, but he had no choice. This incident could affect relations between the Tianfeng kingdom and Yaoyao. Thinking thus, the second prince descended from upstairs and approached Princess Wanqin. In truth, Princess Wanqin had already noticed the second prince above. She was curious to see how long he would merely watch the spectacle. If no one intervened to deal with those fools before her, once her patience ran thin, she would show no mercy. Not long after the second prince came down, Princess Wanqin offered a courteous bow. Second prince. The second prince returned the gesture and said, Princess Wanqin, it seems we meet again. Princess Wanqin showed him no courtesy and retorted coldly, they say the Tianfeng kingdom is a land of etiquette where everyone understands propriety. Yet what I have witnessed today differs greatly from these tales. Though the second prince felt conscience-stricken, sensing the matter concerned national dignity, he replied, individual conduct cannot represent an entire nation. Moreover, which place lacks its share of prodigal youths? I imagine Miaojiang has such individuals as well. Princess Wanqin nodded, that is true enough. Scum exists everywhere. How does your highness propose we handle this matter? The second prince smiled and said, if your highness trusts me, please depart first. Leave the rest to me. Princess Wanqin nodded and replied, very well then, I shall take my leave first. Glancing coldly at Yin Hui Hui and her party, she snorted and turned to depart. After Princess Wanqin left, the second prince regarded Yin Hui Hui and her group with visible disgust. Yin Hui Hui lay upon the ground, her agony so intense that her mind was growing clouded. Yin Hui Hui's lackeys had been frightened upon seeing the second prince appear. When they overheard him address the woman moments before as Princess Wanqin, they realized they had stepped on solid iron this time. They were finished. Looking at these young ruffians, the second prince fought the urge to slap each of them himself. Turning to his attendants, he ordered, take these individuals to the Jingzhou prefecture. Each shall receive 10 heavy strokes of the board, after which they are to be returned to their respective homes. Inform their elders of what transpired here, and instruct them to exercise strict discipline henceforth. Should they cause further trouble or behave recklessly, their own lives shall be forfeit next time. Attendant, your highness, this woman upon the ground appears to be in great pain. Should she still receive the beating? Fearing that something might befall Yin Hui Hui and complicate matters with Yin Ho Hui, the second prince replied, let her pass for now. Send her directly back to her mansion. The others shall receive their beating first before being returned. Attendant, yes. Thus, aside from Yin Hui Hui, all the young ruffians were beaten until their flesh was torn open before being sent home. Upon their return, they would surely face their family discipline as well. Having settled the matter, the second prince returned to the private room. The meal had already been served, awaiting his arrival. As soon as he entered, everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Song Yaoyao casually asked second prince, that woman writhing in agony below. She is the legitimate daughter of General Yin Ho Hui. When she returns like this, will the Yin mansion cause a fuss? The second prince pondered for a moment